A man gasped for breath, his eyes wide with confusion. He found himself sitting up in a large, ornate bed as three men in dark suits watched over him. The men reacted with visible shock and surprise at his sudden awakening. A single desperate thought consumed him: he had to escape, his mind screaming that he couldn't just die there. Now fully dressed, the man stood alone in a grand hallway, his arms spread wide in bewilderment. He cursed in utter disbelief as his mind failed to process the impossible sight: the Tokyo Tower was completely gone. Meanwhile, within an opulent government building, a different kind of meeting was taking place. On a grand staircase, a woman in a formal kimono stood opposite a man in a sharp Western suit. The man in the suit cut straight to the point, demanding an update on their assigned task. The Japanese official, Sakamoto, presented a file, explaining it was all the data they had gathered so far. His superior coolly asked if he needed to verify the information himself. Sakamoto confidently assured him that everything had been meticulously recorded without omission. Fujiwara, an aide to the Resident General of Korea, expressed his satisfaction, noting that His Excellency would be pleased. Fujiwara then turned to Sakamoto with a new question, asking if he thought it was possible to sway the Korean prince. Sakamoto paused, seeking confirmation that they were indeed discussing that specific prince. A heavy silence hung in the air before Sakamoto cautiously asked why this prince was of particular interest. Fujiwara revealed that His Excellency himself desired the prince for the great undertaking of the next Japanese government, which stunned Sakamoto. Fujiwara quickly shushed his subordinate for his loud reaction, prompting a hasty apology from Sakamoto. Offering his professional opinion, Sakamoto admitted he believed winning over the prince would be extremely difficult. He explained that the reports clearly showed the prince harbored deep hostility towards Japan and would be the next in line for the throne if the first prince could not ascend. The officials concluded that he would never cooperate, even under threat, potentially hindering their entire operation. It was known that the sharp-minded first prince, Yi Kang, had been a charismatic leader before a traitorous interpreter's scheme led to his addiction to opium. The drug had ravaged his body, severely altering his appearance and making it difficult for him to consume regular food. Rumors had even spread across all 8 provinces that the crown prince had become a fool, but this news did not worry the Japanese officials. One of the men in a suit simply pointed out that there was another prince they could focus on. 8 years prior, King Gojong's favored concubine had given birth to a new prince, tangling the line of succession in a way that benefited Japan's plans. This greedy concubine was now actively manipulating the king to place her own son on the throne while ostracizing the first prince. Moreover, the king of JOSEON himself was wary of Prince Yi Kang, constantly refusing his pleas to return home, making his succession seem highly unlikely. Despite this, Fujiwara ordered continued surveillance, as His Excellency remained interested, just as Prince Yi Kang suddenly shot up in bed, crying out. His attendants rushed to his side, calling out his royal title in alarm. In the hallway, an official recognized the Korean prince, confused as to how he was awake after the earthquake. The prince calmly introduced himself as Prince Yi Kang, leaving the official baffled by his sudden and unexpected composure. Looking around the unfamiliar room, Prince Yi Kang asked where on earth he was. He demanded to know who they were, but as his attendants urged him to maintain his dignity, he realized his stress had reached its absolute peak. An attendant quietly closed the door while an official watched on with a thoughtful expression. The official issued an order to keep observing the prince and to report back on any changes in his condition. Once alone, the prince began to pant heavily, his chest heaving with ragged breaths. He staggered across the room, his frantic footsteps echoing his panicked state. Leaning against a wall, the feeling of his lungs about to burst confirmed the horrifying truth: this was not a dream, but reality. In a different time, Park Byung-jun was on the phone, assuring a client that there was no tail and that the bidding documents were ready to sign. He confidently explained that their analysis of the competition gave them the advantage and promised a satisfying result. Internally, Park Byung-jun mused on the unending suspicion of his clients. He politely ended the call, thanking the person on the other end. His attention was then caught by a strange ripple forming in the liquid of his cup. An emergency alert suddenly blared from his phone, warning of a magnitude 9.0 earthquake as he cried out in alarm. The room began to shake violently, the world around him thrown into chaos by the force of the quake. In that moment of terror, the man in the blue suit knew with certainty that he would die if he stayed there. He desperately tried to get out, scrambling to escape the collapsing building. The intense tremors caused him to stumble and fall to the floor. It was at that moment that he, Byung-jun, a second-generation Korean American, died. He then inexplicably woke up, gasping for air in the body of a completely different person. He first dismissed it as a dream or an elaborate prank, but a conversation with an attendant named Hyun-sik forced him to accept that he had traveled into the past. The body he now inhabited was none other than Yi Kang, the second son of Emperor Gojong of the Korean Empire. He was a prince, but in an era where his country's diplomatic rights had already been surrendered to Japan. He quickly realized he was surrounded on all sides by people watching his every move. He pondered why he had possessed someone so completely unrelated to him, resolving that for now, his only choice was to adapt. His thoughts were interrupted by someone at the door announcing the doctor's arrival. With a weary sigh, Yi Kang acknowledged the visitor, knowing that before anything else, he needed to survive. Facing the newcomer, he asked the doctor for an honest assessment of his condition. Dr. Baek, a psychiatrist from Tokyo Hospital, attributed his state to significant stress from his long years living abroad. Yi Kang seized the opportunity, asking if returning to his homeland would therefore cure him. The doctor skillfully evaded the question, suggesting instead that the prince was simply in a state of heightened anxiety. Yi Kang saw through the ruse, understanding that the doctor, like Sakamoto, was not acting in his best interest but was serving a hidden agenda. Dr. Baek recommended taking a prescribed medicine and getting some rest, placing a small bottle on the table. It was clear to Yi Kang that the doctor was under Japan's influence and would only act as they commanded. Playing the part of a cooperative patient, the prince agreed to follow the prescription and summarily dismissed the doctor. Dr. Baek bowed deeply, acknowledging the prince's command before exiting the room. Alone again, Yi Kang wrestled with what to do next, knowing the body's original owner longed to return home. But he knew it wasn't so simple. Japan's interference was a major obstacle, and neither his father nor the pro-Japanese officials in the empire would allow his return. Yet staying in Japan was not an option either, for his knowledge of history foretold the Korean Empire's imminent fall. With a firm decision, he concluded that returning to his homeland was completely off the table for now. This left only one viable path, to go to America, the very place where Yi Kang had once studied and where his original self, Byung-jun, had been raised. Having decided on America, Yi Kang knew he couldn't leave recklessly. He had to organize his priorities while meticulously planning his next move. He began by reviewing history, trying to place crucial events like the Great Earthquake and the Great Depression on a timeline. To his frustration, the specific dates eluded him, a surprising lapse for someone who had always been confident in his sharp memory. Though it had been over 2 decades since his university days in New York, his mind, honed by his work as a lobbyist, was usually a steel trap for such facts. Then, with a sudden spark of clarity, the historical details flooded back into his mind. His pen scratched across the paper, methodically listing the key global events that would shape the world until 1950. With a timeline of the future secured, he felt a small measure of preparedness settle over him. He closed his notebook, ready to tackle the next, more immediate, preparations for his escape. A sudden, jarring memory surfaced, showing his past self shouting in disbelief at the state of his finances. The original Yi Kang had furiously demanded to know how his fund manager had allowed his accounts to be completely depleted. The man with glasses, his aide, had tearfully reminded the prince that he himself had spent all the money, despite numerous attempts to stop him. The force of the memory struck him as he realized he was experiencing a fragment of the real Yi Kang's life. He clenched his fist in despair, realizing the profligate prince had squandered every penny, ruining his plan to use historical knowledge for quick capital. The weight of the revelation sent him collapsing back into his chair, his carefully laid plans were utterly ruined. But a glimmer of hope remained. As royalty, surely there was some hidden asset he could leverage for cash. He sifted through his memories, both Yi Kang's and Park Byung-jun's, desperately searching for a financial lifeline. An intense, determined glint filled his eye as an idea took shape. He had it, Emperor Gojong's secret slush fund. A cunning smile spread across his face as he realized he had to get to the funds before Japan discovered and seized them. Suddenly, the man with glasses called out, asking if His Highness was all right. Yi Kang smoothly deflected the concern, claiming hunger and suggesting they go eat, all while plotting how to set the stage for diverting the imperial funds. At a restaurant, Yi Kang ordered coffee and an omelette, but his aide, Woo Hyun-sik, declined, stating he needed to save money. Yi Kang slapped the table in a moment of feigned exasperation. As Hyun-sik flinched, Yi Kang understood his aide's frugality was a direct result of his past self's reckless spending. Yi Kang let out a disarming laugh, which only seemed to confuse Hyun-sik further. He offered a sincere apology, admitting he had unfairly blamed Hyun-sik for his own past mistakes. Startled by the apology, Hyun-sik stammered that a proper apology was all he had wanted. Yi Kang encouraged him to cheer up and ordered him the same meal, an olive branch to mend their strained relationship. While they waited, another of Yi Kang's attendants noticed someone named Choi Hyun-woo was missing from their group. One of the men explained that Hyun-woo had gone to the post office accompanied by a Japanese official. The news was met with immediate alarm, the attendant questioning why he would be with someone from the Japanese government. Just then, a man in a brown jacket strode into the dining hall, interrupting their meal. He bowed respectfully to Yi Kang, who asked where he had been. The man explained that a telegram had arrived for the prince. Yi Kang took the telegram and began to read it. He mumbled that it was merely a reply regarding a suitable companion for his wife. Tossing the telegram aside, he asked if there was any other news. Yi Kang pressed the man for an update on the most critical matter, the progress of his return to his homeland. The attendant hesitated before confirming that His Majesty, the Emperor, remained unchanged in his opposition, a rejection that stung the memory of the original prince. Yi Kang flinched, feeling the phantom pain of Yi Kang's exile. Inwardly, however, he was relieved, realizing he needed to create a significant disturbance to force the Empire to summon him back and give him access to the fund manager. Putting on a show, Yi Kang slammed his drink down and erupted in frustration, prompting his attendants to plead for him to calm down. He theatrically ordered them to report his misbehavior to the Empire and then stormed out, telling them to stop following him. As he walked away, he hoped this single disturbance would be enough to draw out his target. But knowing his target wouldn't move easily, a sly grin appeared as he began plotting more chaos. His attendants chased after him, their pleas for him to calm down echoing through the streets. One of them anxiously called out to their boss. Yi Kang, now speaking in English, called out to a group of men waiting for him. A man named Max reported that he had completed the task he was given, one of the 3 loyal comrades Yi Kang had gained while studying abroad. Yi Kang was impressed by their speed, while Max admitted that getting out of the stuffy room felt good. Yi Kang acknowledged how stifling it must have been, but Max brushed it off, stating their only priority was to follow their boss's orders quickly. In the past, these men had defended him against racial discrimination during his time studying in the U.S. In return for their help, Yi Kang had paid for one of their mother's expensive surgeries, earning their unwavering gratitude. After he saved the woman's life, they began calling him boss and swore their absolute loyalty to him. A smile touched Yi Kang's lips, at least this was one investment his past self hadn't squandered. An aide with glasses informed the group that the fastest ship to Tsushima would depart the next day. The aide, Hyun-sik, nervously questioned why Yi Kang would leave the comfort of Tokyo for a remote island like Tsushima. Max confidently explained to everyone that from Tsushima, it was less than a day's journey to Dongni in Korea if the weather was clear. Yi Kang considered this, affirming that Max's assessment was correct. The bespectacled aide, Hyun-sik, grew frantic, warning the prince of the consequences of returning without the emperor's permission. Yi Kang looked at him with cold certainty, questioning if they would truly punish a son for simply returning to his own home. The aide recoiled, silenced by the prince's chilling resolve. Yi Kang instructed him to report everything back to the homeland, confident that this defiance would finally summon the one person he needed to see. His gambit paid off. Hobart, King Gojong's trusted vault keeper and imperial fund manager, arrived to greet him. Yi Kang graciously welcomed Hobart, acknowledging his long journey, but the American humbly insisted it was nothing compared to the prince's struggles. Another man stepped forward, Lee Wan-yong, the Minister of Education and a senior of Yi Kang's from his time in America, offering a nervous greeting. Yi Kang saw their strategy clearly. Sending an American and an old acquaintance was a coordinated attempt to bribe and persuade him, but he only had eyes for Hobart and the secret funds. The bespectacled aide proposed they all share a drink to mark their first meeting. Yi Kang readily agreed, knowing he needed to get the nuisance, Lee Wan-yong, out of the way to speak with Hobart privately. The prince began pouring drinks, determined to get his former senior thoroughly intoxicated. The two men drank heavily, their conversation blurring as the alcohol took its effect on Lee Wan-yong. As Lee Wan-yong swayed, Yi Kang knew he couldn't let him leave with just this little bit of alcohol in his system. Yi Kang calmly instructed Hyun-sik to take the drunken man somewhere to rest for the night. With the nuisance gone, a slight smile played on his lips. It was time to get to the main point. He complimented Hobart on his ability to hold his liquor, but the American replied that the prince himself seemed entirely sober. Hobart sighed, admitting that no matter how much he drank, his worries kept him from feeling any effect of the alcohol. He tried to reassure the prince that once things stabilized politically, the emperor would surely relent, but Yi Kang cut him off. Yi Kang placed his cup down firmly, stating that he wasn't worried about his own personal safety. Leaning forward with grave intensity, he told Hobart that the entire nation was in danger. With a look of deadly seriousness, the young man revealed that the Japanese had somehow caught on to the secret funds Hobart was managing, leaving the vault keeper utterly stunned. The story continues on a tense night in Japan. Hobart attempted to feign ignorance with a nervous laugh, claiming that as a foreigner, he wasn't well versed in such matters. Yi Kang internally scoffed, recognizing the American's blatant attempt to play dumb. The prince continued undeterred, explaining how the Imperial Household Agency managed the royal budget and that Hobart, of all people, should know everything. Yi Kang declared that His Majesty would not hesitate to use any means necessary to protect the nation from those driven by greed. As Hobart nervously sipped his drink, a tense silence filled the space between them. The American then questioned why the emperor would entrust such a critical matter to a foreigner like himself. Yi Kang let out a sigh, noting that Hobart still didn't seem to trust him. The prince then brought up the name Yi Yong-ik, Hobart's predecessor, shocking the vault keeper. Yi Kang recounted how Yi Yong-ik was kidnapped by the Japanese, resulting in the loss of a portion of the secret funds, which is why His Majesty had to entrust the rest to an American. He concluded that, more than anything, the emperor had no one left to trust but Hobart. The prince then revealed his own failed attempts to return home with this news, explaining that summoning Hobart here was his only remaining option. Setting his cup down with a firm tap, Yi Kang remarked that this was his father's last desperate struggle, a thought that also crossed Hobart's mind. Hobart recalled the other ministers complaining that the prince, even at his age, couldn't grasp the gravity of the situation. They lamented that every time they tried to discuss serious matters, Yi Kang would just offer them a drink and launch into his own tirades. Hobart thought back on the prince's defiant behavior, now realizing it was a calculated act to drive everyone else away. In his memory, an attendant approached him with a summons from the emperor. The attendant informed Minister Hobart that His Majesty wished to see him regarding Prince Yi. King Gojong personally requested a favor from Hobart and Lee Wan-yong, who bowed in obedience. The king tasked them with persuading the crown prince to go to America. Lee Wan-yong was shocked that the prince was still in Japan, while Hobart wondered why they were chosen for this mission. King Gojong explained that with one being an American and the other having studied there, they were the perfect candidates to persuade his son. A heavy silence had followed the king's command. Back in the present, tears welled in Holbert's eyes as he admitted he hadn't realized the prince held such deep intentions. Yi Kang thought with a smirk that the misunderstandings about his past actions had finally been cleared, and his image was improving. The prince stood up, stating they had spoken enough for one day. He then instructed his guests to return to their rooms and rest comfortably, leaving Holbert to contemplate the night's revelations. Yi Kang knew it was better to give them time to think rather than pushing the issue any further. As the guests departed, Hyun-sik approached his master, stopping him in the hallway. A knowing smile spread across Yi Kang's face. Hyun-sik asked if the prince already had a plan to manage the slush funds without the emperor's notice, to which Yi Kang confidently affirmed he did. The prince explained that Japan had recently sent people to Shanghai, meaning they needed to move the funds stored there to a safer location. Yi Kang noted that America was the most suitable place, and the timing was perfect for a transfer. He added that it would be ideal if they could entrust the funds to a reliable manager, pointedly looking at his aide. Hyun-sik excitedly asked if Yi Kang meant himself, and the prince playfully confirmed his guess. However, Yi Kang quickly corrected himself, stating that to avoid misunderstanding, he was not the right person for the job. Hyun-sik was taken aback, asking why the prince would think that. Yi Kang stated plainly that it was because His Majesty, the Emperor, did not trust him. The prince then turned the tables, shocking Hyun-sik by suggesting that he should take charge of the funds instead. Yi Kang argued that since the Emperor trusted Holbert, who would act as the foreign agent, he would surely approve of Hyun-sik's involvement, but the aide protested that he couldn't do it. Yi Kang feigned despair, wondering what they should do, as the slush fund would be in danger. With the stage perfectly set, he allowed a moment for his idea to sink in. Holbert, having been listening, proudly interjected that he had just come up with a brilliant idea. Holbert's plan was to inform King Gojong about Japan's threat while hiding Yi Kang's involvement, allowing him to transfer the funds to the US as the official agent. Meanwhile, Yi Kang would return to America, and they would meet secretly at a US bank to designate the prince as the account representative. Through this deception, King Gojong's entire slush fund would end up under Yi Kang's complete control. Holbert excitedly asked for Yi Kang's opinion, adding that as a blood relative, the prince was fully qualified to be an agent. Yi Kang declared the plan absolutely brilliant, and Hyun-sik agreed, adding that they needed one more thing to execute it. The prince instructed Holbert to return to JOSEON and send him 3 separate telegrams ordering him back to America. Yi Kang explained that each telegram would be encoded with Holbert's location and the situation's progress, a detail which the subordinate praised as ingenious. With the plan finalized, Yi Kang privately vowed that King Gojong's slush fund would soon be his to use as he saw fit. Later, the prince sat at his desk, staring at a letter received from his subordinate. He reviewed the plan in his mind. Holbert had arrived in Hanyang, and the next telegram would confirm the decision to move the funds from Shanghai. Once the telegram from Shanghai arrived, he would depart for America immediately. The plan was to meet Holbert in San Francisco 2 months after the Shanghai telegram, but just as Yi Kang wished for his father to make a move, a knock echoed at his door. The prince wondered who could be visiting so late, as he was sure everyone else was asleep. An unknown man holding a briefcase stood waiting outside the ornate doors of his room. The visitor identified himself as Lee Gun-sang, leaving Yi Kang to suspect yet another attempt by King Gojong to persuade him. Lee Gun-sang announced that he was sent by the noble consort and requested entry. The mention of the noble consort sent a jolt of alarm through Yi Kang, who feared that Holbert's mission had already failed. Forcing himself to remain calm, he decided to meet the man first before jumping to any conclusions. Yi Kang granted him entry, and Lee Gun-sang entered the room with a bow. The man began by apologizing profusely for visiting at such a late hour. Noticing the liquor, Lee Gun-sang oddly commented on it before stating his business, prompting Yi Kang to dryly reply that the deep night brought deep thoughts. Yi Kang offered the travel-worn man a drink, which Lee Gun-sang gratefully accepted. After downing a glass, the visitor exclaimed how great it felt to drink after such a long time. Yi Kang encouraged him to drink as much as he liked, all the while wondering who this man was and if his only purpose was to get him drunk. Li Gunsang accepted another drink with thanks, but paused before speaking again. Yi Kang cut straight to the point, asking if Her Highness had sent him merely to be a drinking companion. The nervous man quickly denied it, explaining that the noble consort was worried about the prince's safety. Yi Kang scoffed at the mention of Her Highness's concern. He mused aloud that she would want to devour him whole if it meant securing her own child's future. Li Gunsang pressed on, mentioning her concern over Yi Kang's relationship with the king before noticing his packed belongings. The prince confirmed he was packing to return home, privately thinking he had to be ready to move as soon as Hulbert's telegram arrived. He impatiently wondered if they knew his plan, just as Li Gunsang asked if he truly intended to return home against the king's orders. The man's question was a relief to Yi Kang. It confirmed they had no idea what he was truly planning. Li Gunsang explained that the consort, after much deliberation on how to ease the king's heart, had sent him with a ticket to America. He relayed her request for the prince to go to America and work to prevent Japan's growing influence. Yi Kang now understood perfectly. The consort believed the Korean Empire belonged only to her and her son, and she was trying to get him out of the way. The prince feigned reluctance, stating he couldn't accept her offer to go establish American influence. He played his part, questioning what a mere prince could do in America without a penny, knowing this act would surely draw out a better offer. Li Gunsang remained silent, waiting for the prince's next move. The envoy then presented what Her Highness had sent for the prince's expenses. Yi Kang coolly examined the check and bonds, noting that while $500,000 was a large sum, it was a cheap price for an heir. He scoffed at the idea that they expected him to operate in America with just this, thinking the consort's sense of reality had dulled from palace life. Yi Kang dismissed the offer, telling the envoy to inform Her Highness that this amount was nowhere near enough, deciding to see just how far she would go for her child. The following evening, Li Gunsang announced his presence at the prince's door and was granted entry. Inside, the envoy stood with a look of deep concern etched on his face. Yi Kang casually slid a document across the desk, asking Li Gunsang if he had considered their discussion from the day before. The nervous envoy presented a new envelope, which the prince immediately noted was significantly thicker than the last. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Kang unfurled the contents of the envelope. He feigned astonishment, remarking how $500,000 had miraculously transformed into a full million overnight. Li Gunsang desperately urged him to accept the empress's sincerity, claiming she provided the larger sum out of genuine concern for the prince. Yi Kang internally scoffed, wondering how a response could have possibly traveled from JOSEON to Tokyo so quickly. The envoy stammered that a telegram had expedited the request, but a flicker in his eyes confirmed it was a blatant lie. Yi Kang instantly deduced the truth. The empress had provided $1 million from the start, ordering her envoy to use it to persuade the prince. However, the prince perceived a different motive at play. He realized Li Gunsang had been blinded by greed, intending to pocket the other $500,000 for himself upon returning to America. Deciding to make the avaricious man squirm, Yi Kang coolly declared, "It's not enough." Li Gunsang was utterly flabbergasted, questioning if the prince even understood the immense value of such a sum. Yi Kang calmly retorted that it was merely enough to operate the royal household for 2 years. He chided the envoy for his short-sightedness, though he conceded the point. The prince then explained that while $1 million was a fortune for them, it was nothing to a great nation and far from sufficient for his work in America. He then delivered his counteroffer: if they provided substantially more funds for his activities, he would take his entire JOSEON family with him to America, a shocking proposal that stunned Li Gunsang into silence. Yi Kang specified that this included the empress and all his people, framing it as a condition she would find most satisfactory. The envoy's mind reeled at the tempting proposition, realizing it was the perfect way to ensure the prince would not return for a very long time. To add pressure and prevent any hesitation, Yi Kang gave him a deadline of 1 week, after which he would proceed with his own plans. Leaping to his feet in a panic, Li Gunsang swore he would bring back whatever His Majesty desired. Prince Songhua, Yi Kang, simply replied that he would be waiting. As the desperate envoy was seen fleeing into the night with his suitcase, the prince mused that he might as well scrape together everything he owned. Sometime later, Li Gunsang bid farewell as Yi Kang prepared to depart. The prince thanked the envoy, revealing that his efforts had indeed been successful, leaving Yi Kang with $2 million in hand. Li Gunsang lamented that he couldn't spend more time with the prince, who then recalled another gift he had received. The envoy presented a package meant to ease the discomfort of living abroad, making Yi Kang feign surprise. Li Gunsang presented it as a gesture of goodwill from the Japanese government, but the prince knew it was simply more bribe money. To the envoy's utter shock, Yi Kang firmly stated that he could not accept it. The prince righteously questioned how he, a diplomat representing his nation, could possibly accept anything other than his official salary. He declared that his actions were a reflection of his country, and thus he could not accept their money. In his mind, however, he knew this was a decision based on the future, where the relationship between their two nations was doomed to completely deteriorate. For that reason, the money being offered was nothing less than a poison chalice. Furthermore, he planned to establish his American foundation by using Korean immigrants who had fled from Japanese oppression as his support base. Their backing would be instrumental in helping him take root and grow his influence across the continent. If it were ever revealed that he had accepted money from the hated Japanese government, that support would turn into unbridled fury. To become their leader, he had to eliminate all potential risks, telling the envoy only to leave the gesture while refusing the funds. As a ship prepared to set sail, a woman on board looked out excitedly, thrilled to finally be leaving for Hawaii. The grand vessel cut through the water, beginning its long journey across the ocean. Aboard that same ship, Yi Kang asked about the prisoners he had requested Sakamoto release before his departure from Japan. His aide reported that the rough seas had left them terribly seasick and unable to get their bearings. Japan had fortunately agreed to the release, finding it burdensome to continue holding the prisoners. Elsewhere on the ship, a red-haired man named Max complained loudly, questioning why the boss had brought "those bastards" with them. Another associate told Max not to complain as the boss needed them, but Max insisted they had wronged him. Yi Kang approached a cabin, knocking gently as he asked if the seasick passengers were feeling any better. A man named Byung-jun replied that he was recovering now that the waves had calmed, this man having once studied in Boston and seen JOSEON's backwardness firsthand. After the GABA reform, he had initiated a radical revolution to combat the country's political regression, but it had ultimately failed. As a result of that failure, he and his two sons were forced to flee to Japan as exiles. The problem, however, stemmed from a detail of his failed coup. During the revolution, Byung-jun's plan to dethrone King Gojong and install Yi Kang was exposed, severely damaging the prince's relationship with his father. Now kneeling before the prince, Byung-jun expressed his profound gratitude for being rescued despite the immense wrong he had committed. His first son, Manhwa, solemnly agreed that their family's actions were worthy of death. But his second son, Jayam, reminded his father that he had already suffered 4 years of hardship for that transgression. The younger son gently urged his father to rise and cease his apologies. For 4 long years, the family had endured house arrest in Japan, refusing to cooperate with Japanese schemes against JOSEON. Overwhelmed with emotion, Byung-jun again conveyed his deep sorrow and gratitude to the prince. Yi Kang assured him that the past was forgiven, now only asking for their unwavering service and loyalty by his side. Byung-jun swore to follow the prince's will until death, while Yi Kang privately acknowledged that he desperately needed capable talent, even if it meant swallowing his anger. The prince then dismissed the two sons, explaining that he needed to speak with their father alone. Once they were by themselves, Yi Kang's expression turned serious as he prepared to discuss an important matter. Leaning forward, he told Byung-jun there was something he urgently needed to ask. Byung-jun eagerly agreed to answer anything, as Prince Yi Kang inquired about the officials back in Hanyang. As Yi Kang calmed the man, he internally noted that while the second-generation Korean-American Park Byung-jun knew little of JOSEON's history, Byung-jun was a trove of information on both Hanyang and America. Byung-jun questioned the prince's interest in the officials, unaware that Yi Kang was cross-referencing his own fragmented memories with the historical knowledge of the man before him. Like a top-tier lecturer, Byung-jun calmly provided a detailed account of each individual Yi Kang asked about. However, his composure shattered when the name Yun Chi-ho was mentioned, and he spat that the man was a traitor who betrayed their comrades and should not be approached. Yi Kang listened intently, correctly surmising that Yun Chi-ho must have been the one who exposed Byung-jun's failed revolution. With his curiosity satisfied, Yi Kang dismissed Byung-jun to rest, receiving the older man's gratified thanks for being of service. Once alone, Yi Kang smirked, convinced he had made the right decision. This man was proving to be incredibly useful and would be a great help in the future. A few days later, the prince and his entourage arrived in the territory of Hawaii. As they disembarked, an entourage member spotted a familiar face in the crowd and called out to the prince. It was Kim Kyu-sik, a former college classmate of Yi Kang's, now an activist in the United States. Yi Kang greeted his old friend warmly, and Kim Kyu-sik replied that seeing the prince made the trip worthwhile before ushering him toward a rented carriage. The carriage rumbled down the dirt path, carrying the prince into the heart of the island. Looking out the window, Yi Kang was struck by the undeveloped landscape of early 1900s Hawaii, thinking to himself that there was truly nothing there. Suddenly, his attention was caught by the sight of laborers being driven harshly by an overseer, their exhausted groans hanging in the air. Yi Kang immediately ordered the carriage to halt, an order Kim Kyu-sik quickly relayed to the driver. The prince stared at the workers, asking with dawning horror if they were all Koreans, a fact Kim Kyu-sik confirmed for about 90% of them. When Yi Kang questioned why fellow countrymen would be so cruel to one another, Kim Kyu-sik explained that these Korean overseers, having secured management positions, now tormented their own compatriots. After seeing the infuriating sight, a somber Yi Kang decided it was time to return for now. Later, the largest gathering of Koreans in Hawaiian history assembled in an open field to see the prince from JOSEON, though some were drawn more by curiosity than loyalty. Yi Kang knew that since they had all gathered simply to see him, this was a critical opportunity. Stepping forward, he declared his intent to win them over before formally introducing himself as Prince Yi Kang. When the crowd remained silent, he offered a formal, profound apology for arriving so late to see them in their suffering. With a deep bow, Prince Yi Kang humbly asked for their forgiveness. Yi Kang noted the crowd's shock, realizing a royal apologizing to commoners was unimaginable, but he felt the tide turning in his favor and decided to press his advantage. He confessed his shame for having turned a blind eye to their suffering while only thinking of his own survival and comfort. He then proclaimed that his conscience would not let him ignore their hardships, announcing his decision to stay and not leave them behind. Yi Kang made a solemn promise: for the next 10 years, he would not return to his homeland but would remain in America to live and work for their sake. A woman in the crowd cried out that His Majesty had done nothing wrong, her voice breaking the stunned silence. Another voice quickly agreed, shouting that the blame lay with corrupt officials and the pro-Japanese and pro-Russian factions that manipulated them from behind the scenes. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Yi Kang thanked them and seized the moment, stating that he had witnessed their harsh working conditions on his way there. He explained that the farm owners looked down on them because they were not as united as the immigrant communities from China or Japan. To solve this, Yi Kang proposed the formation of a unified Korean association, assuring them he would spare no financial support. He also announced plans for a scholarship foundation so no one would be denied an education for lack of funds, asking them to trust him as he declared them all his brothers and sisters. The field erupted with thunderous cheers as the crowd chanted, "Long live Prince Yi Kang," their voices filled with gratitude and newfound hope. Later, in a private meeting, Yi Kang assured his new associates that the association's funds were from his palace stipend and that the immigrants were his top priority. The prince then formally opened the meeting, inviting his new council to speak. A man in a green suit named Jong-soo stood, pointing out that their newly formed association would need a name and asking if the prince had one in mind. Yi Kang paused, considering the important question of what the association should be called. The prince thoughtfully considered the possibilities, weighing the significance of the name. One man suggested the Hapsung Association, which meant, "Together we succeed," a name that others immediately praised as perfectly aligning with the prince's speech. Yi Kang declared he would serve as the first president, with Im Jong-soo and Jong Myung-won as vice presidents, before presenting a staggering $30,000, 20 for the association and 10 for scholarships. He then instructed his men to keep a close watch for clever and skilled individuals among the immigrants, calling them the foundation of their future. A muscular man asked what he meant by skilled, while another inquired what the prince planned to use these individuals for. Yi Kang revealed his ambition, to send the brightest to medical school, planning to dominate the healthcare sector just as the Jewish people dominated finance, knowing the immigrants' strength would one day become his own. After discussing the scholarship funds, Yi Kang sought out a particular young man among the immigrants he had heard about. The prince met the young man, remarking that Kim Kyu-sik's praise was clearly justified, which earned him a humble and flattered laugh in return. Yi Kang confirmed the young man was studying in Washington, D.C., mentioning his own studies nearby, and the young man explained he was back in Hawaii on break to help the immigrants. Yi Kang invited the student to join him on the mainland, an offer that was gratefully accepted, while the prince internally decided to become his sponsor to keep the promising but potentially dangerous man on a tight leash. 2 days later, as they prepared to depart for San Francisco, Kim Kyu-sik approached the prince at the port. Kim Kyu-sik gently suggested the prince should rest a bit longer in Hawaii, prompting Yi Kang to ask why. With a worried expression, Kim Kyu-sik pointed out that Yi Kang had been working non-stop and suggested he should at least take a walk on the beach. Yi Kang understood Kim Kyu-sik's concern, knowing it stemmed from the carefree, indulgent lifestyle of the prince he used to be. Kim Kyu-sik advised that with so many watchful eyes, it was better to be cautious and maintain his new, favorable image, a display of political sense that impressed the prince. Startling Kim Kyu-sik, Yi Kang addressed him by his pen name, Unam, and solemnly asked how he could possibly enjoy the scenery while his people suffered. Yi Kang wasn't just managing his image, he felt a genuine, gnawing guilt over the immigrants' hardships and a desperate urgency to earn money to improve their lives. A chastened Kim Kyu-sik apologized for his short-sightedness, but Yi Kang reassured him, knowing the advice came from a place of genuine concern. As they parted, Yi Kang looked at the young man, Lee Sung-man, and thought to himself that he would indeed be very useful. Yi Kang wished Kim Kyu-sik well, entrusting him to take good care of things in Hawaii. With his foothold in Hawaii secured, Yi Kang's mind turned to his next objective. It was time to go get the money. After a grueling voyage of 20 days across the Pacific, Prince Yi Kang and his entourage finally arrived in the bustling port of San Francisco. Having seen Lee Sung-man off to his studies, the prince took a quiet moment to absorb his new surroundings, a powerful and familiar emotion suddenly surging from deep within him. He was gazing upon the San Francisco of the early 1900s, the very city where his modern self had been born and raised. It was his hometown, and as Yi Kang stared at the familiar yet alien cityscape, he vowed to himself that he would start his new life right here. An aide in a green suit asked what their first priority should be, prompting the bespectacled aide to suggest that finding a place to live was paramount. Yi Kang agreed and immediately delved into the specifics, questioning the budget, the ideal location, and whether they should purchase a property or simply rent one. The man in the green suit advocated for buying, citing the ever-increasing value of American real estate, but the aide with glasses expressed concern over the massive cost of a mansion in a prime location. Yi Kang himself questioned the wisdom of tying up so much of their capital in a single residence, recognizing it as a significant risk. The red-haired aide, Max, interjected, pointing out the simple solution of using a bank mortgage to secure the property. Alarmed, the man with glasses implored the prince to reconsider, warning that taking on any form of debt was a dangerous proposition. Another of Yi Kang's men calmly countered that debt could also be viewed as an asset, causing the cautious aide to wonder if his constant focus on saving money had been too restrictive. The prince understood the power of leverage, the economic principle of using debt, like a mortgage, to maximize the effect of a small initial investment. Yi Kang then revealed his true strategy, he was planning to invest the bulk of their remaining funds elsewhere. His aide, surprised by this turn, hesitantly asked what kind of investment the prince had in mind. The prince's answer was simple and direct: land. The mustached aide voiced his approval, agreeing that purchasing land was an excellent idea. Yi Kang privately noted the American-influenced, forward-thinking mindset of his companions as the man with glasses voiced his complete support for the plan. The prince elaborated that his goal was to acquire land to grow their assets in tandem with the growing Korean community, a statement which piqued his followers' curiosity. The mustached aide guessed he meant buying land in Hawaii for the immigrants finishing their contracts, but Yi Kang dismissed the idea, stating it would be pointless to compete there. As his men wondered where he intended to buy, Yi Kang explained they would acquire land where Koreans could utilize their greatest strength. That strength was rice cultivation, and Yi Kang declared his plan to purchase farmland specifically suited for growing it. A murmur spread through the group as Max praised the idea, noting that when it came to farming, Koreans were second to none. Yi Kang noticed Max's expression falter and asked what was wrong. Max bluntly warned that if they weren't careful, the plan could make them lose everything. Confused, one of the men asked Max to explain his reasoning for such a bleak outlook. Max clarified that rice simply didn't grow well in California's climate, meaning even the most skilled Korean farmers were destined to fail there. When another man chided him for his negativity, Max retorted that he couldn't let his boss lose money by staying silent about a critical flaw in the plan. To his aide's surprise, Yi Kang confirmed that Max was correct. Previous attempts at rice farming in California had all ended in failure. However, the prince calmly asserted that those failures were not due to the land, but to human error. He then produced 2 small bags of rice, explaining one was a Japanese variety he had acquired after arriving. Yi Kang identified it as Annam rice, a variety suited for hot, humid climates that had failed in past cultivation attempts in the region. He then revealed the second bag, which contained JOSEON rice, a variety that thrives in cooler climates, and declared this was what he intended to grow. The muscular aide grasped the logic immediately, realizing that the completely different cultivation method made the venture a worthy gamble. The mustached man in the brown suit correctly surmised that the prince planned to bring Korean immigrants from Hawaii to work the land as tenant farmers, which Yi Kang confirmed. The prince passionately described his vision to bring over people who were being treated unfairly, grant them fair tenant contracts, and let them prosper on this new land. In his mind, Yi Kang planned to offer a 5-to-5 contract, a far cry from the exploitative 9-to-1 ratio of the era, knowing the immigrant's success would ultimately become his own source of power. The muscular aide, however, pointed out one major unresolved problem with the entire scheme. He argued that even if they succeeded, Westerners preferred Annam rice, and the small Asian population couldn't create enough demand, rendering their harvest worthless. Yi Kang waved off the concern, coolly stating his plan to sell the rice to Japan, a revelation that left the mustached man in the blue suit utterly shocked. The prince questioned their hesitation, asking what problem there could be in selling goods for profit, all while understanding their reluctance to seemingly aid their oppressor. To make his point, Yi Kang asked one of his men who had lived in Japan what kind of rice he had eaten during his 4 years there. The aide recalled eating rice from Korea's Gyeongsang province, the realization dawning on him that JOSEON's rice was already being cheaply exported to Japan. Another aide confirmed this, explaining that Japan imported JOSEON rice at near-exploitative prices, leaving the people of JOSEON to starve. Yi Kang then revealed his masterstroke: he would control this rice supply, transforming it into a powerful economic weapon to be used against Japan when the time was right. Utterly impressed, the aide could only marvel at the sheer scale of His Highness's grand vision. The bespectacled aide was deeply moved, expressing his admiration for a prince who could plan so far ahead for the sake of his homeland. With the land purchase postponed until the new wave of immigrants arrived, Yi Kang decided to proceed with buying a house first. An aide led the prince toward their newly acquired residence, guiding him into position for a formal welcome. Suddenly, a man's voice boomed with reverence, shouting a greeting to His Highness. An elderly man, his face breaking into a wide smile, exclaimed with joy that people had finally arrived. The man, Kim Deok-bae, dropped to his knees in a deep bow, and Yi Kang warmly commended him for his long and arduous journey. This was Kim Deok-bae, a loyal family servant whose mother had served Yi Kang's own concubine mother, forging a uniquely deep bond between them. Yi Kang playfully urged him to stand, but Deok-bae insisted his knees were still strong, only to then pause and look at the prince with a curious expression. The prince teased that Deok-bae must have noticed he'd been doing quite well for himself, a comment that left the faithful servant confused. Yi Kang proudly gestured to his own body, noting that his physique had improved significantly. He privately mused that he had been working out to fit into the macho American culture, and was delighted when one of his men finally noticed his new muscles. Yi Kang cheekily complimented Deok-bae on his improved eyesight, though the servant insisted his vision had always been sharp. Changing the subject, Kim Deok-bae eagerly asked for the whereabouts of his wife, causing a nearby aide to falter. The aide gently explained that her ladyship had been unwell and couldn't make the journey, while a voice deep within Yi Kang's consciousness wondered if her condition had worsened. Yi Kang quickly reassured his loyal servant that she would recover and join them soon, before shifting the focus back to the task at hand, finding skilled farmers among the new arrivals. Amidst the low murmur of the crowd, while selecting workers with knowledge of rice farming, Yi Kang's attention was drawn to one particular individual. A man with a quiet confidence stepped forward, introducing himself as Kim Jong-rim from Hamgyong province. Nearby, another man named Park Byung-jun gasped in disbelief, unable to believe he had just heard the name, Kim Jong-rim. Park Byung-jun, the man now known as Prince Yi Kang, pressed the man before him, asking if Kim Jong-rim was the one with a scar on his right arm, a question that visibly startled the farmer. A wave of relief washed over Yi Kang as he quickly dismissed his own pointed question, smoothly inviting the confirmed Kim Jong-rim to follow him. As Kim Jong-rim agreed, Yi Kang's mind drifted, recalling how this man was the grandfather of his best friend from his past life. He remembered his friend's endless bragging about his grandfather's legendary rise from tenant farmer to agricultural tycoon, a story that was now proving unexpectedly useful. Yi Kang announced his plan to purchase farmland right away, a declaration that caught Kim Jong-rim's immediate attention. Bursting with confidence, Kim Jong-rim declared he had an excellent eye for land and promised to find the absolute best plot for His Highness. Yi Kang offered a reassuring smile, placing his trust in the farmer while privately marveling that the seeds of a future tycoon were already so apparent. The search, however, quickly proved difficult, as Kim Jong-rim's unrestrained enthusiasm caused brokers to immediately double their prices. Other agents, seeing them as clueless foreigners, didn't hesitate to quote absurdly inflated prices for mediocre land. They continued their search, arriving at another real estate office to inspect the next potential property. The agent proposed a $10,000 deal for 2 adjacent plots while Kim Jong-rim and Yi Kang's aide discussed the land in Korean. Kim Jong-rim assessed the plot, noting its excellent soil but slight water shortage, a problem he believed could be solved by diverting water from a nearby river. Yi Kang feigned disappointment at the high price, causing the agent to defensively state it was the most reasonable offer they would find. While Yi Kang calculated that the price was too ambiguous for a sound investment, the agent, sensing hesitation, proposed another option for those with fewer funds. The agent described a cheaper, more distant property located far to the north, in the Sacramento Basin. Yi Kang's heart leaped, and he immediately asked if the land was vacant. His mind raced with the knowledge that this very region would become the most famous rice-producing area of the 20th century. The agent, oblivious to the land's true potential, urged them to see the property in person. Yi Kang readily agreed, privately resolving to buy up the entire undervalued region before its worth was discovered. After a journey of several days, they arrived at the vast Sacramento Plain, where the agent confirmed the entire expanse was for sale. An ecstatic Kim Jong-rim declared it the perfect land for rice farming, confirming Yi Kang's future knowledge was correct. Playing his part, Yi Kang nonchalantly asked for the price, feigning that it couldn't possibly be the same as the previous, less desirable land. The agent confirmed it was less than a tenth of the price, boasting that they wouldn't regret the purchase, completely unaware of the true value he was selling. Yi Kang seized the moment, stating his intent to purchase not only this land but also the surrounding properties while they remained grossly undervalued. The delighted agent promised to contact the other landowners immediately, leaving Yi Kang to finalize his masterstroke. And just like that, through foresight and shrewd negotiation, Yi Kang became the owner of California's most productive future farmland. A few days passed as the initial stages of his plan were set in motion. An aide returned to Yi Kang's office, reporting on the Korean community's reaction to the prince's latest venture. Yi Kang had bought the land and simultaneously established the working conditions for the Korean immigrants he had brought with him. Though initially disappointed by terms that seemed standard, the farmers were overjoyed upon reading the special clause Yi Kang had included in the tenant contracts. The unique clause ensured that the farmers' share of the profits would increase dramatically alongside their productivity. This ingenious system was designed to make them feel like owners, not just tenants, thereby maximizing their motivation and the land's output. An aide, now identified as Hyun-sik, expressed concern that such generous terms would result in a significant financial loss for the prince. Yi Kang, however, simply laughed off the worry, cryptically assuring Hyun-sik that he had his own plans. His true goal was not simple farming, but to transform the barren land into a golden cash crop, multiplying its value tenfold and securing his future fortune. Hyun-sik pledged to work tirelessly to ensure the prince wouldn't suffer losses, and Yi Kang gave him a final instruction for the contract signings. The prince firmly stipulated that any act of sabotage between farmers would not be tolerated, reminding them that they were all one family. The assistant, Hyun-sik, bowed in understanding, promising to convey the warning, earning a nod of approval from His Highness. Hyun-sik then presented the nearly completed documents for the new agricultural corporation Yi Kang had ordered. The prince commended his aide's speed as he reviewed the papers, his mind already on the next phase of his industrial conquest. His vision extended beyond mere rice production, encompassing the processing companies that husk the grains and the warehouses that store them. He also planned to control the distribution companies for domestic and international export, recognizing that the industrialization of agriculture was a concept others had not yet grasped. Yi Kang knew that by taking the lead in this nascent industry now, all future profits would flow directly to him. He pointed to the document, officially naming his new venture the Cal Grain Company, a name whose meaning Hyun-sik immediately questioned. Yi Kang explained the simple logic, Cal for California and grain for crops, believing an intuitive name was key to public recognition. With a confident flourish, he declared that every grain of rice from California would soon bear the name of his company. As his preparations progressed smoothly, Yi Kang felt a moment of caution, realizing that while he knew the future, he couldn't predict natural disasters and needed some form of insurance. Since government agricultural subsidies didn't exist in this era, he called for his aide, Hyun-sik, to begin building a different kind of safety net. To forge the connections he needed, Yi Kang first required capital, asking Hyun-sik for an immediate accounting of their liquid cash. Hyun-sik reported that they had about $50,000 readily available in banknotes. Yi Kang acknowledged the recent land purchase had been costly, but mused that the next investment was essential for the future, puzzling his aide. He then gave a stunning order: allocate $10,000 in cash as a donation to the governor's election campaign. Furthermore, he instructed Hyun-sik to repeat the donation the following week, and again the week after, confident that such a large sum would force the governor's office to seek him out. A few days later, the strategy paid off as an invitation arrived from the governor's office, requesting his presence at a meeting with a federal agricultural officer. One of his red-haired subordinates seethed with indignation, believing a simple invitation was an insult after a $30,000 donation. Yi Kang, however, calmly silenced him, explaining that this outcome was exactly what he had been aiming for. The first step of any successful lobbying effort was to secure face-to-face contact with the right people. An exclusive, personal invitation to meet a federal official was, in his mind, worth far more than the $30,000 spent to acquire it. He reasoned that for a high-ranking official to travel from Washington, D.C. all the way to California, there had to be a significant purpose. Yi Kang surmised they were coming to assess how the federal government could support California's agricultural sector. With the stage perfectly set, he felt confident he could easily steer the conversation to get exactly what he wanted. His strategic mind then shifted to a more practical matter: he would need to purchase a suitable suit for the party. The heavy gates of the governor's mansion creaked open. Dressed in a sharp tuxedo, Yi Kang took a deep breath, his mind buzzing with anticipation for his grand debut into American high society. His confident footsteps echoed as he walked toward the entrance. Suddenly, a guard's arm shot out, and the metallic click of a locked gate brought him to an abrupt halt. Yi Kang calmly asserted his position, reminding the guard that he was there on a formal invitation. One of the blonde guards scoffed at the very idea of an Asian guest and curtly demanded to see the invitation. Yi Kang smoothly passed the sealed envelope into the guard's outstretched hand. The guards recognized the governor's official invitation but remained suspicious, while Yi Kang inwardly sighed at the expected discrimination, resolving to remain patient. The tense standoff was broken by the party's host, a man in a red vest, who enthusiastically called out Prince Yi Kang's name. The host apologized profusely for the guard's behavior as one of them paled, realizing he had just accosted a prince, but Yi Kang internally reminded himself to stay composed. Brushing off the incident as unimportant, Yi Kang expressed his wish to enter, and the host eagerly ushered him inside. A dazzling, golden panorama of the party unfolded before him, the room glittering with high society. Yi Kang noted that, as expected, the attendees were all white before he confidently gestured to a nearby attendant. He politely requested a glass of cold champagne. A woman in a stunning red dress snapped at him, mistaking him for a servant and demanding he hurry, which caught Yi Kang completely by surprise. Playing it cool, Yi Kang offered a charming apology, explaining he was confused as all the service staff were people of color, and silently coached himself to act naturally. Thinking fast, he seized the opportunity, asking the woman to wait just a moment. With a smooth pivot, Yi Kang declared it an honor to offer a glass to such a beautiful lady, leaving her momentarily speechless. Flattered, the woman smiled and introduced herself as Jane, then inquired as to whose guest he was. Yi Kang presented himself as a guest of the governor from the Great Han Empire, all while his mind recalled the research he'd done. This was one of San Francisco's wealthiest and most influential widows. As Jane struggled to pronounce his foreign name, a man named John rushed over, excitedly addressing Yi Kang as Prince. John politely greeted Jane, who, taken aback by the title she had just overheard, asked if he had truly called Yi Kang a prince. John proudly confirmed that Yi Kang was indeed the second prince of the Great Han Empire, and Yi Kang quickly clarified for Jane that his homeland was a country situated between Qing China and Japan. Jane, feigning familiarity with the obscure empire, offered a flustered apology for her earlier disrespectful behavior. Yi Kang knew she wouldn't have heard of it, musing that even modern Americans were often ignorant of Korea's location, and graciously accepted her apology. His singular goal for the evening was simple: to make a favorable impression on everyone he met. As the night wore on, the powerful currents of high society gossip began to flow. He could hear the influential women of the party whispering about the handsome and well-educated prince with the refined accent. Yi Kang knew these rumors, hopefully good ones, were seeds that would one day bear fruit for his grander ambitions. Soon after, he came face to face with the man of the hour, who introduced himself as George Pardee, the 21st governor of California. Yi Kang expressed his gratitude for the invitation, but the governor insisted the honor was his and offered to introduce him to his friends, casually addressing him as Prince Kang. A sly smile touched Yi Kang's lips as he thought to himself that the governor had just taken the bait perfectly. Leaning in, Yi Kang quietly explained that Eastern names placed the surname first, which meant his family name was Yi, not Kang, a revelation that visibly startled the governor. Governor Pardee panicked internally, knowing that calling someone by the wrong name was a significant breach of etiquette in Western culture. The governor offered a profuse apology for his discourtesy, which Yi Kang accepted, all the while knowing this was a mistake he had deliberately engineered by introducing himself in the Eastern style. Yi Kang noted with satisfaction that the flustered governor had become even more polite, creating a psychological debt that would give him the upper hand in their future negotiations. The host then led Prince Yi toward a private room, announcing that the governor's friends were gathered inside. As the door opened, Yi Kang felt a surge of adrenaline, as if he were stepping onto a battlefield. A man in a light brown jacket greeted him warmly, and Yi Kang surmised that news of his substantial campaign donation had preceded him. He observed the room, noting how some guests sought him out because of his wealth, while others approached to gauge what mutual benefits a relationship might offer. The man in the jacket mentioned Yi Kang's new agricultural corporation, revealing his own deep interest in rice farming. With a confident smile, Yi Kang replied that it was a fortunate coincidence, as his people were undisputed experts in that very field. A nearby blond man in a vest took mental notes, realizing the prince was a source of skilled labor and, perhaps, a potential sponsor for his own ventures. Yi Kang saw the opportunity immediately. Through men like this, he could create pathways to bring more of his Korean compatriots to America. The conversation continued, with the man in the jacket asking where Yi Kang had purchased his land, to which Yi Kang casually replied it was in the Sacramento Basin. A wave of shock and disbelief rippled through the group of men. One smug broker couldn't help but scoff, pitying the foreigner for buying worthless land and patronizingly offering his services to find an honest broker next time. As the broker continued his condescending remarks, Yi Kang fought back a surge of anger, knowing the man was clueless about the immense future value of that very soil. A new man interrupted, directly asking Prince Yi if his interest in rice farming was true. Yi Kang confirmed it was, and then asked the newcomer to identify himself. The man apologized for his forwardness and introduced himself as Aiden, an official from the Land Management Bureau. Yi Kang correctly deduced that Aiden shared his interest in rice, prompting Aiden to ask why the prince was pursuing it. Yi Kang laid out his strategy. With Japan's population booming and their food supply strained, they were a guaranteed export market. He framed rice cultivation in California as a lucrative insurance policy, a point with which Aiden wholeheartedly agreed. Yi Kang then played his trump card, suggesting that control over Japan's food supply could also be used as leverage to curb any future military ambitions, an idea that clearly impressed Aiden. Another guest interjected, arguing that Japan was a friend, but nonetheless conceded that developing the rice industry was a prudent move, a connection Yi Kang filed away for his future political plays. Later, Yi Kang found his aide, Hyun-sik, looking dejected and asked him what was wrong. Hyun-sik lamented that the Minister of Agriculture hadn't shown up, seemingly making their expensive efforts a waste. Yi Kang simply tapped his aide's shoulder, reassuring him that the night was not a total loss. His original plan to directly lobby the Minister for Agricultural Subsidies had indeed failed due to the man's convenient illness. However, Yi Kang considered the new development. The minister had sent a message expressing a strong desire to meet him in Washington, an outcome he now viewed as a much greater opportunity. He told Hyun-sik to focus on the next chance, reminding him that as long as they never gave up, anything was possible. Hyun-sik acknowledged his master's wisdom, and Yi Kang added that he had already subtly planted the idea of subsidies with the governor. Yi Kang confidently remarked that with the recent severity of natural disasters, the government would not be able to ignore the agricultural issue for long. His mind then drifted to the one natural disaster he knew was coming, the one that no one would ever forget, the Great San Francisco earthquake, now only 6 months away. Following the governor's banquet, Prince Yi Kang found himself flooded with invitations from California's most influential figures. However, he quickly realized that most of these influential people were merely seeking his financial support. Yi Kang calmly instructed his aide to put a dinner invitation from a 4-term congressman on hold, refusing to waste resources on meaningless causes. Dismissing another investment proposal, Yi Kang internally labeled them all as swindlers eyeing his fortune. He mused that the rumors of him recklessly buying worthless land in the Sacramento Basin had made him an easy target. Internally, Yi Kang vowed that in a year, those same people would revere him as a real estate genius, just as his aide announced contact from Washington. The aide confirmed that Aiden, the official from the Land Management Bureau, had reached out as expected. Recognizing this as the first truly valuable news, Yi Kang immediately asked what Aiden wanted. After hearing Aiden sought information on rice seeds and Japan's ambitions, Yi Kang ordered his aide to share everything that wasn't a trade secret. Announcing he had a guest to meet, Yi Kang asked if there were any other reports. His aide informed him that the construction of his mansion in Sausalito was in its final stages. Yi Kang reflected on his choice of location, one of the safest areas in California, chosen specifically to protect his people from the great earthquake he knew was coming. He then reminded his aide to secure more insurance policies, privately acknowledging the need to protect his wealth from the impending disaster. Switching to English, Yi Kang greeted his arriving guest. The blond man, introduced as the major gold mine owner Jack Milo, replied that he had just arrived. Yi Kang recalled that Jack, the Gold King, had been the most aggressive in his advances at the governor's party, his interests clearly aligning with the prince's status. When Yi Kang bluntly asked his purpose, Jack mockingly attributed the prince's impatience to his hasty purchase of worthless land, sparking a flash of irritation in Yi Kang. In response, Jack simply presented a document. Yi Kang identified the item as a stock certificate. Jack complimented the prince's sharp eye, while Yi Kang noted the company's name, Oriental United Mining, suggested a connection to mining. The Gold King then directed Yi Kang's attention to the next page, which was an investment prospectus for the company. Yi Kang thoughtfully examined the document before him. His mind raced, noting the name suggested an Asian gold mining company, yet no memories of such a firm came to him. Jack urgently explained the company's main operations were in the Korean Empire, where it owned the lucrative Unsan gold mine. Yi Kang coolly surmised that Jack was there for his advice, a fact the Gold King confirmed, admitting he'd bought a small amount of stock. Jack confessed his uncertainty about acquiring the entire company and asked if the prince knew anything about the Unsan gold mine, his eyes gleaming with golden ambition. Though he remembered nothing, Yi Kang knew admitting ignorance was for amateurs and simply asked Jack for his own opinion. When Jack expressed a preference for seeing things firsthand, Yi Kang logically suggested he visit JOSEON and even offered to inform the embassy. The Gold King hesitated, searching for the right words. Yi Kang's aide then reminded Jack of the prince's well-known trauma from a shipwreck, making it clear that sea travel to JOSEON was impossible for him. When Yi Kang questioned how Jack invested in his other foreign mines without visiting, Jack revealed his method, investing alongside the local privileged class. Yi Kang cut to the chase, confirming that Jack wanted to jointly acquire the Oriental United Mining Company's stocks, a quick conclusion that impressed the Gold King. Jack's associate presented the prepared documents, stating the terms were fair. The proposal Jack handed over detailed a new trust company with rights split evenly, a deal that at first glance seemed incredibly generous. However, Yi Kang's sharp eyes caught a very crafty special clause granting a 75% preemptive right. The clause stipulated that if Yi Kang had to sell his stocks under duress, he would have to offer them to Jack at only 75% of his initial investment. He instantly understood Jack's scheme. The 5-year period was a bet that the spendthrift prince would go bankrupt and be forced to sell. Yi Kang inwardly seethed, realizing both men were scheming behind their polite smiles. An aide, Hyun-sik, then created a timely interruption, citing an urgent insurance matter and allowing Yi Kang to excuse himself for a moment. Stepping aside, Yi Kang immediately asked Hyun-sik about the Unsan gold mine, learning it was a concession given to an American as a reward. As Yi Kang demanded more details, the story he heard became even more appalling. He discovered that the rights to the El Dorado of the East had been practically given away by King Gojong, with even the remaining shares sold off to foreigners. When Hyun-sik asked why he was so interested, Yi Kang simply slid the prospectus over to him. Hyun-sik's face fell as he read the document, confirming that the mine had indeed fallen completely into foreign hands. A determined smile crossed Yi Kang's face as he quietly declared his intention to take it all back. Returning to his guest, Yi Kang apologized for the delay, blaming the finalization of his insurance policies. He then accepted Jack's investment proposal, catching the Gold King by surprise. However, Yi Kang proposed a revision to the first purchase option, suggesting it be lowered to 50% to better reflect the risks of a long-term investment. Believing this was a stroke of luck that gave him an even greater advantage, Jack readily agreed to the adjustment. The Gold King confirmed that with the changes made, they would proceed to establish the trust company and acquire the stocks. Jack then made a sly remark, questioning if the prince's excessive insurance policies were a prelude to insurance fraud due to a shortage of funds. Yi Kang was momentarily stunned, realizing Jack thought he was so out of money he would resort to crime. He considered how his grand projects, sponsoring politicians, building mansions, and buying land, must look like reckless spending to an outsider, making it seem his funds were drying up. Yi Kang coolly deflected the accusation, claiming he was merely following the advice of business partners, even as Jack noted the sheer number of policies was excessive. The prince privately acknowledged the high maintenance costs but knew the premiums were nothing compared to the payout from the San Francisco earthquake, now just 4 months away. With a laugh, Yi Kang suggested Jack should also get insurance for his business, an offer the Gold King flatly refused. Jack declared insurance a scam and stated his preference to trust himself, a foolish boast that made Yi Kang realize he would gain control of their venture sooner than expected. Believing Yi Kang needed funds, Jack offered to introduce him not to more insurance, but to a very reliable banker. Yi Kang named the man, Amedeo Peter Giannini, a name that clearly startled Jack. This was the legendary founder of the Bank of Italy, the precursor to the Bank of America and one of the 20th century's greatest bankers. Feigning ignorance, Yi Kang asked if Jack was interested in an introduction to this future financial giant. Eagerly, Jack accepted, asking to meet him as soon as possible. Yi Kang's mind celebrated the victory. This meeting was a crucial key to pioneering the American financial system, an opportunity he had to seize. He had been waiting for contact, needing to meet Giannini before the earthquake, but had heard nothing until this moment. As if on cue, an aide rushed in, announcing that a message from Giannini's side had just arrived. Yi Kang internally smirked, reflecting on how he had to repeatedly urge Jack to make the contact that finally secured this pivotal meeting. Preparing to depart, Yi Kang steeled himself for the next challenge, winning over the man who would soon change the face of American finance. 1 month later, Kaplan delivered a report on Giannini to Prince Yi Kang, who accepted the document with a word of thanks. As Yi Kang reviewed the pages, he reflected that background research was essential before any meeting, prompting Kaplan to question if the banker was truly worth such significant effort. A knowing smirk graced Yi Kang's lips as he affirmed Giannini's importance, praising him as one of the few truly forward-thinking men of their time. Kaplan conceded that Giannini took bold steps, but admitted they sometimes seemed more naive than innovative. Yi Kang countered that it was precisely this boldness that would make Giannini great, explaining his revolutionary practice of issuing credit loans to the working class, a system unheard of in an era where banking was a privilege of the elite. The red-haired aide still couldn't grasp the logic, questioning how such a system could be profitable if merchants failed to repay their debts. Yi Kang explained that while an ordinary person would think that way, Giannini's bold bet had paid off spectacularly, transforming his initial $10,000 capital into $1 million in just 1 year. Though impressed, Kaplan remained uneasy, worrying that a loan system so modern would be too difficult for the people of this era to understand. He then asked if Yi Kang's goal was to borrow money, but the prince clarified his true intention, to bring Giannini to his side or, at the very least, become his business partner. Kaplan voiced his doubt, recalling that Giannini famously disliked concentrated management power and would likely resist any investor's influence, a fact Yi Kang already knew well. Indeed, it was Giannini's lifelong principle that no single person should control the financial industry, leading him to cap share ownership in his own Bank of Italy at 100 shares, even for himself. Yi Kang had spent countless nights devising a plan that would satisfy them both, one where Giannini would manage, and he would make money. With unshakable confidence, Yi Kang assured his aide that Giannini would have no choice but to accept the investment terms he was about to propose. At the Bank of Italy, Amedeo Peter Giannini formally welcomed His Highness, the Prince. He introduced himself as the head of the bank, his presence commanding the humble office. As Prince Yi Kang returned the greeting, one of Giannini's associates reeled in shock, stunned that such an esteemed guest was present and recalling rumors that the prince had a foul mouth. Wasting no time, Giannini stated that Jack had told him about the prince, bluntly asking if he was in urgent need of money, which visibly startled Yi Kang's entourage. Yi Kang calmly corrected the assumption, explaining that there had been a misunderstanding and he simply wished for an introduction. Giannini pressed further, his gaze sharp as he questioned if the prince truly wasn't in need of funds. Yi Kang wryly noted the banker's directness, to which Giannini retorted that no matter how one phrased it, the meaning remained the same. Deciding to meet bluntness with bluntness, Yi Kang declared his true purpose: he wanted to invest around $100,000 in Giannini's bank. A heavy silence fell upon the room as Giannini processed the shocking offer. Yi Kang calmly leaned forward, asking the banker for his thoughts on the proposal. The quiet stretched on, thick with tension and unspoken disbelief. Finally, Giannini broke into laughter, telling the prince he had a real knack for jokes to suggest investing in a bank that had been open for less than a year. While his associates joined in the laughter, Yi Kang remained perfectly still, his expression unbreakably serious. The laughter died in Giannini's throat as he realized the prince was not joking and asked if he was truly serious, receiving a simple, firm yes in response. His demeanor now completely changed. Giannini demanded to know why Yi Kang would make such a generous offer when they had only just met. Yi Kang replied that he had heard the rumors of a man who turned a $10,000 bank into $1 million business in a single year. He flattered the banker, calling him the man of $1 million, and praising his bank's outstanding management. Privately, Yi Kang knew high society was not yet aware of these rumors, but he hoped the compliment would be enough to win the banker over. Sensing Giannini was still hesitant, the prince decided to deploy a more convincing argument, posing a question about the future of the American financial industry. Giannini chuckled and claimed his lack of education left him ignorant on the matter, but Yi Kang confidently declared that the entire system would soon undergo a complete transformation. Intrigued, Giannini asked the prince what he meant. Yi Kang explained that while banks were currently restricted to a single branch, the federal government would inevitably permit them to establish branches nationwide, much like in Canada. Noting Giannini's familiarity with the Canadian system, Yi Kang acknowledged the banker's foresight but warned that achieving such a system in the U.S. would not be easy. He reminded him that the current president, Theodore Roosevelt, was famously wary of corporate monopolization. Giannini agreed with this assessment, but Yi Kang delivered his first surprise, stating it would not be Roosevelt, but the next president, who would usher in the change. Giannini's men pointed out that Roosevelt's aide, Taft, was the front-runner, to which Yi Kang agreed, stating that was precisely why it would happen. The prince then asked rhetorically if they truly believed Taft, once president himself, would continue to obediently follow Roosevelt's orders. Giannini, now completely engrossed, asked how Yi Kang could possibly be so certain of this. Yi Kang laid out the cold logic of power: a new leader's first act is to erase the influence of his predecessor to consolidate his own authority. With Roosevelt's popularity sure to linger, Taft would be forced to act quickly to prevent his own position from weakening. The prince predicted that Taft would inevitably turn to Wall Street for support, and the financial titans would not offer their backing for free. Giannini immediately understood, voicing the conclusion that Wall Street's demand would be nationwide branch banking, which Yi Kang confirmed was their plan to control the country through the flow of money. Conceding the inevitability of bank expansion, Giannini returned to his original question, still unable to see why Yi Kang wanted to invest specifically in him. Yi Kang called him a maverick and an innovator who could survive the coming upheaval, adding that perhaps it was because they thought alike, a sentiment that visibly struck a chord with the banker. Giannini admitted that this was, in fact, quite an interesting reason, much to the prince's satisfaction. Yi Kang pushed for a decision, asking once more if he would accept the investment, but Giannini shocked him by firmly saying no to the $100,000 offer. The banker explained that accepting such a large sum would force him to violate his core principle by granting a single investor more than 100 shares. This was the moment Yi Kang had been waiting for. He calmly retrieved a document, proposing an alternative solution: preferred stock. As Giannini questioned the term, Yi Kang began to explain that preferred stock holds the same monetary value as common stock. He then revealed the crucial distinction: unlike common stock, it carries no voting rights, thus granting no say in management, while still providing dividends from company profits. With a confident smile, Yi Kang laid out his masterful proposal. He would purchase 100 common shares and 3,000 preferred shares for $100,000, perfectly bypassing Giannini's rule. Giannini's mind raced as he grasped the elegant brilliance of the offer. His bank would receive vital funds to expand, while the prince would profit without interfering in his management. But Yi Kang wasn't finished, stating that such a large investment came with two non-negotiable conditions. The first was that any future issuance of preferred stock would require his personal approval, and the second, that any split of common stock must be equally applied to the preferred stock. Giannini could only marvel at the proposal, acknowledging it was a perfectly crafted offer that satisfied both of their philosophies and interests. He admitted that it was an incredibly attractive proposition, but he could not accept it on the spot. The banker formally requested time to discuss the groundbreaking offer with his shareholders before making a final decision. Yi Kang graciously understood and took his leave for the day, with Giannini promising to give his answer as soon as possible. As he departed, Yi Kang's thoughts turned to the near future, envisioning the day the great earthquake would strike San Francisco, sending its small merchants scrambling for loans. In his vision, the Bank of Italy stood as the only institution willing to lend them the money needed to rebuild their shattered lives. Yi Kang mused that when that day came, and Giannini finally accepted his offer, the terms would be even more favorable to him, for the banker had hesitated when given the first chance. He steeled his resolve, knowing that he, like Giannini, must do whatever it takes to protect his own people and secure their future. The story continues at Prince Yi Kang's Grand Sausalito estate. Arriving guests were awestruck by the sheer scale of the residence, whispering that it was as magnificent as a palace. The children, filled with excitement, saw the vast grounds as a perfect playground for a full day of hide-and-seek. Yi Kang confirmed with his bespectacled aide that the Korean community of San Francisco had gathered, privately hoping the day would offer them a brief, joyful respite from their struggles. The aide praised the prince's profound compassion, but Yi Kang cryptically replied that the picnic was merely an excuse for something more. His true purpose, he reflected, was to shelter his people by keeping them as far away from the impending disaster as possible. At that moment, Wu Sa approached, informing the prince that he had brought someone important to meet him. Wu Sa formally introduced the esteemed activist JOSEON on Chang-ho, while another man, Wu Song Park Young-man, enthusiastically expressed his honor at meeting the prince. Yi Kang warmly welcomed them both, expressing his wish for them to have a pleasant day at his home. However, Park Young-man immediately seized the opportunity to pose a serious question to the prince. Park Young-man inquired about the fine rifles carried by some of the men, to which Yi Kang's aide explained they were purchased for security due to the city's worsening crime rate. Park Young-man then declared his own desire to acquire many more rifles, prompting on Chang-ho to humorously ask if he intended to become an arms dealer. Abandoning any pretense, Park Young-man revealed his true ambition, to form an armed resistance and punish the collaborators who aligned with Japan. Yi Kang recognized the deep ideological chasm between Park Young-man's advocacy for force and Syngman Rhee's focus on diplomacy, realizing he had to prevent this division from fracturing the Korean community. His aide noticed his contemplative silence, but Yi Kang deflected, claiming he was simply thinking about the situation back in Hawaii. The aide happily reassured him that the Hapsong Association was being managed well by Im Young-soo and Young Myung-won. Indeed, the two leaders shared a common goal and were working together in perfect harmony. Relieved, Yi Kang solidified his resolve to prevent internal divisions before announcing he had an important proposal for everyone gathered. He declared his intent to establish a cooperative association, explaining to a questioning Park Young-man that its purpose was to help their people survive and prosper in this foreign land. The prince knew a new agricultural law would soon pass that would facilitate his plan, which would not only support Korean businesses but also serve as a foundation for his own power. One of the guests was moved to tears by his apparent generosity, causing Yi Kang to feel a twinge of guilt over the self-interest hidden beneath his altruism. As night fell, a quiet stillness settled over the expansive Sausalito estate. Inside, Yi Kang watched the clock approach 5 a.m., momentarily wondering if he should have fled to avoid the catastrophe he knew was coming. He quickly cast the doubt aside, reaffirming his duty to protect his home and his people, determined to turn this disaster into a powerful opportunity. Bracing himself for the inevitable, the prince began a silent countdown in his mind. A deep, violent rumble suddenly shook the very ground beneath him, and Yi Kang knew it had finally begun. His attendants screamed for him to take cover as the world began to fall apart. The mansion shook violently and the aide lunged to protect the prince, while outside, guests scattered in sheer panic. A suffocating pressure crushed down on Yi Kang, triggering a traumatic memory from his past life as Park Byung-jun. In a flash, he saw the face of Park Byung-jun, trapped and helpless in the midst of a collapsing structure. When the shaking momentarily ceased, a young man nearby cautiously wondered if it was over. The danger had not passed, as a massive pillar began to topple, and a concerned aide screamed for the prince's safety. The aide's terrified shouts for His Highness echoed through the crumbling room. Having survived the initial impact, Yi Kang pushed himself up and immediately began issuing orders to check for fires and gather the residents. By dawn, the Korean immigrants had assembled, and a report confirmed that the earthquake-resistant estate had sustained only minimal damage. The prince, relieved, immediately ordered guards to secure the property against potential rioters, authorizing warning shots if necessary. Despite their safety, despair began to creep in as the survivors realized their homes and worldly possessions were all gone. Yi Kang addressed the gathered crowd, confirming that a massive earthquake had indeed struck San Francisco. As panic rippled through the people, he quickly reminded those who had taken his earlier advice to purchase fire insurance that they were protected. For those without it, he promised the new cooperative association would provide loans for rebuilding, earning their tearful gratitude. He then pivoted, asking them to set aside their worries for the day and lend him their help. With a voice full of purpose, Yi Kang declared that they were about to begin rescue operations. That afternoon, they commenced relief efforts in the devastated areas near Sausalito, finding a landscape of collapsed buildings and raging fires. The team worked tirelessly, pulling survivors from wooden debris, distributing vital food and water, and tending to the wounded. From the rubble, they rescued a man who introduced himself as Albert Nathaniel, the editor of the Daily San Francisco. Yi Kang introduced himself in turn, and Nathaniel immediately recognized him as the rumored Korean prince. The editor expressed his utter astonishment that a royal was personally leading relief efforts, and Yi Kang's aide confirmed they were helping since their own community was largely unharmed. Nathaniel insisted that the world needed to hear this incredible story, a sentiment Yi Kang's aide wholeheartedly encouraged. Yi Kang smiled humbly, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, but Nathaniel insisted that the prince's willingness to risk his life was truly inspiring. The prince understood that if this story spread, the reputation of all Koreans in America could drastically improve. He knew that Roosevelt's original immigration law would have barred Koreans, but now, he saw a path to ensure they would be included alongside the Japanese. Yi Kang urged the editor to write their story, framing their actions as a simple duty to help one another in a time of crisis. When the relief operations in Sausalito were nearly complete, an aide asked the prince for their next move. Yi Kang announced it was time for Phase 2 of his plan. They would now move into the heart of San Francisco. They prepared to continue their rescue efforts across the bay, heading directly into the city's inferno. Upon arriving at a smoldering ruin, one of his men looked on in confusion, questioning their location. Yi Kang explained it was his now-destroyed lumber warehouse, but coolly added that it was covered by 5 separate fire insurance policies before ordering the group deeper into the city. As they advanced, they joined groups of citizens desperately trying to battle the uncontrollable fires sweeping through the streets. Amidst the chaos, Yi Kang scanned the horizon, searching for a pivotal event he knew from his timeline was supposed to occur. Suddenly, a shout cut through the roar of the flames, confirming that what he was waiting for had appeared. Yi Kang's eyes locked onto the approaching figure, recognizing that the second phase of his plan was now in motion. Just as he had predicted, a man on a horse-drawn wagon was defiantly making his way into the hellish inferno, and Giannini called out a welcome. Prince Yi Kang's grand design for the San Francisco earthquake was twofold: first, to elevate the reputation of all Koreans, and second, to forge an unbreakable alliance. As the earth settled, the roar of the inferno echoed through the ruined streets. Giannini greeted the prince with a weary smile, acknowledging it had been some time since they last met. Yi Kang inquired about Giannini's destination, and the banker's one-word reply confirmed the prince's second objective was now in motion: strengthening his bond with Giannini. Sensing the banker's distress, Yi Kang offered his assurance, stating plainly that he was not an enemy. The prince then commanded one of Giannini's men to turn around, surprised by the man's swift obedience. Yi Kang casually advised Giannini to avoid the main path to the bank due to the fires, which prompted a shocked outburst from the banker, who demanded to know how the prince knew his plans. One of Yi Kang's men, a man in a hat, calmly explained that a bank president's first priority in a disaster would naturally be securing assets and preparing for a bank run. Giannini conceded the point, affirming their need to brace for a mass withdrawal of deposits. Taking charge, Yi Kang declared that as an investor, he would help, instructing the banker to first head to the docks. There, Yi Kang revealed barrels of salted fish, explaining he had stockpiled them for his people in anticipation of food prices skyrocketing. When Giannini questioned the strange gift, the prince reminded him that in the wake of the quake, San Francisco had become a lawless zone. The man in the hat elaborated on the danger, pointing out that a guarded cart was an open invitation for looters. Yi Kang then revealed his ingenious plan: hide the money beneath the foul-smelling fish barrels, a hiding spot no looter would ever think to check. The man in the hat urged Giannini's men to waste no time and follow the prince's orders. With a quick farewell, Giannini's group departed, their cart now carrying a strange and pungent cargo. 4 hours later, a familiar voice called out to the prince, and one of his aides recognized it immediately. An ecstatic Giannini rushed back to announce that, thanks to Yi Kang, the plan had been a complete success. Yi Kang calmly accepted the news, pleased that everything had gone well. The prince's strategy had worked flawlessly, as looters did indeed stop the cart on its journey. However, repulsed by the stench of salted fish, the would-be thieves never bothered to look beneath the barrels. Giannini expressed his profound gratitude, acknowledging that the prince's foresight had saved his bank's assets. One of Yi Kang's men then raised a valid concern, worrying that looters might still track the money to Giannini's home. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Kang graciously offered to store the funds at his own secure estate. Upon learning the estate was conveniently located just across the river, Giannini eagerly accepted the ideal solution. Soon after, the banker's men were seen boarding a ship, transporting the bank's assets to the safety of Yi Kang's property. Aboard the vessel, Giannini finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Yi Kang's aide saw the moment as an opportunity for something more. The aide leaned in and suggested that with the banker's trust at its absolute peak, now was the perfect time to close their pending investment deal. Yi Kang recalled how Giannini had chuckled and immediately signed the modified contract, agreeing to every new condition without the slightest hesitation. In the 4 days that passed since the earthquake, Yi Kang continued his public rescue operations while privately assessing his own damages. He coolly calculated the financial benefits from the destruction, learning that only the cotton and lumber in his warehouses had survived the disaster. When a worker asked for instructions, Yi Kang ordered that all surviving goods be donated to the city and that the press be immediately notified. Despite his assistant's surprise, the prince was firm, wanting the donation to be announced as aid for those who had lost their homes. As he worked to solidify the positive image he'd built, his red-haired assistant reported that Giannini was requesting to rent one of his warehouses by the docks. The assistant explained that looters had attacked and burned the Bank of Italy, leading Yi Kang to realize Giannini needed a new place to conduct business. Yi Kang immediately instructed his aide, Hyun-sik, to lease a strategically located warehouse to the beleaguered banker. He also sent a message that he would visit in 2 days, and the scene shifted to the bank's bustling new temporary location. A sign declared that the Bank of Italy was now operating 7 days a week from a pier on the docks. Inside, a bank employee struggled to manage the desperate crowd, shouting for them to form an orderly line for loans. One of Yi Kang's men watched the chaotic scene, remarking that it looked more like a marketplace than a bank. A loan officer greeted a familiar face, Mr. Franco, and sympathetically discussed how the earthquake had destroyed his business and his need for a new loan. With a nod of trust, the officer approved a $300 loan for Mr. Franco at the standard interest rate. Yi Kang's aide watched in puzzlement, questioning the unusual practice of giving loans based on personal acquaintance rather than formal procedure. Just then, a man with a prominent cheek scar angrily confronted the officer, demanding a loan and accusing the bank of discrimination. The loan officer flatly refused, reminding the man of his reputation for gambling and consistently late repayments. The officer bluntly stated the bank's policy: they would not lend to those who wasted their money on gambling, alcohol, and women. Defeated, the man with the scar hurled insults at the bankers and stormed out of the warehouse. One of Yi Kang's entourage observed that the bank staff seemed to possess detailed records on most of San Francisco's residents. In an era before credit scores, this intimate knowledge of their client's character was the bank's primary method for judging trustworthiness. This personal approach marked the fundamental gap between Giannini's revolutionary bank and its traditional competitors. While other banks demanded solid collateral, Giannini's Bank of Italy pioneered a system of trust that would eventually transform it into one of America's largest financial institutions, Bank of America. Yi Kang arrived to a warm welcome from Giannini, who gushed that the warehouse location was fantastic for business. After expressing his gratitude for the prince's earlier advice, Yi Kang offered another tip: invest in fire insurance as a precaution. The prince then slyly admitted he was partly justifying his own heavy investment in insurance but left the decision entirely up to Giannini. Changing the subject, Giannini casually mentioned that the gold magnate Jack Milo had been borrowing large sums of money from everyone recently. Yi Kang immediately understood the implications. The earthquake's massive impact would have spread far, surely affecting Jack Milo's mines in California. The prince deduced that Jack was now desperate for capital to restore his operations, and a certain easily liquidated trust fund was likely in his sights. As Yi Kang inwardly schemed that the Unsan gold mine would soon be his, a butler rushed in, shouting that there was an emergency. A panicked bank employee informed Giannini that their liquid assets were nearly gone, as word had spread among customers, triggering a panic. Giannini was furious that the employee announced the crisis in front of the crowd, but the man insisted the money had dried up far faster than anyone expected. Recognizing that he was the only one in a position to offer real help, Yi Kang decided to intervene once more to secure his future plans. Striding confidently into the heart of the chaos, he silenced the crowd and introduced himself: "I am Yi Kang, Prince of the Korean Empire." Confusion rippled through the onlookers until someone recognized his face from the newspapers, identifying him as the celebrated hero of Sausalito. With all eyes now fixed on him, Yi Kang prepared to address the anxious citizens of San Francisco. Yi Kang formally introduced himself as a prince of the Korean Empire and requested permission to address the anxious crowd. As the crowd murmured in response, Yi Kang acknowledged the immense suffering everyone was enduring. He spoke of how the sudden disaster had stolen so much from them in an instant, voicing his understanding of their despair and hopelessness. Yet, he commended their resilience, noting that their presence at the Bank of Italy's temporary pier location proved they refused to give up on starting again. The prince then directly addressed their frustration, acknowledging the bitter disappointment of arriving for a loan only to be turned away empty-handed. As impatience rippled through the crowd, Yi Kang calmly told them not to worry, referencing a promise he had made to the bank's president. In a stunning announcement, Yi Kang declared his intent to deposit $300,000 of his personal funds into the bank, leaving Giannini utterly speechless. As Giannini processed the staggering figure, a hopeful citizen asked if this meant loans would be easier to get, to which Yi Kang replied he had one favor to ask in return. He urged those with spare funds to make even a small deposit and for borrowers to take only what they needed, ensuring everyone had a chance to recover. The crowd, completely won over by his speech, readily agreed to his proposal, their mood transformed by his leadership. Giannini expressed his profound admiration for the prince's selfless kindness, vowing that his gratitude would soon become outright admiration. 3 days later, a relieved Giannini exclaimed that thanks to His Highness, the bank could finally breathe again. Yi Kang noted that he'd heard about an influx of new customers, and Giannini confirmed this too was a direct result of the prince's actions. One new depositor explained that word of the prince's generosity had spread, inspiring many others to contribute what little they had. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Giannini wondered aloud how he could ever repay such a debt, prompting a thoughtful response from the prince. Yi Kang simply stated that the only repayment he required was for Giannini to ensure the bank flourished and grew the prince's own assets. After telling the banker to pay it back over time, Yi Kang announced they were heading into the city, leaving a curious Giannini to question why. The prince revealed his next objective, to collect his fire insurance payouts at the San Francisco branch of Commercial Union Insurance. Arriving at the pact office, Giannini observed the massive crowd, and Yi Kang agreed that they seemed to be quite late. Yi Kang coolly assessed the chaotic scene, surmising that getting his payout today was going to be a significant challenge. Suddenly, an official-looking man welcomed the prince warmly, much to Giannini's confusion. Giannini recognized the man as Madrid, the branch manager for Commercial Union, who in turn acknowledged the bank president's presence. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, identifying Yi Kang as the famed hero of Sausalito, and noting that even a prince was struggling after the disaster. Madrid then offered to personally assist His Highness with the claim process, allowing him to bypass the long, frustrated queue. Yi Kang immediately saw the danger in this offer, knowing that people who had been waiting for hours would deeply resent him for cutting the line. The backlash would be even worse for a supposed hero of the disaster, making Madrid's seemingly kind gesture a carefully laid trap for his reputation. Politely declining, Yi Kang insisted on waiting in line like everyone else, stating he could not use his status to take the place of those who had come before him. A subtle, knowing smile played on Yi Kang's lips as he deftly navigated the social minefield. While his aide urged him to reconsider, Giannini stepped in, telling Madrid to forget it as the prince was not one to go back on his word. Yi Kang laughed it off, reassuring them he was perfectly fine and would simply wait his turn with the others. As they settled into wait, Yi Kang's aide suddenly noticed a man in the crowd scribbling in a notebook and wondered with suspicion who he was. The aide's mind raced, questioning if the man was a journalist or someone sent to watch them, resolving to be far more careful. Giannini decided to wait with the prince as well, remarking that it worked out perfectly as he had wanted to speak with him anyway. The prince welcomed the company, a pleasant smile gracing his face as his plan continued to unfold. Internally, Yi Kang noted the advantage of having the branch manager waiting with them, as the insurance staff worked frantically to speed up the line. After 3 excruciating hours of non-stop conversation, Madrid finally announced it was the prince's turn, much to Yi Kang's mental exhaustion. Madrid then cordially invited His Highness to proceed to the office to handle his claim away from the public eye. Leaving Giannini to oversee the branch floor, Madrid personally escorted the prince to a private office. Once inside, Madrid sat down at his desk and promptly asked for the prince's documents. Yi Kang presented a formidable stack of paperwork, containing all his insurance certificates and related documentation. The branch manager remarked on the excessive number of policies, to which Yi Kang casually explained that every acquaintance he met had insisted he get insured. He recalled how people had treated him like a fool after his Sacramento land purchases, leading to a swarm of insurance brokers he placated by buying their policies. Yi Kang claimed he only bought them out of politeness, but the earthquake had unexpectedly turned them into a jackpot, offering records that Madrid quickly insisted were unnecessary. Madrid explained that he couldn't possibly be suspicious, citing the prince's widely reported humanitarian efforts since the disaster. The manager cautiously noted that the total claim amount was quite high, but Yi Kang cut him off, feigning sympathy for the company's difficult position. The prince magnanimously told Madrid to take his time with the calculations, assuring him there was no rush. As the manager worked, Yi Kang privately gloated, knowing he had taken out similarly sized policies with 17 different insurance companies. Madrid returned to announce the estimated payout from their branch was $120,000, as Yi Kang mentally calculated his total future windfall of $3.5 million. The branch manager then began to apologize hesitantly, leading Yi Kang to ask pointedly if there was a problem. Madrid tried to downplay the issue, but it was clear he was building up to an inconvenient request. He was asking if the prince, given the company's low cash reserves, would be willing to wait for his payout, and Yi Kang immediately understood he was being manipulated. Realizing they thought his considerate nature made him an easy target, Yi Kang coolly asked if they intended to pay all other claims first and leave him for last. Madrid shamefully admitted that was their hope, to which the prince unexpectedly responded, "Fine, I'll do that." As a relieved Madrid praised his generosity, Yi Kang clarified his terms, stating that he would accept forms of payment other than cash. The confused branch manager asked what he meant, so the prince repeated his willingness to accept compensation in alternative forms. Yi Kang specified that he would accept stocks, bonds, or even real estate. In fact, he particularly welcomed real estate. He made it clear that as long as he received his compensation soon, he was entirely willing to negotiate the method of payment. The prince even offered to handle the considerable effort of converting those assets into cash himself, laying his trap perfectly. Yi Kang knew a company like Commercial Union wasn't truly out of money, but merely trying to exploit him, so he decided to take their other valuable assets instead. Understanding that any weakness shown here would be exploited by all other companies, he promptly demanded to see a list of the insurer's assets. A heavy silence filled the office as the cornered branch manager stood frozen before the seated prince. Yi Kang pressed his advantage, coldly asking if Madrid intended to just tell him to accept whatever the company offered. Stuttering, Madrid denied this, weakly claiming his recent transfer from Washington meant he was unfamiliar with the local branch's assets. The prince feigned understanding but then set a firm deadline, stating he would wait only until the end of the week for a resolution. In the meantime, Yi Kang commanded, Madrid was to provide a complete list of all accessible assets, warning that failure would mean he expected his full payout in cash. Prince Yi Kang delivered his ultimatum: they would either provide a list of transferable assets, or pay his claim in cash. In the end, the insurance company folded, offering him a newly built building conveniently located near the Korean Empire Embassy in Washington, D.C. This victory set a powerful precedent, compelling other insurance companies to begin settling their payments with land or stocks as well. Back in his office, Yi Kang instructed his aide to classify the car stocks they had acquired separately, noting his plan to sell them by the end of the year. The bespectacled aide expressed his surprise, having assumed the prince's known fondness for automobiles meant he would keep the shares. Yi Kang silently acknowledged that his predecessor's interest in cars was a trait they shared, but his own goals were vastly different. He knew a bank panic was coming in 1907 that would render the stocks worthless, making it imperative to sell them before the crash. With that matter settled, the prince asked his aide for their next destination, which was confirmed to be Lloyd's of London. Eager to resolve the last of his claims, Yi Kang agreed to get ready and depart immediately. As the prince arrived at the Lloyd's office, a woman in a beige outfit spotted him and excitedly announced his presence. A crowd of distressed Koreans immediately swarmed him, pleading for the prince to help their cause. One man explained that Lloyd's was refusing to pay their claims and that the language barrier was preventing any progress. Recognizing the blatant discrimination, Yi Kang reassured the crowd that he would use their documents to personally collect the insurance payments they were owed. Overwhelmed with relief, the people expressed their profound gratitude, wondering how they could ever repay his kindness. Just then, a man named Aaron stepped forward hesitantly, asking if he too might request a favor. Yi Kang, addressing him by name, couldn't help but wonder at the man's deeply serious expression. Aaron explained that the family of a woman he was courting, along with many other immigrants, faced a plight identical to that of the Koreans. The prince internally weighed the request, knowing that helping them could be beneficial, but questioning if he should extend his representative duties beyond his own people. An aide suddenly interrupted to announce a call from San Francisco, though Yi Kang initially tried to dismiss him to finish his conversation. The aide insisted, however, clarifying that the mayor himself was calling, a fact that convinced Yi Kang of the call's importance. Prioritizing the urgent summons, the prince promised Aaron he would review the documents later, earning a heartfelt thank you in return. After a short walk down the hall, the prince took the call, a confident smile gracing his lips. Following his conversation, Yi Kang traveled to the state office in Sacramento, where he was formally welcomed by California Governor George Pardee and San Francisco Mayor Eugene Schmidt. The prince exchanged warm greetings with the governor and the mayor, who humbly apologized for only being able to offer such a reception during difficult times. Yi Kang graciously downplayed the gesture, insisting that the invitation alone was an honor, and that receiving a plaque of appreciation was far too much. As he anticipated, the mayor announced the plaque would be presented at an official meeting to honor the prince's considerable donations and service to the city's citizens. Now a year into inhabiting Yi Kang's body, the protagonist felt a surge of happiness at having his name formally etched into a public event. He suspected this was a prelude to a request for political donations for the upcoming election, but he nevertheless accepted the honor with grace. Governor Pardee then declared it was time for the real discussion to begin, and Yi Kang braced himself for their true intentions to be revealed. The governor formally asked the prince to take on the role of vice chair of the Special Committee for the Reconstruction of San Francisco, a proposal Yi Kang immediately recognized as a golden opportunity. Agreeing to help in any way he could, the prince was met with the governor's enthusiastic reply that he would be a great support to the cause. The mayor then apologized for not being able to offer the chairmanship, but Yi Kang simply laughed, stating that the work itself was more important than any title. He reflected internally that for an Oriental to be appointed vice chairman in this era was a huge step, as the governor openly praised the prince's admirable perspective. When the governor immediately ushered him towards the waiting committee, Yi Kang wryly realized they had orchestrated the situation to ensure he would accept. Entering the crowded meeting room, the governor proudly introduced the prince as the committee's new vice chairman, Yi Kang. The prince surveyed the room full of influential figures, his eyes landing on the Gold King, who gave him a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Recognizing powerful men he had only read about in newspapers, Yi Kang understood that simply building connections here would be a massive boon to his cause. As he took his seat, he couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the chairman, who still hadn't made an appearance. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a man strode in, unapologetically announcing that he was late. While the governor grumbled about the man's tardiness, the prince simply watched, curious about the newcomer. The man curtly introduced himself as the chairman, Abe Luff, before fixing his gaze on Yi Kang. The governor, flustered, tried to smooth over the tension by formally introducing the two men. He clarified that Abe Luff was not only the committee chairman but also the chairman of the California Republican Party and its nomination committee. Attempting to excuse Luff's cold demeanor as shyness, the governor's efforts were lost on the prince, who noted how both politicians carefully avoided the chairman's gaze. Yi Kang attempted to begin the meeting by deferring to the chairman, but Abe Luff merely stared back in stony silence. Fed up with the obvious hostility, the prince decided he couldn't just rely on the governor and mayor, and directly confronted Luff about his clear animosity. Chairman Luff bluntly confirmed he had a problem, prompting the prince to ask if it was because he was an Oriental. The chairman declared that having the prince on the committee would not help in the next election. A bewildered Yi Kang demanded to know what his presence had to do with an election. The mayor tried to intervene and defend the prince, but Luff furiously shouted him down, enraged that an Oriental had been invited despite his strong opposition. With a jolt, the infuriated chairman shot up from his chair. Declaring the meeting a farce, Abe Luff stormed out of the room, ignoring the mayor's frantic pleas for him to stay. As the door slammed shut, the mayor could only seethe, silently cursing the chairman's outrageous behavior. The mayor began to apologize profusely, but the prince remained calm, stating he was more curious about the deep-rooted hostility toward Orientals. The mayor began to explain that during the recent earthquake, the City Hall's records office had caught fire. In the ensuing chaos, he continued, illegal Chinese immigrants had forged documents to claim citizenship while also stealing relief supplies intended for victims. Handing the prince a newspaper detailing the events, the mayor concluded that these incidents were the reason immigration laws had become so discriminatory. He offered a small comfort by clarifying that Koreans, at least, were not subject to such misunderstandings, which brought the prince a sliver of relief. With the chairman's dramatic departure, the mayor declared that the vice chairman would now have to lead the meeting, a responsibility Yi Kang readily accepted. Stepping up to the podium, Yi Kang formally introduced himself as the vice chairman and officially called the Reconstruction Committee meeting to order. From the audience, a man with a mustache watched thoughtfully, concluding with certainty that Abe Loof was going to be an obstacle to all his future plans. Following the tumultuous Reconstruction Committee meeting, the prince's plans were set in motion at the Sacramento Hotel. One of Prince Yi Kang's aides reviewed his initial findings on their new adversary, questioning if Abe Loof was both a lawyer and a lobbyist. The aide confirmed he had investigated Loof as ordered, while his colleague in a vest added that most major businesses in San Francisco were connected to the chairman. The first aide remarked that this level of influence was typical for lobbyists, who skillfully navigated the fine line between legal action and outright corruption. As the narrator explained, once these figures gained enough power, they would begin to openly manipulate politicians to serve their own ends. However, some, like Loof, chose to remain in the shadows, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The narration confirmed that Abe Loof had indeed chosen this more clandestine path to power. Relaying Prince Yi Kang's orders, an attendant instructed his men to dig deeper into Abe Loof's background, an order which his subordinate immediately acknowledged. The attendant then instructed another aide to invite a specific list of people to Sacramento for a meeting in 1 week's time. A sly grin spread across Prince Yi Kang's face as he recalled Loof calling him incompetent, vowing to show the chairman his true capabilities on the political stage. 1 week later at Yi Kang's Sacramento estate, the top insurance executives in California gathered, murmuring that refusing an invitation from the vice chairman would be foolish. Prince Yi Kang strode confidently toward the assembled men, thanking them all for attending on such short notice. He acknowledged that the sudden summons may have surprised them, but explained that the matter was too urgent to delay. The executives whispered amongst themselves, with one man asking another if he had any idea what the prince was about to propose. It was a critical time, as the banks were set to resume operations next week, but that alone would not be enough for the disaster victims to recover. Therefore, Prince Yi Kang formally requested the cooperation of all insurance representatives, pleading with them to ensure swift payouts for the victims. A wave of murmurs and anxious whispers filled the crowded room. A man with dark hair spoke up, arguing it wasn't so easy to do with the sheer volume of claims being filed, a sentiment his colleague quickly echoed. The prince then turned his attention to Sir William of Lloyd's Insurance, which was handling the largest payouts, and directly asked for his company's stance. Feeling the weight of every eye in the room, Sir William hesitated, visibly anxious about the decision he was being forced to make. In the present, Sir William announced his full support for the vice-chairman's proposal, as the scene flashed back to a private meeting 10 hours earlier. In that prior meeting, Prince Yi Kang had personally welcomed Sir William, who expressed what an honor it was to meet the famous prince. With royal grace, the prince returned the sentiment and gestured for his esteemed guest to take a seat. Sir William remarked with genuine surprise on the flawlessness of His Highness's British accent. Internally, Yi Kang was relieved his practice had paid off, while outwardly he stated that royalty must always maintain their dignity, a response Sir William deemed fittingly noble. The prince privately scoffed at the man's aristocratic mindset but knew it kept him from being underestimated as he prepared to discuss the real matter at hand. Cutting to the chase, Sir William asked if the prince had called him for a personal matter or an official one. Noting the man's impatience, Yi Kang replied that it was both, but they would begin with the official business first. The prince laid out his plan, stating he would propose expediting insurance payouts for disaster victims at the upcoming meeting. He then directly asked Sir William to support this proposal when the time came. Sir William's brown-haired associate sighed, pointing out that with $50 million in liabilities, it was not a decision they could take lightly. Yi Kang swiftly countered, arguing that while the short-term losses would be significant, it would ultimately be profitable by solidifying Lloyd's dominance in the US and global markets. He explained that the earthquake had made the public acutely aware of the need for all types of insurance, from fire to automobile and health. In these emerging markets, the prince argued, trust would become the most valuable asset, and a reputation for paying out quickly would be priceless. With rising passion, Yi Kang declared that customers would place their absolute trust in Lloyd's, a trust that would continuously attract a flood of new clients. He further elaborated that if the largest insurance company initiated payouts, smaller firms with fewer reserves would be forced to follow and ultimately go bankrupt. The prince framed this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate their competitors and absorb their entire customer base in one fell swoop. Completely convinced, the brown-haired man accepted the proposal and added that their Korean clients would receive payouts sooner, an amendment Yi Kang immediately approved. A few days later, at a banquet in the California state capitol, Sir William publicly announced that Lloyd's and 50 other insurers had agreed to Prince Yi Kang's proposal. He formally promised to expedite all insurance payouts, and just as the prince had predicted, every other insurer in the room followed his lead. As Sir William spoke to the press, Yi Kang thought to himself that while it appeared all the credit went to the insurance magnate, the real victory was his. He had successfully proven his influence to the governor and mayor, all while securing his own Lloyd's payout in convertible bonds, a hybrid investment that promised future stock profits. The prince mused that as Lloyd's continued to grow, his own wealth would skyrocket, perfectly content to let William enjoy the temporary spotlight. Prince Yi Kang calmly poured himself a drink, contemplating the success of his intricate maneuver. Just then, a man with glasses approached him, calling his name as the prince noticed he was clutching a book. The blonde-haired man nervously asked if he could have a moment of the prince's time to talk. Yi Kang graciously agreed, recognizing the moment he had been waiting for, the Unsan gold mine would soon be his. The man explained his dire financial situation after the collapse of his mines, leading the prince to correctly deduce he wanted to sell his trust shares. The man, Jack, confirmed it was his only option, as Yi Kang's aide recited the contractual clause requiring him to first offer the shares to the prince at half their market value. Jack trembled but accepted his fate with resignation, while Yi Kang internally smirked, recalling that he himself had insisted on that very clause. Impressed by Jack's graceful acceptance of his loss, the prince magnanimously offered to buy the shares at 70% of their value instead of the contracted 50%. A stunned Jack asked if he was serious, to which Yi Kang replied that he could never take advantage of a former business partner's hardship. As a further show of goodwill, the prince also offered to buy Jack's abandoned lands and his shares in the northern docks at full price. A weeping Jack couldn't thank him enough, completely unaware that the prince's benevolent purchase included supposedly useless rock fields near Los Angeles. Yi Kang knew the truth, that worthless land was precisely where the iconic Hollywood sign would one day stand, making it an invaluable future asset. Jack continued to express his profound gratitude, but the prince waved it off, insisting it was a fair exchange and he shouldn't feel burdened. In return for this kindness, Jack gripped the prince's arm, stating he wished to offer a piece of advice as a token of his appreciation. He urgently warned Prince Yi Kang not to get too close to the current governor, a statement that left the prince utterly shocked. Jack lamented that he couldn't explain the details, but begged the prince to heed his warning, prompting Yi Kang to make a mental note to investigate the matter. Later, the prince learned from his contacts that Abe Roof had been meeting with the Southern Pacific Railroad Company, the state's largest political donor, which had recently had a falling out with the governor. In that moment, Yi Kang understood exactly why Jack had warned him about his proximity to Governor Pardee. He quickly deduced that the powerful railroad company, which heavily funded political campaigns, had decided to oust George Pardee from office. It was clear they intended to replace the current governor with a more obedient puppet who would serve their interests. His aide then revealed that the politician Roof had been meeting with most frequently was a man named James Gillett, confirming that the conspirators had already chosen their replacement candidate. The prince considered his options, realizing that Governor Pardee, despite his flaws, was less racist than Roof's candidate and therefore far more beneficial to his own long-term goals. With the political battlefield laid bare, Yi Kang came to a firm conclusion: he would have to take down both James Gillett and Abe Roof at the same time. Governor George Pardee formally welcomed Prince Yi Kang to his official residence, and the prince graciously thanked him for the invitation. The governor suggested they begin with dinner, mentioning the effort his wife had put into the meal, to which the prince readily agreed. Prince Yi Kang understood this dinner was a gesture of gratitude for his role in securing insurance payouts and his work on the Reconstruction Committee. He resolved to nurture his relationship with the governor, hoping to elevate him to the highest possible position for his own strategic benefit. At the governor's dinner party, Yi Kang noted with appreciation the considerate inclusion of rice dishes as wine was being served. The prince complimented the magnificent residence and the beautiful flower arrangements, adding praise for the palpable care put into the cuisine. George's wife was visibly delighted that her efforts had been noticed so quickly, prompting a warm laugh from the proud governor. Seeing the governor's mood lift at his wife's happiness, Yi Kang recognized Pardee's devotion as a family man and presented a beautiful gift to her. Later, Governor Pardee expressed his admiration for the significant impact the prince had made in less than 10 days as vice-chairman. Pardee insisted the prince had done more than just uphold dignity, lauding his satisfying success in wrangling the insurance company representatives. Yi Kang then steered the conversation, remarking on the refreshing silence from the usually arrogant Abe Roof. Realizing the governor's disdain for Roof surpassed even his own, the prince knew it was the perfect moment to ignite his plan. Prince Yi Kang stated that while the governor's victory seemed certain, he had heard a rumor that caused him some concern. A flicker of apprehension crossed Pardee's face as he hesitantly asked what this rumor was. The prince bluntly revealed the rumor, that the governor would not be running in the upcoming election. He pressed the question, asking if the rumor was true, and was met with a tense, telling silence from Pardee. Pardee forced a laugh, dismissing it as a baseless rumor likely started by critics of his handling of the federal military tribunal issue. The tribunal had been a point of contention, stemming from the military's assistance after the earthquake, during which some soldiers had committed crimes. Pardee's request for the federal government to impose severe punishment on these soldiers had made some powerful people uncomfortable. Realizing the governor was completely off track, the prince decided to enlighten him, noting that the source of the rumor was what made it so suspicious. Yi Kang directly questioned Pardee about Abe Roof and the Southern Pacific Railroad officials, which made the governor realize the prince was not in the dark. Pardee confidently assured him not to worry, planning to purge Roof from politics after the election, but the prince knew that would be far too late. The prince then pressed further, asking if the governor was aware of the tripartite meetings involving James Gillett and the rumor of him being the new Republican candidate. Leaning in, Yi Kang asked if the governor truly understood the grave implications of this political maneuvering. He urged the governor, stating that he absolutely must make a decision. Following their tense discussion, Governor Pardee remained silent before excusing himself, and a month passed as the prince continued his committee work. One day, an aide named Hyunsik announced that the governor had sent a basket of fruits to the prince's office. Inside, Prince Yi Kang discovered a cryptic letter simply thanking him and promising to see him again soon. A sudden realization struck the prince, and he urgently ordered Hyunsik to bring him the latest newspapers. The headlines declared that Governor Pardee had launched a war on corruption, resulting in the arrest and indictment of Republican Chairman Abe Roof on 15 charges. An aide exclaimed in surprise that Pardee was cleaning house right before the convention. With this major obstacle removed, Prince Yi Kang knew it was time for his next move and ordered his men to prepare for a visit to the farm. Upon arriving at the vast green fields, one of the prince's men marveled at the sight, and Yi Kang himself agreed it was a spectacle to behold. The prince internally celebrated, hearing the phantom sound of his land value skyrocketing as he envisioned becoming the biggest landowner in Sacramento. As he walked through the fields, the assembled farmers called out his name, grateful that the prince had come to take care of them personally. An old man with white hair, one of the lead farmers, greeted the prince, who apologized for his delay due to urgent matters in the city. Yi Kang looked upon the fields and the farmers, acknowledging the immense suffering they must have endured to achieve such impressive results. When the old farmer noted many unfamiliar faces, the prince learned that new immigrants from Korea and former Hawaiian contract workers had arrived in large numbers. The prince instructed that the newcomers be treated with care, but the old farmer voiced a new concern: the Japanese government was showing signs of restricting immigration. The prince quietly considered Japan's motives, wondering if they were trying to prevent more people from leaving or if they believed his recruitment efforts were already complete. He patted the farmer's shoulder reassuringly, telling him not to worry as he had already anticipated this and prepared several countermeasures. To celebrate their reunion and hard work, the prince invited everyone to spread out a mat and share a meal together. During lunch, an aide offered the prince a bowl of rice harvested just 3 days prior, prompting a farmer with a ponytail to question its early harvest time. The aide asked the man if he was attempting to double crop the rice, and the young farmer confirmed that he was. Double cropping was a method of growing 2 crops a year, and though different from Korea, California's climate made it a real possibility. The prince found the taste slightly disappointing, concluding the seed variety needed more improvement, yet he recognized its immense future potential. He looked forward to the day this rice quality would improve, knowing that California rice was destined to become a formidable force in the market. Prince Yi Kang then asked who was responsible for the double cropping attempt, and a man with red hair proudly claimed the effort as his own. A smile of recognition crossed the prince's face as he mused on this fateful encounter with the man named Kim Jong-rim. Yi Kang asked Kim Jong-rim to walk with him, inquiring what inspired him to try double cropping in a climate so different from their homeland. Kim Jong-rim explained that the current growing period was still too short and that without improving the seeds, continuing the practice would be difficult. The prince was deeply impressed, recalling that in the original history, this very man's innovative spirit made him a wealthy landowner. This drive to absorb new knowledge and experiment without hesitation was exactly the kind of talent the prince knew he needed. Yi Kang encouraged him to try other methods and offered his full support, but Kim Jong-rim then revealed he had a request for the prince. He asked the prince to speak with the other immigrants, who were too fixated on traditional Korean farming methods to adapt. Kim Jong-rim argued that in America, where resources were not as limited, they needed to change their approach to achieve greater results. The prince correctly surmised that he was advocating for prioritizing absolute yield over simple efficiency, a point Kim Jong-rim eagerly confirmed. This aligned perfectly with the prince's special contract, which directly rewarded the farmers for yielding more crops. Believing his fellow immigrants were like family, Kim Jong-rim expressed that their prosperity was his joy, and the prince agreed to advise them immediately. As they prepared to head back, Kim Jong-rim stopped the prince one last time, asking if he could make one more request. Prince Yi Kang was slightly surprised, wondering what else the ambitious young farmer could possibly ask for. Kim Jong-rim explained that most local farmers used a very expensive farming machine called a tractor. He looked the prince in the eye and boldly asked if His Highness would trust him enough to purchase one for their farm. The audacious request for a tractor left Prince Yi Kang utterly stunned. Prince Yi Kang was taken aback, wondering what further request the ambitious young farmer could possibly have. Kim Jong-rim explained that most local farmers used an expensive piece of farm equipment known as a tractor. He then looked the prince in the eye and boldly asked if His Highness would trust him enough to purchase one for their farm. The prince was utterly stunned by the audacious request for a tractor. Yi Kang knew that while tractors were excellent machines, steam-powered models would soon be rendered obsolete by the advent of the internal combustion engine. He voiced this concern, questioning the wisdom of the purchase, but Kim Jong-rim acknowledged the high cost made it a difficult decision. The farmer then passionately argued that leaving such vast, fertile land uncultivated was an immense waste, leaving the prince in thoughtful silence. Kim Jong-rim guaranteed that mechanization would be highly efficient, even offering to return a portion of his own salary if the results didn't meet expectations. This assertive confidence reminded Yi Kang of Jae's persuasive appeals, and with a decisive laugh, he agreed to the purchase. Overjoyed, Kim Jong-rim thanked the prince, who then stunned him further by announcing he would purchase 3 tractors in total. The farmer questioned the need for 3 expensive machines, but the prince clarified that one was for use and the second was a spare. The final tractor, Yi Kang revealed, was to be completely disassembled so they could study its mechanical structure. He explained that if a skilled mechanic could reverse engineer it, this knowledge could become a new source of their strength and unlock even greater benefits from the land. In the prince's mind, this was not a waste but a strategic investment toward a future Korean automobile company or, at the very least, improvements in their own farming machinery. He instructed Kim Jong-rim to find skilled craftsmen and inform him once he had. 2 months later, at Prince Yi Kang's lavish residence in Sausalito, another important meeting was about to commence. With a knock, an aide announced that JOSEON and Woo-sung had arrived, and the prince instructed they be guided to the reception room. Prince Yi Kang greeted his guests, and JOSEON explained they had come immediately in response to the urgent summons, asking if something was wrong. The prince assured them it was nothing major, merely a check-in on the affairs of the Korean immigrants and a new favor he needed to ask. JOSEON reported that with the cooperative fund the prince had contributed, the Korean immigrants were currently in the process of building new homes. Realizing more money would be required, Yi Kang presented the insurance payout from Lloyd's, surprising Woo-sung, who noted its quick arrival. Woo-sung examined the document, pointing out that it was a convertible bond and would be difficult to cash out immediately. Prince Yi Kang confirmed this, noting its potential for future profit but acknowledging the immigrants' pressing need for immediate funds. He then presented a separate sum of cash, which included an additional 10% on top of the agreed insurance payout. The prince explained this was his way of sharing future gains with those who couldn't wait, instructing them to offer the cash to anyone who preferred it over the bonds. He declared that having people who trusted him was more important than money for their great endeavors, and Woo-sung humbly accepted the responsibility. Shifting topics, Prince Yi Kang spoke of the need for talented individuals and turned to JOSEON, confirming his known interest in the education of Korean immigrants. With JOSEON's affirmation, the prince revealed his plan to establish a school in San Francisco, asking JOSEON to take charge of its educational direction. He emphasized his desire for it to be a place where true and valuable knowledge was taught. The school's mission, he elaborated, was to teach their native language so that no matter where they went, they would remember their identity as citizens of the Korean Empire, a great task JOSEON solemnly accepted. Just as the prince began to mention a vocational institute for technical specialists, Woo-sung suddenly interjected, stating he had something to say. Woo-sung passionately recommended that they establish a military academy instead of a vocational institute. JOSEON was aghast at the suggestion, sharply rebuking Woo-sung for his rudeness in front of the prince. Prince Yi Kang, however, simply recalled that Park Yong-man, also known as Woo-sung, had always possessed a keen interest in military matters. Woo-sung argued that the need for a military would arise soon, but the prince internally maintained that technical experts were the more urgent priority. JOSEON wisely counseled Woo-sung to look further ahead, pointing out that cultivating technicians was the only way they could eventually manufacture the rifles and weapons he dreamed of. As realization dawned on Woo-sung's face, a confident smirk spread across the prince's as he declared he would take that as an acceptance of his original proposal. A few days later, Prince Yi Kang sat at a coffee shop near San Francisco, awaiting another significant meeting. A well-dressed man approached his table, expressing that it was an honor to meet him. The man introduced himself as Philip JOSEON, known historically as Seo Pil, the first medical doctor from the East. Prince Yi Kang noted that the renowned doctor spoke in English and introduced himself with an English name, a clear departure from his origins. Addressing him politely as Dr. JOSEON, the prince internally speculated that this was a survival tactic against the era's pervasive racial discrimination. The handshake that followed was surprisingly strong, making the prince wonder if the doctor already harbored a dislike for him as he invited the man to sit. Prince Yi Kang began, stating he had arranged the meeting to ask a request of Dr. JOSEON, who simply asked what it was. At that moment, another man rushed into the coffee shop, calling out to the prince upon his arrival. Philip JOSEON recognized the newcomer as Yi-Jun, remarking that he had heard he was staying by the prince's side. Yi-Jun returned the greeting, observing with a tense silence that his old acquaintance had not changed. Philip JOSEON wryly agreed that only his name had changed, as Yi-Jun turned to the prince, questioning if he had intentionally summoned them together. Reading Yi-jun's displeasure, the prince deduced he understood the source of the doctor's hostility and smoothly explained he had called them both about an upcoming scholarship award ceremony. The prince flattered Philip JOSEON, suggesting that as a senior in American life, his guidance would be invaluable, a reason the doctor seemed to accept. Calling it an honor, Philip JOSEON thanked him for the opportunity, and the three men sat to discuss the matter further. Yi Kang's long-term goal was to encourage more Koreans to enter the medical field, and Jo-pil, as the first Eastern doctor, was the perfect role model to inspire them. As they parted, the prince invited Dr. JOSEON to stay at his residence until the ceremony, an offer which Yi-jun insisted the doctor accept. The prince mentally resolved to use the doctor's stay to uncover the source of his animosity, frustrated by the clear and immediate resentment. A few days later, on the day of the ceremony, Yi Kang reflected on a piece of advice, when faced with unexplained resentment, looked to his father, Gojong. He had learned that Jo-pil was a radical reformist from the failed Gapsin coup, and Gojong had subsequently ordered the execution of his entire family for treason. This dark history meant the doctor could never be favorable toward him, yet his willingness to attend for the sake of his juniors revealed a profound sense of duty. The ceremony's MC called the room to order, officially beginning the first scholarship award ceremony of the Hapsong Association Scholarship Foundation. Following a polite round of applause, Philip JOSEON was welcomed to the podium as the first speaker. Dr. JOSEON greeted the students, introducing himself as a senior there to offer them invaluable advice for their future. He bluntly told them that to survive, they must forget their past, think of themselves as Americans, and adopt American ways of thinking. A murmur of unease went through the audience as he instructed them to change their food, their clothing, and all their hobbies to be like the locals, effectively forgetting their behavior as Koreans. A wry smirk touched Prince Yi Kang's lips as he thought how he had asked for advice, only to hear a call to abandon one's own roots. He knew that such simple imitation would never lead to true acceptance and would only sow conflict among their people, much like the bananas of his past life. A heavy silence filled the hall as Philip JOSEON concluded his speech with one final, stark command: to survive in America, they must become American. The fumbling MC awkwardly concluded the speech and nervously announced that the next speaker would be His Highness, the Crown Prince. As he walked toward the stage, Prince Yi Kang silently vowed that he would personally shatter the foolish, assimilationist thoughts Jo-pil had just delivered. Taking the podium, Prince Yi Kang declared his own message to the scholars: they were young heroes born in JOSEON, and that was an unchangeable truth. He looked out at the young faces and delivered his core command, a direct rebuttal to all that had just been said: never forget your roots. At the podium, Prince Yi Kang declared his intention to shatter the foolish ideas that Jo-pil had just presented. He announced that he stood there to tell his scholars an unchanging truth: they were the finest young men born in JOSEON. In direct opposition to the previous speech, he delivered a powerful command: do not forget your roots. A quiet stillness settled over the hall. The audience remained completely silent, processing the starkly different messages. Prince Yi Kang noted the lack of reaction from Philip JOSEON, wryly telling him to do a good job pretending he didn't understand Korean. The prince continued, stating that even with fluent English, they would only be seen as foreigners from the East, not true Americans. He urged the students to focus on improving their abilities without forgetting their heritage, rather than trying to escape discrimination. Acknowledging the difficulty, he promised that by following his lead, they could pioneer a new path for themselves. Yi Kang concluded his speech by promising significant support from the Hapsong Association, expressing his hope to see them again as even more brilliant individuals. Overcome with emotion, a scholarship recipient tearfully promised they would live up to His Highness's expectations and the grace of the association. Prince Yi Kang laughed warmly and formally concluded the ceremony, to which a small man promptly agreed. Thus, the first scholarship ceremony of the Hapsong Association Foundation came to an end. The hall quickly filled with the sound of cheerful chatter as the attendees began to mingle. Philip JOSEON excused himself to wash his hands, asking Prince Yi Kang to wait for him. A man named Unam strode purposefully toward the prince, greeting him as he arrived. Prince Yi Kang turned and greeted Unam warmly, asking how he had been. After Unam confirmed his studies were going well thanks to the prince's support, Yi Kang's expression turned serious. The prince, sensing there was more to the visit than simple thanks, shrewdly told him to get to the point. Yi Sung-man, also known as Unam, revealed he wished to speak about his former teacher, Seo Pil, whose name echoed in Philip's thoughts from across the room. Prince Yi Kang recalled the information Yi Sung-man had previously provided about Seo Pil's time in JOSEON, including how he took a year's salary in advance before leaving the Independence Club. The prince foresaw the trouble this information would cause for the doctor and realized that while Yi Sung-man was positioning himself as an ally, he was someone to be watched closely. Feigning simple gratitude, Prince Yi Kang thanked Yi Sung-man for the information, promising to be more cautious. The aide, USA, arrived just as Yi Sung-man took his leave, having worried about the prince's prolonged absence. Yi Kang asked USA for Seo Pil's whereabouts, learning that the doctor was diligently sharing his medical school experiences with prospective students. With a cunning smile, the prince declared that such hard work couldn't go unrewarded and instructed USA to deliver a generous $500 to Seo Pil as a lecture fee. USA was shocked by the large sum, expressing doubt that the doctor would even accept it. The prince simply told him that if he refused, USA was to make sure he accepted it. An aide with a monocle elaborated on the plan, telling USA to remind the doctor that in a capitalist country like America, nothing is free. Elsewhere, Yi Sung-man plotted with an associate, confident that Seo Pil's greed and lack of political sense would lead him to accept the money, and wondered how the immigrant community would view him then. Yi Sung-man laughed, musing that he understood exactly why Seo Pil had accepted the prince's invitation and given his controversial speech. From across the room, Seo Pil held a glass of champagne, looking down at the unfolding scene. Seo Pil thought to himself that if the prince was planning to spoil someone else's celebration, he should have considered the potential for backlash. As if on cue, a new opportunity rolled in like a proverbial pumpkin, as Orville and Wilbur Wright introduced themselves to a surprised Prince Yi Kang. Prince Yi Kang was inwardly thrilled, recognizing the brothers who had achieved the first powered flight in history. Orville Wright seemed surprised the prince knew of them, but Wilbur noted that His Highness was even more famous. Wilbur recounted how Prince Yi Kang's name was on everyone's lips at the recent Seattle Investment Expo, praising him as a real estate genius who turned wastelands to gold. As Orville mentioned his reputation as a fearless investor, the prince was stunned that his renown had spread so far. Brushing off the flattery, the prince acknowledged the Wrights' incredible achievement and directly asked the purpose of their visit. The mustached brother handed Prince Yi Kang a document for his review. The prince examined the papers, noting they were articles about the Flyer 1, but the documents beneath them detailed a newer model, the Flyer 3. Curious, Prince Yi Kang asked what had changed between the two versions. The man in the blue suit explained that performance improvements had doubled the flight time, allowing the Flyer 3 to soar for a full 30 minutes. The prince was impressed, leading the man to boldly ask if he would consider investing in their newly established company. Yi Kang questioned why such an excellent product wasn't already selling well, prompting a hesitant response from the brothers. The man explained they originally had a conditional contract to supply their aircraft to the military. The condition was that the U.S. military would purchase the plane if the flight was successful, which the prince noted it had been, according to the articles. The brother emphatically confirmed the Flyer 3's success but lamented that for some reason, the military was not fulfilling its end of the contract. Prince Yi Kang astutely summarized their predicament: they could build a factory, but they currently had no buyers. Realizing the brothers were brilliant inventors but poor businessmen, the prince understood that with his help, history could be significantly changed. He knew this was a priceless opportunity to secure a share in aviation history and strengthen his own power, an opportunity he could not let slip away. The prince stated that he required a demonstration flight of the Flyer 3 before considering an investment, an arrangement the brothers eagerly agreed to. A month later, at a temporary airfield near San Francisco, the brothers asked about the large group of people the prince had brought with him. The prince had brought key figures like An Chang-ho and Park Yong-man, along with Kim Jong-rim and his carefully selected engineers. He explained they were his people, brought to witness the incredible event that was about to unfold. As the Flyer 3 roared to life and took to the sky, a member of the crowd shouted in disbelief that a person was flying. While the onlookers cried out at the impossible sight, the prince hoped the experience would serve as a great inspiration for his people. He then turned to Kim Jong-rim and asked if he understood why he had been summoned to witness the flight. Jong-rim's associate quickly connected the dots, imagining how an airplane could be used to spray seeds, pesticides, or fertilizer from the air. The prince acknowledged the idea but cautioned that controlling the exact location and amount would be a significant challenge. The young man with braids readily accepted the challenge, vowing to study the problem, impressing his companion with his quick understanding. Another man in a suit then asked why he and his group were called, and the prince reminded him that the airplane was originally meant for military use. The man with short hair clarified, as a weapon. The prince confirmed this, planting a seed of an idea by suggesting that with improved performance, it could fly as far as Japan. He then proposed a politically savvy alternative to a military academy, establishing a flight school, which would raise no issues. Citing that civilian and military applications are a small step apart, the prince offered the man charge of the new flight school, an offer he accepted with a vow to deliver satisfactory results. The man reflected internally that these airplanes would be a stepping stone for him, regardless of the direction he chose to take. A nearby associate, however, looked on in confusion, asking the prince what all of these different plans meant. Following the successful completion of the test flight, negotiations for the future of aviation began in earnest. One of the Wright brothers immediately questioned the prince's stringent investment conditions, which included relinquishing all marketing and demonstration flight rights. Prince Yi Kang explained that he wanted them to focus solely on perfecting the Flyer's technology, revealing that he had already looked into their business history. The prince pointed out their inability to counter past media attacks, showing them an article that questioned their integrity, causing one brother to stammer that the claims were untrue. Prince Yi Kang reassured them he knew the allegations were false, stating his goal was simply to divide their labor according to their respective strengths. The prince laid out his final condition: he would handle all external affairs while the brothers dedicated themselves to research. Although one brother grumbled about losing the demonstration flights, the other quickly accepted the prince's terms. Pleased with their decision, the prince declared they wouldn't regret it and prepared to review the final terms before signing the contract. One of the brothers then expressed his curiosity, asking why the prince wanted the factory in the west when an eastern location would be better for European exports, prompting the prince to explain his 4 reasons. First, he cited low costs, explaining that the governor of California was pushing a job support bill to revive the economy after the recent earthquake. Prince Yi Kang elaborated that the state was passing special laws offering land purchase discounts and corporate tax cuts to attract new factories. The prince concluded that building the factory in California would save them an immense amount of money. For his second reason, he revealed a plan to modify the Flyer 3 into an agricultural aircraft, targeting the vast farmlands of the American West and Midwest as immediate buyers. The brothers were stunned by his brilliance, admitting they had never considered modifying their aircraft for agricultural use. The prince's third reason was proximity. He intended to personally oversee the first factory, so it needed to be near his home, promising them control over a future second factory. For his final reason, the prince requested that the brothers give lectures to students, a proposal that left them confused. He explained that he ran a local technical school and wanted his students to learn the theory of airplane construction directly from the inventors, which would accelerate his own business plans. With all his cards on the table, Prince Yi Kang asked if they officially accepted all of his conditions. By July, the social circles of California were alight with parties and fervor surrounding the upcoming gubernatorial elections. Amidst the festivities, the prince internally celebrated the successful ousting of Abe Roof and was musing on Governor Pardee's rise when a man approached him. The man introduced himself as Anthony Roat, the new president of the South Pacific Railroad Company. Prince Yi Kang greeted Roat by name, impressing him by stating he couldn't possibly be unaware of the president of California's largest company. Roat explained he had come to personally thank the prince, who correctly deduced it was for his role in Patrick Calhoun's opposition that led to Abe Roof's dismissal. The prince smiled, confirming that their shared opposition to Roof could indeed be the foundation for a good relationship. Eager to maintain that connection, Roat asked for the prince's advice on how their company should manage its relationship with the governor. Roat knew Governor Pardee didn't align with the railroad company, but he also knew they couldn't afford to remain adversaries forever. Prince Yi Kang cryptically advised him to simply wait, suggesting that the reign of their political conflict would eventually pass on its own. The prince, however, was already planning his next move, deciding to give Governor Pardee a little push toward the central government for his own benefit. Leaning in, the prince discreetly mentioned his knowledge of an illness affecting one of the federal senators that Roat's company supported. Prince Yi Kang then subtly suggested that Roat should make good use of that, implying that the political reign might pass much more quickly with a little help. Roat's mind raced as he understood the hidden meaning: remove the ailing senator, send the governor to fill the seat, and simultaneously avoid a political storm while strengthening their new alliance. Impressed and intrigued, Anthony Roat handed the prince his business card and extended an invitation to visit his company. The narrator mused that the political chessboard was set, and the key players were beginning to assemble. Prince Yi Kang coolly pocketed the card and agreed to visit sometime in the future. All around them, the din of the high society party continued unabated. A man hurried over, introducing himself as the governor's secretary, whom the prince immediately recognized. The secretary presented a letter, explaining it was a gift of gratitude from the governor himself, who said it would prove useful. The prince accepted the envelope, curious as to what this unexpected gift could be. His eyes widened in shock as he realized it was an invitation to the Bohemian Club, the most secretive and exclusive society in America, one he had repeatedly failed to join in his past life. Prince Yi Kang marveled at the unpredictability of his new life, now holding the very invitation that had once been impossibly out of reach. Seeing the interview was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, he steeled his resolve, knowing that a recommendation was not enough and that he had to pass the interview no matter what. On July 27, Prince Yi Kang arrived at the imposing Bohemian Club and was greeted by the receptionist. The prince took a moment to observe the club's grand and secretive entrance. A guide appeared, addressing him as candidate and instructing him to follow. Inside a private room, an attendant with a bow tie asked the prince to sign a document before the interview could begin. The prince recognized the document as a non-disclosure agreement, noting the club's dedication to secrecy even in its early days, and readily agreed. After handing back the signed document, the attendant informed him that the interview would commence shortly. From the shadows of the room, a masked man spoke first, disdainfully questioning the prince's unsightly outfit. A second figure, a red-haired man wearing a cat mask, formally welcomed the candidate. Prince Yi Kang correctly assumed the polite speaker was the group's leader and offered a pleasant greeting in return. The red-haired leader started the interview by demanding to know who gave him the invitation, but the prince internally scoffed at their hypocritical attempt to unmask him while hiding their own identities. Prince Yi Kang deftly turned the question back on them, suggesting with a sly look that one of the masked men in the room must have been his benefactor. He challenged their premise directly, asking why he should be expected to reveal his sources when they all insisted on remaining anonymous. With a confident smile, the prince asserted that determining how he could contribute to their club was far more important than discovering who had handed him the invitation. The red-haired leader conceded his point and declared the interview would now officially begin. A period of casual conversation followed, as the masked members probed and prodded, attempting to gauge the prince's true character. After some time, the leader thanked the prince for his sincere answers but stated there was one last, most curious question to ask. He explained that the club was founded on mutual benefit and bluntly asked what the members would gain if he were to join, to which the prince offered his secret to investment success. The prince declared that he would share the next big business opportunities with them, while privately vowing to keep the largest piece of the pie for himself. With the interview concluded, the red-haired leader instructed the prince to wait in the room while the members deliberated on their decision. An argument immediately broke out, with one member opposing his candidacy solely because he wasn't American, a reason another member quickly dismissed. One man scoffed at the title of a prince from a small country, questioning if they were really prepared to let an Asian join, though another member voiced that he didn't mind. The leader in the feathered cat mask declared his support, stating his curiosity about the prince's investment proposals, and then called for a vote from the others. The results were announced, a 5-5 tie, a first in the club's history, leaving the final decision of approval or rejection in the hands of the unseen chairman. An unseen member's voice cut through the tension, calling for a final vote on the prince's membership. 1 hour later, Prince Yi Kang stood alone in the room, calmly observing a painting as he waited. A man with a goatee approached, apologizing for the long wait and addressing him as Prince Yi. The prince, internally noting the respectful title change meant he had passed, graciously replied that he had been enjoying the paintings. The man then formally congratulated the prince on becoming a full-fledged member of the Bohemian Club, introducing himself as Jules Eugene Pages. With a knowing look, Prince Yi correctly identified Jules as the wearer of the deer mask, explaining that his exceptionally soft voice had given him away. Jules chuckled, admitting he'd never been recognized like that before, and apologized for the intensity of the interview. He confessed that the votes had been split exactly in half, leading to a fierce debate among the members. Jules explained that while the chairman cast the deciding vote in his favor, a member named Mr. Phelan remained quite dissatisfied. At the mention of the name, Prince Yi's expression sharpened ever so slightly. Feigning distraction, the prince played dumb about the club's internal politics, turning his attention back to the painting as if he'd heard nothing important. When Jules commented on his interest in art, the prince's mind latched onto the name Phelan, a flicker of recognition dawning. He quickly placed the name, James D. Phelan, the former mayor of San Francisco. The prince recalled Phelan's reputation as a notorious racist who built his career on anti-Asian rhetoric, realizing he must have been the man in the rabbit mask. Yi Kang made a mental note to watch Phelan closely, even as he listened to Jules describe the artist of the piece before them. The prince remarked that the artist's name sounded familiar. Jules humbly downplayed his own fame when the prince praised him for his well-known landscape paintings. Prince Yi then asked Jules for a tour if he ever visited Paris, to which the artist graciously agreed, offering to introduce him to other talented young painters. The prince replied that it sounded wonderful, his mind already racing with the possibilities. He immediately thought of future masters like Renoir, Monet, and Picasso, resolving to start collecting their works as soon as possible. Jules then offered to give him a tour of the clubhouse, an invitation the prince eagerly accepted. As Pages led him through the various rooms, he finally brought him to the one place that piqued his interest the most. Jules explained that every Friday, members gathered in this very study room to play poker. He then moved toward a bookshelf, explaining that it was more than just a room as he pressed a hidden switch. A section of the wall slid away, revealing a secret passage to a whole new area. The low hum of conversation and laughter drifted out from the hidden room. A curious sign at the entrance warned those who were there to network not to enter, a message that momentarily puzzled the prince. Yi Kang let out a quiet smirk at the irony of a networking club telling its members not to network. From within the room, a blond man in a vest greeted Prince Yi with a wide, welcoming smile. Prince Yi was surprised to see Anthony Roat, who was equally shocked to find the prince had become a member. Anthony quickly invited the prince to join the poker game that was just about to begin. Hiding his true intentions, Yi Kang agreed with a pleasant smile, stating that it sounded like fun. Anthony enthusiastically introduced the room to the talk of the town, Prince Yi Kang. A man introduced himself as Francis J. Henny, and the prince immediately recognized him as the famous prosecutor who took down Abe Roof. Another man, William Randolph Hearst, expressed his honor in meeting the prince, who in turn recognized the powerful media mogul and father of yellow journalism. Prince Yi exchanged pleasantries, privately thinking that this gathering might prove far more beneficial than he had initially anticipated. His mind went to poker. In his past life as Park Byung-jun, he was a master, strategically winning or losing to suit his lobbying needs. Tonight, however, His strategy was to lower their guard, so he feigned ignorance, claiming he had no idea how to play. As Henny expressed concern for his finances, Hearst laughed it off, reminding him of the prince's immense wealth before Yi Kang himself assured them he wouldn't be bankrupted. With the pleasantries out of the way, the cards were dealt and the game began. Prince Yi grew impatient as the men focused silently on their cards. He needed them to talk. He broke the silence, suggesting they share some interesting stories to liven up the quiet game. Henny agreed they'd been too quiet, and Hearst suggested someone share a rumor for the prince's first game. Hearst then turned the question back on the prince, who instantly recognized their attempt to use him as bait for information. Deciding to play along, Yi Kang casually dropped a rumor he'd heard about Abe Roof's imminent release, a fact Hearst immediately confirmed. When asked how long Roof's sentence would be, Hearst estimated it would only be about 2 years. Henny explained that Roof took a plea bargain, ratting out several powerful figures to save himself. Another player chimed in, remarking that even if Roof got out, his reputation as a traitor would ruin him. Seizing the opening, William Randolph Hearst announced he had an interesting topic of his own to share. The others leaned in, intrigued, as Hearst prepared to offer another investment opportunity. He advised anyone holding British bonds to sell them immediately. The other players immediately questioned his reasoning for such a bold claim. Hearst explained that British insurance companies were paying out massive earthquake claims in gold, which would force Britain to draw gold from America to replenish its reserves. Prince Yi calmly finished the thought, stating that this meant the Bank of England would soon have to raise interest rates. One player, who claimed to have connections within the Bank of England, expressed skepticism, having heard no such news. The prince clarified that it wasn't a rumor but a prediction, as raising interest rates was the most logical way to recover lost gold reserves. He coolly delivered a basic finance lesson: when interest rates rise, bond prices inevitably fall. He then framed his analysis as mere personal speculation, reminding them that every choice, just like in poker, was theirs to make. Noting the time, Prince Yi decided his work was done for the evening and announced his departure. The men bid him farewell, expressing their enjoyment of the evening and their eagerness to see him again soon. As he was leaving, however, a man with a red tie called out, asking for a moment of the prince's time. The prince, recognizing him as the musician from earlier, was handed an object as the man explained that a woman named Selina had asked him to deliver it. The name Selina echoed in the prince's mind, completely unfamiliar to him. Meeting his red-haired aide outside, Yi Kang explained that a woman named Selina had sent him what appeared to be a hotel key. His aide reacted with utter shock, questioning if it was the Selina, the famous singer renowned for rejecting every man's advances. The prince recalled what Aaron had told him: Selina was the most popular singer in San Francisco, pursued by countless men, yet she had never entertained a single one. He wondered why she was reaching out to him now, to which his aide suggested she must find him interesting. When asked what he wanted to do, Prince Yi decided he would go, determined to find out why she had sent for him. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by Selina herself, welcoming him from her bath. The prince cut straight to the point, asking Selina why she had called him there. With a coy smile, Selina suggested they would be more comfortable talking inside, pouring a drink as she invited him to come in. Prince Yi cut straight through the pretense, bluntly asking Selina if she was attempting to seduce him, to which she coyly replied that if he felt that way, then perhaps she was. Acknowledging the seduction of such a beautiful woman, Prince Yi stepped forward, stating he had no reason to refuse. As Selina smiled, Prince Yi noticed the slight, betraying tremble of her chin, realizing she was nervous and not acting of her own free will. With this new understanding, the prince's demeanor shifted, and he coolly asked who had sent her. Seeing her confusion, Prince Yi clarified his question, offering to pay her double what she was offered to reveal who had paid her. Yi Kang repeated his offer, promising to pay twice the amount she was bribed if she told him everything. Selina quickly confessed that she was promised a large sum of money to get close to him, prompting Yi Kang to note it was a rather bold approach. She explained her benefactors believed he was the type to give everything to a woman he falls for, a detail that made Yi Kang realize his enemies knew his past persona well. A sense of unease settled over Yi Kang as he understood that someone who knew him intimately was trying to set a trap. When he asked for their names or faces, Selina revealed there were two people, but she only knew that the one who gave her the money was an American. She added that she was to receive the rest of the payment the next day along with more information, leading Yi Kang to deduce that the mastermind was the one who hid their face. Yi Kang instructed Selina to meet them as planned and report her success, assuring her he would handle everything from that point on. The following day, having briefed Aaron and Max on the previous night's events, Yi Kang had them follow Selina to her meeting at a cafe near the hotel. Yi Kang met with his aides, Aaron and Max, asking if they had discovered anything about the person who hired Selina. Max confirmed they had tailed the white man in his 30s whom Selina met, but his final destination was deeply concerning. Max's thoughts revealed the man had gone to the Japanese consulate in San Francisco. Elsewhere, a man in a suit reacted to a similar report, asking for confirmation of the news. Cursing under his breath, the man realized the Japanese were finally making their move, but his red-haired colleague warned that where the contact went after the consulate was even more serious. The scene shifted to the residence of Ito Hirobumi, the resident general of Korea, who sternly asked a subordinate named Fujiwara if he knew why he had been summoned. When Fujiwara hesitated, an enraged Ito Hirobumi threw a report at him, demanding he read it. The terrified subordinate scrambled to pick up the document. Reading the report on Prince Yi Kang, Fujiwara realized with a jolt that the resident general had other informants besides himself. Meanwhile, in another location, a man with red hair expressed deep regret for sending Yi Kang to America based on Fujiwara's word alone. The report contained Fujiwara's own previous assessment, which confidently stated that the second prince was not someone to be concerned about and could be easily controlled. Ito Hirobumi furiously berated Fujiwara, questioning how he could still hold that opinion after reading the new intelligence. The report detailed precisely how Yi Kang was making waves in America, successfully winning favor with the press and politicians. Flustered, Fujiwara tried to downplay the prince's influence, claiming it was limited to California and that his colleague Sakamoto would agree. Fujiwara insisted that no matter how much noise Yi Kang made, he couldn't possibly disrupt Ito's grand plan to colonize Korea. The elderly Ito Hirobumi conceded that fame and fortune alone couldn't stop his plans, but admitted the situation still bothered him. He pointed out that a group with significant American influence had contacted their consulate about the prince first. Fujiwara explained that the group feared Yi Kang might join their organization and had requested Japan to repatriate him. Sakamoto chimed in, dismissing the concern by stating there was no chance Yi Kang, a Korean, would ever be accepted as a member. Unconvinced, Ito declared he wouldn't leave things to chance and needed a reason to summon the prince back to Korea immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Fujiwara announced he had a good plan to achieve that very goal. Fujiwara informed Ito that the king of JOSEON had sent an envoy to America 2 months prior. Ito became enraged upon learning the king had bypassed his authority to deal with a fraudulent immigration issue, an act he saw as a gross overstep for a ruler stripped of diplomatic rights. The older man, Ito, schemed that they could use this transgression as a pretext to depose the king, which would force Prince Yi Kang to return home. Ito gave the order to proceed with the plan, adding a directive to ensure that once Yi Kang returned, he would never be able to leave again. Back in San Francisco, Yi Kang's aide reported that the contact, Zara, had gone from the Japanese consulate to the Bohemian clubhouse, confirming an insider was working with the Japanese government. Reviewing the report, Prince Yi Kang narrowed the list of potential suspects to those connected with Abe Roof or the racist John Phelan, both of whom held a grudge against him. His aide added Anthony of the South Pacific Railroad Company to the list, noting that despite his favorable treatment, his profit-driven nature made him a viable suspect. Overwhelmed by the complexity of facing 3 powerful enemies potentially working together, Yi Kang decided to rest and tackle the problem the next day. As he approached his residence, a woman's voice rang out, ordering someone to leave immediately, leaving a confused Yi Kang to wonder what was happening. The prince and the woman in red both identified the noise as the sound of a fight erupting within the house. Yi Kang rushed towards the door as his aide urged caution, offering to enter first for the prince's safety. Inside, a man furiously accused another of causing the deaths of countless comrades and costing the prince his majesty's trust through an illusionary revolution. A man with stubble echoed the accusation, blaming the other's recklessness, while Yi Kang, observing from the doorway, noted he had never seen this man's face before. As a mustached man prepared to strike his opponent, Yi Kang realized he had to intervene before the conflict turned deadly. Enough, Prince Yi commanded as he entered the room, stating his preference for no more fighting in his house and causing the brawlers to freeze in shock. Striding into the room, he demanded to know why his long-awaited homecoming was being greeted with such a noisy disturbance. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as Yun Chiho, the former external vice minister, but Yi Kang immediately recognized him as the very person who had sabotaged a past revolution and weakened his own political standing. Ignoring the formal greeting, the prince bluntly asked Yun Chiho to explain his presence in his home. Yun Chiho presented a letter, claiming he was there on a secret order from His Majesty the King. He confessed that the mission was beyond his own abilities and that he had come to seek the prince's help, offering the letter for him to read. The letter detailed a desperate mission to rescue 1,000 Koreans who had been tricked into immigrating to Mexico, where they were being ruthlessly exploited without any diplomatic recourse. Yun Chiho confirmed that since the government could not officially protest, they were forced to act through alternative, unofficial means. Yi Kang listened before cutting in to ask about Hobart, a trusted aide of the king. The prince questioned why Yun Chiho was entrusted with this mission instead of Hobart, who typically handled such matters. Yun Chiho explained that Japan's surveillance on the king's closest aides was too strict, forcing them to remain inactive for their own safety. Yi Kang then asked about the substantial funds required for the rescue, just as Yun Chiho mentioned he was considering using the Korean legation building as collateral. To everyone's surprise, Yun Chiho admitted he had been unable to sell the legation building at a fair price, which was precisely why he had come to the prince for assistance. Yi Kang astutely summarized the proposal. Yun Chiho wanted to sell the legation land to him to acquire the money needed to save the expatriates, a fact Yun Chiho confirmed. Internally, Yun Chiho celebrated, believing that saving the expatriates would solidify his own support base and that he could not let this golden opportunity slip away. In a sudden and decisive move, Prince Yi Kang ordered everyone to prepare to leave for Mexico, stunning Yun Chiho into silence. With unwavering resolve, the prince declared that they were going to rescue their people. Having silenced the opposition, Prince Yi Kang stunned everyone by ordering immediate preparations to depart for Mexico. With unwavering resolve, the prince declared they were going to rescue their people. As preparations began, the prince's senior aide rushed to his side, having heard the news and offering his assistance. The senior aide expressed his concern over the dangers of Mexico and introduced 2 Spanish-speaking bodyguards to accompany the prince. With their preparations complete, the small contingent departed for Mexico, united by a singular, vital purpose. On the train, Prince Yi Kang observed the tense silence between his aides, thinking that a peaceful journey seemed impossible. Internally, the prince saw this as an opportunity to uncover the history between the two men, before he turned to directly address Yun Chiho. The prince wasted no time, bluntly asking Yun Chiho if it was true that he had informed on Gojong's revolutionary plan. The direct accusation hung in the air, causing the senior aide to react in silent shock. Yun Chiho calmly admitted he was the informant, causing the senior aide to erupt in fury, calling him a bastard. Simmering with rage, the senior aide demanded to know why Yun Chiho would report on his own comrades, fully knowing the danger it would cause. Yun Chiho defended his actions, claiming Gojong's plan to gather young military officers was utterly absurd. He dismissed the plan as a foolish dream of a second Gapsin coup, a failed rebellion from their nation's past. Yun Chiho argued that since the first coup had failed so miserably, he saw no difference in this new plan and acted to minimize the inevitable damage, much to the senior aide's disgust. He continued his justification by claiming the people were too ignorant and the officials too corrupt for any revolution to succeed. The senior aide shot back, unable to comprehend betraying comrades based on personal judgment, before revealing the biggest reason for the report. He accused Yun Chi-ho of betraying them simply because he didn't trust him, a charge that visibly struck Yun Chi-ho. Yun Chi-ho conceded the point, admitting he hadn't trusted him then but insisted that his opinion had now changed. He explained that since last year, newspaper articles portraying Prince Yi Kang's major successes in investment had piqued his curiosity. The prince's earthquake relief efforts and scholarship foundation had improved the image of Koreans abroad, leading people to draw a powerful comparison. They were comparing the prince to his own grandfather, the formidable Hungseon Daewongun, a piece of gossip the prince acknowledged with a smirk. Yun Chi-ho concluded that this was why many citizens now looked to the prince, but Yi Kang internally assessed the man as talented yet flawed. The prince's thoughts catalogued Yun Chi-ho's elitist attitude and passive nature, wondering if a man who betrayed once could ever be trusted. Deciding he would need to observe Yun Chi-ho longer, Prince Yi Kang dismissed the tense discussion and ordered everyone to get some rest. After arriving in Mexico City, the prince stood back and observed as Yun Chi-ho's initial negotiations with the central government ended in complete failure. Yun Chi-ho fumed, blaming Japanese interference for the officials' lack of cooperation, while the prince thought to himself that this failure was inevitable. The prince coolly asked Yun Chi-ho what he planned to do now, only to be told that Yun Chi-ho saw no choice but to return to Korea. Shocked, the prince questioned how he could give up so easily without even visiting Yucatan, the very place their people were suffering. Yun Chi-ho began to make excuses about the futility of seeing the migrants if high-ranking officials refused to help. Cutting him off with a wave of his hand, Prince Yi Kang announced that he was done with excuses and would personally handle all negotiations from now on. A few days later, the prince arranged another meeting with the Mexican officials. The ministers of Immigration, Agriculture, and Justice were surprised to see the prince's delegation again. Prince Yi Kang began the meeting by apologizing for his subordinates' previous rudeness before offering them a gift. At his command, a beautifully decorated box was brought before the Mexican ministers. The ministers admired the unique mother-of-pearl inlay, which the prince's party explained was a traditional Korean craft called naejun. Upon opening the box, the ministers were stunned to find it filled with stacks of cash, presented as a token of deepest apologies. One minister angrily accused the prince of mocking them, but Yi Kang calmly insisted it was merely a gift, unrelated to his earlier request. As he feigned sincerity, the prince knew that Japan's interference meant a simple bribe wouldn't work, he needed a different approach. Shifting tactics, the prince casually inquired if the Minister of Agriculture's cousin still owned a large plantation near Cancun. His internal plan was to have the minister's cousin gather all the Korean laborers in the area, a common practice of exchanging workers with time left on their contracts. The prince would pay the necessary penalty fees to consolidate the Koreans under the cousin's protection, a safe method to rescue them while bypassing Japan's surveillance. Putting his plan into motion, the prince asked the Minister of Agriculture to have his cousin gather the Koreans in Cancun, a request the minister quickly agreed to. Prince Yi Kang then noted that a larger number of Korean migrants were reportedly in Merida, not Cancun. The Minister of Agriculture deferred the matter to the Minister of Justice, who agreed to provide an official document declaring the labor contracts illegal, which was all the prince needed. Having secured the cooperation of the Mexican government, Prince Yi Kang immediately traveled to Merida. Upon his arrival, the prince was confronted with a grim reality, a sight far worse than anything he had imagined. A local bearded official, disgusted by the exploitation, greeted the prince, having already been briefed on the situation by the Minister of Justice. Wasting no time on pleasantries, the prince simply requested that the official expedite the process. The official readily agreed, confirming he had already begun speaking to local landowners about terminating the fraudulent contracts. With that final piece in place, the horrific fraudulent immigration case was resolved, and the entire group prepared for their return to the United States. A few days later, aboard a ship bound for San Francisco, the senior aide marveled that the prince had resorted to open bribery. Prince Yi Kang immediately challenged him, asking what other course of action he should have taken when they possessed no national or diplomatic authority. In his mind, the prince railed against the alternative, giving up and turning away while his people continued to suffer. He then turned his disappointment onto Yun Chi-ho, demanding to know why he hadn't done whatever it took to save them, prompting an excuse about lacking the prince's vast wealth. The prince furiously reminded Yun Chi-ho of the $80,000 from the legation sale, money he could have used, and demanded its immediate return. As a defeated Yun Chi-ho handed over the funds, the prince declared it was time to teach him a lesson about his passive attitude. He admonished Yun Chi-ho, stating that even without money, true compassion and a desire to fulfill the king's command should have spurred him to action. With biting emphasis, the prince declared that if he had truly cared, he would have tried, drawing a quiet apology from the shamed official. The prince then abruptly changed the subject, reminding Yun Chi-ho that he'd once compared him to his grandfather, Hung Seon Daewongun. The prince reflected on this comparison, admitting his respect for his grandfather but noting a crucial difference between them. While his grandfather loved delicate orchids, the prince mused that he himself preferred plum blossoms, which only bloom after enduring the harshest winters. Prince Yi Kang made his philosophy clear, stating he had no use for hollow scholars raised like greenhouse orchids, and warned Yun Chi-ho to become a man like the resilient plum blossom. As news of Prince Yui's accomplishments spread, from freeing Korean immigrants in Mexico to establishing a scholarship, he read a newspaper and noted with satisfaction that his reputation in the homeland was quite good. The prince then asked his aide, Hyunsik, how such detailed news reached the Korean Empire, and Hyunsik explained it was due to a man named Lee Min-woo, who had recently returned home. Hyunsik elaborated that Lee Min-woo was a particularly clever immigrant, known for his impressive and ingenious matchmaking skills among the community. Concluding that Lee Min-woo was the source of the news, the prince decided he would summon the man to his residence upon his return. Suddenly, another article caught the prince's eye, and he slammed the paper down, declaring that those bastards had finally made their move. With cold fury, Prince Yi Kang ordered Hyunsik to gather everyone at the house immediately. Seething, the prince questioned the Japanese government's audacity in banning Korean immigration under the flimsy pretext of protection. During the emergency meeting, his followers expressed their outrage, but the prince calmly told everyone to settle down. Prince Yi Kang revealed that this move was expected and he had already prepared a countermeasure through a private meeting with Governor George Pardee. The result of his negotiation was a guarantee from the governor that until 1911, all Korean immigrants to California would be approved. However, the man in the green suit raised a valid concern: without diplomatic rights, Japan could simply refuse to issue passports, stopping immigration at the source. The prince coolly replied that if Japan wouldn't issue passports, then they would issue them themselves, much to the man's confusion. Others quickly grasped the plan, suggesting they recruit former officials to replicate passports and use sea routes from Primorai to San Francisco. While approving of their quick thinking, the prince warned that this workaround was temporary, as Japan could challenge them with international law at any time. He then turned his attention to JOSEON and USA, confirming their recent trip to Tijuana, which JOSEON explained was to assess the conditions of Korean immigrants there. JOSEON reported that approximately 1,000 Koreans were currently residing in a temporary settlement in Tijuana. The man in the green suit, still connecting the dots, asked why the prince was interested in this particular settlement. Prince Yi Kang laid out his masterstroke: he would leverage his friendship with the Mexican Minister of Agriculture to use Tijuana, whose mayor was the minister's son-in-law, as a stopover point for immigrants to gain new citizenship before entering California. The prince inwardly celebrated the plan, knowing this clever loophole would prevent Japan from being able to interfere in any way. The prince then assigned a new mission to Woo-sung regarding their future in Mexico. He declared his plan to establish a military academy there, and he wanted Woo-sung to be the one to lead it. Woo-sung's heart pounded with excitement as he exclaimed, "Finally," before formally accepting the great responsibility. The prince advised that presenting themselves as mercenaries would ease their entry into Mexico, a country with poor security, and Woo-sung understood immediately. Before departing, the prince asked everyone to take care of the immigrants in his absence, prompting John Grimm to ask if he was traveling far. The prince announced his destination was the East Coast, where he intended to expand their political and economic influence in major cities like New York and Washington, D.C. He then instructed John Grimm to come with him, as they had important matters to discuss on the journey. During a later status update, the prince was pleased to hear that the development of agricultural aircraft and machinery was progressing well with help from the Wright brothers. He promised unlimited funding to continue the good work, which prompted the agricultural developer to bring up their next big project. The developer confirmed they were already disassembling engines and drafting blueprints for the prince's planned automobile company. Another developer then raised a concern about running into patent issues with established manufacturers when they launched their new company. The solution was clear: they had to secure diesel engine technology, which had not yet been commercialized, to avoid the patent wars surrounding gasoline engines. The prince confidently took charge, vowing to find the developer of the diesel engine himself while his team focused on the rest. When asked for the specifics of his plan, the prince, standing before his research, simply confirmed that he had one. His plan was a trip to Detroit to form partnerships, a strategy his developer quickly deduced from the prince's mention of the Motor City. The prince confirmed their suspicions, telling his team to expect good news upon his return from this crucial business trip. He reflected that he would not be traveling alone, as Giannini had asked to accompany him to New York to study advanced financial techniques. The prince recalled Giannini's deep ambition to expand his own bank into something much larger. As an investor in Giannini's bank, the prince saw this as a mutually beneficial arrangement, especially with the 1907 financial panic looming as a perfect, albeit harsh, teacher. The prince believed that experiencing this crisis firsthand would forge Giannini into an even greater financier than he was destined to become. As the prince mentally wished Giannini well, the banker himself expressed interest in buying a car, an idea the prince encouraged as they were already headed to Motor City. Giannini then asked which company they would visit, and the prince revealed their destination was the headquarters of Buick Motors. When Giannini questioned this choice over more famous brands like Ford or Cadillac, the prince explained that he had already acquired Buick shares with his insurance payout. Though it was only a 3% stake, the prince reasoned that being a small shareholder was a far better position than being a complete outsider, a logic that earned a laugh from Giannini. However, the prince's optimistic expectations were immediately shattered upon meeting William Durant, the president of Buick Motors. Durant got straight to the point, stating he heard the prince was interested in a technical collaboration, which Princey confirmed. Pacing the room with predatory energy, Durant demanded to know what kind of idea the prince had that made him want to start his own car company. Princey deflected, sensing the avarice in Durant's eyes and knowing the man would try to steal any valuable information he revealed. Durant then made his intentions plain, offering to buy the prince's idea outright for a supposedly fair price. The prince recognized this aggressive monopolistic drive, a common trait among the entrepreneurs of the era who sought to devour any competition. Though annoyed by the man's avarice, the prince calmly reiterated that he was only interested in technical cooperation, not selling his ideas. Durant persisted, unable to understand why the prince would undertake the trouble of building a company himself, further confirming his predatory nature in the prince's mind. At that moment, the prince recalled a crucial fact: this was the same William Durant who was eventually ousted from his own company due to reckless overexpansion. As the prince turned to leave, Durant called after him, telling him to make contact if he ever changed his mind about selling the idea. Seizing a new opportunity, the prince paused and offered a counter-proposal, asking if it was true that Durant was buying back Buick shares. Durant confirmed he was consolidating shares for a full merger with GM, unknowingly walking right into the prince's trap to sell his own stake at an inflated price. The prince immediately offered to sell his 3% stake in Buick. Durant eagerly accepted, offering 10% above the day's market price, and the prince swiftly agreed to finalize the deal that very day. The prince celebrated his private victory, knowing the impending financial panic would soon make those shares worthless and he had just sold them at their peak. While an aide fetched the paperwork, Durant made one last push, asking the prince to reconsider selling his idea in the future. Princey coolly turned the tables, reminding Durant that his own door was always open, as he had plenty of capital. With a final, bold statement, the prince told Durant that if he ever needed funding to start a new company, he should come find him. A few days later, the prince stood before the Ford Motor Company, where his guide, Hans Wave, greeted him and mentioned the visit had taken some time to arrange. As Hans Wave apologized for the delay due to internal matters, Prince Yi's polite acceptance was cut short by a shocking sight. Staring in disbelief at a group of men, the prince couldn't help but wonder aloud if those people actually worked there. Hans Wave gestured for Prince Yi to follow, but the prince paused, his attention suddenly caught by an unexpected sight within the Ford facility. Responding to the prince's unspoken shock at the diverse workforce, a dark-skinned man confirmed that they were all indeed employees. Hans Wave elaborated that Ford hired anyone who was capable, regardless of race, prompting Prince Yi to ask if that policy extended even to people with disabilities. His guide laughed and affirmed it was true, while Prince Yi inwardly recalled hearing rumors that Ford prioritized ability above all else. The prince admitted to himself that the delayed meeting had made him worry Ford was a racist, but this scene suggested the man might be more reasonable than he'd thought. An attendant in a tan coat announced to his boss that he had brought Prince Yi Kang, and a voice from within instructed him to let the prince in. A man in a gold suit extended a hand, introducing himself as Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motors. Prince Yi Kang returned the pleasantry, while an impressed Ford noted that the prince was even more remarkable than the rumors suggested before inquiring about his companion. The man in the red coat introduced himself as Amedeo Giannini, the head of the Bank of Italy. Henry Ford expressed his delight, mentioning that he had heard of President Giannini and had been eager to meet him. After the introductions, Ford cordially invited his guests to have a seat. Ford then apologized for the delay in arranging their visit, explaining the need for caution to verify the prince's identity amidst the many people flocking to Detroit. Prince Yi acknowledged he understood, agreeing that caution was wise in a city overflowing with money and opportunistic swindlers. Ford surmised that the prince's initial doubts must have now turned into curiosity, which Yi Kang confirmed, adding that he had conducted his own investigations as well. Shifting the topic, Ford asked if he could now pose a few questions to the prince. Ford got straight to the point, asking Prince Yi why his company should agree to a technology partnership and what benefits Ford Motors would gain from it. Leaning forward, Ford pressed the prince for a direct answer to his questions. Internally, Prince Yi was amused by the man's bluntness, recognizing him as a direct person with whom any attempt to beat around the bush would backfire. The prince countered by asking Ford to consider the single greatest benefit of any cooperation between companies. He then answered his own question, declaring the benefit was an astronomical amount of money, which prompted Ford to ask what made him so confident. Prince Yi explained that the automobile market was growing explosively, and with Ford's relatively small production facilities, they risked being pushed out of the market share battle. He drove the point home by warning that such a failure would lead to being swallowed by William Durant, a name which immediately caught Ford's attention. The prince confirmed he had met Durant, describing the man's aggressive attempts to buy his ideas rather than collaborate, a tactic he was employing with everyone. With a knowing look, Prince Yi correctly deduced that Durant must have made a similar acquisition offer to Ford. Ford confirmed that Durant had indeed proposed an acquisition, only to be taken aback when the prince bluntly advised him to decline it. The prince then presented his own proposition, an investment of $50,000 immediately, with up to $500,000 more within 6 months. As a stunned Ford questioned the reason for such a large sum, the prince explained it was the answer to his earlier question, a way for Ford's company to eliminate its weaknesses and soar. The prince knew from history that Ford was destined to become a billionaire, and investing at this crucial stage of engine development was an unparalleled opportunity for himself. Despite the offer, Ford stated that while he was fine with a technology partnership, he wished to be more cautious about the investment. Prince Yi calmly accepted the decision, telling Ford to feel free to contact him anytime. Internally, the prince was confident, knowing time was on his side and that Ford had made the expected, cautious response. As they left, Giannini remarked to the prince that he expected Ford would be calling him back soon, likely in tears of regret. Giannini confessed that he himself had once been wary of the prince's proposals and regretted delaying his decision, predicting Ford would make the same mistake and sign a worse deal later. When the prince teased that he should have warned Ford, Giannini simply replied that people grow by regretting their mistakes, before they agreed to head to their next destination. A few days later, Prince Yi and Giannini found themselves standing before the New York Stock Exchange. Inside, they were immersed in a chaotic symphony of brokers shouting frantic orders, their voices thick with greed and despair. The prince found the scene fascinating, recognizing it as the heart of New York, while Giannini could only stare in awe at the spectacle. When the prince asked for his thoughts, Giannini admitted that the atmosphere was completely different from San Francisco and left him feeling drained. The prince joked that his friend's aversion to the chaos meant he was destined to run a commercial bank, a comment that left Giannini confused. Prince Yi knew this frenzy was a classic signal of a market peak that would soon crash, allowing those who weren't blind to reap rewards by moving against the herd. The prince teased Giannini about his discomfort, but the banker defensively replied that he was just nervous and might yet make a fortune there. Announcing he was only observing for the day, the prince invited Giannini to join him in meeting a well-versed New York acquaintance, an offer the banker readily accepted. The prince then issued a word of caution, warning Giannini to watch what he said as their host had a mouth like a magpie. A little later at Hearst headquarters, Representative Hearst expressed his surprise at the prince's early arrival, after which the prince introduced his dear friend, Giannini. Hearst offered the travelers a welcome drink to help them relax, but Giannini politely passed on the offer. Hearst playfully ribbed Giannini for his serious demeanor, noting that unlike the prince, he didn't take jokes well, which only made it more fun. Setting the banter aside, Hearst then gestured for everyone to take a seat. Hearst confessed his surprise at receiving the prince's sudden message, but Prince Yi smoothly replied it was only natural to see him first upon arriving in New York. While appreciating the sentiment, Hearst explained he had a prior engagement, which the prince cleverly countered by stating he had cleared his own entire schedule just for their meeting. Just then, Hearst's assistant rushed in, apologizing for the interruption but stating he had an urgent message to deliver. After a quick, whispered exchange, Hearst turned back to the prince and asked if he was free that evening, to which Yi Kang firmly reiterated his schedule was clear. Hearst declared the situation perfect, revealing he had already suggested to his other appointment that they meet with the prince, and the mysterious guest had eagerly accepted. The prince agreed but requested to know who he would be meeting, though Hearst preferred to keep it a surprise, offering only a single hint. Hearst revealed that people in New York called this man, the Crown Prince of New York, a title that made Prince Yi immediately realize who it could be. Though eager for the meeting, the prince felt a pang of worry, as the man was a notoriously blatant racist, a fact that concerned him more for Giannini than himself. At the aide signal, Prince Yi and President Giannini prepared to depart for the evening's mysterious meeting. The prince resolved that, just like with Ford, he would have to meet the man himself to judge whether the rumors were true. Arriving at their destination, Hearst warmly welcomed his other guest. Hearst exchanged pleasantries with the newcomer, who was revealed to be none other than John Pierpont Morgan Jr., the successor of the world-renowned J.P. Morgan firm. As Hearst began the introductions, Morgan's gaze fell upon the prince and his companion. Hearst formally introduced Yi Kang of the Korean Empire, and the prince extended a hand, ready to see what would happen next. As their hands were about to meet, Prince Yi wondered if the man before him was truly as much of a racist as the rumors claimed. Prince Yi Kang formally introduced himself to the Crown Prince of New York, extending a hand and expressing a hope that they could get along well. Internally, the prince prepared himself, wondering if the man before him was truly as much of a stubborn supremacist as the rumors claimed. To the prince's surprise, John Pierpont Morgan Jr. clasped his hand firmly and returned the greeting with pleasure, showing no immediate signs of the rumored hostility. Morgan Jr. graciously offered his assistance should the prince need anything during his stay, to which Yi Kang offered his thanks before introducing his companion. With a polite smile, Giannini stepped forward, presenting himself as the operator of the Bank of Italy. Morgan Jr. acknowledged that he had heard of Giannini's bank in San Francisco, offering him a curt and noticeably less enthusiastic greeting. Giannini humbly stated that he was still new to banking and would appreciate any advice, while Prince Yi Kang silently puzzled over why Morgan Jr. was so courteous to him but dismissive toward his Italian friend. Setting business aside, Morgan Jr. smoothly invited them to dinner, insisting it would be his treat, an offer the prince readily accepted. As they followed their host, both Prince Yi Kang and Giannini couldn't help but wonder if the notorious rumors about Morgan Jr. being a racist were entirely false. Over a lavish meal, the three men engaged in casual conversation, exchanging information and opinions on the current state of American affairs. Prince Yi Kang tested the waters by mentioning the White House's plan to crack down on monopolies, suggesting Morgan Jr. ought to be careful. Morgan Jr. dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, confidently asserting that Roosevelt's term would soon end, leaving nothing to worry about. The prince was struck by Morgan Jr.'s open derision for the sitting president, musing that his status as a New York power player must grant him an incredible sense of freedom. Morgan Jr. then turned the tables, directly asking the prince for his own opinion on President Roosevelt. Choosing his words with care to preserve the budding relationship, Prince Yi Kang confessed that he did not think much of the man, nor did he like him. He elaborated, recounting the agreement signed 30 years ago between the United States and the Korean Empire, where many concessions were granted in exchange for a promise of aid. The prince's voice grew colder as he explained that the United States had seemingly forgotten its promise and was now blatantly supporting Japan instead. A tense silence hung in the air following the prince's accusation, heavy enough to make Giannini nervously take a gulp from his glass. The prince quickly apologized for dwelling on such a dry topic, a calculated move to steer the conversation away, but Morgan Jr. insisted he found the discussion on international affairs fascinating. Seizing the moment, Prince Yi Kang reminded Morgan Jr. of his earlier offer of assistance and stated that he had a request. He explained that Giannini was keenly interested in the East's advanced financial systems and asked if Morgan Jr. could send some of his staff to observe the Bank of Italy. Morgan Jr. considered the proposition, agreeing in principle but stating he first needed to understand the bank's business structure. Giannini detailed their model of providing loans to small business owners and growing through interest, admitting that while their scale was currently small, they were expanding steadily. One of Morgan Jr.'s associates sneered, questioning if any real money could be made from beggars, but Morgan Jr. quickly agreed to the prince's request, promising to select personnel to send to BOI. Prince Yi Kang thanked him, the interaction confirming his new theory: the man wasn't a racist, he was a classist. The prince understood that to a classist, those deemed beneath them were not even considered people, which would naturally lead to racist rumors since many people of color were poor. On the other hand, a classist showed extreme courtesy to those they considered useful or superior, a trait that in the prince's eyes made Morgan Jr. even worse. As the dinner concluded, Morgan Jr. and the prince exchanged warm farewells, both agreeing the meeting had been a pleasure. Before they parted, Morgan Jr. extended an invitation to a charity event at the New York mayor's residence, which the prince accepted as a perfect chance to expand his network. The engine roared as their car pulled away from the restaurant. Once they were safely alone, Giannini slammed his fist against the seat, finally releasing the frustration he had been suppressing all evening. The prince commended his restraint, and Giannini acknowledged that losing his temper with the Morgans in New York would have done him no good, vowing to endure for the future. Prince Yi Kang urged his friend to channel that feeling into growing his bank to a scale no one could ever look down upon, spurring a defiant promise from Giannini to build an empire that would surpass even the prince's investment. A few days later, they arrived at the New York mayor's residence for the charity auction, held under the banner, "Preserve History and Share Hope." Morgan Jr. spotted them immediately, greeting the prince with enthusiasm. He then proudly turned to an older, formidable-looking man and introduced Prince Yi Kang, whom he had spoken of before. The legendary J.P. Morgan, the financial king of America and founder of the global firm, formally introduced himself to the young prince. J.P. Morgan admitted his son's high praise had made him eager for this meeting, a sentiment the prince gracefully returned. This public meeting between the prince and the titan of finance instantly became the center of the party's attention, a development the prince knew would make his networking efforts much easier. J.P. Morgan's wife playfully requested an introduction, prompting her husband to jest that while he'd prefer to keep such an impressive guest to himself, he had to oblige her. A voice suddenly called out the prince's name, and he turned to find Dr. Franklin King, a man he had not seen in a long time. Dr. King expressed his pleasant surprise at being remembered, but the prince assured him that their meeting was not one he could easily forget. The prince mentally recalled that King was the director of the Department of Agriculture's Land Management Bureau, a vital contact for his own agricultural ventures. Dr. King mentioned that he was soon departing for a trip to the Korean Empire and Japan, expressing his gladness at seeing the prince before he left. Surprised, the prince inquired what business was taking him so far away. Dr. King seemed flustered and quickly changed the subject, awkwardly asking if the prince had met any other Easterners at the event. Puzzled by the odd deflection, the prince scanned the crowd. His gaze landed on two men of Asian descent making their way toward him. One of the men, an aide, asked if the prince was from the Qing Empire, and for strategic reasons, Yi Kang misleadingly confirmed that he was. The aide then connected him to the artifacts at the auction before introducing his companion as Wu Qing, a royal relative of Prince Gong's household. Prince Yi Kang then revealed his true identity as a prince of the Korean Empire, causing the aide to bow his head in startled deference. The prince inquired why so many valuable Qing artifacts were being sold at auction, and Wu Qing explained that they urgently needed to secure funds for their homeland. Yi Kang found this curious, pointing out that they could have surely received a higher price through other, more patient channels. Wu Qing simply reiterated their desperation, stating they had to gather as much money as possible, as quickly as possible. The prince reflected on the state of the late Qing dynasty, racked by internal rebellions and pressured by foreign powers, a plight that felt uncomfortably close to home. Feeling a sense of kinship, Prince Yi Kang offered a solemn warning, suggesting that the Korean Empire should also be on its guard. He then delivered a chilling prophecy: artifacts from JOSEON would soon be appearing in these same auction houses, with rumors that some had already arrived. Taking a slow sip from his drink, the prince knew with grim certainty that the cultural plunder of his nation had already begun. The narrative flashed back to a few days prior at Yi Kang's residence, where he held a telegram, asking his aide in disbelief if the news was true. The assistant in the green suit confirmed the grave message was from Minister Holbert. The telegram detailed the theft of the 10-story Gyeongkyeonsa pagoda, which had been dismantled and smuggled to Japan by their minister of the imperial household, and pleaded for the prince's help in its retrieval. Enraged, Prince Yi Kang ordered his men to secure all evidence so they could immediately launch a media campaign of protest across America and Europe. Returning to the present, the prince thought bitterly that such protests would mean little once a nation lost its sovereignty entirely. A fire of determination ignited within him as he silently vowed that if he couldn't protest them back, he would make a fortune and personally buy back every last piece. His new mission set, the prince began laying the groundwork for his future assets by turning his attention back to the Qing nobles. He told Wu Qing that he had a deep interest in Qing relics and requested they inform him before any future auctions, promising to purchase items at a fair price. Wu Qing gratefully agreed to visit him, unaware that the prince was already calculating how securing these antiques now would make them worth a fortune later. With the profits from these future sales, the prince planned to create a war chest to reclaim the JOSEON artifacts that were fated to flood the market. He hardened his resolve, fully aware that he could not afford to miss a single one of his nation's stolen treasures. Later, while strolling through the city, Giannini quietly confessed that before coming to New York, he had considered himself a fairly successful man. Now, he admitted to feeling like a frog in a well, realizing he had a long way to go, which prompted the prince to commend him, stating that such recognition is the first step toward progress. Giannini humbly pledged to maintain a learning attitude, causing the prince to remark with a smile that his friend had become much calmer and more mature. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in a cap thrusting a flyer at them, promising an investment seminar that would change their lives. Nearby, another promoter shouted to passers-by, claiming he knew the future of the New York Stock Exchange. One charismatic man with olive green hair captivated a small crowd, urging them to invest in Livermore Trust and personally guaranteeing their wealth would double. The promoter's pitch was cut short as Prince Yi Kang's hand shot out, snatching the flyer. The prince's eyes widened as he read the name on the paper, his mind racing as he questioned why the infamous Jesse Livermore was appearing here. A small crowd gathered outside a rustic building, buzzing with discussion about the investment seminar scheduled to take place. On stage, a trembling blond man nervously stammered through his greetings, thanking the audience for taking time out of their day. One audience member grumbled about not understanding a word, while another urged him to at least try to listen. The speaker begged for their focus, announcing he would begin with a single, crucial prediction about the coming month. He then declared that the U.S. stock market was on the verge of a complete collapse, stunning the man who had just been complaining. The lecturer explained that with the U.S. on the gold standard, British banks raising interest rates after the San Francisco earthquake were causing a capital flight. As he detailed how money and gold were flowing to Britain, an impatient man in a vest demanded he cut the complicated talk and get to the point. The lecturer clarified that the resulting gold shortage would trigger financial instability, reduced lending, and an inevitable stock market crash. The man in the vest exploded with anger, shouting that the seminar was cursing them instead of helping them make money. The speaker tried to insist his analysis was based on hard data, but the furious man refused to hear any more of it. Turning to the others, the disgruntled man urged everyone to leave, declaring the entire event a waste of time. The lecturer desperately pleaded for them to stay, stumbling as he tried to explain that the stagnant market was a critical warning sign. As the crowd walked out, he continued shouting his warnings about peak prices and an outdated financial system, but his words fell on deaf ears. Left alone in the empty room, the defeated lecturer let out a long, heavy sigh. He couldn't understand why no one would listen until the end when he was trying to offer them a chance to survive the coming crisis. He glumly admitted his stutter hardly inspired confidence and, with no money left for another venue, he felt all hope was lost. Suddenly, a voice asked if he could continue the seminar, causing the dejected man to turn in surprise, thinking someone was still there. He eagerly agreed, only to freeze in shock as he recognized the wealthy Eastern prince, Yi Kang, standing before him. The lecturer's mind raced, recalling the countless rumors of the prince's investment successes and realizing this was his one and only chance. He nervously asked if the prince would like to review the detailed report he had prepared. Prince Yi Kang calmly instructed his entourage to step back, clearing the room to speak with the man privately. As the lecturer prepared to restart his presentation, the prince stopped him, stating that such an explanation wasn't necessary. The man confirmed the prince's intuition, stating that a stock market crash was, as his report concluded, absolutely inevitable. The prince then asked if short selling was the best strategy to profit from this downturn, a suggestion the man enthusiastically affirmed. This high-risk, high-reward trading strategy involved betting on a stock's decline, promising enormous profits if successful. Prince Yi Kang recalled the man's infamous nickname, Great Bear, a title given to investors who thrived in falling markets. He knew exactly who stood before him, Jesse Livermore, the legendary Wall Street beast who made a fortune shorting the market during the great panics of history. Livermore was quick to clarify that he didn't only bet on decline, he also bought shares and carefully assessed the situation as needed. The prince nodded in approval, stating that he liked Livermore's flexible approach. With a grand gesture, Prince Yi Kang declared he would invest in him, theatrically asking if Livermore was ready to make history together. Livermore, taken aback by the sudden offer, stammered as he asked what the prince meant. The prince painted a grand vision of the future, one where historians would immortalize their names for the astronomical profits they would make from the crash. Overcome with emotion, Livermore grabbed the prince's hands, eagerly agreeing to join him in making history. Getting straight to business, Livermore asked which targets the prince had in mind for short selling. Yi Kang listed the shipping, mining, steel, and railroad industries. These were precisely the sectors that had already taken the most severe damage following the devastating San Francisco earthquake. Livermore agreed it was the perfect time to invest and asked if the prince planned to diversify his short positions across all four sectors. The prince declared his intention to focus solely on mining, the weakest of the herd, reasoning that in the jungle of the stock market, the weakest always fall first. He then posed a question: should a full-blown panic begin, what would their next target be? Prince Yi Kang answered his own question, stating that when the economy stagnates, the financial sector would be next to fall, and they would target it mercilessly. Livermore was privately in awe, marveling at the prince's foresight in a time when almost no one was preparing for the Great Depression. The prince clapped a delighted Livermore on the shoulder, promising to deliver the investment funds and the contract within a week. Later, the prince instructed his aide to prepare the contract, adding a crucial detail: the company name, Livermore Trust, was to remain as is. During their meeting, a puzzled Livermore had questioned this, wondering why the prince would pass up the chance to have his name attached to the achievement. The prince had explained that while Livermore would remain the company representative, his own people would be there to observe the fund's operations. Furthermore, he stipulated that all accounting audits would be conducted by men from Giannini's bank. Yi Kang knew that constant monitoring was crucial, as leaving such a vast sum of money unchecked could invite foolish ideas. Livermore had agreed to these as natural precautions and then asked if he could withdraw the investment funds at any time. The prince had cautioned that reinvestments require a long-term view to avoid losses, making Livermore inwardly scoff at being lectured by his new partner. Yi Kang had simply replied that he would personally bear any such loss and would have it specified in the contract, leaving Livermore with no room to argue. With a final word of encouragement, the prince sent Livermore on his way, having just set in motion the single biggest bet of his life. That night, the prince's subordinates, Max and Aaron, came to his room with pressing questions. Max immediately asked why he had given Livermore so much authority, voicing his particular dislike for leaving the company in Livermore's name. Prince Yi Kang laughed, explaining the reason was simple: one should never put their name on a venture destined to attract blame. When a confused Max asked what blame he was referring to, the prince began to break down the public perception of short selling. He told them to listen closely as he walked them through the inevitable fallout of their plan. He posed a hypothetical scenario where the market crash turns an average man's life savings into a pittance. In a small animated visual, Aaron tearfully concluded that such a person would be completely ruined. The prince confirmed this, then escalated the scenario: what if that ruined man had invested with borrowed money from a bank? Aaron correctly deduced he would become a debtor overnight, prompting the prince to ask who these ruined masses would blame for their misfortune. When a subordinate guessed they'd blame themselves, the prince corrected him: they would blame Livermore, and they would blame the government. He explained that while the government's failed policies were the true cause, they would seek a scapegoat rather than accept responsibility. Aaron paled as he realized the scapegoat would be the very person who made an immense profit from the disaster. The prince confirmed that the perfect target would be Jesse Livermore, who had publicly predicted the crash, and the government would gladly let him take the fall. He added that if he, an Asian, were the public face of the operation, the criticism and hatred directed at him would be exponentially worse. Aaron grew concerned, but the prince waved it off, explaining that since he has never been a public figure, there was no way to pin the blame on him. The prince's strategy was clear: he would invest from the shadows, allowing Livermore to take the public credit, the subsequent blame, and an even greater fortune as compensation. When he asked if his explanation was satisfactory, a wide-eyed Aaron could only mutter that his boss was, in fact, kind of evil. With a confident smirk, Prince Yi Kang corrected him, preferring to call it exceptional crisis management skills. That night, the prince meticulously drafted the contract for Jesse Livermore, carefully choosing each word as if his life depended on it. A pleased smile spread across his face as he imagined the incredible fortune this carefully constructed gamble was about to bring him. A few days later, in Prince Yi Kang's hotel room, the final stroke of a pen sealed a monumental deal. Yi Kang placed his trust in Livermore, who confidently promised to bring him profits beyond his wildest imagination as their contract was finalized. That very day, Livermore invested the entire $50,000 fee into short selling, a move that baffled Aaron and Max, while he and the prince directed the operation from the hotel. Their strategy depended on the market falling, but to their dismay, a man in a blue suit reported that U.S. Steel's stock had actually risen. As the market continued its upward trend against all expectations, an increasingly nervous Aaron voiced his concerns to the prince. The aide in a green vest urged His Highness to maintain his trust, while Yi Kang's thoughts revealed his unshakable certainty that this was a temporary rise before he would leverage for even greater profits. Yi Kang, The man in the brown suit calmly told the blonde-haired Livermore not to worry, receiving a slightly skeptical glance in return. Changing the subject, Livermore then informed the prince that he had a favor to ask. The prince, now identified as the man with dark curly hair, made a surprising request of his own, for Livermore to teach Giannini the trend trading method. A shocked Giannini questioned learning from Livermore, but Yi Kang insisted, declaring Livermore the unparalleled master of trend trading. This was a stark contrast to the last expert sent by Morgan, who had merely looked down on Giannini instead of teaching him any advanced financial techniques. Livermore, however, was tasked with properly instructing Giannini, whose knowledge was limited to civilian finance, in the complex world of stock investment. Giannini humbly asked Livermore to guide him, but the famed trader nervously replied that the honor was all his. Yi Kang smirked, knowing that nurturing Giannini was a wise long-term investment, as Livermore's loyalty was not guaranteed. With the lesson arranged, the prince departed to attend to other business, leaving Giannini and Livermore to begin their training. Meanwhile, the prince arrived at the headquarters of the Washington Post. He introduced himself to Christian, the esteemed editor-in-chief of the newspaper. Yi Kang stated his purpose, to place an advertisement for the flyer for, requesting a prominent spot on the second or third page. Christian happily agreed, while the prince internally noted this was another strategic investment to build connections with the federal government's elite. Yi Kang then made one more request, asking for an editorial to be written about the Wright brothers. He was actively working to shift public opinion in their favor, a move that, unlike in the original history, would ultimately serve his own interests. Christian immediately understood, referencing the recent incident where the Smithsonian Institution had been outmaneuvered in its attempt to take advantage of the Wright brothers. The editor lamented the nasty rumors the institution was still spreading, a sentiment Yi Kang readily echoed. Afterwards, the prince continued his campaign, meeting with the owners and editors of New York's major newspapers to purchase shares and place ads, securing their goodwill as protection against future media attacks. His final target was William Randolph Hearst, the owner of a leading yellow journalism press, who greeted the prince by noting he had been expecting his visit. A wave of revulsion passed through Yi Kang as he realized, once again, that the disgusting man knew his every move. The prince presented Hearst with a document, explaining that this particular matter had been keeping him busy. Upon reading the report, Hearst gasped in disbelief at its scandalous contents. The document detailed the illegal dismantling and smuggling of the Gyeongkyeonsa pagoda by a high-ranking Japanese official, an act so infuriating it left the reader sleepless with rage. Hearst, sensing a massive story, immediately vowed to publish it on a grand scale, just as Yi Kang had anticipated. The prince knew Japan carefully curated its international image, and a negative article in an American newspaper would be a disaster they would do anything to avoid. To kill the story, Japan would either have to pay Hearst an exorbitant sum or grant him any desire he named. Yi Kang acknowledged Hearst's self-serving motives but then reminded him that this mutually beneficial arrangement wouldn't settle the debt between them. In return for a previous profitable tip, Hearst offered to grant the prince 3 favors. He then counted the current business as the first favor, leaving 2 remaining, and admitted he was impressed Yi Kang had put his advice to good use. The prince revealed that prosecutor Henny had also benefited from the information, creating a valuable new connection in the legal field. Changing topics, Hearst, now in a blue robe, asked the prince about the unusual activity in the banks, and Yi Kang cryptically confirmed he knew something. The prince delivered a stark warning to hold on to cash, ominously declaring that the era of the bull was ending and the era of the bear was coming. A startled Hearst processed the dire news of a coming financial crisis, while Yi Kang knew the publisher would inevitably write an article about it, which was all part of his plan. As Yi Kang departed, he anticipated that once Hearst's story was published, the ensuing fear would cause a desperate rush for liquidity among institutions and individuals alike. The panic he had engineered was about to descend upon the land even faster than history dictated. The grim reality of his prediction manifested as the body of a man lay in a pool of blood on the hotel's ornate floor. A man in a red coat reacted to a sudden noise, but Yi Kang calmly identified it as the sound of something falling to the ground. His chilling prediction had proven to be entirely correct. The prince somberly observed that a hotel guest, having lost everything in the stock market crash, had taken his own life in despair. Reading a newspaper heralding the coming nightmare, Yi Kang, the man in the vest, recognized that his situation was becoming seriously dangerous. He began to worry that the information he'd leaked to Hearst could be traced back to him if he stayed put. The prince desperately racked his brain for a natural-looking way to leave New York. He knew that fleeing in the middle of the night would be a confession of guilt, giving his enemies the perfect excuse to blame him for the entire crisis. He needed a legitimate, undeniable reason to leave the city, but none came to mind. He mused that leaving on official state affairs would be the perfect cover, just as an aide's voice called out his title. The red-haired man urgently reported that Mr. An, JOSEON himself, had arrived and was urgently seeking him. A wave of relief washed over Yi Kang as he recognized this unexpected arrival as his lifeline, immediately ordering the man be brought in. The prince warmly welcomed JOSEON, who had traveled a great distance to see him. Yi Kang asked why he had come all the way from San Francisco and gestured towards his unknown companion. JOSEON introduced the other man as Lee Wei-jong, son of the Korean Empire's envoy to Russia. Lee Wei-jong stepped forward with a sealed document, explaining that he had come to New York for the sole purpose of delivering it to the prince. He revealed it was a secret order directly from His Majesty, and Yi Kang's mind ignited with a spark of hope. The prince silently prayed that the document contained the official justification he so desperately needed to escape New York. The order was his salvation. He was to attend the Hague Peace Conference and expose the injustice of the Ulsa Treaty to the entire world. Seizing his opportunity, Yi Kang shouted for Max to pack their belongings and prepare for an immediate departure. He stressed that they had to leave as soon as possible, urging his subordinate to hurry. A confused Giannini, the man with the mustache, asked where the prince was going, and Yi Kang explained that urgent business required him to cross the Atlantic right away. Giannini offered to accompany him to Europe, but the prince firmly refused the request. Yi Kang ordered Giannini to stay behind and continue his financial studies with Livermore, leaving the man worried and silent. When asked for his final destination, the protagonist revealed he was bound for the Netherlands to attend an urgent conference. Before setting sail for the Netherlands, the prince had to give his final instructions to the two men he was leaving behind. Giannini pleaded for the prince's safe return while Livermore confidently promised to increase his wealth tenfold. Yi Kang had warned Livermore about his aggressive short selling, a tactic that Giannini agreed could easily backfire and burn him. The prince had pointedly asked Livermore if he understood that the goal was to make money, not destroy the very market they operated in. He then posed a critical question: what would happen if the market collapsed completely? While the gravity of the question dawned on Giannini, Livermore quickly understood the underlying message and agreed to adjust his methods. Sensing Giannini's need for direction, Yi Kang then handed him a set of documents he explained would be vital for his business. The materials outlined how an impending financial crisis would force the U.S. government to abandon its unit banking system for a new one. Yi Kang explained that this systemic change presented a golden opportunity to acquire failing banks and rapidly expand the Bank of Italy's influence across America. Giannini confirmed his mission was to buy the listed banks on the cheap, and Yi Kang affirmed, telling him to use his investment capital via Livermore if funds ran low. Livermore cheerfully promised to invest so much that Giannini would never have to worry about running out of money. While reviewing the documents, Giannini's eyes were drawn to a bank marked with a star, and he wondered about the specific instruction to purchase BOA above all others. The value, as Yi Kang had explained, was in the name itself, Bank of America, a brand that would require no extra promotion in the future. The prince had advised him that if he wished to be more than a local banker, a name with such nationwide appeal was essential. A confident smile spread across Giannini's face as he vowed that he would absolutely acquire it. Later, aboard the ship, Yi Kang had summoned one of the men sent by the emperor, who promptly appeared and asked why he had been called. The prince declared his intention to learn more about the agent, needing to assess whether the man was a talent he required. The man cautiously asked if the prince was aware that he was an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. This agency was a covert organization established by Emperor Gojong, effectively serving as Korea's version of the CIA. The agent confirmed his allegiance, revealing himself as part of an elite group capable of operating both at home and abroad. Seeing a perfectly timed opportunity to gain his own intelligence unit, Yi Kang demanded a list of all known agents, a request the man immediately declared was impossible. The agent explained that the organization was built on secrecy, with members unaware of each other's identities unless they shared a specific mission. Yi Kang inwardly noted the surprisingly systematic and compartmentalized structure, resolving to one day inherit the entire agency from Emperor Gojong. Setting the issue aside, the prince asked for their plans, and the agent explained they were to meet a contact before secretly approaching the conference. Yi Kang bluntly informed the agent that their current plan was destined to fail. When the shocked agent asked why, the prince revealed that Japan had already caught on to their movements. The agent despaired, realizing Japan would stop at nothing to interfere, and wondered aloud how they could possibly neutralize such opposition. In that moment, a brilliant idea sparked in the prince's mind. Yi Kang boldly declared he had found a way and, after asking for their complete trust, received a fervent promise that they would follow his lead. Upon arriving at the Hague Peace Conference, one of Yi Kang's aides angrily demanded to know why they were being blocked from entry. Another agent insisted their documents were flawless, but the guard refused to budge, stating he had orders from higher up. The agent, Byung-jun, furiously listed their perfect credentials, passports, invitations, and official authorization, while his colleague, Lee Sang-seol, seethed in frustration. Lee Sang-seol silently concluded that if their perfect documentation was being ignored, there could be only one explanation. He correctly deduced that either the officer before them or a superior had accepted a bribe from Japan. As the agent worriedly asked what to do, Yi Kang calmly told him to wait, as someone would soon arrive to grant them passage. Just as he said this, a look of relieved recognition spread across Lee Sang-seol's face as he spotted an approaching figure. The man, Grand Duke Hendrik of the Netherlands, warmly greeted Yi Kang as a friend, expressing surprise at finding him waiting at the entrance. Yi Kang casually explained that he simply couldn't get in, as his dumbfounded aides listened in. While the prince lamented that an administrator was blocking his way despite his perfect credentials, his agents were stunned to learn he was friends with Dutch royalty. Duke Hendrik immediately turned to the guard, his tone shifting as he demanded to know the reason his friend was being barred from entry. A flashback revealed that Yi Kang had spent the past month lobbying influential figures, which now culminated in Hendrik forcefully demanding a legitimate reason from the guard. The prince had strategically approached the penniless duke, opening his heart and offering him precisely what he lacked, money. By transferring a portion of the rights to the Wright and Lee Company, Yi Kang had secured a powerful ally, assuring his aides that it was a calculated investment. Their contract guaranteed Hendrik a 10% share of all European airplane sales in return for his active support and legal protection, a crucial asset for future expansion. Back in the present, Hendrik informed Yi Kang that the way was clear, to which the prince replied that a friend is the only thing one can truly rely on. Yi Kang's aide marveled at his master's foresight, while the prince felt a wave of relief that his companions could finally relax. With the path now open, Yi Kang confidently led his delegation toward the entrance. Their progress was again halted by a new arrival, Honjo Satoshi, prompting an internal groan from Yi Kang that nothing ever went smoothly. In response to Yi Kang's question, the man introduced himself as Honjo Satoshi, a special envoy from the Empire of Japan. Recognizing the man who likely bribed the guard, the prince offered a tight-lipped smile and suggested they talk inside, as he was busy. Honjo flatly informed the prince that he could not enter, a statement that sent one of Yi Kang's more excitable agents into a rage. Byung-jun furiously shouted, demanding to know how Honjo dared to block their way. Honjo calmly replied that he was stopping them because they no longer met the qualifications to participate. He condescendingly stated that since the Korean Empire's foreign affairs were now handled by Japan, their presence was illegitimate. Yi Kang countered coolly, stating that a treaty signed under coercion and bribery held no legal validity. As Byung-jun asserted their right to enter, Hanzhou sneered that a weak Joseon could only survive by relying on the Japanese Empire. He advised them to turn back, but his threatening words were met with a piercing accusation. Yi Kang bitingly questioned the greatness of a Japanese government that had just abandoned its own people to slavery in Mexico. He declared with cutting sarcasm that he had seen quite enough of Japan's advanced diplomacy. Hanzhou's smile was a mask of contempt as he warned the prince not to choose a path that would only lead to future trouble. Yi Kang's patience finally snapped. He decided this insolent man needed to be dealt with. He icily questioned if Hanzhou truly thought he was someone to be trifled with, causing the envoy to stammer that he was merely stating facts. Yi Kang then casually mentioned his intent to write a letter to Ito Hirobumi, which made Hanzhou flinch in alarm. With mock contemplation, the prince began to dictate the letter, stating that an irritating man named Hanzhou Satoshi had convinced him to join the meeting after all. Hanzhou's arrogance crumbled instantly as he dropped to his knees, profusely apologizing for his rudeness. Yi Kang privately scoffed at the pathetic display, wondering what kind of threat could be so easily broken, as Hanzhou desperately asked what it would take for him to leave. The prince stated his one condition with cold disdain, to never see Hanzhou's face in front of him again. With a dismissive turn, Yi Kang announced to his own men that it was time to get to work. With all obstacles finally removed, the prince strode purposefully toward the hall, ready to step onto the international stage and expose the injustices against his empire. With cold finality, Prince Yi Kang stated his one condition to the groveling envoy, to never see his face again. Dismissing the pathetic man, the prince announced to his entourage that it was time for them to do what they came for. With no more obstacles in his way, Yi Kang's mind turned to the international stage, where he would finally expose the injustices committed against the Korean Empire. He and his men stepped into a vast, crowded hall where delegates from across the world were already seated. Yi Kang's eyes scanned the room, landing on their designated spot. He privately noted their disappointing seats at the very edge of the hall, a clear sign of their status as mere invitees. However, a slight smirk played on his lips as he realized this poor treatment could make his impending speech all the more dramatic. A moment later, a white-bearded man acting as the chairman called for Representative Prince Yi Kang of the Korean Empire to come forward. From his seat, a mustached Japanese delegate watched the prince's approach with a stern, unreadable expression. Yi Kang began his address to the esteemed guests, introducing himself as the second son of the Korean emperor and declaring he had come for one reason only. He boldly accused the Japanese government of using coercion and military force to intimidate his emperor and seize their nation's diplomatic rights 2 years prior. A furious shout of, "That is a lie," erupted from the Japanese delegation. The mustached man leaped to his feet, denying the accusation and demanding the chairman immediately halt Prince Yi Kang's statement. Yi Kang snapped back, questioning if it wasn't Japan that was lying even now, enraging the representative who threatened he wouldn't walk out safely. The chairman calmly called for order, stating that the attending delegates would be the judge of the truth and allowing the speech to proceed, to the Japanese representative's utter disbelief. The prince felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that his extensive lobbying efforts before the conference were now paying off. Raising his voice once more, Yi Kang accused the Japanese government of having no shame, which prompted another furious outburst from the mustached man. He then delivered a devastating blow, reminding the assembly that Japan had sent assassins to murder his mother 10 years ago and then declared the criminals innocent, a claim the representative weakly tried to deny. The prince then turned his attention to the other delegates, warning them to consider if Japan's ambitions would truly be satisfied with just JOSEON. He prophesied that after swallowing JOSEON and Manchuria, Japan's greed would only be sated after devouring all the small Pacific islands. The Japanese representative again decried this as nonsense and demanded that Prince Yi Kang cease his incitement immediately. Yi Kang knew from his past life that this was no mere speculation, but a chilling glimpse into Japan's endless, rapacious greed. As the mustached man frantically threatened a national protest, the chairman informed the prince that his speaking time was over. With a knowing smile, Yi Kang concluded what would later be called Yi Kang's Hague prophecy, and calmly stepped down from the podium. The following day at his hotel, an aide read aloud from a newspaper article that hailed the prince as a little giant from the east, and warned of the Japanese Empire's expansion. The aide wondered if this meant the Western powers would finally restrain Japan, but Yi Kang knew this goodwill was only a temporary illusion. He was well aware of the secret Taft-Katsura agreement dividing American and Japanese interests, and Japan's control over foreign media meant such articles would soon disappear. The prince knew the world's attention was fleeting, and with new incidents constantly erupting, this matter would soon be forgotten. Still, he had achieved his primary goal, to carve out his own identity as Yi Kang in the international community, separate from his title as Joseon's second prince. As a bonus, he had thoroughly vexed Emperor Gojong, though he grimaced at the thought of the tighter Japanese surveillance that would surely follow. Yi Kang confidently anticipated the uproar in Japan, certain that their panicked reaction would play right into his hands. His prediction proved correct as the scene shifted to an incensed meeting in Tokyo, Japan. A uniformed official furiously demanded to know how his superiors would fix the shame that the arrogant Joseon man had brought upon the great Japanese Empire. The hardliner Katsura Taro declared that the only solution was to dethrone the Joseon king who had deceived them. In attendance were Prime Minister Seonji Kinmochi and the Resident General of Joseon, Ito Hirobumi. Ito Hirobumi's eyes widened in reaction to Katsura's aggressive proposal. The Prime Minister, Seonji Kinmochi, accepted the proposal to dethrone King Yi Hyang and asked Ito how they should deal with the other envoys. Katsura Taro insisted that the three main instigators, Lee Jun, Lee Sang-seol, and Lee Wai-jong, must face trial for disgracing the Japanese Empire. Prime Minister Seonji agreed, advocating for the death penalty for all three to make a powerful example and ensure such an event never happened again. Ito Hirobumi sarcastically praised Katsura's insight, privately observing how thrilled the hardliners were to have gained the upper hand. However, Ito recognized that this was a moment that called for rational calculation, as swinging too hard would only create a backlash. He knew that the more they trampled the Koreans, the more fiercely they resisted, and that appeasement and co-option were far more effective than overt provocation. Despite his reservations, Ito seemingly acquiesced to the prevailing mood, agreeing to seek the death penalty for the three envoys. A young man in a suit interrupted, arguing it wasn't just three, Yi Kang was the main culprit, and all four must face the death penalty. The stern-faced man supported this, declaring that the rule of law must be applied to all, even a prince of Joseon. A man in white gloves slammed his hand down, calling it madness to seek the death penalty for a nation's prince and warning of the massive repercussions. He pointed out that Yi Kang was currently in Europe with plans to build a new life in America, questioning if they truly believed he would just return for his own execution. The mustached man shot back, arguing that Yi Kang's actions abroad were bringing shame to Japan and that he must be dealt with. He rallied the other assemblymen to his side, who voiced their agreement with his aggressive stance. The debate devolved into the practicality of extraditing royalty, which the man in gloves deemed unacceptable, suggesting they first try to invalidate Yi Kang's passport. An elderly man urgently pleaded with the Prime Minister to reconsider, warning that this aggressive response would only provoke the Koreans further. But the man in uniform countered, insisting they must show their resolve to the international community. A plan was formed. They would request the extradition of all four envoys and pressure the Joseon king to command the prince's return. The mustached man then asked what specific punishment they would seek for Prince Yi Kang. The decision was an indefinite, Wirianki sentence, a harsh form of exile where the convict is completely isolated within a thorn-fenced residence. The mustached man noted with some disappointment that this meant they would not be seeking the death penalty after all. The man in uniform reasoned that as a prince, and considering the consequences Ito had warned of, this was a more prudent course of action. An unnamed official, however, thought to himself that if he were in charge, he would have simply ordered another fox hunt, the codename for the assassination of Empress Myang-seong. This same official, the mustached man, then casually addressed Assemblyman Katsura. He laughed off his sinister comment as a mere joke and took his leave, assuming the matter was settled. As Ito Hirobumi watched him go, he resolved to have a long talk over dinner, knowing he had to find a way to keep that dangerously radical man in check. Meanwhile, a wealthy landowner named Yi Kang lamented the impending abdication of the king, seeing the end of the nation's 500-year history on the horizon. Yet, in the midst of this darkness, he saw a faint light of hope emanating from The Hague, where the young Prince Yi Kang had spoken out for his country. Yi Kang called for his servant, Yang Se, and ordered him to assess the family's farmland before the impending Japanese land survey. He then gave a second, more crucial instruction, to summon his older and younger brothers to meet with him. Yi Kang had decided it was far better to support someone building strength abroad than to simply wait in JOSEON to die in vain. Believing Yi Kang was a new light for their nation, he resolved to risk everything on that hope and made a momentous decision: they would go to America. In an era where lodging was scarce, a wealthy household in Gyeongju offered generous hospitality, as a man with a pipe noted the family's immense dollar-based wealth. Amidst the chatter, a man with dark hair shared a shocking piece of news: Lord Yang-suk was selling all of his land. He continued, explaining that payment in foreign currency would earn a discount, prompting another guest to lament being just $2 short. The table erupted in laughter as the man's jest about his financial shortfall was playfully exposed. Elsewhere, the news reached Choi Hyun-sin, the richest man in Gyeongju, who thoughtfully considered the implications of the Yi Kang family liquidating their assets. His attendant confirmed the rumor, citing a traveler from Hanyang, and Choi Hyun-sin quietly noted that the wealthy Mr. Kim from Suncheon had recently done the same. Realizing that a pattern was emerging with wealthy families selling everything to move abroad, Choi Hyun-sin concluded that it was time for him to make a decision as well. He summoned his sons, announcing that he had come to a momentous conclusion he needed to share with them. After a brief moment of suspense, Choi Hyun-sin declared his plan to send them to America, a decision that stunned his children. He handed them a bundle of cash and their passports, explaining it was part of his assets and that the rest would be sent once liquidated. Choi Hyun-sin instructed them to go to Primorsky and seek out Kim Deok-bae and Lee Min-woo, who were helping Koreans emigrate to America. The eldest son, seeing his father's resolve, bowed his head and vowed to honor his will. However, the younger son in the white shirt insisted on staying, arguing that someone must remain by their father's side, a request Choi Hyun-sin reluctantly granted. With a faint smile, the man with glasses bid his departing children a safe journey, urging them to leave quickly as time was short. The young man in blue promised to get his younger siblings to America safely and prayed for his father's well-being. Meanwhile, at a meeting point in Nampo Port, the independence activist Lee Dong-wai remarked that it had been a long time since he'd returned to his homeland. He expressed his surprise to Yang Ji-tak, marveling at how Prince Yi Kang had not only become a wealthy man but had also started an educational initiative for their country from abroad. A man in a green jacket chuckled in agreement, confirming that the prince's accomplishments were indeed impressive. He then made a stunning revelation: the prince had given them a generous donation, admiring their efforts to fight for independence. The activist Shin Chai-ho was utterly flabbergasted, questioning how such a large sum of money could be entrusted to them. The man in green explained the prince's request was to use the funds to support education not just for compatriots abroad, but also within the Korean Empire and Manchuria. Shin Chai-ho remained perplexed, wondering why His Highness, now far from royal power, would go to such lengths for his nation. He pointed to a clause in the new People's Association bylaws about a constitutional monarchy, asking if this was the prince's true ambition. The man with the mustache quickly dispelled the notion, insisting the prince had no desire for power and that the clause was merely his own wishful thinking. He privately acknowledged their caution, understanding their weariness with King Gojong's absurd lust for power. Acknowledging their concerns, the man with the mustache prepared to make a compelling offer. He invited them to join him in America, confident that a direct meeting with His Highness would make them understand the true inspiration behind his words. Unaware of these discussions, Prince Yi Kang was in The Hague, reflecting on his observation of international affairs following the peace conference. He considered returning to America but hesitated, noting that the financial panic had not yet reached its bottom, according to the latest news. The prince recalled a telegram stating Livermore had already made millions, and he feared returning too soon would mean getting caught in the real crisis. He decided it was best to remain in Europe for the time being and focus on what he could accomplish there. His new objective was clear: to forge a solid and reliable alliance on the continent. Arriving at a hospital near The Hague, the prince was greeted by a man in a brown jacket. The prince warmly addressed the gathered men, acknowledging the fatigue they must be feeling. In a nearby bed, a recovering man learned from his colleague that he was safe only because the prince had found him collapsed the previous night. The prince humbly waved off their thanks, patting a man's shoulder and stating that what mattered was his people were unharmed. With the board now set, the prince saw his opening and deflected their gratitude, claiming his discovery was pure luck while checking on their situation. A man in a hat laid out their grim reality: Japan was furious, and returning to JOSEON would mean immediate arrest and execution. The prince knew they likely had no plan beyond their loyalty, having accepted King Gojong's secret orders with the readiness to die for their country. He understood that while their resolve was reckless, he needed men like them and could not let them die in vain. Valuing their loyalty and abilities, Prince Yi Kang offered them a new purpose, a new home, and new hope, asking them to become his people and work for the nation once more. With a grateful handshake, the key members of the envoy and their organization pledged their allegiance, coming under the prince's command. Later, a fully recovered Yi-jun formally pledged his lifelong loyalty to His Highness. He then presented the prince with a document, explaining that he heard His Highness needed it. The prince was shocked to receive the organizational chart of the Ikmunsa agents, something he hadn't expected to acquire so easily. He examined the paper but found it completely blank, to his confusion. The recovering agent explained its secret, revealing that holding it near a fire would reveal the chemical's secret writing. As the heat revealed the hidden text, the prince saw a detailed breakdown of agent numbers by region, though he noted the lack of names made recruitment difficult. The man with the mustache explained that Ikmunsa was a cell network, with only King Gojong knowing the identities of all its members, causing the prince a moment of despair. However, the man quickly added that there was still a way to reach them. He proposed using their secret communication method to contact the hidden agents one by one and persuade them to become loyal to the prince. Realizing only Ikmunsa agents could read the chemically written documents, the prince entrusted them with the recruitment mission, which they accepted with a bow. The prince reflected on his two primary goals for coming to Europe: freeing himself from Gojong's influence and taking over the Ikmunsa organization. As he took his leave from the recovering men, he mused that with both goals achieved, it was time to aim for a side objective. He decided to make the most of his time in Europe before returning to America. The prince resolved to try the chemical writing method himself, thinking it could be useful for recording information about his own future. Recalling Germany's lead in chemical advancements, he planned to get a letter of recommendation from Hendrik, feeling the man owed him a favor. The story of the Grand Duchy of Mecklenburg-Schwerin's integration into the German Empire flashed by, a minor historical footnote. In a small, intimate moment, one of the prince's new followers was instructed to write down the names of his family members. Another man explained with tears in his eyes that His Highness had promised to bring all their families to America, a gesture of profound kindness that left them speechless with gratitude. With the Hague Conference concluded, the loyal three Lees departed for New York, ready to accomplish any task Prince Yi Kang assigned them. The prince mused that his new people would now undertake their first mission, one perfectly suited to their expertise in information gathering. Their objective was to closely monitor the J.P. Morgan family, allowing the prince to focus on his own work in Europe without worry. A few days later at the Hague Central Station, a familiar voice called out to His Highness. Prince Yi Kang warmly greeted Wilbur and Orville Wright, who had just arrived in the Netherlands after a long journey. The prince quickly ushered them along, eager to get started on the real reason they had crossed the Atlantic to meet him. Wilbur Wright formally introduced himself and his brother to a well-dressed blond man, whom the prince recognized as Hendrik, as the prince internally hoped this meeting would secure his company's future in Europe. In a prior meeting, the prince had instructed Wilbur to build him up during his upcoming golf game with Hendrik, the consort to the queen, whose support was crucial for their expansion. Wilbur had then expressed his concern over a pre-existing European entry agreement they had made with a man named Chanute. The prince had swiftly allayed his fears, explaining that he had carefully reviewed the contract and it only granted sales rights in France, a fact supported by the documents he provided. Wilbur had been relieved, but the prince privately noted the inventor's naivete, realizing it was this very trust that had led to his downfall in the original timeline. The history of Octave Chanute, an aviation pioneer and early supporter of the Wright brothers, flashed through the prince's mind. He recalled how in the original history, Chanute had betrayed the brothers, leaking their core technology to set up his own factory in France. Prince Yi Kang vowed that such a thing would not happen on his watch, determined to protect his assets and teach the traitor a painful lesson. Back on the golf course, Hendrik shanked a shot, prompting a teasing remark from the prince, who was pleased with how naturally he was maneuvering the conversation. The prince playfully suggested that at this rate, Hendrik might actually win their little wager. While Hendrik joked about winning the car they had bet, the prince thought about his true goal, securing access to the Netherlands' colonial resources from Indonesia, a fortune well worth the price of a car. Hendrik then asked the prince to confirm his plans to establish a logistics and raw material distribution company within the year, to which the prince affirmed. Hendrik fell into a thoughtful silence, stroking his chin as he considered the prince's ambitious venture. He then offered his secret support for the company once it launched, a gesture for which the prince feigned mere gratitude while internally celebrating the success of his bribes. Changing the subject, Hendrik brought up the prince's previous desire to meet the German Kaiser, announcing that he had arranged it and the Kaiser was delighted to host him. The prince was surprised by the Kaiser's enthusiasm but graciously thanked Hendrik for the invaluable connection. Hendrik cheekily requested that his repayment be covering his travel expenses, revealing his intent to tag along, much to the prince's surprise. Insisting that a close friend shouldn't travel alone, Hendrik confirmed he was coming, which made the prince suspect the man was simply escaping his royal duties with the queen. Hendrik eagerly asked about their departure, pushing for a sooner date when the prince suggested leaving in a week. Later, at Dresden Central Station in Germany, Hendrik handed the prince a list of contacts, explaining he had his own royal duties to attend to. The prince inquired about the first name on the list, Rudolf Diesel, whom Hendrik identified as the inventor of the diesel engine and a top priority recruitment target. Understanding the mission's importance, the prince confidently assured Hendrik he would successfully recruit the inventor. Prince Yi Kang's mind burned with ambition, vowing to sweep up all of Germany's advanced technology, starting with the brilliant mind behind the diesel engine. Upon arriving at the German imperial palace, the prince finally understood the reason for the Kaiser's surprisingly warm welcome. Kaiser Wilhelm II personally thanked Prince Yi Kang, declaring that the prince's powerful speech at the Universal Peace Conference had greatly boosted his own political standing. The Kaiser explained that while he had always warned against the Japanese, no one listened until the prince's words gave his warnings credibility, for which the prince humbly expressed his gladness. At that time in history, Germany's Kaiser was the leading proponent of the Yellow Peril theory, though many of his contemporaries dismissed his rants as drunken ramblings. The Kaiser's animosity towards Japan was rooted in their colonial expansion into the Shandong Peninsula, an area Germany considered its own sphere of interest. This rivalry was further inflamed by the Anglo-Japanese alliance, which pitted Germany's rival, Britain, alongside the islanders the Kaiser so openly disdained. Feeling indebted, the Kaiser offered to grant the prince any favor, an offer the prince immediately accepted, stating there was indeed something he desired. Impressed by his boldness, the Kaiser urged him to speak, and the prince declared his wish to learn Germany's advanced technology. Specifically, Prince Yi Kang requested access to Germany's military doctrines and army training programs. A nearby blonde man questioned the request, pointing out that he had heard the Imperial Korean Army was recently disbanded. Before the Kaiser could reply, the prince interjected, confirming his plan to establish a military academy and organize a new mercenary force in the Americas. With unwavering resolve, Prince Yi Kang looked the Kaiser in the eye and asked directly for his help in this endeavor. The Kaiser, seeing immense potential and future benefit in aiding the determined prince, readily agreed and generously asked if there was anything else he required. Seizing the opportunity, the prince shamelessly made another request, for Germany to dispatch its finest professors to a university he planned to build, offering to fully fund their research. He sweetened the deal further, promising to share the rights to any patents developed at his university with the German government as he presented a folder of documents. It would not be a losing deal for Germany, the prince assured him with a confident smile. The Kaiser laughed, agreeing without even glancing at the documents and asking who the prince had in mind, which shocked the prince, who then requested the famous chemist, Fritz Haber. The Kaiser casually agreed to dispatch Haber, but then gestured towards the prince's hand, leaving him utterly confused. A sudden, horrifying realization struck Prince Yi Kang. He remembered his aide's warning before entering the palace. The Kaiser had a peculiar preference for men with pretty hands, a warning the prince had dismissed as a joke. As he stared at the Kaiser, a cold sweat ran down the prince's back. It hadn't been a joke at all. He could still hear his aide's earlier, innocent comment on how pretty his hands were, a compliment that now felt like a curse. As the Kaiser began to discuss the cost for dispatching officers, the aide could only watch, thinking his friend was already in too deep. The prince, frantically trying to hide his hands, insisted on paying for everything, desperate to sever the uncomfortable connection, but the Kaiser waved it off as unnecessary. The Kaiser then extended an invitation to stay overnight at his summer palace, forcing the prince to stammer about his tight schedule to escape the increasingly awkward situation. A few days later, having hastily finished his business in Berlin, the prince arrived at a hotel in central Germany, privately fuming about the man who had caused his rushed departure. Answering a knock, the prince was informed by his attendant that the man he was waiting for had arrived. This was the man he had come all this way to meet, Rudolf Diesel, who asked if the prince was the one who wished to hire him. The prince confirmed it and asked for his conditions, to which Diesel immediately replied that he required 400,000 marks. When questioned, Diesel explained that his business had failed and he needed the substantial sum, equivalent to $80,000, to pay off his debts. Yi Kang knew it was a large amount, but he considered it a small price to pay for the astronomical gains he would achieve by securing the inventor's genius. Without hesitation, Yi Kang agreed to the terms and offered his hand, asking Diesel to become his man. With a firm handshake, Rudolf Diesel accepted the offer, marking the beginning of a partnership that would ensure the brilliant growth of the prince's future empire. While Prince Yi Kang was busy recruiting talent in Germany, a storm was brewing on New York's bustling Wall Street. Giannini told his associate, Livermore, that there was nothing more to learn from him, but Livermore humbly insisted he still had much to master. Giannini pointed out Livermore's incredible success, having turned an initial $50,000 into $1 million, a return rate that surpassed even his own. Sighing, Giannini confessed that perhaps it was time for him to stop making money through such aggressive speculation. Livermore scoffed at the idea, arguing that now was the perfect time for chasing stocks and that in their business, someone always loses when another profits. While Giannini understood this principle of capitalism, he admitted his growing discomfort with methods that ruined others. Livermore mockingly questioned how much he could possibly make giving out low-interest loans, to which Giannini simply stated he would find his own way. Losing patience, Livermore reminded Giannini to stick to the prince's assignment and not go overboard, but Giannini confidently waved him off. Suddenly, Livermore's sharp eyes caught an unusual movement on the stock ticker. The chart revealed that United Coppa's stock was recovering at a rapid pace, a strange occurrence in a market downturn with no apparent good news. Livermore's mind raced as he recognized the scent of a massive opportunity, the undeniable smell of money. He immediately got on the phone, issuing a bold order to short United Copper with all the funds currently held by his Livermore Trust Company. A few days later, Livermore celebrated wildly on Wall Street. His high-stakes prediction had proven correct, netting him a profit of $8 million. He calculated he could easily make over $10 million, but he hesitated, recalling Prince Yi Kang's warning not to go overboard. Just then, whispers of a scandal spread like wildfire. United Copper was accused of stock manipulation, a revelation that promised to send the price swinging wildly. Livermore realized that if the rumor was true, a market crash was just around the corner, which would prove the prince's advice prophetic and massively grow his own assets. Convinced he couldn't miss this opportunity, he brushed aside the prince's cautionary words, deciding that more money was always a good thing. He approached a broker to short sell even more, and when questioned, confirmed he wanted to use margin trading. With unwavering confidence, Livermore confirmed his decision to go all in. Meanwhile, in a German hotel, the prince's red-haired subordinate, Max, delivered a letter that had just arrived from the Kaiser. Prince Yi Kang laughed, pleased to read that the list of faculty members he wanted would be dispatched within the year. However, his good mood vanished in an instant as he read further, recoiling from the page in sheer disgust. Max snickered at his boss's uncanny ability to attract even men, while another aide read the Kaiser's overly familiar and affectionate message aloud. As the prince mockingly offered the letter to his colleague, a firm knock on the door interrupted the moment. Max opened it to find a hotel staff member holding an urgent telegram for a guest in their room. He rushed to the prince, urgently exclaiming that something must have happened back in New York. Elsewhere, reading his own dire news, Giannini clenched his jaw as his worst fears finally came to pass. He abruptly ordered his men to pack their things, declaring they needed to get to America quickly, much to his shorter red-haired subordinate's confusion. Another red-haired man cautiously reminded Giannini that it was probably best to avoid America because of the stock situation. Giannini grimly retorted that if he wasn't in New York, the infamous J.P. Morgan would devour everything he had built. Sometime later in his New York office, Giannini, having officially stepped away from short selling, reviewed a list of banks while welcoming his next guest. The man introduced himself as Mark Baker, the owner of Baker Bank. Giannini cut straight to the point, asking why Baker was here now, prompting the beleaguered bank owner to admit the dire market was forcing him to consider selling. Baker added that his main hope was to save his employees, a sentiment that visibly resonated with Giannini. After a moment of consideration, Giannini presented his official acquisition price. Mark Baker stared in disbelief, exclaiming that the offer was far lower than what he had previously proposed. Giannini coldly reminded him of the very market conditions Baker himself had just mentioned. Their negotiation was cut short when a blonde-haired man, one of Giannini's aides, interrupted with an urgent telegram for the president. Giannini excused himself, advising a tense Mark Baker to think over the low offer in the meantime. Out in the hall, the aide questioned postponing the acquisition, revealing that banks were collapsing and even New York's second-largest trust company was in peril. The aide continued, reporting that since morning, the banks had been swarmed with panicked citizens trying to withdraw their money. Giannini knew a bank run could destroy even a healthy bank, so he made the shrewd decision to wait for things to worsen. His aide praised the decision, acknowledging that you can only buy a company for cheap when it is on the brink of death. Giannini returned to the now desperate Mark Baker, who immediately tried to negotiate for just a little more money. Cutting him off, Giannini flatly announced that the acquisition deal was off for today, leaving Baker utterly stunned. He then delivered his final blow, stating he would only reconsider if Baker was willing to sell at an even lower price than today's offer. As Baker stood speechless, Giannini warned him not to wait too long, as the volatile situation was changing by the minute. Giannini then turned and called for Livermore, only to find the speculator had vanished. A calm voice called out to Mr. Giannini, and he turned to see a man in a hat standing behind him. The man identified himself as a messenger from the prince, though Giannini was more concerned with locating Livermore. The messenger revealed that J.P. Morgan was holding Livermore under semi-forced house arrest, news that had already been passed on to the prince. Giannini correctly surmised it was because of Livermore's use of margin trading, a fact the messenger quickly confirmed. Realizing his hands were tied, Giannini decided his only option was to wait for the prince, asking when he would arrive. The messenger stated the prince would arrive as early as tomorrow, but no later than 4 days from now. At that very moment, Prince Yi Kang arrived on the chaotic street, surprised to find Giannini already there waiting for him. Giannini explained he'd been waiting since the messenger's arrival, and the prince acknowledged that he was aware of the situation. The prince's aide with a goatee confirmed that J.P. Morgan had abducted Livermore, and all contact was lost once the aide had boarded his ship. He added that Livermore's trust fund was thankfully intact, while the prince recalled from his knowledge of history that this was Morgan's way of forcing Livermore to stop short selling. The prince, now clad in a green suit, asked for the exact timing of the incident, and his aide confirmed it had happened about 3 days ago. This detail confirmed the prince's theory that New York's financial deterioration began precisely then, and he pressed for any other information. The aide then reported that rumors of impending bank collapses had begun circulating 4 days prior, sparking a realization in the prince's mind. He concluded that since New York was effectively J.P. Morgan's personal territory, the tycoon would naturally go to extreme lengths to prevent its financial collapse. One of the prince's men suggested they unload their luggage first and then formulate their next move. As the group discussed how to rescue Livermore, an unfamiliar voice calmly interrupted, suggesting they have a talk with him first. The prince and his men turned to see the new speaker, their expressions shifting to wary attention. The man in the fedora introduced himself with a confident air. He was none other than J.P. Morgan Jr. John Pierpont Morgan Jr. formally greeted Prince Yi Kang, who coolly confirmed the man's identity. Yi Kang remarked that it had been a while, and Morgan Jr. agreed, noting it had been nearly 6 months since the prince was last seen outside of Europe. The prince explained his busy schedule and politely inquired about the health of Morgan Jr.'s father. With a dry laugh, Morgan Jr. replied that his father was exceptionally busy, even more so than expected. Yi Kang privately scoffed, assuming the elder Morgan was cleaning up the lawmaker's mess and paying dearly for it, a thought that brought him no sympathy. Morgan Jr. then shifted the topic, inquiring about the prince's purpose in New York, and Yi Kang stated he had come for a conversation. Citing the need for a lengthy discussion, Morgan Jr. suggested they move to a more private setting. He extended an invitation to his father's residence, which Prince Yi Kang accepted, drawing a concerned look from his bespectacled aide. The prince had expected this, recalling from history that J.P. Morgan was known for forcibly gathering New York's elite and locking them in a room until a crisis was resolved. He resolved to go, but was determined to frame his acceptance as a generous favor, refusing to appear as if he were yielding easily. Feigning reluctance, Yi Kang agreed to the rude summons, privately plotting to leverage this feigned magnanimity during his negotiation with the elder Morgan. Soon after, they arrived at the grand J.P. Morgan mansion and were escorted to a guest room. There, they found the captive speculator, Livermore, who immediately called out to His Highness in relief. Prince Yi Kang asked if he was all right, and Livermore lamented that while he was physically unharmed, the psychological abuse had been immense. Livermore furiously recounted how J.P. Morgan had threatened to frame him for the entire market disruption unless he closed his short positions, decrying the injustice of being singled out. When the prince asked if he had capitulated, Livermore defiantly confirmed he was still holding his short positions, a flash of determination in his eyes. Livermore proudly announced he had earned a staggering $40 million from the downturn, which prompted Yi Kang's silent admiration for the man's beast's heart in defying Morgan himself. The prince's mind raced as he calculated the true profit was over $50 million, a fortune that would change everything. He realized that with this wealth, he was now positioned just below the 3 titans of the era, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Morgan. Prince Yi Kang patted Livermore on the back, warmly praising him for a job exceptionally well done. However, Suho then ordered Livermore to call off the short selling, a command that left the speculator completely stunned and questioning why. Suho reminded him of their original agreement. They were not short selling to destroy capitalism, and Livermore had promised to stop the moment he was told. Livermore sighed in reluctant acceptance and offered to inform Morgan, but Suho insisted he would deliver the news himself. With a wry smile, Suho declared that while they may be taking a loss, it would be a shame to end things so simply, for the real negotiation was just beginning. As they approached a meeting room, the sound of a tense argument drifted out, with an unseen speaker claiming Roosevelt would never agree to such harsh conditions. Stepping inside, Prince Yi Kang was immediately addressed by a man who introduced himself as George Cortelyou. George Cortelyou formally identified himself as the Secretary of the Treasury for the federal government. Yi Kang instantly recognized Cortelyou as the firefighter from Washington and noted the man's clear friction with Morgan, marking him as a potential future ally. The prince returned the formal greeting, expressing hope that their next meeting would be under more favorable circumstances. Yi Kang then turned to J.P. Morgan, who wasted no time confirming that the funds in the Livermore Trust did indeed belong to the prince. With a faint, confident smile, Yi Kang affirmed his ownership of the trust, asking if there was a problem. J.P. Morgan pleaded with the prince to stop Livermore's short selling, explaining that it was dragging the entire New York stock market into ruin. Prince Yi Kang took a deliberate, thoughtful pause, feigning consideration of the desperate plea. To Morgan's shock and relief, the prince agreed, only to immediately follow up with a pointed, however. A sharp glint appeared in Yi Kang's eyes as he coolly asked what benefit he would receive in exchange for halting his profitable venture. A stunned J.P. Morgan stared in disbelief, asking the prince to repeat himself. Yi Kang fumed internally, recognizing the classic WASP tactic of feigning ignorance when confronted by an unpleasant demand from someone they deemed lesser. The prince condescendingly repeated his question, slowly articulating his demand for a gift in exchange for his cooperation. Morgan attempted an appeal to civic duty, pointing out the powerful bank presidents gathered and how one small concession from the prince could save everyone. Yi Kang sharply retorted that giving up a potential profit of millions of dollars was by no means a small concession. Morgan dismissed the potential earnings as mere speculation, but the prince countered that this very same speculative hope had driven all of them to short sell in the first place. He accused the bankers of not acting out of a noble cause, but of chasing profit like moths to a flame, only to get burned by their own greed. Yi Kang mentally steeled himself, refusing to be played for a fool and knowing that the longer the bankers delayed, the more desperate their situation would become. Changing his approach, Morgan suggested they work together to determine a suitable benefit, to which the prince coolly replied he trusted the banker to devise a sound proposal. Morgan remarked on the prince's striking fearlessness, a quality he had found noteworthy since their very first encounter. The powerful banker elaborated that while most people in New York knew to fear him, the prince's unwavering confidence was a trait he didn't entirely dislike. Yi Kang called out the shift from appeasement to intimidation, stating that protecting his assets was a separate matter from fear and that a coward would never have come to America. He added that the men in this room were nothing compared to the true threats lurking in the shadows, even supposed allies who might point a gun at his back. Morgan played his hand, threatening to frame the prince for the market crash, but Yi Kang calmly challenged whether Morgan could truly handle the consequences of such an act. The prince scoffed as Morgan's true colors emerged, a man who resorted to force when he couldn't win with words, and dared him to try, warning it would only poison him in the end. Yi Kang laid out his perfect alibi, reminding Morgan that he was in Europe when the crisis began and that the public knew who the true Emperor of New York really was. He laughed at the absurdity of the claim, questioning who would ever believe that a fallen prince could single-handedly topple the financial empire of a figure as feared as Morgan. He declared that even if Morgan spread such rumors, he didn't care, he would simply return to his new, powerful friends in Europe. As he enjoyed a life of luxury abroad, his agents would continue to generate astronomical sums of money in his stead, a threat that made Morgan visibly flinch. A slow, deliberate applause echoed through the tense silence of the room. J.P. Morgan then slammed his hand on the desk and rose to his feet, a sudden move that caught Prince Yi Kang by surprise. The titan of finance finally conceded, admitting he had clearly underestimated the prince and offering a sincere apology for his approach. Yi Kang graciously accepted the apology, acknowledging that he understood the urgency of Morgan's situation. When Morgan asked for his terms, the prince expertly turned the tables, insisting he would rather hear the banker's offer first to secure the best possible deal. Morgan began his proposal by offering the full and unwavering support of his enterprise for the prince's asylum request. He then brought up the heated debate over immigration law reform in Washington, specifically regarding the inclusion of Korean immigrants. Leveraging his immense political influence, Morgan stated he knew many members of Congress and could be of significant help to the prince's people. Prince Yi Kang acknowledged it was a fine offer, which Morgan quickly took as a sign of acceptance. However, the prince shrewdly insisted on getting the terms in writing, forcing a reluctant Morgan to document the entire agreement. In the end, Yi Kang not only secured a favorable agreement by ceasing his short selling, but also gained the coveted right to attend major business conferences in the future. The prince reflected triumphantly on his victory, realizing that an asset he had been prepared to discard had just become his greatest gain. A few days after securing his contract with Morgan, a new battlefield of opportunity presented itself. Prince Yi Kang attended a high-stakes meeting hosted by the Titan of Finance, an exclusive right he had won and an invitation he gladly accepted for future considerations. As he entered, influential men whispered amongst themselves, recognizing the prince who had delivered the famous speech at The Hague. Identifying Prince Yi Kang of the Korean Empire, an associate respectfully guided him towards an open seat among the financial giants. A tense and expectant silence fell over the room as the final members arrived. With no empty seats remaining, a man in a brown suit observed that the crucial meeting was about to begin. An elderly J.P. Morgan rose, announcing he had gathered everyone to discuss a matter of extreme urgency. An associate then laid out the dire situation. Nicholas Baker, the nation's second-largest trust company, was on the brink of total collapse. Morgan dramatically presented the meeting materials, theatrically asking if there was a hero in the room prepared to save the company from its impending doom. A man in a gray suit reviewed the disastrous financial statements, concluding that any attempt to save the company would be like being pulled into a whirlpool of ruin. One attendee bluntly declared Nicholas Baker was finished before turning to directly ask for Prince Yi Kang's assessment. The man then put both the prince and Minister Cortelyou on the spot, asking if they would consider saving the company, a proposal that clearly blindsided the minister. Prince Yi Kang calmly acknowledged the company's corrupt history of stock manipulation, agreeing that trying to save it would be like jumping into a blazing fire. When asked if he had any interest, the prince's pointed silence was a clear and unspoken refusal. Believing everyone was of the same mind, Morgan prepared to move on, while another attendee internally sighed that the meeting's true membership fee was the risk of adopting a failing company. Just then, a man burst into the room with urgent news. The Nicholas Baker Trust was on the brink of bankruptcy, and its president had tragically taken his own life. After a heavy silence, Morgan abruptly ended the day's meeting, declaring they would reconvene tomorrow. As the attendees began to disperse, Morgan called out, asking Prince Yi Kang to remain for a moment. The banker looked at the prince, stating he could see a clear interest in the future hegemony of American finance. Morgan then revealed his own plan. He wanted to acquire several financial institutions before the current crisis was over. Leaning in, the bald man in the gray suit intently asked if the prince understood the meaning behind his words. Prince Yi Kang simply smiled, confirming this was precisely what he had intended to do all along, to identify weak links and seize influence for himself. He knew this was the path to securing a position as a founding member when the Federal Reserve System was eventually established. The next day, as news of more bankruptcies darkened the mood in the room, the prince calmly scanned the chaos, searching for a company with hidden future value. He then made his move, confidently informing Morgan that he believed he could save at least one of the failing institutions. Morgan's face lit up with relief as he eagerly asked which company the prince had chosen. Prince Yi Kang named his target, American Trust. As Morgan rushed to have the documents prepared, the prince held up a hand, stating that one very important condition must be met first. He demanded a written guarantee from a third party to fully write off any additional, undisclosed debts discovered after the acquisition. The prince mused that while his demand was reasonable for saving a failing company, it would be difficult for Morgan to personally guarantee it, placing the banker in a strategic bind. To the prince's surprise, Morgan agreed to the reasonable request, a seemingly sacrificial move that momentarily baffled him. Morgan then cleverly turned to Minister Cortelyou, posing a pointed question to the government official. He asserted that a trusted party should be the one to provide the guarantee, cornering the flustered minister into agreement. Prince Yi Kang silently admired Morgan's brilliant maneuver, having cleverly avoided personal liability by making the federal government underwrite the risk. In the end, the prince was satisfied. As long as his interests were secured, he would gladly accept the deal regardless of who the guarantor was. That evening, Prince Yi Kang was informed that a man named Giannini had arrived to see him. The curly-haired visitor, Giannini, entered the prince's suite and asked if he could have a quick word. Prince Yi Kang graciously offered his guest a seat and asked if he would care for some coffee. Giannini accepted, all the while thinking that this visit was merely a pretext to get a glimpse into the secretive dealings of the high-level meetings. Sensing his guest's curiosity about the papers on the table, the prince openly offered to let Giannini read the documents. Giannini's heart pounded as he read the words, shocked to see an official guarantee from the federal government for the prince's acquisition of American trust. Prince Yi Kang calmly confirmed it was a satisfactory deal that gave him prime assets while completely protecting him from risk. An impressed Giannini remarked that his own efforts felt insignificant in comparison, but the prince humbly chalked his success up to luck, unable to reveal his knowledge of the future. When Giannini asked about future plans, the prince mused that he would likely target securities firms or investment banks next. Giannini then revealed he had also been working behind the scenes, preparing information that might prove helpful. The paper he presented contained a detailed map of the city's power brokers, information gathered from his proximity to Morgan's son, prompting the prince to ask for more. The prince specified he wanted a list of individuals close to Morgan, as well as those who were opposed to him. He confidently declared to the surprised Giannini that this would be the easiest thing in the world to figure out. The prince explained that due to Morgan's abrasive and threatening personality, one could easily identify his allies by simply looking for the few people he hadn't yet alienated. Unbeknownst to them, Minister Cortelyou reflected on his own plans, believing that the intelligence Giannini gathered could serve as a reliable insurance policy down the line. Cortelyou later met with Prince Yi Kang, thanking him for his quick assistance on an urgent request. The minister then humbly stated that he wished to borrow the prince's wisdom. He anxiously asked for the prince's opinion on when the current financial chaos might finally come to an end. Prince Yi Kang explained that the end of the crisis depended entirely on Morgan's actions, implying it would only be resolved once the banker achieved his ultimate objective. He revealed that Morgan had already hinted at his goal by requesting the prince delegate his $25 million cash flow authority, a clear attempt to seize control of federal funds. However, the prince voiced his concern that Morgan wouldn't be satisfied with just that, and would ultimately try to solve the root cause of the crisis itself. He predicted Morgan would push for the establishment of a privately led central bank, which would essentially be a Morgan-led bank, acknowledging that the lack of such an institution was the source of the chaos. Minister Cortelyou sighed, already feeling a headache coming on from the thought of President Roosevelt's inevitable protests. Prince Yi Kang then followed up, asking the minister if he himself had expressed similar concerns. An aide revealed to his associate that he had just confessed to J.P. Morgan his entire conversation with Minister Cortelyou, admitting it was an underhanded move. Morgan dismissed Cortelyou as devious but ultimately ineffective, rewarding the informant with a promise to allocate a substantial amount of federal deposits to the American trustee. Morgan then announced that Minister Cortelyou had just delegated to him the full authority to distribute federal funds, causing Cortelyou to smile, internally celebrating the success of his Hearst tactic. Morgan proposed a private meeting with the distinguished guests before the next day's General Assembly, an offer Cortelyou readily accepted as he considered the strengthening relationship. The blonde-haired guest wondered just who this other major figure could be, never having imagined they would be such a big shot. The man stepped forward and introduced himself with a confident air, revealing his identity as Baron Nathan Rothschild. To Prince Yi Kang, a man from the 21st century, the name Rothschild was legendary, a family from countless conspiracy theories who were said to control the world from the shadows. Prince Yi Kang politely returned the greeting, though he internally noted the man's real name was likely Nathaniel and found it odd his title was only that of a baron. Still, he recognized it was the highest title a merchant family could achieve, and realizing Rothschild's personality, Yi Kang felt confident he could easily gain his favor by leveraging his own princely status. A man in a striped vest interrupted the pleasantries, calling for everyone to take their seats to discuss an urgent matter. Prince Yi Kang addressed Lord Rothschild, questioning his title of baron, to which Rothschild simply confirmed it was correct. The prince then laid on thick flattery, declaring he couldn't believe it, as the Baron exuded a dignity far beyond that of a duke, questioning if the British government was blind. Rothschild laughed, clearly pleased by the compliment, while Prince Yi Kang internally noted his flattery had worked perfectly. A pleased Baron Rothschild invited the prince to sit near Morgan, an offer that His Highness graciously accepted. Rothschild's associates watched in surprise, with one noting to another that he'd never seen the Baron act this way before. An elderly J.P. Morgan immediately got to the point, asking each of the esteemed guests present to contribute $10 million to a fund to stabilize the American financial system. Jacob Schiff, identified as Rothschild's henchman, immediately agreed, stating it was the least they could do for the American financial world. The camera panned across the other titans of industry in attendance, the American businessman John D. Rockefeller and the CEO of Great Northern Railway, James Jerome Hill. Morgan then turned his attention to Prince Yi Kang, who calmly confirmed that he too would contribute. Morgan thanked the prince, though he silently hoped there would be no additional conditions this time, still sulking over their last negotiation. Prince Yi Kang clarified that his contribution was an investment, not a donation, expressing his complete trust that the great Morgan would never suffer a loss. Later, Morgan confided in another man that he knew the 6 contributors weren't acting out of altruism and that he had no choice but to agree to their terms. Representative Rockefeller then shifted the focus, asking Prince Yi Kang what other measures he believed were necessary to overcome the financial crisis. A heavy silence fell upon the room as Prince Yi Kang felt the weight of every powerful gaze upon him, realizing they were all testing him. The prince began by stating they must first control the media, whose daily fuss about the stock exchange collapsing was only worsening the economic situation. He elaborated that the current bank run was a direct result of the New York citizens' anxiety, fanned into a panic by the media's constant commotion. A man with a mustache asked if this meant they should intimidate the press, but Prince Yi Kang immediately countered with a firm no. The prince explained that the media should not be intimidated but gently soothed, suggesting the best method was to pay for advertisements to publicize their countermeasures, ensuring their own voice would be placed on the front page. Baron Rothschild and the mustached man were both deeply impressed, remarking on the remarkable breadth of the prince's insights. Prince Yi Kang internally dismissed their praise as an overreaction to his light opinions, satisfied that he had simply passed their test. Meanwhile, Baron Rothschild discussed the rapidly resolving financial situation with an aide, crediting Morgan's intervention before asking for the report he'd requested on Prince Yi Kang. The aide promptly handed over a file containing a collection of anecdotes about the prince. The aide laughed as he read from the report, recounting how the prince, nicknamed the interest rates, had devoured the entire Western U.S. financial world. He joked that they might have to give the prince a seat on the Federal Reserve, prompting Baron Rothschild to seriously consider adding a new person to his elaborate system. For 100 years, the Rothschild family had been working to establish a privately led central bank in the United States, with a structure dividing the nation into 12 districts. The report concluded that Prince Yi Kang was the only viable candidate for the Western District due to his immense influence and his connection to the remarkably successful Giannini. Baron Rothschild confirmed with his aide that the prince had also been the one to discover the investment genius Livermore. It became clear that Yi Kang was cleverly increasing his wealth from the shadows, using Giannini in finance and Livermore in stocks without stepping into the forefront himself. A smirk spread across Baron Rothschild's face as he remarked that the prince's methods were like seeing his younger self. The aide cautioned that the prince was an opponent of Japan, but Rothschild decided to keep his Japanese investments for now, reasoning that the more cards one holds, the better. Musing that the prince could become a mirror image of himself with a little more time, Rothschild considered a new strategy, tying him to the family through marriage. The narration reflected on the astonishing fact that the United States, one of the world's great powers, had been saved by the actions of a single businessman. Prince Yi Kang watched the Dow Jones Index recover in half a month, marveling at the fantastical turn of events while internally celebrating the immense profits he had reaped. Behind this success was Livermore, who had astutely stopped short selling and began aggressively buying stocks as soon as the economy showed signs of revival. The investment genius had primarily targeted financial and mining-related stocks, which had previously fallen the sharpest. These two sectors soared, bringing Prince Yi Kang great profits as he watched the market rebound. His dark-haired aide entered the room, announcing he had brought the real estate transaction documents the prince had requested. Prince Yi Kang, dressed in a comfortable brown vest, thanked his aide, who explained he'd found the property while looking into some things for himself. Realizing they would be coming to New York often, the prince and his entourage had decided to simply buy a house in the city. The prince casually asked his aide if he was enjoying all the social events, but the aide sighed, clarifying that everyone was only coming to ask about His Highness's well-being. The aide complained that he was constantly bombarded with questions about the prince's ideal type from women who were not even in the same league. Prince Yi Kang reflected that while marriage at this level was always business, the current blatant attempts were on another level entirely. The aide then awkwardly tried to change the subject by suggesting a match with his wife's youngest sibling, much to the prince's surprise. Recalling the old adage to be wary of those closest to him, Prince Yi Kang politely declined with an apologetic laugh, saying she wasn't his type. Just then, a messenger arrived, announcing that letters had come from both Germany and Russia. Prince Yi Kang immediately identified the thick envelope from Germany as a letter from Kaiser Wilhelm II. He wondered aloud why it was so thick, watching the messenger scurry away after delivering it. The prince's mind raced through the Kaiser's typical, endless conspiracy theories about Japan and the Yellow Peril, feeling a sense of exhaustion at the man's tireless paranoia. However, one word suddenly caught his attention, Gando. He realized the Kaiser was warning him that Japan was after the region, jogging his memory of a past conversation about Japan's expansionism. Prince Yi Kang immediately ordered his aide to bring him the latest edition of a domestic map. He and his aide located the area on the map, which was labeled specifically as North Gando. The aide explained that Gando was currently in a territorial dispute with the Qin dynasty, but their nation was actively asserting sovereignty, having appointed an administrator to the region in 1902. As the prince mused on Japan's interest in the land, his aide suggested that for more details, he could summon Li Byung-jun, the Gando administrator. The aide added that Administrator Li had reportedly fled to the Primorsky Krai and traveled all the way to America specifically to meet with the prince, likely to request funding for the Independence Army. Prince Yi Kang agreed to meet the administrator during his upcoming trip to the West and instructed his aide to arrange it. He then tasked the same aide with drafting a reply to the Kaiser, directing him to work with Li Weijong on the translation. In his reply, the prince firmly asserted that Gando was the land of the Korean Empire and provocatively suggested that if they were to discuss Japan's aggression, they should also address the forcibly concluded Yulsa and Japan-Korea annexation treaties. Prince Yi Kang handed the drafted letter to his aide, his instructions clear. When his aide expressed concern over the Kaiser's potential reaction, the prince stated that whether the response was favorable or not was irrelevant. He declared that what was truly important was that he had asserted the undeniable truth: Gando is our land. As a final thought, the prince told his advisor to subtly mention fighter jets in the letter, knowing it was a topic the Kaiser would quite like. Suddenly, an aide burst into the room in a rush, calling out for his boss. The mustached man with him breathlessly announced that a truly remarkable guest had just arrived on the first floor. An aide burst in, exclaiming in awe at the sheer number of people gathered on the first floor of the Bosi lobby. His mind reeled as he tried to comprehend why such a large crowd had assembled. The mustached man with him revealed the guest of honor was the Minister of Finance, George Cortelyou, who was there specifically for Prince Yi Kang. Minister Cortelyou quickly explained that the prince needed to accompany him to Washington for a matter of great importance. The summons, he revealed, came from the highest office. Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th and youngest President of the United States, wished to have a discussion. Prince Yi Kang was taken aback by the sudden news that President Roosevelt himself wanted to see him. A few days later, having accepted the invitation, Prince Yi Kang's train pulled into Washington Station. The prince reflected that with Roosevelt currently in his lame duck period after declaring he wouldn't run for a third term, the meeting wasn't strictly essential. Still, he chose to go to hedge his bets for the future, making sure to first smooth things over with Roosevelt's rival, J.P. Morgan. Their journey concluded as they pulled up to the stately White House residence. The prince and his entourage made their way inside, turning a corner into a grand hallway. A bespectacled aide welcomed His Highness, who politely thanked the man for coming out to greet him personally. One of the prince's aides turned to inquire about the identity of the other man present. The man smiled warmly and introduced himself as James Wilson, the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. As Prince Yi Kang recognized the name, Wilson mentioned they had almost met at a San Francisco banquet 2 years earlier. The prince laughed, feigning perfect recollection and joking about the effort he'd expended to meet him, before blaming a supposed cold for his own absence. Secretary Wilson explained he had come personally to apologize for his rudeness in missing that event. Prince Yi Kang mentally sized up the man, noting his decade-long cabinet position and acknowledging he was a powerful figure better kept as an ally. He graciously waved off the apology, remarking that the incident was long in the past. As Wilson expressed his gratitude, the bespectacled aide suggested they proceed inside. The aide led the way, informing them that the president was waiting as they walked down the corridor. Suddenly, the prince's attention was caught by the sound of a distant scream. A woman in a green dress came running towards them in a panic, crying out that a large person was chasing her. Just as she stumbled, a net flew through the air and expertly ensnared her, causing her to cry out in surprise. The commotion startled Prince Yi Kang, causing him to lose his footing and stagger. In the ensuing chaos, he collided with his aide, and the sharp sound of ripping fabric split the air. An American aide rushed to the entangled woman, calling out her name, Miss Alice, as she lay on the floor. The bespectacled aide identified the woman as Alice, Roosevelt's mischievous eldest daughter, while the prince's men checked to see if he was all right. Prince Yi Kang assured them he was fine, but then added there was one small problem. To everyone's shock, he revealed that his pants had been torn wide open. The American aide was horrified and immediately began scolding the young woman, demanding to know how she could play such a prank on the second prince of the Korean Empire. The revelation hit Alice with full force. The man caught in her prank was royalty. At that moment, a stern voice called her name, and she turned to see her father approaching. Alice looked up to find President Roosevelt standing over her, taking in the complete mess she had caused. The president immediately apologized profusely to Prince Yi Kang for his daughter's behavior, but the prince graciously waved it off, confirming he was not hurt. Thankful for his understanding, Roosevelt suggested they go inside at once to arrange for a fresh change of clothes. Alice remained on the floor, watching them depart with a look of quiet mortification. Her father turned back and sternly ordered her to her room, and the chastened young woman quietly agreed. Later, after the prince had changed, President Roosevelt entered the room and once again apologized for his daughter's earlier rudeness. Prince Yi Kang brushed the incident aside and steered the conversation to the matter at hand, asking why Minister Cortelyou had said the president was looking for him. Roosevelt explained that he had requested the meeting because of the immigration law that was currently being discussed. This law, aimed at regulating Asian immigration, had initially only exempted the Japanese, but now included Koreans thanks to the prince's own efforts. When Yi Kang asked if a problem had arisen, Roosevelt explained that Democratic and some Republican congressmen were protesting and demanding he exercise his veto power. The prince calmly noted that since the Republican Party held the majority, a presidential veto seemed unlikely to derail the bill. Roosevelt conceded the point but insisted that as president he must respect the minority's opinion and therefore required a pledge from the prince. The president wanted the prince to share responsibility if Korean immigrants caused any trouble, a proposal Yi Kang found both a recognition of his influence and an overreach. Internally resolving not to simply bend to the president's will, the prince gave a carefully worded reply, promising only that he would try his best. Roosevelt pressed harder, declaring that effort was not enough and that he required a firm promise. The prince chuckled, deftly parrying the demand by pointing out that if even parents struggle to control their own children, he could hardly control an entire immigrant population. He firmly reiterated that he would make an effort but could not offer a definite promise, a stance Roosevelt finally seemed to accept. Though the prince felt the cold tension of the political power struggle, he was relieved that they had reached a satisfactory agreement. Yi Kang then asked if this immigration issue was the sole reason he had been summoned all the way to Washington, but the president revealed there was one more thing. Roosevelt relayed information from an anonymous German diplomat regarding Japanese troops being sent to a region called Gando. An aide elaborated that Japan had defended its actions by claiming Gando was Korean territory and they were merely maintaining public order, asking the prince if this was correct. Prince Yi Kang stated that Japan's claim was half right and half wrong, acknowledging their control over Korea gave them a pretext for such a move. An aide to the prince bristled with annoyance at the casual talk of Korea as a colony, but Yi Kang calmly continued, stating there was more to the story. He explained that while the action looked like a move to strengthen control, it was secretly fueled by Japan's ambitions for Manchuria and Liaodong. The prince confirmed Roosevelt's unspoken suspicion: Japan was indeed attempting to expand its influence into southern Manchuria. One of the president's advisors scoffed, finding the idea of Japan defying the United States to advance into the region utterly preposterous. Prince Yi Kang laughed softly, understanding the administration's complete trust in its Japanese partner but knowing it was dangerously misplaced. He subtly suggested that when they had time, they should investigate a particular field of study popular in Japan, hinting it might change their perspective. A heavy silence settled over the room as Roosevelt and his men considered the prince's unsettling implication. As an aide announced dinner, the prince reflected that this conversation was another step in building the trust he would need to exert influence in Washington's future. Later, while taking a walk, Prince Yi Kang directly asked the president if he had requested this private moment to say something else. Roosevelt confirmed this, buttering the prince up for his broad knowledge before asking for his counsel, arousing Yi Kang's suspicion. The president confessed his fear that without significant reform, another financial crisis was inevitable, and he asked for the best way to overcome it. Prince Yi Kang looked at him knowingly and stated the answer Roosevelt already knew: the establishment of a central bank was necessary. One of the president's advisors silently wondered if this meant the prince also favored their plan for a private bank led by J.P. Morgan. As Roosevelt encouraged him not to be too pessimistic about a central bank, Prince Yi Kang noted the president's instant negative reaction to the name Morgan. Roosevelt argued that since nearly every country in Europe had a central bank, its positive functions should be considered. However, he conceded that establishing one would be an arduous task, likely to be completed only in his successor's time. Yi Kang agreed, adding that only someone with the firm conviction of a president could successfully lead the future Federal Reserve. Roosevelt then turned and addressed the prince directly, his sudden formality arousing Yi Kang's suspicion about what he was about to say. The president then began a shocking question, asking what might happen if he were to run in the next election. Prince Yi Kang was left speechless by the stunning implication. His mind raced, realizing that if Roosevelt broke with tradition and ran for a third term, it would completely upend the historical timeline and threaten all his meticulously crafted plans. Roosevelt cleared his throat and awkwardly backed down from the suggestion, while the prince tried to process this potential deviation from his knowledge of the future. As they agreed to retreat from the chilly night air, Yi Kang resolved that he must now prepare for the possibility of a third Roosevelt term, just in case. Meanwhile, at the JOSEON Residency General, an incensed Ito Hirobumi fumed that the public unrest was as volatile as it had been 2 years prior. Righteous armies were rising all across the nation, galvanized by Prince Yi Kang's speech at The Hague and Japan's forced disbandment of the Korean military. Ito cursed the hardline fools under his command, blaming their brutal suppression tactics for escalating the chaos. An aide confirmed that forcibly disbanded Korean soldiers were now swelling the ranks of the righteous armies and inflicting damage on Japanese troops, which visibly surprised another official. A brown-suited official reported that while the damage was minor, the rebels had shifted tactics to terrorizing Japanese civilians and businesses since they could not win in open combat. He then presented a propaganda flyer, warning that its nationwide circulation would cause the righteous army movement to expand even further, prompting Ito to angrily snatch it from his hand. Ito trembled with rage as he read the flyer, which on one side called Koreans to fight Japan's atrocities, and on the other, encouraged them to start a new life in America with Prince Yui's support. The official then delivered another piece of alarming news: Lee Byung-jun, the former administrator of Gando, had traveled to America. Ito felt trapped, realizing Yi Kang could now use his immense wealth to fund the rebels, while he himself lacked the funds to both suppress them and execute his plan to seize Joseon's rice. A white-bearded official named Fujiwara asked if there was any way they could get their hands on Prince Yi Kang's substantial personal fortune. One man declared it impossible, but another argued that since Joseon belonged to Japan, the prince's money should rightfully be theirs as well. The first man countered that since Yi Kang had no family members left in Joseon, they had no leverage to threaten him with. An official suggested using the prince's father, the former king, as a hostage, but the idea was immediately shot down, as their relationship had soured long ago, leaving no emotional connection to exploit. Ito silently cursed his own short-sightedness. His past efforts to drive a wedge between the father and son had backfired, leaving him with no leverage. Resigned, Ito abandoned the idea of seizing Yi Kang's assets and ordered his subordinates to expedite the land survey project across all of Joseon. This land survey, initiated earlier than in the original history, was a thinly veiled scheme to confiscate any land not properly reported by the Korean populace and absorb it into the Residency General's control. Ito vowed menacingly that they would devour every single blade of grass that grew on that land. He then asked if his aide had identified a foreign media contact to influence the upcoming Japan-US Gentlemen's Agreement, and the aide confirmed he had. The aide reported 5 potential contacts, prompting Ito to explain that he needed to take action in the United States to neutralize Prince Yi Kang's influence. After reviewing the options, Ito selected an American named Stevenson, deeming his cooperative history with Japan made him the most suitable candidate. Sometime later, Japan's new foreign minister, Takahara, met with the American Secretary of State, Elihu Root. Secretary Root offered a warm welcome to Foreign Minister Takahara. Root expressed concern over Takahara's tiring journey so soon after taking office, but the minister insisted he could easily endure it for such important work. Wasting no time, Foreign Minister Takahara informed the Secretary of State that he had an important question to ask. The Japanese minister mentioned rumors of a new immigration law in the U.S. Congress, which an American official confirmed was on the verge of passing. Takahara asked if this meant it would become harder for East Asians to obtain U.S. citizenship, but Secretary Root quickly reassured him. Root explained that the law was a reaction to the actions of Chinese immigrants during the San Francisco earthquake and would not affect the Japanese people at all. A Japanese aide then pointed out that Koreans were also included in the exception clause, which caused Root to silently puzzle over President Roosevelt's true intentions. Seeing no benefit in continuing the conversation, Secretary Root skillfully laughed off the topic of immigration law. The Japanese aide then suggested they move the discussion inside, and Root readily agreed. During negotiations for the Japan-US Gentlemen's Agreement, a deal trading immigration control for U.S. loans, a dark-haired Japanese minister pointed out a last-minute change regarding the Gando region. Foreign Minister Takahara explained that public opinion in Washington had recently grown wary of Japan, causing a stir among the delegation. The dark-haired minister correctly deduced that Germany and Russia were pressuring America over Japan's troop deployment in Gando, which Takahara confirmed. The minister was outraged by the new condition. The U.S. would only provide the loan if Japan withdrew its troops from Gando, a land they recognized as Korean yet forbade them from stationing forces in. He decried the deal as an empty shell and angrily reminded Takahara of a previous agreement made between their nations. He recalled the secret pact from 2 years prior, where Japan had claimed the Korean peninsula and its adjacent islands as its territory. The minister admitted Japan had made a mistake by not thoroughly checking the historical extent of Joseon's territory, which traditionally stopped at the Duman River. Takahara sighed, retorting that his country had also made a mistake and urged him not to squabble over a small piece of land. He pragmatically reminded the minister that Japan was still suffering the economic consequences of the Russo-Japanese War and desperately needed American financial aid to recover. The dark-haired minister knew Takahara was right. With Japan's economy in shambles, the loan was essential, so he reluctantly conceded and agreed to the new terms. A blonde American official overseeing the negotiation praised the minister's concession as a wise decision. While Japan's diplomats were struggling, Prince Yi Kang was in a Washington, D.C. hotel, preparing for his own major leap forward surrounded by a throng of reporters. A journalist wearing a hat asked if the prince was claiming that all of the Smithsonian Institution's statements were false. One of the Wright brothers stepped forward and clarified that it was Samuel Langley, specifically, who had submitted false reports to the institution, a statement that sent a shock through the crowd. Watching from the sidelines, Yi Kang trembled slightly as he recalled the initial shock and difficulty of the dispute. He noted with satisfaction that the Wright brothers were handling the press conference better than he'd anticipated, successfully following his instruction to frame the conflict as a personal issue with Langley. He remembered advising the brothers that reconciliation was necessary for their future, and that they must avoid a direct fight with the powerful Smithsonian. Yi Kang was confident that after this press conference, public opinion would shift dramatically, forcing the once aloof institution to finally reach out to them. He planned to accept their offer with feigned reluctance, knowing this alliance would make the entry of his new company, Wright and Lee, into the European market significantly easier. An aide burst into the room shouting that the immigration law had passed, and Prince Yi Kang erupted in celebration. The fruits of his relentless efforts, through bribes, requests, and political maneuvering, were finally blinding him with the light of success. But his triumph was cut short by a bizarre report. A Southern Democratic congressman had voted against the bill, arguing to block all East Asian immigration, making Yi Kang vow to never let Woodrow Wilson become president. His aide, a man in glasses, asked the prince what their next move would be. Having successfully reshaped the Wright brothers' public image and acquired all the companies he needed, Prince Yi Kang announced it was time for them to return home. He declared that they must go back, because it was time to meet their new family members. Following his long-awaited return, Prince Yi Kang settled into his new mansion in downtown San Francisco. As he arrived, his household staff greeted him with deep, reverential bows. Yi Kang sighed, noting that he had asked them to dispense with such formal Korean greetings, but he understood their ingrained expression of respect. A man rushed forward to greet him, and Yi Kang warmly addressed him as Gil-jun, telling him there was no need to run. Gil-jun confirmed he had been well, albeit busy, and reported that he had renovated the main house to its pre-earthquake state, just as the prince instructed. Yi Kang commended him for his hard work and then casually remarked on the noticeable number of East Asians in the area. Gil-jun explained that many Korean immigrants had recently settled in the affluent Nob Hill neighborhood. The man in red added that even wealthy families from JOSEON were now crossing the Pacific to prepare for a new life there. This was no surprise, as the rich could always smell money, and Nob Hill was San Francisco's premier district with its convenient access to banks and docks. Yi Kang mused that with so many Koreans settling near his residence, they would inevitably seek to build connections with him. He expressed his desire to meet them, and Gil-jun promised to arrange a meeting soon. As he toured the new house, Yi Kang received a full report on all that had transpired in San Francisco during his absence. Gil-jun proudly shared that they had built villas to rent cheaply to Koreans and established both ordinary and technical schools for their education. These schools were crucial, providing elementary and vocational training for the growing community. Yi Kang praised his aide's considerable accomplishments and affirmed his trust in him for the future. A cheerful blonde-haired man rushed in, excitedly calling out to his brother. The blonde man effusively praised Yi Kang for his proud achievements, especially for humbling the Japanese at The Hague, though Yi Kang humbly deflected the compliment. His friend's tone then grew somber as he mentioned that everyone had been confused and saddened when the home country made that decision. That decision referred to the shocking decree from the newly enthroned Emperor of JOSEON, who had officially stripped Prince Yi Kang of his royal title. The blonde man asked what the Korean immigrants had decided to do in response, to which Yi Kang seemed momentarily confused. His friend clarified that they judged the new emperor's decision to be the result of cunning Japanese instigation and had resolved to continue supporting Prince Yi Kang. Yi Kang considered this support obvious, as he was the one who directly solved their problems and paved their way in America, making their loyalty more valuable than that of a distant emperor. While he saw it as natural, he admitted with a smile that hearing the people supported him over the emperor's command made him proud his efforts were not in vain. The blonde-haired man noted that according to Byung-jun, the density of Koreans was now very high, a topic Yi Kang had just been about to discuss. He was told that by year's end, over 100,000 Koreans might reside in Northern California alone, a number that grew faster than even the prince had anticipated. An associate in armor agreed with Yi Kang's plan to start dispersing people to various regions, as not everyone could live in San Francisco. The associate then presented a map showing the candidate sites they had discussed with the Korean community. Yi Kang looked over the extensive list of potential settlements and realized his current landholdings were now completely insufficient. His associate confirmed this, stating that while they were accepting people in San Francisco and Tijuana, they would soon run out of accommodating land. The prince's mind raced, wondering if he should buy more land, but he knew his current resources were limited. He decided his first step must be to meet the new immigrants, explain the purpose of his return, and discuss the land issue with them. Yi Kang turned to his aide, Hyunsik, and addressed him by name. He gave Hyunsik a direct order, to select and bring him the individuals from the new wave of immigrants whom he absolutely had to meet. However, the list Hyunsik soon presented to him was overwhelmingly long. Finding it too difficult to prioritize among so many important figures, Yi Kang made a bold decision. He graciously thanked his guests for accepting his invitation despite their busy schedules. The prince had decided to meet them all at once, and his guests expressed their honor at the opportunity. A man named Byung-jun, a border manager, introduced himself, and Yi Kang returned the greeting. Hyunsik then introduced the members of the Shinminho, Shin Chai-ho, Yang Ji-tak, and Lee Dong-wai, whom the prince welcomed after their long journey. Inviting everyone to be seated, Yi Kang encouraged them not to hesitate, as he was sure they had much to say. The man in the green suit began by expressing their gratitude, a sentiment that seemed to surprise the prince. Another member clarified they were thankful for the monetary gift His Highness had bestowed upon the newly established Shinminho, but Yi Kang dismissed it as his natural duty to support schools for his people. He urged them to ask if they needed more, promising to invest generously in their education projects. Byung-jun gratefully accepted, admitting the shortage of schools in JOSEON was dire, which made Yi Kang question why they hadn't approached the Synthetic Association. The man in brown suit explained they had tried, but were rejected because the association couldn't provide funds without the prince's direct permission. Yi Kang feigned surprise, though he knew the association had no choice, since over 90% of its donations came directly from his own money. Another guest added that even when they requested support from other Korean immigrants, they were told all aid was channeled through the Synthetic Association. This was by Yi Kang's design, as he had unified the donation system to maximize his influence and protect the immigrants' money from being misused. Yi Kang promised to convene a general meeting of the association to discuss their funding, earning him a nod of thanks. The prince then turned to another man, correctly guessing he was there to request financial support for the Korean righteous armies in Primorsky Krai. Yi Kang readily agreed to look into how much he could support their cause, internally vowing that support for the righteous armies must not be spared. Hyunsik then laid out the conditions. Any significant funding would require them to accept auditors and submit quarterly reports on their expenditures. A man with a beard reacted with shock, asking if this meant they had to become a subordinate organization of the Synthetic Association. Yi Kang coolly told him not to jump to conclusions, but another member argued that it amounted to the same thing, turning their school into a government-controlled entity. Exhaling in frustration, Yi Kang declared their reaction was what he truly didn't understand, calling their request for money without accountability baseless. He reminded them that the association's funds were not just his, but also the precious pennies saved by the Korean immigrants, and thus must be used with the utmost care. As the men whispered amongst themselves, Yi Kang silenced them, his patience wearing thin. He demanded to know what they thought of his words, and the man with the mustache declared he had already made up his mind when he refused the Hanyang government summons. For the liberation of his people and compatriots, the man vowed he would accept any audit, even the grandfather of audits. He then asked if anyone else had more to say, but his question was met with a heavy silence. The prince sensed that Yang Ji-tak and Lee Dong-wai were wary of him, and he wondered if factions were already forming. The man with the mustache broke the silence, asking if he could pose one question, and Yi Kang gave him leave to speak. He then asked the pivotal question: did His Highness, who introduced a voting system for the association, believe the nation should be a democracy or a monarchy? Yi Kang stated he had always believed that the sovereignty of a nation lies in the hands of its people. He continued, explaining that if the people of that nation want a democracy, then it should become a democracy. And, he concluded, if they want a monarchy, it should remain a monarchy. But he then sharply criticized them, calling them old-fashioned elitists for daring to decide this in secret before the people had a voice. Yi Kang slammed his hand on the table, declaring that he didn't think of democracy or monarchy first. His only thought, day and night, was the happiness and prosperity of all Koreans. Understanding that their ideals clearly differed, he dismissed them for the day, hoping their next conversation would be more constructive. The delegation of men could only watch with tense and somber expressions as the meeting came to an abrupt end. The Sinminho, an organization dedicated to public enlightenment, was a melting pot of diverse individuals with widely varying backgrounds and opinions. In the heavy silence following their meeting with the prince, the man with the red tie urged the other members to break their tight-lipped stupor. He pressed them, demanding to know why they had all fallen silent like mutes ever since their audience with His Highness. A brown-haired member sighed in frustration, internally questioning why they were debating democracy versus monarchy when restoring their sovereignty was the most urgent priority. A teacher then recalled Yi Kang's own words, reminding the group that the prince had stated the sovereignty of a nation lies with its people. This sparked concern among the men, who wondered if Yi Kang could use that same logic to revive the monarchy by simply claiming it was the people's will. A man with a beard confessed his fear had grown, worried that Yi Kang's absolute influence over the American diaspora would render their own educational efforts useless. Another member bluntly compared the prince's control over his followers to that of a cult leader. The man with the mustache defended the prince, asking if they had so quickly forgotten his sincerity in offering them support for their educational work. His point was immediately challenged by another man, who feared that the promised support money would become a leash Yi Kang would use to control them. As the man with the mustache berated them for being tempted by money, the discord among the once united group became painfully visible. The bearded man warned them not to forget that Yi Kang was the son of an emperor who cared only for his own power as the nation collapsed. Another member passionately invoked the memory of their fallen comrades and the shame of the emperor's lavish ceremonies while citizens suffered. The man with the mustache acknowledged their feelings but insisted Yi Kang was different, personally guaranteeing the prince's integrity based on his own service to him. The man with the beard remained unconvinced, and with the conversation going in circles, they reached an impasse. Shifting focus to the upcoming Synthesis Association General Meeting, the members decided to observe Yi Kang's actions there before making any final judgments. As the Sinminho members arrived at the venue, they were immediately greeted by the association's elders. A man with a beard and gray streaks immediately accosted them, angrily questioning what brought such ungrateful people to this place. The Sinminho delegation was stunned as the diaspora members unleashed a torrent of accusations, calling them ungrateful and disloyal. The diaspora members fiercely defended their leader, demanding to know how the delegation could dare question the prince after everything he had done for them. The Sinminho was then forced to listen as the diaspora recounted endless stories of Yi Kang's good deeds and personal sacrifices. The man with the beard and gray streaks passionately explained that Yi Kang had embraced them not with money, but with unity, laying the foundation for their community to stand on its own. Another man with a goatee lamented that the delegation had completely misunderstood the prince's true and profound intentions. Overwhelmed by the chasm between their perceptions and reality, one Sinminho member quietly turned and walked away from his group. An older man called a halt to the confrontation, telling his peers it was useless and that it was time to go inside for the meeting. A man in a brown suit from the delegation watched them leave, a seed of doubt planted in his mind as he wondered if they had gravely misjudged something. A short while later, the general meeting began as the man in the green suit formally announced the arrival of His Highness, Yi Kang. Yi Kang greeted the assembly warmly, expressing his genuine happiness that the Korean Association had thrived in his absence. The members humbly deflected the praise, insisting that none of it would have been possible without His Highness's guidance. Yi Kang, however, credited their own strength for the success and announced that it was time to fill his temporary chairman position with a true leader. He then officially set in motion the process to elect the first-ever representative of the Synthesis Association. Inwardly, Yi Kang reflected on his plan to act only as a lighthouse, throwing out the topic of an election to see how the diaspora would navigate the challenge on their own. Im Jong-soo, the association's vice representative, requested the right to speak, which Yi Kang immediately granted. Another member agreed that several prerequisites were necessary for a transparent election and urged everyone present to offer their opinions. A robust discussion followed, establishing rules for candidacy and voting, though Yi Kang privately regretted that women's suffrage was an issue still too early for its time. The narration noted that this was a natural, if unfortunate, reality of the era, as the deeply patriarchal society had not yet considered women's right to vote. Yi Kang knew he could single-handedly grant women the right to vote in this very first election. However, he held to his firm belief that true democracy meant rights had to be seized by the people themselves, not simply given by a benefactor. Resolving to foster an environment where women could awaken and claim their own rights through education, Yi Kang publicly declared the initial rules inadequate and promised a more detailed schedule later. Just before he could conclude the meeting, a man in a light green jacket asked for permission to say one more thing. The man pointed out that despite the new rules, everyone knew Yi Kang was realistically the only person who could be a candidate, a fact Yi Kang privately acknowledged. Yi Kang knew this would result in a sole candidate election, which could be misconstrued externally as a desperate attempt to cling to power. Seeing the turn in conversation, the man with the mustache from the Sinminho also requested the right to speak. It was clear to all that Yi Kang would win any vote, making the election itself seem almost unnecessary. However, a man with a bow tie stood and argued that this was precisely the reason the vote absolutely had to proceed. JOSEON then elaborated, declaring that the entire world needed to see that the diaspora community unequivocally supported and followed His Highness, Yi Kang. Playing his part, Yi Kang let out a troubled sigh, remarking that this was difficult as he had fully intended to step down from his position that day. The man with the bow tie agreed with JOSEON's sentiment and stated that he wished to make a suggestion. A man with slick back hair then bowed deeply, pleading with Yi Kang to reconsider his decision not to run. He professed to understand the prince's will but begged him to remain chairman for one more term, or at least grant them time to find a suitable successor. Another man echoed the plea, vowing that they would use the time Yi Kang granted them to find a new leader. The man with slick back hair concluded with a final, desperate plea for the prince not to abandon them. As the chairman, Yi Kang gently corrected their misunderstanding, promising that stepping down was not abandonment and he would forever remain their family. Finally relenting to their pleas, Yi Kang agreed to grant them time to find a new candidate, moving the crowd with his willingness to listen to the people's voice. With the matter settled, Yi Kang concluded the meeting, thanked everyone for their hard work, and dismissed the assembly. Once alone, Yi Kang collapsed into a chair, musing on how effectively politicians are crafted through mere appearance and speech. He reflected that this entire performance had been orchestrated as a direct response to his meeting with the Sinminho members, whose wariness of the royal family persisted. Yi Kang concluded that the encounter was beneficial, as it revealed the potential for hostility from those outside his circle and allowed him to prepare for what was to come. He foresaw the impending global spread of communist ideology, an attractive philosophy for class opponents that would inevitably lead to great conflict. Yi Kang predicted that some democratic activists within the Sinminho would fall to this ideology, committing ruthless acts in the name of enlightenment. He shot to his feet, determined that this could not be allowed to happen. After coming so far, he refused to die at the hands of his own people. Striding with purpose, Yi Kang vowed that for the sake of the change he envisioned, he would become whatever his people needed to see. He resolved that, at a minimum, he would successfully instill the perception that he, Yi Kang, was entirely different from the royalty they so deeply despised. In front of a quiet building, one of Prince Yi Kang's aides presents an envelope to a wary JOSEON. The aide explained that the envelope contained financial support not from the Synthesis Association, but from the prince's personal funds. He clarified that this was the extent of the prince's personal aid, prompting the Sinmanho leader to gratefully accept, promising to use it wisely. The leader felt a pang of shame, realizing the prince had offered help even after his comrades had shown such open hostility. As he suggested they return to their lodging, he was startled to find his fellow activists already engaged in a heated debate. A man with a beard explained they were discussing His Highness, admitting that the recent assembly had forced him to reconsider his views. He found himself wondering if the current dire situation would have been different had Prince Li ascended to the throne. A man with a grey mustache expressed his shock, questioning his colleague's sudden and drastic change of heart. The bearded man reasoned that the prince was different from his father, Gojong, and seemed to genuinely care for the people. The skeptic countered that power is not easily relinquished, but the bearded man confessed a desire to believe in the prince's promises. Their leader cut the conversation short, urging them to continue the sensitive discussion safely inside. Inside, a man in a brown suit, identified as Yi Kang, approached JOSEON with a question. Yi Kang asked for clarification on the audit that His Highness had mentioned during their previous meeting. A few days later, a man in a light blue top informed JOSEON he had invited several people who wished to meet him before his departure. As the guests arrived, the man in the light blue top began the introductions, first presenting Park Young-man from the Korean Military Academy. He then gestured to the second guest, suggesting he needed no introduction, Agent Lee Wai-jong of Ikmunsa. The man in the light blue top, Lee Byung-jun, warmly greeted Lee Wai-jong. It was revealed that Agent Lee Wai-jong was the half-brother of Lee Byung-jun, and as they reunited, the host urged everyone to be seated to begin their discussion. A man in a dark suit opened the meeting, asking for an assessment of the situation in Gando and confirming if the Japanese army had truly withdrawn. Park Young-man affirmed this, noting that while Japanese forces once crossed the Tumun River at the slightest provocation, they now dared not even enter Gando. Lee Byung-jun added that because of this, a portion of their Sapota militia had been able to return to the region. A man in traditional attire then asked if the rumors were true that His Highness was somehow involved in this favorable turn of events. Yi Kang's voice narrated over a memory, recalling how he constantly spoke of Japan's true intentions to seize Manchuria. As a result, the United States had used that information advantageously when negotiating the gentleman's agreement. JOSEON modestly called it partial truth and good luck, but the others were deeply impressed by the prince's strategic influence. The man in the tan coat sincerely thanked the prince for improving their circumstances, while another man praised his admirable efforts. The prince deflected the praise as merely his duty, unfurling a map and asking them to share everything they knew about active militias. The man in the tan coat reported that Korea's militias were uniting into an organization called Shangwagun, with plans to advance on Hanseong within the next month or two. The prince listened to the intelligence with a somber expression. Drawing his sword slightly, he then delivered a grim prognosis: that campaign would fail. A man in a grey suit immediately challenged the prince, demanding to know the basis for such a definitive statement. In a flashback, one of Yi Kang's men explained that the Shangwagun leader's father was gravely ill, and the ruthlessly filial commander would likely abandon his post. Though one man found it incomprehensible, his sighing colleague noted that in JOSEON, filial piety could indeed cause the entire militia to fall apart. The discussion returned to the present predicament, with a blond man lamenting their inability to help while another acknowledged the limits of individual diplomatic efforts. Surrounded by powerful American figures in his memory, the prince explained that his personal influence was a mere handful compared to Japan's. He stated that his support also had limits when facing an entire nation, proposing that guerrilla tactics were the best method as he revealed the 1907 Russo-Japanese agreement. His audience inhaled sharply as he confirmed their fears: the great powers were dividing things up among themselves. A map starkly illustrated the terms of the secret pact, with Russia claiming Outer Mongolia and Japan seizing the Korean peninsula. The prince then added that his father had sent word of a rumored second agreement in the works, likely an attempt to split Manchuria. The man in traditional clothing realized with dread that if Japan and Russia signed another treaty, the Korean independent groups in Jiandao would be in grave danger. An elderly man looked on in distress, asking what they could possibly do now. Lee Waijong urged his uncle, Lee Byung-jun, not to remain in Primorsky Krai but to expand their activities into Manchuria and seek aid from local Qing officials. Park Yong-man refined the strategy. They would avoid full-scale war and instead use small, localized battles to gradually bleed Japan dry. Another man argued that even that wouldn't be enough to land a decisive blow without assassinating key Japanese figures. The word assassination hung in the air, an effective but perilous strategy that could draw condemnation from the international community. A man in a gray suit immediately pointed out that such an act could severely damage their diplomatic efforts. Park Yong-man agreed the risk was too high, proposing an alternative strategy to supplement the localized border battles. The man in the gray suit completed the thought, suggesting they systematically remove Japan's allies from the international diplomatic stage. He then conceded that this would be no easy task, as Japan currently enjoyed a robust network within the international community. A contemplative silence settled over the room as the weight of the challenge sank in. A man in a brown suit turned to the prince with concern, asking if he would be all right, which confused another man in the room. The concerned man, Lee Ho-young, elaborated on his worry that if the prince openly supported them, he could be branded the leader of a radical group. The prince simply laughed, assuring them he was prepared and would funnel support through money laundering to make it untraceable. He then cryptically added that another person would soon arrive to help them, allowing him to remain safely hidden as their benefactor. Sometime later, after settling his affairs, Yi Kang welcomed the two men he was most eager to meet to his estate, brothers Lee Ho-young and Lee Si-young. Yi Kang posed a rhetorical question, asking how they knew of him before answering himself, explaining he grew curious after hearing the public call them the second Yi Kangs. Startled, one of the brothers humbly protested, insisting that humble men like them could never be compared to the noble prince. Yi Kang laughed warmly, clarifying that the thought of more patriots like them raising the status of Koreans in America brought him great joy. While the brother was visibly moved by his words, Yi Kang privately mused that his true goal was to spread influence among several wealthy figures, not just himself. The prince offered his assistance with their business acquisitions in America and was surprised when they stated their first priority was acquiring land for farming. In a brief flashback, Park Byung-jun recalled the many people who followed them to America and his feeling of responsibility to provide them a stable living. The prince nodded in solemn understanding, recounting his own experience with people who had spent their entire lives farming the land. He spoke of the immense weight of responsibility he felt, knowing so many had come to a new country trusting only him. One of the brothers expressed his surprise, explaining that his own resolve was forged after witnessing the suffering of Korean immigrants under unfair contracts in Hawaii. He declared that he had made it his mission to provide them with land to work once their contracts expired, helping them build their own lives. Returning to the business at hand, the prince asked what land they were considering, and the brother mentioned Southern California or areas north of Mexico. The mention of Southern California caught the prince's attention, and he asked if they had a particular reason for choosing that area. The brother confirmed it was where they planned to start cultivation, leaving the prince to silently wonder what made that specific location so important. The man in the hanbok confirmed his plan to cultivate wheat, a decision that privately startled Prince Yi Kang, who had expected them to farm rice. When the prince questioned this choice, the man explained he had considered future profitability, ensuring their crop wouldn't overlap with the prince's own ventures. He elaborated that wheat, a staple in America, would provide immediate financial resources and would be a future-proof industry even if a world war were to break out. At a different meeting, a shopkeeper discussed the importance of business relationships built on both competition and cooperation, an idea with which the prince's associate readily agreed. The prince's man advised his business partner that if his plan succeeded, he should expand into the milling industry, a suggestion the partner firmly accepted. The narration revealed that the Lee brothers had already coordinated with other wealthy Koreans, meticulously planning their business ventures to avoid share overlap before ever meeting the prince. Yi Kang mused that this was a positive development, as his encounter with Rothschild had inspired him to build a united Korean force, whose collective wealth would become his own strength. The prince then astutely observed that the Lee brothers' family was dispersed worldwide, correctly deducing their ultimate ambition was to dominate the distribution business. With a knowing laugh, the brother in the waistcoat confirmed their family's keen interest in distribution, particularly the shipping industry. A sly smile crossed Yi Kang's face as he remarked that this was good news. The prince then pushed further, asking if they were also interested in the defense industry. The brother in the waistcoat laughed, admitting that nothing could be hidden from the prince and confirming their family's significant interest in defense. He privately noted that while they sought the prince's opinion, they were also wary, and he resolved to understand the source of their caution. Yi Kang surmised that farming and distribution were merely a cover for their main focus on defense, quickly reassuring the suddenly nervous men that he wasn't blaming them. He expressed gratitude for their unwavering patriotism, while inwardly, Byung-jun, observing the scene, acknowledged their wariness but resolved to trust them and proceed. The prince declared that because of people like them, modern Korea existed, and he then revealed his plan to send military supplies to Gando and Primorsky Krai. He explained that since he couldn't deliver the supplies directly, he needed them to purchase the goods from their own factories. Using their shipping companies, they would then deliver the supplies to the righteous army on his behalf. The prince formally asked if they would help him in this crucial endeavor. The brothers stood in unison, their chairs scraping back as they bowed and assured the prince they would handle it. Sometime later, the prince tasked the red-haired man with investigating the Lee Ho-young family, surprising the man who thought they were trusted allies. Yi Kang affirmed his trust but explained that their excessive wariness had made him curious, and he needed to understand why. The man with glasses quickly understood the nuance of the request, just as the prince handed him an additional assignment. The item passed to the Aaron brothers was a photo from a recent meeting, with instructions to monitor the circled individuals and report any con artists who might approach them near San Francisco. When asked for the reason, the prince explained his guess that disgruntled individuals would soon emerge, seeking to break the power structure of the synthetic association. The association's pyramid-like structure, which concentrated power at the top, was bound to attract dissenters who would try to use the wealthy Lee brothers to shake things up. The hot-headed Max erupted in anger at the thought of someone undermining his boss's hard work, but his brother quickly told him to calm down. The prince laughed, feeling at ease with the two, and Max assured him that with the recent influx of immigrants, they had plenty of people who could help. Internally, Yi Kang acknowledged his feeling of reassurance was sincere, seeing the potential to embrace the growing Irish immigrant population through the Kaplan brothers and expand his influence. Later, at his estate, the prince celebrated the news that the harvest yield had increased by 1.5 times compared to the previous year. An excited Jongrim presented the data, explaining they had used seeds produced in California and selected only the largest grains to improve the crop variety. While pleased with the results, the prince felt a pang of guilt for overworking his friend's grandfather, who looked utterly exhausted, and made a mental note to find him a successor. Turning his attention to industry, Prince Yi Kang inquired about the progress of agricultural machinery and new automobiles, prompting a reminder about his recent technology-sharing MOU with Ford. A chubby man with glasses reported that thanks to the agreement, they had been able to bring finished products to market and, more importantly, had sidestepped the risk of patent lawsuits. A man with golden hair pointed out that despite the imminent release, their new company still lacked a name and asked the prince for a recommendation. After a moment of thought, the man proposed the name Sherbal, whose noble meaning of the beginning was momentarily lost on the prince, who flinched at its modern-day slang equivalent. The prince internally struggled, acknowledging the good meaning but feeling the awkward nuance, while the golden-haired man offered Chobal as an alternative. It became clear the team was focused on names that meant first or creation, but the prince found both Sherbal and Chobal to be too similar in their awkwardness. A brown-haired man then suggested Genesis Motors, an idea the golden-haired man immediately liked, asking if the English name for beginning would suffice. Others praised the prince's naming sense, noting how cool Genesis sounded. The prince, however, decided they should think on it more, suggesting they could finalize the name after test driving the finished product, considering both English and Chinese character options. As that matter concluded, a man with reddish hair requested to ask a question, to which the prince readily agreed. The man asked for the prince's opinion on their new engine, which he deemed excellent, adding that he now understood why the prince had recruited him. Yi Kang simply asked what he thought the reason was, and the man with glasses identified it as their development method. He noted that while developing an engine through reverse engineering was impressive, simply reassembling existing technology would always leave them as followers. The man concluded that the prince, wishing to be a leader in technology rather than a mere copier, had hired him for a large sum to forge a new path. Yi Kang confirmed the man's understanding was correct and directly asked if he could truly become the leader the prince wished him to be. The man hesitated, explaining that the diesel engine he had developed was not yet suitable for cars and that reaching that stage would take a very long time. The prince dismissed the concern, promising his full support even if it took 5 or 10 years, an assurance the developer could scarcely believe. Yi Kang then revealed his grander strategy. He wouldn't just focus on new gasoline engines but would pursue a higher-level technology partnership, not just patent sharing, with giants like Ford and GM. The developer questioned this, pointing out that with their technology still in its infancy, no major company would be willing to cooperate. The prince simply smiled, reminding the man that he possessed the one thing that could make anyone cooperate: immense wealth. The man's eyes widened in understanding. Hired with money himself, he immediately saw how the prince planned to leverage his fortune to achieve the impossible. Prince Yi Kang was confident that contact was imminent, at the earliest, this month, at the latest, within 3. As if on cue, the doorbell rang, and the butler announced a visitor just as the prince anticipated that everyone would eventually come to him. The visitor was Ford, who had arrived to see the prince, stating he had been well since their last encounter. Ford explained that, like everyone else, he had overcome difficult times and had now come seeking His Highness, a relaxed demeanor belying his urgent purpose. Prince Li invited his guest to sit, acknowledging that there must be a specific reason for his visit. Ford wasted no time, asking if the prince remembered the stock acquisition offer he had made to him in the past. The prince recalled telling Ford that he wished to own shares in his company. Ford then asked if that offer was still valid, but the prince, sensing his advantage, wryly questioned if he wasn't a bit late, deciding he wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Prince Li coolly questioned if Ford wasn't a bit late with his offer, internally vowing that he wouldn't let the man off the hook so easily. Ford hurriedly explained that the dire market situation had caused his delay, pleading for the prince's understanding. Prince Li feigned magnanimity, agreeing that a certain level of understanding should exist between them before inviting Ford to state his terms. Ford proposed transferring a portion of his company's equity to the prince by issuing new shares, as selling his existing ones was proving difficult. After a moment of consideration, the prince's side noted that issuing new shares seemed difficult for Ford, prompting Ford to suggest issuing bonds with warrants instead. Ford claimed this method was more convenient, but the prince saw through the ploy, realizing Ford hoped he would simply collect the principal and interest at maturity. Knowing the explosive future growth of Ford Motors, the prince declared he would choose the new shares and promptly agreed to proceed with the contract as is. While Ford spoke of filling the contract's regrettable terms with their friendship, the prince privately mused that he couldn't very well tell him he knew the stocks would multiply by 2,500 times. After the contract was signed, the narrator noted that Ford seemed to open up, even introducing him to a key figure from his company. The man introduced himself as John Francis Dodge, vice president of Ford Motor Company, expressing his pleasure at meeting the prince. The prince immediately recognized Dodge as a leading authority on the gasoline engines he so desperately wanted, a talent he was eager to recruit. He recalled a past memory where Ford and Dodge, still on good terms, joked about engine grease smudging Ford's face. Prince Li remembered that in the original timeline, the two men were destined to have a major falling out, which would eventually sour their relationship completely. This future conflict was crucial, as Dodge would leave to start his own company producing military trucks, making him an even more necessary asset for the prince's plans. Prince Li cordially greeted Dodge and, seeing his opportunity, asked if the engineer would be willing to visit his research institute. He framed the invitation as a simple request for advice, hoping Dodge might offer some guidance to his researchers. The prince's plan to impress the engineer backfired when Dodge bluntly identified their lead researcher, Diesel, as the idiot who got countersued by Edison. As the prince scrambled to think of a way to salvage the disastrously rude encounter, Diesel himself fired back, demanding to know what business Dodge had with an idiot like him. Diesel then clarified that he had a habit of swearing whenever he merely thought of that bastard Edison's face. Dodge's entire demeanor shifted as he asked if Diesel, too, had been wronged by Edison, to which the developer passionately agreed. Prince Lee watched in stunned silence as the two men suddenly found common ground, bonding over their shared hatred for Edison, much to a nearby researcher's relief. With the tension diffused, a guest asked the prince if, with his research institute now fully prepared, he had decided on a company name. The prince admitted that while he had considered several ideas for his first company, none of them felt quite right. He explained his concern that a name sounding too Eastern might prove to be a disadvantage in the Western market. Ford then had an idea, asking about the meaning of the character, Kang, in the prince's name. Upon learning it meant hill, Ford exclaimed it was perfect, suggesting Hill Motors or even RLH Motors. Ford elaborated that RLH could stand for Lee Hill, while the R could also be interpreted as Royal, creating a brilliant double meaning for the company name. Seeing the prince's stunned silence, Ford worriedly asked if he disliked the suggestion. The prince, however, was overjoyed, declaring he loved the name and thanking Ford for untangling a problem that had long vexed him. Ford then revealed he had another reason for his visit besides the new shares. He pointed out that public opinion about the prince was not good, but Yi Kang dismissed it as a simple rite of passage for fame. Ford grew more serious, stating he wouldn't be so worried if the issue was confined to California, before handing the prince another set of papers. He explained that malicious stories about His Highness were now appearing in daily newspapers in New York, Washington, and even his own city of Detroit. A shocked Prince Yi Kang demanded to know when this had all started, and Ford confirmed the articles were all recent. The prince's mind reeled as he looked over papers from publications he had never even heard of. Ford conceded it might be a check on the prince's power, but he insisted the scale and viciousness of the campaign were far too malicious for that. Yi Kang realized the articles were nearly identical, confirming that someone was deliberately trying to damage his reputation and reduce his influence. The prince thanked Ford for the swift warning, allowing him to react quickly, but Ford humbly said he was just glad he could help. Deciding to investigate further upon returning home, Prince Lee turned to his aides and demanded to know why no one had been aware of the situation. The mustached man could only lower his head and offer his deepest apologies for the oversight. He reported that after investigating, he found the first slanderous article had been published in a tabloid all the way in New York. Prince Lee realized his enemies had cleverly started the media manipulation from a location far from his immediate influence. Reading the article, he remarked that it must have been written by someone who knew him well, which startled his aide. He pointed out how the article twisted his preference for older women into a disturbed obsession stemming from the loss of his mother. The piece then connected this supposed obsession to his support for Korean immigrants, accusing him of seducing married women by providing for their families. The mustached aide was aghast, recognizing that the prince's support for the families of righteous JOSEON armies had been distorted into something utterly vile. The prince clenched his fist, reflecting on how his goodwill policy was being twisted. He thought about the preferential treatment meant for patriots' families and how it was being smeared so maliciously. Scathingly, the prince remarked that this is how propaganda works, mixing a spoonful of truth with 9 spoonfuls of lies, and that now was the time to act, not rage. He immediately ordered his dark-haired aide to prepare a counter-article and demand corrections from the tabloids involved. Privately, the prince thought it was a shame, as an undistorted article would have been beneficial, but he knew this situation could be turned to his advantage. He reflected that people applaud all the more when a beautiful truth is revealed from within a nest of ugly lies. An aide soon returned with information on the journalists, revealing a commonality between the 3 men, Durham Stevenson, David, and Marcus. The aide reported that all three men had recent records of visiting Tokyo, Japan. He continued, specifying that one of them, Durham Stevenson of the California Daily, had been of particular interest. Stevenson had not only visited Japan but also recently traveled to Hanyang, where he stopped by the Japanese Residency General in Namsan. With a deep scowl, the prince acknowledged that the sheer malice he'd sensed now had a clear origin: the mastermind was from Japan. Just as he was about to discuss countermeasures with his team, an aide named Max burst into the room shouting for his boss. Max urgently announced that a representative from the Hearst Media Group had arrived and insisted on delivering a message personally. The scene shifted to a private room where Prince Lee greeted the representative from Hearst. The representative expressed his delight at seeing the prince again but admitted he had a curious question. Prince Lee, depicted as a small chibi figure, wondered what could be so important that it required renting a private room. The man asked if the prince remembered their last conversation, to which the prince confirmed he remembered being told of a debt owed. The representative declared that the time had finally come to repay a portion of that debt, leaving the prince to contemplate what move this new player would make. The man in the dark suit, a representative from Hearst, confidently offered to repay his second debt, suggesting that if a media empire owner says it, it must be true. The aide beside the prince let out a relieved laugh, acknowledging it as an excellent choice. The Hearst representative slid a folder across the table, urging the prince to accept it. Inside were photographs of the very journalists writing the malicious articles, with the representative identifying the blonde man as Durham Stevenson. The representative prepared to confirm the prince's suspicions about who was backing these men. With a grim expression, he stated that, just as the prince expected, the Japanese government was the true culprit. He noted that while the prince had chosen to counter with corrections and rebuttals, additional measures were now needed against the Japanese smear campaign. Prince Lee leaned forward, his eyes glinting as he asked what kind of measures the man had in mind. The protagonist, the Hearst representative, declared that the best defense is a good offense, suggesting the prince should also open fire on the Japanese government. A sly smile spread across Prince Lee's face as he offered to provide Hearst with quite a few interesting stories about Japan. Hearst eagerly accepted the offer without a moment's hesitation. However, he stipulated that the information must be provided exclusively to his media group. Prince Lee firmly promised, sealing their clandestine agreement. Hearst then shared valuable tips about buying off media outlets and journalists, adding a warning about an article set to appear in a few days that would surely anger Korean residents. He specifically advised the prince to control anyone who might act rashly out of patriotism after reading the piece. Just as predicted, a few days later at Prince Lee's mansion, an aide slammed a newspaper down, roaring in fury at its contents. The man in the beige jacket was aghast, pointing out how the article not only insulted the prince but also shamelessly defended Japan's actions. Lee Jin calmly instructed his men to calm down and handle the situation step by step, starting with their usual request for corrections. He then turned to JOSEON and asked about the Korean residents' reactions, to which JOSEON gravely replied that the situation was not good. JOSEON elaborated that the community was seething with anger over the editorial, and he had even heard whispers of plots against the journalists. Prince Lee's mind raced, recalling Hearst's stark warning that if Stevenson were harmed, all of his efforts would be for nothing. He knew with cold certainty that if they acted on emotion, the very immigration law they fought so hard to obtain would be jeopardized. A subordinate in a tan jacket agreed that their survival in America was at stake and recommended gathering the Korean residents immediately. Prince Lee gave the order to convene an emergency general meeting. Following his command, his men moved with purpose, tirelessly working to gather as many Korean residents as possible for the urgent assembly. Before the meeting, Prince Lee reflected on the data he had collected on his enemies after The Hague, grimly noting that it was now time to use it. The subordinate in the tan jacket expressed his gratitude, certain that with this material, they could properly target Japan as Prince Lee began to execute the plan he had discussed with Hearst. P2P27, Prince Lee initiated his counteroffensive, recalling the old saying of using barbarians to control barbarians, as Hearst's papers ran lurid exposés on Japan's secret cultures to damage their international image. Narration transition. Elsewhere, two Japanese officials discussed the aggressive front-page articles from Hearst, realizing that sales were more than doubling on days when stories about Japan were published. The man with a smile wryly commented that it was no wonder Hearst kept demanding more material, as a cartoonish depiction of the media mogul greedily clamored for more stories. At the consulate, an official remarked that things were progressing well, and Gojong confirmed that the prince's intentions for a truce had been conveyed. The prince had been strategically leaking story materials to the Japanese legation, proposing an end to the media war he was simultaneously fueling. He felt that while he had plenty more ammunition, a compromise was ideal, as the public feud was also damaging his own reputation. An aide soon reported that they had successfully bought off the Daily California and the journalist David, but Stevenson was still stubbornly holding out. A bespectacled aide confirmed that Stevenson, a known Japanophile, was rejecting all contact and instead holding press conferences, making a buyout nearly impossible. Prince Lee simply ordered his men to continue tracking the journalist's movements. Suddenly, the man with glasses received a frantic phone call, his expression contorting in shock at the news he was hearing. A different man burst into the room, exclaiming that Stevenson had been assaulted. The man in the vest, Prince Lee, grew anxious, noting that Hyun-sik, who he had sent to investigate, had not yet returned. Another aide rushed in breathlessly, carrying more news. Prince Lee demanded to know what happened, and the aide reminded him that he had assigned Yi Kang and Yi-jun to watch Stevenson. The aide explained that the two men had fortunately intervened, stopping a group of angry Korean residents and saving Durham Stevenson from serious harm, leaving him with only minor abrasions. A wave of relief washed over Prince Lee as he asked what had become of the Korean residents who participated in the assault. The aide reported that although they were taken to the police station, they were released after Stevenson showed unexpected leniency. When the prince asked about Stevenson's current location, the aide provided his hotel address, adding that he was now under police protection. Prince Lee resolved that while he needed to win over Stevenson, his first priority was to deliver a stern warning to the Korean residents. The next day, at the Hapseong Association's emergency meeting, the speaker at the podium thanked the large crowd that had gathered on such short notice. The man in the vest, Prince Lee, addressed the murmuring crowd, certain they all knew why they were there, which a man in a suit confirmed was because of the despicable articles. The prince, now shown in a suit, acknowledged that from their perspective, the article was indeed deeply unpleasant. An angry subordinate shouted that they were furious over the false articles and the insults directed at His Majesty. As another man passionately offered to kill the journalist, Prince Lee flinched, realizing that if he didn't calm them down immediately, his worst fears would come to pass. With a sharp motion, Prince Lee commanded silence. As the orator, he told the crowd that he fully understood their feelings, but then posed a crucial question: did they know where they were living? A murmur went through the audience as they quietly acknowledged that they were immigrants in America. The orator affirmed this, reminding them that they had all left their homeland to build new lives and had found good opportunities in this new land. He continued his speech, explaining that as they prospered from these opportunities, others had grown bitter and resentful. With dramatic impact, the orator finally named their enemy, revealing that it was Japan scheming to narrow their position in America. JOSEON then took the podium, imploring the people to look at the situation coldly and ask themselves who would be happiest if their anger caused them to be expelled from the country, to which the crowd answered, Japan. That's right, JOSEON declared, asking if they should really play into their enemy's schemes, and the audience roared back with a resounding no. He passionately proclaimed that America was their last fortress and their final chance for independence, promising to correct the false articles if they would only trust him and endure their anger a little longer. After the successful meeting, the man with his back turned, Prince Lee, commended JOSEON, who humbly insisted that the prince had worked much harder. The man with the mustache pointed out two men who still looked ready to cause trouble, and the man in the black jacket affirmed he would keep a close watch on them. Just then, the man in the yellow shirt rushed over with exciting news: Stevenson had finally accepted a meeting. The man with the mustache, Prince Li, immediately set their course, announcing that their next destination was the Central Hotel. Prince Li's resolve was set as he and his entourage made their way to their next destination, the Central Hotel. Inside a lavish hotel room, Stevenson warily asked what brought them there, prompting JOSEON to begin explaining that something had happened a few days ago. As JOSEON reached inside his coat, a startled Stevenson flinched back, demanding to know what he was doing. Prince Li calmly revealed he was just taking out an envelope, privately wondering how such a timid man got involved in the high-stakes affairs of another country. He then smoothly offered the envelope to the journalist. Stevenson eyed the thick packet, tentatively asking if it contained money. The prince confirmed it was compensation for the harm done by his countrymen at the press conference, offering it as a personal apology for the shock Stevenson must have felt. Clutching a cross, Stevenson questioned if this was an attempt to buy his silence, but Prince Li assured him he would not be sued and urged him to accept the envelope. With a reassuring smile, the prince insisted it was not a bribe, but a simple gesture of his goodwill. He then reminded Stevenson that the men who had protected him during the attack were his own people, another act of goodwill, though he regretted not preventing the incident altogether. Stevenson cautiously broached the subject of the slanderous articles, asking if they had not caused a great deal of trouble for the prince. While Prince Li claimed he could ignore such personal attacks, JOSEON sternly interjected that the Korean overseas community had also been gravely insulted. Prince Li waved off the concern, informing Stevenson that their investigation had already revealed he wrote the article not of his own will, but at someone else's instigation. He then delivered a chilling warning to Stevenson about trusting the Japanese government, before calling his aide, Hyunsik, to bring him a document. The prince handed a letter from the Japanese consulate to Stevenson, telling the journalist he would understand everything once he read it. The document laid out Japan's official position with a hollow gesture of reconciliation, but it was completely devoid of any consideration for Stevenson himself. Instead, the letter was filled with statements disavowing any connection to Stevenson and dismissing the article as his personal deviation in a bid to resolve the international misunderstanding. Prince Li internally mused that Japan, never imagining he would meet Stevenson directly, had made it incredibly easy to persuade the journalist. He confidently predicted Japan's instructions. They likely told Stevenson to cease publishing subsequent articles, but deliberately omitted any mention of a retraction. The prince laid out the cold, simple truth: Japan's plan was to use Stevenson and then discard him. He explained that without a retraction, the anger of the JOSEON people would fester until they inevitably turned their rage upon a target. A wave of horror washed over Stevenson as he realized that the target would be him. The journalist's mind reeled, unable to process the horrifying possibility that this was all true. Prince Li bluntly stated that Japan would not mourn his death. They would be happy to let the JOSEON people take the blame, thus ruining their standing in America. He concluded by urging Stevenson to act as a true journalist, verify the facts, and write an article that reflected his own will, not someone else's. A few days later, a man in a cap considered Prince Li's known interest in armed struggle, certain the prince would be receptive to his proposal regarding the planning and execution of assassinations. Elsewhere, a man in a tuxedo bid farewell to a blonde-haired man, wishing him good fortune in his military endeavors. At the same time a man named Baekbeam departed for the United States. American society as a whole was descending into noisy turmoil. Massive crowds of protesters took to the streets, their voices roaring as they demanded capitalists expand workers' rights and prohibit child labor. As the movement for workers' rights spread like wildfire from New York across the nation, a concerned Prince Li inquired about the situation at his own workplaces. He showed his aide letters he had received from the other members of the Seven, which prompted the bespectacled man to ask why others besides Morgan were contacting him. The prince explained their obvious motive: they were all jockeying for a larger share of the profits by trying to secure a side deal with him beforehand. Understanding the game, Prince Li knew he had to carefully choose the one ally who could provide him with the greatest help. Sometime later, Prince Li graciously welcomed John D. Rockefeller, revealing in his thoughts that the industrialist was the man he had chosen. As an aide led them through the opulent residence, the prince considered how Rockefeller, as a pure, native, businessman, possessed the advantage of offsetting his own weaknesses as a newly arrived Asian foreigner. Dazzled by the shimmering luxury of the home, the prince wryly commented on his own attempt to dress up, acknowledging the immense power that came with being America's richest man. Once seated, Rockefeller confessed that he did not understand the prince's scholarship program. After a light laugh from the prince, Rockefeller elaborated, arguing that lazy people should starve and questioning why the prince would give them money to study instead of rewarding the hardworking. His harsh words were followed by a stark visual, showing two small, impoverished children looking up from the floor of a dimly lit room. The prince conceded Rockefeller's point was not entirely wrong, but gently explained that contradictions within the social structure meant even hardworking people sometimes starved. He clarified that his goal wasn't to restructure the whole system, but to run a scholarship program that could help at least a few of the unfortunate people caught in such circumstances. Anticipating criticism, the prince noted that it might seem hypocritical for a man focused on wealth to say such things, but Rockefeller disagreed, stating the conversation reminded him of his mother's words. Intrigued, Prince Lee asked what his mother had said. Rockefeller recalled his mother often telling him to be generous with the money he couldn't take with him when he died, a lesson he admitted he still didn't fully comprehend. Seeing his opening, Prince Lee suggested that Rockefeller shouldn't think of it as a huge task, but instead try giving a small donation and observing the results for himself. In the original history, a sickly Rockefeller, fearing death and judgment, had turned to philanthropy late in life, transforming from a ruthless businessman into a great philanthropist. Prince Lee's plan was to accelerate that transformation for his own benefit, and he offered to recommend a few places for Rockefeller's potential donations. As dusk settled, Rockefeller thanked him for the information, assuming that their next engagement would be dinner. But Rockefeller corrected him, revealing that before dinner, he needed to discuss the true purpose of their meeting, the topics that would be raised at an important meeting in 2 days. Rockefeller began by outlining the expected topics for their meeting, starting with the interim settlement of their relief fund. As Rockefeller continued sharing valuable intel, Prince Lee felt a growing satisfaction, realizing the meeting was already a resounding success. Just as their discussion concluded, an unexpected knock at the door startled the prince. A young woman entered carrying a tray of drinks, explaining that she had brought refreshments as their conversation seemed to be running long. Rockefeller warmly thanked his niece, Ethel, and turned to make the introduction, but Prince Lee was already frozen in realization. With a graceful smile, the woman introduced herself as Ethel Geraldine Rockefeller, causing Prince Lee to silently curse the old industrialist for his matchmaking scheme. Maintaining his composure, Yi Kang politely returned the greeting, all while his mind raced with the understanding that the entire meeting had been a pretext for this blind date. The next day, aboard a train, Rockefeller pointedly asked the prince what he and his niece had talked about so late into the previous night. Traveling with the persistent tycoon from New Jersey to New York, Yi Kang dryly replied that they had discussed philanthropy and art. Rockefeller laughed, remarking that he would make a note of the prince's profound interest in art, clearly having already decided on him as a nephew-in-law. Prince Lee reflected on how he had been blindsided, having previously tested the waters of marriage alliances with Baron Rothschild and James J. Hill, only to be caught off guard by Rockefeller. Sensing the prince's hesitation, Rockefeller backpedaled slightly, asking him not to feel pressured but to simply give him a hint of his intentions before returning to San Francisco. Yi Kang considered the proposal. Ethel was more than a worthy partner, and marriage to her would bring immense fortune, but it was a monumental decision he couldn't make hastily. He did, however, have to admit that the great beauty was undeniably his type. A troubled thought interrupted when Rockefeller suddenly brought up the banker, Giannini. A subordinate recounted how their banks grew together in the aftermath of the great earthquake, while another man noted with concern that Morgan's people had joined the Bank of Italy's board. Rockefeller issued a stark warning for Giannini, telling the prince not to let him trust Morgan, whom he described as a hungry demon ready to swallow his assets whole. Prince Lee acknowledged the vulnerability, noting that the Bank of Italy was primarily a group of small shareholders. He assured Rockefeller he understood and would pass on the warning, resolving to prepare a defense with Giannini against Morgan's inevitable move. After a lengthy discussion covering various topics, Prince Lee and Rockefeller finally arrived in New York. At the subsequent meeting, a man presented the interim settlement for the relief fund to the assembled group. One member observed that the profits were higher than expected, to which Prince Lee smugly confirmed it was a matter of course. However, a bald man with a white mustache interjected, stating that before distributing the profits, they needed to discuss the looming threat of another financial crisis. A blond man with a goatee agreed, proposing it was time to establish a Federal Reserve to safeguard against such events. The bald man with the white mustache declared that they, the titans who had overcome the recent crisis, should be the ones to lead it. Their ambitious plan was to divide the entire United States into 15 districts, with a new federal bank in each, and a 7-man committee managing 2 districts apiece. Prince Lee calculated that according to this structure, he could secure at least 2 of his people on the federal bank's board of executive directors. But just as he processed this, a bald man with glasses voiced a concern, stating he was worried the establishment of a Federal Reserve wouldn't be easy. The man reminded the group that just last month, Roosevelt had declared his intention to run for president again as the Republican candidate. Another member with a mustache grimly questioned whether a re-elected Roosevelt would ever allow a private-led federal bank to be established. As Mr. Morgan hesitated, Prince Lee wondered what the internal party atmosphere was truly like for him to be so concerned. The man with the mustache lamented that a Roosevelt victory would mean 2 years of bowing their heads, making it impossible to even mention the Fed. In a moment of desperation, he suggested they could support the Democratic Party, figuring the long-losing party would be eager to cooperate. He quickly tried to walk back his flustered suggestion, but Prince Lee internally seethed at the idea, knowing a Democratic victory would cripple his own political influence. Outwardly, the prince feigned understanding, but he privately vowed that as long as he was alive, he would never let a Democrat become president. A bald man in a gray suit, sensing the fatigue in the room, concluded the day's meeting, scheduling it to resume tomorrow. Just as they were dispersing, Prince Yi Kang called for a moment of their time, prompting Giannini to ask if he had something to say. Giannini noted that everyone seemed worried about a Democratic administration, causing the prince to silently wonder what alternative the banker had in mind. The bald banker declared they couldn't keep a president hostile to capitalists in Washington forever, insisting that if not this election, the next one must be their person. A masked member of the group added that it was imperative, as they had to pass the Federal Reserve System. A heavy silence fell as Prince Lee sensed Giannini's powerful will to achieve this goal in his lifetime, deciding to test just how far he was willing to go. The prince directly asked if he would even put Democrats in the presidential seat as a worst-case scenario, to which Giannini simply answered, yes. A man in glasses pointed out that the current Democratic candidate, William Jennings Bryan, was unlikely to win, questioning if Giannini had another alternative. William Jennings Bryan was indeed a powerful Democratic figure, but his 2 previous presidential election failures made a future victory seem improbable. Giannini revealed his choice for an alternative, Woodrow Wilson, a name that sent a chill through Prince Lee, who knew him to be an even more extreme racist. Feigning ignorance, the prince asked if Giannini knew him, to which the banker replied that he expected to have a connection soon through a Korean student pursuing a doctorate at Princeton. Prince Lee's mind flashed to Syngman Rhee, who, according to history, would soon receive that very degree, and he knew he had to utilize this connection well. Resolving to meet with Syngman Rhee soon, the prince also remembered he had 2 more proposals from the day's meetings to consider. The first proposal had been from Morgan's representative, who suggested resuming the construction of the Panama Canal. Morgan's offer was to concede some operating rights and hire Korean citizens as laborers, an attractive proposition on the surface. While temporarily opening visas to Panama would allow Koreans to escape colonial rule, the prince felt that a deal this good was merely a gilded chain meant to shackle him. He therefore refused the offer of canal shares but agreed to act as a liaison for hiring Korean laborers, cautiously accepting only half of Morgan's suspicious proposal. Prince Lee was certain that Morgan's committee for the Federal Reserve was merely a front to install his own puppets and manipulate the system. But as he walked through the city, he knew Morgan's plan would not come to pass. He, who held the knowledge of the future, would be the unpredictable variable in all of Morgan's calculations. With a confident smile, the prince promised that Morgan was about to experience a great deal of stomach-churning trouble. Later, a bald man in a gray suit stared in disbelief, asking the prince to repeat what he had just said. Prince Yi Kang calmly confirmed that he was having a good relationship with Mr. Rockefeller's niece. He added that it seemed to be a good match and asked for their congratulations, internally relishing the fact that he had just elevated Rockefeller into Morgan's true rival. Having set his plans in motion, Prince Li was prepared for any outcome, and right on cue, a knock came at his door. A man in a tan suit entered, greeting His Royal Highness and asking if he had been well. Prince Li warmly welcomed the man, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and invited him to sit. He asked how the man's master's program was going, and the student replied effusively, crediting the prince's grace and scholarships for his ability to study diligently and aim for a doctorate. As the man continued his unending praise, Yi Kang dryly wondered if he had accidentally sent him to a department of flattery. Yet, he understood the man's position. With influential rivals like Byung-jun and An Chang-ho already by the prince's side, this man felt he had little to offer. The man in the tan jacket silently wished to be helpful to His Highness, keenly aware that his high academic qualifications were all he had to show for himself. Prince Li advised the worried young man to first focus on getting his doctorate, assuring him his abilities would someday be useful to the Korean community. The man in the tan jacket agreed with renewed vigor and determination. Then, the prince leaned forward with one final request, causing the young man's heart to pound in anticipation, believing his moment to serve had finally arrived. Prince Yi Kang advised the ambitious young man to first focus on his doctorate, assuring him his skills would be needed by the Korean community in due time. With renewed purpose, the man in the tan jacket agreed enthusiastically. The prince then leaned in with one final request, causing the student's heart to pound in anticipation of at last being useful. Swallowing nervously, the young man urged His Highness to speak his command. The prince, aware the student was headed to Princeton, tasked him with gathering intelligence on its president, Woodrow Wilson, before an upcoming meeting. Though confused by the strange request, the man in the tan jacket kept his questions to himself. The aide in the beige suit, however, internally recognized this as a golden opportunity he could not afford to miss and vowed to fulfill the command perfectly. He asked for the prince's trust, and Prince Li knew the young man understood the weight of this important mission. With a simple, "Yes, I ask this of you," the prince formally entrusted the task to his subordinate. His mission received, the aide in the beige suit departed from the stately mansion. Shortly after, a butler announced the arrival of the madam, whom the prince directed to the reception room. The prince greeted Ethel warmly, but she brushed off concerns about her journey, saying it felt more like a vacation. Ethel added that her family had been doting on her ever since the marriage was confirmed. With a light laugh, she confessed just how eager her family was for her to marry the prince. Shifting the tone, Ethel then asked if she could pose a question, and the prince graciously invited her to ask him anything. Looking him directly in the eyes, Ethel asked why he had chosen her to be his partner. The prince's mind filled with the practical reasons, her family's immense wealth and her own outstanding beauty, for selecting Ethel Rockefeller. Deciding against such blunt truths, he instead offered a romantic platitude, claiming his heart went out to her at their first meeting. Ethel Rockefeller simply stared back at him, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, she laughed, calling him a very good liar and remarking on his unnerving ability to remain stone-faced. Realizing she was not one to be easily fooled, the prince listened as Ethel revealed she knew her father had sought his opinion before the introduction. Ethel explained that for women in high society, marriage was not a matter of personal choice, but of selecting the best gem from the options their family provided. She concluded by stating that when a top-tier diamond like him appeared before her, there was simply no other logical choice to make. The prince understood her reasoning perfectly but quietly wondered if she was truly aware of his greatest political weakness. He stated it plainly, reminding her that his royal title had been revoked by Japan, but Ethel coolly replied that she was aware he would become a commoner within the year. Her expression then brightened as she confidently asked if he didn't intend to get it back someday. With a knowing smile, Ethel suggested he might even rise to a position far higher than before. The prince inwardly acknowledged that she was right. Her ambition to gain power through his potential was a key part of their arrangement. He reflected on his own motives, recognizing that the Rockefeller connection was not just to strengthen his standing in the U.S., but to secure a powerful future ally for his nation. He promised to do his best for her sake, and Ethel, satisfied, declared that they were now partners. With their mutual understanding established, Ethel produced a contract she had written. She presented her list of demands, which the prince was relieved to find were not particularly unreasonable. He noted her first, rather cute request to include Rockefeller in their children's names, but his eyes widened at the clauses that followed. The prince asked in disbelief if Ethel was truly serious about the next part of the contract. He read aloud the shocking terms, a demand for him to have any affairs secretly and a strict prohibition on illegitimate children. Ethel pragmatically clarified that as long as she remained unaware of his indiscretions, and their legally registered children were hers alone, she would be satisfied. The blonde-haired woman then sealed the deal with a promise: if he kept to these terms, the Rockefellers would forever be his ally. The prince nervously agreed, a bead of sweat forming as he realized he was marrying an absolutely incredible woman. After finalizing the contract with Ethel, Prince Yi Kang returned to his work in San Francisco. He found no rest, as his newfound status as a financial powerhouse after the crisis made him an incredibly attractive figure for endless parties and investment pleas. A weary prince complained he would die from overwork, but his aide reminded him to hang on until the new Synthetic Association president was elected. An assistant then brought the asset management statement from Livermore, a document the prince now regretted asking for. The aide voiced his concern that investments in oil company stocks had grown to a risky 50% of the entire portfolio. The prince waved off the worry, declaring the oil industry would only continue to grow, and instructed his team to tell Livermore to purchase even more. His aide confirmed that all the necessary documents were completed. Utterly exhausted, the prince sighed and called for the list of his next visitors, lamenting that there was truly no time to rest. As he scanned the list of names, one particular visitor suddenly caught his full attention. The prince, intrigued by an investment proposal for a JOSEON mine, instructed his staff to bring in a man named Albert Taylor first. Albert Taylor, an American businessman, entered the room trembling, expressing his immense luck and honor at being granted an audience with such a busy man. The prince got straight to business, his interest piqued, and asked Taylor to explain the JOSEON mine investment in detail. Taylor recounted how he had lived in JOSEON for several years and discovered a potentially incredible gold mine in the southern part of the Korean Empire. The noble in charge simply asked for the name of this gold mine. Taylor revealed it was the Chikson Gold Mine, a place known for its significant profits, which he had stumbled upon by chance. The prince was initially skeptical, knowing gold mines were not always profitable, but Taylor then dropped a critical piece of information: Japan was selling the mining rights due to their own financial troubles. This news was a flash of lightning, instantly capturing the prince's complete focus. Taylor explained he was short on funds to acquire the rights himself, and the prince immediately saw the value in taking an asset that Japan would later bitterly regret losing. Just as the prince was about to make a decision, a subordinate burst in, urgently advising him to consult an expert before investing. When the prince asked who this expert was, he was informed that the renowned Jack Milo was currently in New York. The prince's advisors agreed it was a wise move to gather reliable information before making a hasty decision. Agreeing, the prince ordered his aide Hyunsik to arrange the meeting, his mind already racing with the thought of causing a huge stir by returning to JOSEON with its own gold. After reviewing the report, the expert noted that if the information was accurate, the large deposit made it a very good investment. One of Taylor's party bristled at the suggestion of a scam, while the prince's aide thanked the man for his assessment. The expert offered one more piece of advice: send a separate exploration engineer to confirm the report's claims before finalizing any deal. Albert Taylor's associate insisted that if the report was true, the contract should be signed immediately. When the prince started to suggest the expert himself go, the man quickly refused, claiming he suffered from terrible seasickness. Surprised by the firm refusal, the prince watched as the man confirmed he was unable to make the journey. The expert, however, did know of an exploration engineer who was temporarily free after his last client went bankrupt. He vouched for the young man's skills, adding that his membership in their club made him a trustworthy individual. The prince repeated the name he was given, stunned: Herbert Hoover. As the prince processed the name, the man who suggested him had his own moment of shock, wondering if this was the same famous Herbert Hoover he knew. The room hung in stunned silence as the name was repeated, the prince's mind immediately connecting it to the 31st President of the United States. His associate confirmed that Herbert Hoover was indeed in New York looking for work and offered to arrange an immediate meeting. The prince, seeing no reason to delay such a golden opportunity, leaped to his feet, declaring they should go at once. Documents fluttered as the group hastily prepared to depart for the meeting. Upon arriving, the prince carefully observed the man before him, confirming that this was, without a doubt, the famous Herbert Hoover. While pretending to review the papers on the Chickson mine, the prince secretly resolved to forge an unbreakable connection with this future president. Hoover, noticing the prince's focus, commented that he found the research papers fascinating and remarkably easy to read. The prince casually mentioned that the papers were prepared by Albert Taylor, who politely thanked Hoover for the compliment. The name Taylor sparked Hoover's memory, prompting him to ask if Albert's father was George Taylor, a question that visibly surprised the younger man. Hoover explained that he and George Taylor had briefly worked together as colleagues in the past. Remarking on the striking family resemblance, Hoover's revelation caused the prince to inwardly smile as another thread was woven into his expanding web of connections. Hoover then recalled another link between them, noting that he and the prince were members of the same exclusive club. He even remembered seeing the prince once before, during the latter's club interview. Hoover admitted he hadn't mentioned it, assuming a royal prince wouldn't remember a simple engineer like himself. The prince smoothly dismissed the past, stating that what mattered was their future relationship, all while being impressed by Hoover's respectful demeanor. He watched as Hoover showed genuine courtesy even to his Korean attendants, a quality the prince found both rare and admirable. The prince reflected that while few people dared to ignore him directly these days, it was a different matter entirely. He was painfully aware of the subtle disdain many Westerners held for his people. This made Hoover's respect all the more significant, a sign of the character that would one day lead him to enfranchise long-oppressed Native Americans. Deciding to act, the prince decisively presented Hoover with a job contract. He urged the engineer to read the terms, confidently stating he would not regret it, which only made Hoover more curious. As Hoover's eyes scanned the document, they suddenly widened in utter shock. He immediately protested that the proposed terms were far too generous, but the prince calmly insisted they were not. Hoover was aghast, revealing the offer was for an astonishing 3% of the trust company's shares just for managing the Chickson gold mine. The prince knew the truth, these terms were actually an insurance policy for the future. He anticipated that Japan would eventually discover his ownership of the mine and try to seize it. In his mind, the prince wagered that Japan would never dare to move against a company in which the future president of the United States held a personal stake. Out loud, the prince framed the offer as a mutually beneficial arrangement to conserve cash during the ongoing financial crisis. Convinced by this logic, Herbert Hoover accepted the deal and earnestly pledged his future support to the prince in any way he could. The prince inwardly rejoiced, for that was precisely the answer he had been hoping to hear. With the agreement made, he declared it was time to get the papers officially notarized and seal the contract. On the recommendation of the Rockefellers, the prince went to the prestigious Carter, Ledyard and Milburn law firm to finalize the deal. It was there, in the hallowed halls of New York law, that he ran into yet another completely unexpected figure from history. The young lawyer assigned to review his contract introduced himself as Franklin D. Roosevelt, the man who would become the 32nd President of the United States. The prince was left speechless, reeling from the sheer improbability of meeting the 31st and 32nd presidents in the span of a single day. Carter Ledgerd, the firm's representative, noticed the prince's stunned expression and inquired if he was feeling all right. The prince quickly composed himself, blaming his surprise on the lawyer's youth, while an associate assured him that the recently hired Mr. Roosevelt was exceptionally capable. With a confident smile, Roosevelt promised the prince that he would handle the matter perfectly. A knowing smirk crossed the prince's face as he thought to himself that "capable" was an understatement. After all, he mused, how else could this man go on to be elected president an unprecedented 4 times? Images of Roosevelt's future political victories flashed through the prince's mind. The senior associate, satisfied with Roosevelt's confidence, officially handed the case over to him. Roosevelt beamed, eager and ready to prove his worth to his new, high-profile client. The prince restated his request, confirming that Roosevelt's job was to check for any unfavorable clauses in the contract with Hoover. Roosevelt confirmed the contract was almost perfect, needing only minor wording adjustments, which brought a sigh of relief from the senior partner. With the legalities settled, the associate asked if either side had any remaining concerns before signing. Prince Yi Kang expressed his complete satisfaction, and Hoover added his eagerness to sign and secure the mining rights back in the Korean Empire. At the client's enthusiastic urging, the lawyers moved to immediately finalize the signing. As the ink dried, binding Hoover to him by contract, the prince was already thinking ahead. His next objective was clear: he had to build a similar connection with Franklin D. Roosevelt. Once the business was concluded, the lawyers proposed a celebratory drink to mark the new partnership. Hoover declined due to a prior engagement, but the prince eagerly accepted, seeing the perfect opportunity to isolate his true target. The prince turned directly to Roosevelt, suggesting they get to know each other better since they would likely be working together in the future. After a moment of consideration, Roosevelt agreed to join him for a drink. And so the 3 men went out, though for the prince, the gathering had one singular purpose: to speak privately with the future president. After becoming thoroughly intoxicated, a grateful tailor thanked the prince for the opportunity before being sent home in a car. The prince watched Taylor leave, having deliberately encouraged his drinking to clear the way for his real conversation. Roosevelt, ever perceptive, immediately questioned if the prince had a specific reason for wanting Taylor gone. Seeing no need for pretense, the prince bluntly asked Roosevelt to tell him his ultimate goal in life. He elaborated, suggesting that a man carrying the Roosevelt name couldn't possibly be content as a lawyer, which made Roosevelt realize his ambitions had been seen through. Roosevelt internally acknowledged that the prince was right. He had joined the firm specifically to leverage its high-level political and financial connections. He wondered if this powerful, insightful prince was the very chance he had been seeking to launch his political career. The prince then directly asked if Roosevelt's ambition was the presidency itself, just like his famous relative, Theodore. To achieve such a goal, the prince continued, one needs a great deal of money, either earned or secured through powerful business allies like himself. Roosevelt admitted he had considered the prince as a potential ally, but he had also heard of his close ties to Republican politicians. As a staunch Democrat, Roosevelt explained he had no intention of ever changing parties, which he believed made an alliance difficult. The prince corrected him, clarifying that he had not joined any party and believed both were vital to the health of America. He likened his political view to ice mixing in whiskey, a necessary blending of different but complementary forces. The prince added that as a man of color, he could never side with a party that openly preached racism, which sparked a passionate outburst from Roosevelt, who declared he too despised such divisive politics. Seizing the moment of shared conviction, the prince offered not just his friendship, but his full financial sponsorship, urging the future president to take his hand and seal their new alliance. The prince extended his hand, offering not just friendship but his full financial backing to the ambitious lawyer. He assured Roosevelt that he already had connections with Democratic congressmen, paving the way for him to do the same. Roosevelt hesitated for a moment, visibly taken aback by the magnitude of the proposal. Sensing his caution, the prince tapped the table and challenged him, asking if he thought the offer was a bluff. Roosevelt quickly clarified that his hesitation was not from doubt, but from simple prudence. The prince decided to drive the point home, determined to give Roosevelt an offer he couldn't possibly refuse. He invited Roosevelt to his upcoming engagement ceremony, promising it would be a crucial stepping stone for his political career. Roosevelt fell silent, weighing the life-altering proposition before him. After a moment of consideration, Roosevelt expressed his gratitude and accepted the invitation. A triumphant thought crossed Yi Kang's mind: if history unfolded as he knew it, he was now aligned with America's greatest future president. Meanwhile, as the prince expanded his influence in America, significant events were unfolding at the Prime Minister's residence in Tokyo. Katsura Taro was being congratulated on becoming the Prime Minister of Japan for the third time. Katsura formally thanked Representative Sionji and Resident General Ito, noting that Sionji's congratulations made his return to power feel real. He invited his guests to be seated, knowing their discussion would extend far beyond simple pleasantries. Eager to get a handle on the current situation, Katsura asked Resident General Ito about the state of affairs in JOSEON, to which Ito replied that its people were being a nuisance as always. While Representative Sionji callously suggested imprisoning all JOSEON people, Ito advised the Prime Minister to prioritize Japan's failing economy instead. Ito explained that the immense costs of the Russo-Japanese War were pushing the nation toward a recession, with the burden on citizens growing daily. He argued that their foremost goals should be economic recovery and debt reduction through increased revenue and reduced spending. Prime Minister Katsura scoffed, accusingly asking Ito if he was now pushing the problems he failed to solve onto him. The war, which occurred during Katsura's first term, had been a Pyrrhic victory, leaving Japan's economy in a precarious state. Resident General Ito trembled with rage, infuriated that Katsura would dare blame him for the aftermath of a 2 billion yen debt. Representative Sionji urged them to remain calm, while Katsura, shrugging off the argument, turned his attention back to JOSEON as a potential solution. He coldly suggested that if they dug into their colony, they might just find a new source of funds. A military officer reported that the militias south of Hanyang were mostly suppressed, but the northern resistance was proving more resilient. Unbeknownst to them, this shift was due to rumors of Yi Kang's support, which drew militias north and inadvertently reduced southern casualties. The officer added that captured prisoners were being sent to Panama, as the American tycoon J.P. Morgan had a preference for JOSEON laborers. A younger officer was aghast, but Katsura explained that their hands were tied, as Morgan held a significant portion of Japan's war debt. The Prime Minister then taunted Ito, noting his 3 years of silence before he suddenly began nitpicking every decision. Changing the subject with a smirk, Katsura then inquired about the rumors of Prince Yi Kang amassing a fortune in America. A silver-haired aide confirmed that Yi Kang's wealth and influence were indeed growing at an absurd rate. The Prime Minister stared in disbelief at a list of assets, exclaiming that the prince was like a money-printing machine. The aide explained that Yi Kang's trust held stakes in many of JOSEON's profitable mines, prompting Katsura to suggest forcibly reclaiming them since JOSEON belonged to Japan. When the aide seemed confused, Katsura impatiently spelled it out: he wanted to strip Yi Kang of his mining rights. Resident General Ito immediately protested, pointing out that the rights were legally transferred to Westerners and Yi Kang's personal share was only 10%. He passionately warned the Prime Minister that seizing the assets would provoke American capitalists and severely damage Japan's international standing. Katsura fumed, frustrated that he couldn't touch Yi Kang's mines while the prince was simultaneously investing in ventures Japan coveted, like the Manchurian Railway. Observing from the doorway, Ito reflected that the man he once saw as a fool had merely been acting. A smirk crossed Ito's face as he realized Katsura was a snake, hiding his fangs and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Katsura muttered that he wouldn't have left Yi Kang alone if he knew he'd grow so powerful, just as a military officer rushed in with urgent news. The officer announced that Yi Kang was now engaged to a member of the Rockefeller family, a move that would dramatically boost his influence in America. He elaborated that if Standard Oil were to split, Yi Kang could potentially inherit the Western Division, giving him control over most of California's oil. The military officer pleaded with the Prime Minister to think rationally, sensing a reckless decision was imminent. He warned Katsura that this was not like the fox hunt of the past and that a rash move could further destabilize their country. The officer added that killing Yi Kang would only create a martyr and incite waves of retaliatory assassinations against Japan's key officials. Prime Minister Katsura tapped his fan, calmly assuring them that he understood their concerns. With a disarming smile, he declared that they would not lay a single hand on Yi Kang. However, Katsura's expression turned sinister as he privately clarified that not laying a hand on him didn't mean they would do nothing at all. He then ordered his subordinate, Kuroda, to immediately bring him a man named Miura Goro. Lieutenant General Miura Goro arrived in his full military dress, announcing his presence to the Prime Minister. Katsura noted that seeing Miura in uniform reminded him of his father in his younger days. He cryptically remarked that Miura's father was quite skilled at fox hunting, and Miura's eyes widened in understanding of the grim metaphor. The Prime Minister revealed the target, asking if Miura could manage to hunt a tiger this time. Miura accepted the challenge, vowing to bring back the beast Katsura desired, provided he had the Prime Minister's full support. Katsura readily agreed, promising that Miura would have as many resources as he needed. Miura observed that unlike the last operation, this particular stage was set in America. A heavy silence fell as Katsura asked if Miura understood what must be done if he were to fail. Miura stoically confirmed he understood, stating he would take full responsibility. Far away, two assassins swore that Yi Kang's reign had come to an end and that he would soon be sprawled on the cold ground. Back in his room, the prince was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable and chilling feeling. As his aide's voice announced his arrival from outside, Yi Kang's blood ran cold, recognizing a voice that could only mean trouble. A man in a suit approached Prince Yi Kang, warmly asking after his well-being. The prince recognized the visitor as Kim Kyu-sik, a man he considered a brother, who had just arrived at his New York villa. Yi Kang confirmed he was well, and Kyu-sik echoed the sentiment, stating he was also doing fine. The prince, noting his friend's haste, asked if something was wrong, but Kyu-sik explained he was simply eager to show Yi Kang the finished item he had requested. The aide presented the commissioned engagement ring, intricately crafted by a JOSEON artisan for the prince's fiancée. Kyu-sik asked if the final piece was to his liking, and Yi Kang confirmed it was perfect and beautiful, certain that Ethel would love it. Yi Kang explained to a surprised Kyu-sik that this ring would be the cornerstone for his new mining and artisanship businesses, though Kyu-sik worried its high price point would limit demand. With a confident smile, the prince assured his friend not to worry, as he would create the demand himself by ordering aggressive promotional photographs. The prince mused that while social media advertising didn't exist, the sight of Ethel wearing the ring at their high-profile wedding would capture the eyes of the elite and eventually make it a coveted item for the public. Kyu-sik inquired if the prince had chosen a name for the new jewelry company, to which Yi Kang replied that he had one in mind. Yi Kang proudly announced he would name it Ethel after the ring's owner, prompting Kyu-sik to remark on how romantic the gesture was. The prince confessed that Ethel was more than he deserved and that as a divorced man, he needed to show his heart, all while internally noting what excellent marketing it was to name a jewelry company after one's wife. He foresaw Ethel becoming the world's most famous jewelry company, knowing its value would directly translate into her prestige, which would please her greatly. Yi Kang reflected that she was indeed the best partner he could have ever chosen. While the prince was creating a ring and a company for Ethel, she was, in her own way, making efforts for him. Ethel firmly demanded her father give her more. Her father, William Rockefeller, reminded her that the stock already transferred was worth $1 million, a sum equivalent to 15 to 18 million today. Ethel retorted that he had previously promised all his shares upon her marriage, which her mother dismissed as a joke, but her brother admitted he had taken it seriously. Ethel challenged her father, asking if he had lied to her, while her sister questioned her sudden outburst. She lamented to her sister that if she went west with nothing, she would be looked down upon, a notion her sister found absurd given their family name. Ethel revealed that Alice Roosevelt had told her that as a commoner, she needed money to command respect. Her family erupted in disbelief at Alice's words, with her sister chiding her for listening to such talk, but Ethel insisted she couldn't get married only to be disrespected. Moved by her plight, Ethel's brother offered a part of his share, and her sister quickly followed suit, stating she'd rather give up her portion than see Ethel disrespected. Ethel silently celebrated her victory, noting that unlike her, her siblings were not greedy, and then audibly decided that if she was getting something, it should be the good stuff. She then specifically requested her inheritance in stocks rather than paintings or cash, a savvy move that left her family realizing they'd been played, but it was too late to go back. In the aftermath, her brother simply asked to be paid back double later, while her sister and mother only wished for her to live happily. Later, at a villa in the Hamptons, guests arrived to congratulate Prince Yi Kang at his lavish engagement ceremony. The prince warmly welcomed a new arrival who had just approached him. He complimented the man on his splendid formal attire, and after receiving thanks, he expressed his gratitude for their attendance. As it was a Rockefeller event, an endless stream of guests connected to the family poured in, with only a few of Yi Kang's own acquaintances present. Alice Roosevelt excitedly greeted the prince, congratulating him on his marriage on behalf of her father. Yi Kang politely asked her to pass on his thanks, though he privately lamented that President Theodore Roosevelt had not come himself. Alice's husband, Nicholas Longworth, introduced himself as a member of the House of Representatives and extended an invitation for a meal in New York. Yi Kang accepted the offer, recognizing the strategic value of forming such a connection. Amidst the party's gentle murmur, the bespectacled aide approached the prince with an urgent matter. When Yi Kang asked what was wrong, the aide informed him that a group of Japanese men were at the main gate. The prince questioned their presence, and his aide explained they were a congratulatory delegation led by the Japanese ambassador, asking to be let inside. Prince Yi scowled, wondering what they were thinking and suspecting an ulterior motive behind their unexpected appearance. Deciding to see for himself, he strode purposefully towards the entrance. Prince Yi coldly greeted Ambassador Takahara, demanding to know what brought him there. The ambassador feigned pleasantry, stating he had come on behalf of the JOSEON government to offer congratulations. Prince Yi icily retorted that Takahara was not qualified to represent JOSEON, had not been invited, and was not welcome, before ordering him to get lost. To the prince's surprise, the ambassador simply bowed and agreed to leave, making Yi Kang wonder if this was all just for show. However, as he turned to depart, Ambassador Takahara stated he had one more thing to say. Leaning in, the ambassador whispered a warning, advising Prince Yi to take care of himself and refrain from public activities for a while. With a chilling glance, Yi Kang realized the ambassador hadn't come to congratulate him but to warn him that his life was in danger. The prince recalled that Takahara was a subordinate of the former Prime Minister Seon-ji, and with hardliners now in power, it seemed Japan's internal factions were clashing over his fate. He knew that historically, Japan was plagued by internal strife, even while fighting a world war, a conflict tantamount to a civil war. A thought sparked in Prince Yi's mind that he might be able to use this division to his advantage, but he decided to deal with the matter at hand first. Back inside the party, guests marveled at Ethel's heart-shaped diamond ring, whispering about how romantic it was. The news spread quickly that the prince had created a jewelry company just for Ethel, confirming Yi Kang's promotional strategy was a massive success. With the formalities attended to, Prince Yi turned to his fiancée, noting that everyone was waiting for them to begin, and asked for a dance. Ethel gracefully accepted his hand, replying, with pleasure. As they began to dance, Ethel asked the prince if she could ask him just one thing. Yi Kang assured her that she never needed his permission to ask him a question. Ethel then asked about his future dream, and the prince paused to consider the profound question. Prince Yi reflected that, at first, his only goal had simply been to survive. But now, after all he had been through, he had many things he wished to achieve and many people he wanted to protect. He understood that to achieve those goals, his own safety must first be secured. The prince told Ethel that while he didn't have a dream before, one had formed that very day, piquing her curiosity. He silently defined this new dream, to get rid of all those who disturbed his daily life and threatened him and his family. He then voiced his wish to Ethel, to remove them from this planet, forever. Ethel looked concerned, realizing someone must be threatening him, and he admitted there were very many, with at least 3 factions coming to mind. The prince mentally listed his enemies: first, the Japanese, who would eliminate him at the first opportunity, and second, the communists, who would despise him as a capitalist. He concluded his list with the racists within the United States, who were furious about his union with Ethel and their encroachment on vested interests. Seeing Ethel's worried expression, the prince reassured her, promising that no matter what happened, he would protect their family. He stated with conviction that protecting them was the one thing he was confident he could do. Ethel smiled, finding his words and his dependable nature truly heartwarming. She reflected that while countless enemies would threaten her in the future, she was not afraid, vowing to overcome any hardship because protecting everyone might be the very reason she was brought into this life. As shimmering petals rained down around them, Prince Yi and Ethel swayed together in a graceful dance. A radiant smile bloomed on Ethel's face, her happiness palpable as she glided across the floor in her fiancé's arms. When the music faded, Prince Yi concluded their dance with a respectful bow before his beloved. The next day began, with the understanding that upper-class ceremonies of the era were typically 3-day affairs, as underdeveloped transportation made immediate departures difficult. Finding the prince already awake, Baron Rothschild greeted him, to which Yi Kang replied by asking if he had enjoyed the previous night's banquet. Such extended festivities were crucial, as the high society of the time used these parties for extensive networking opportunities. Representative Hearst noted the prince must have overheard something interesting, and Yi Kang confirmed with a smile that he had learned a great deal. The Baron then brought up Governor George Pardee of San Francisco, a man Prince Yi acknowledged having spoken with on several occasions. Leaning in, Baron Rothschild whispered that the governor was currently lobbying across the nation to host the next World's Fair. This was information Yi Kang already possessed, knowing Pardee was planning the event under the theme of revival, to rebuild the city from the ruins of the Great Earthquake. Representative Hearst openly declared his active support, seeing the exhibition as a chance to revitalize his main base of operations in San Francisco. Playing his cards close to his chest, Baron Rothschild feigned surprise in front of Hearst, asking where he had heard such a thing. The Baron then pointed out Governor Pardee's secretary, John Maxwell, noting the man had been tirelessly networking since the previous day. Yi Kang recognized Maxwell as the man who guided him at his social debut, and he informed the Baron that the secretary had been seen speaking with William Rockefeller. The prince revealed that Maxwell had proposed a massive investment in the American Telephone and Telegraph Company, prompting the Baron to realize its potential to monopolize the market for a century and decide he must advise his father-in-law to invest. Just then, Representative Hearst approached, confidently stating that William Rockefeller would likely invest regardless of any advice. Hearst reasoned that with Ethel moving far away, her father would naturally desire advanced telephone services to stay in contact with his youngest daughter, a point the Baron couldn't help but concede. Representative Hearst then formally introduced himself to Baron Rothschild, who stood to return the greeting. Their conversation was interrupted when a blond man with a beard politely requested a private moment with Prince Yi Kang. The man casually dismissed Hearst by stating their discussion was over anyway, and Prince Yi offered a simple word of thanks for the intervention. Prince Yi silently observed that Hearst's attempt to network with British financiers had been deftly shut down by the Baron's associate, whom he judged to be a formidable man. Turning to his rescuer, Yi Kang asked what was so important that it required chasing away a magnate like Hearst. The man replied that he simply disliked talkative people and, more importantly, had an introduction to make that he didn't want exaggerated in the press. Prince Yi's expression shifted as he began to understand the situation. The man formally introduced himself as Walter Rothschild, the official heir to the British Rothschild family and nephew to Baron Nathan Rothschild. Prince Yi greeted Walter warmly, offering congratulations on his engagement and saying he would see him again at the wedding. The Baron explained that due to his recent poor health, his nephew Walter would be attending the prince's wedding in his stead, prompting Yi Kang to realize the gravity of the introduction and promise to treat the heir with the utmost respect. Baron Rothschild then revealed he had overheard the prince's earlier conversation, noting that he was already aware of a few key facts and was ready to get to his main point. The Baron disclosed a rumor that the World's Fair project had already been settled with Washington, news that surprised Prince Yi as he recalled Governor Pardee's political connections to Roosevelt. The Baron then tested the prince, asking if he was aware of this development, forcing Yi Kang to realize that honesty was the best response. Prince Yi admitted he knew of the plan but not that it had reached Washington, commending the governor on his proactive approach. The Baron agreed that the speed of the project was abnormally fast, which led the prince to suggest it was tied to the high probability of Roosevelt's election. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked into place for Yi Kang. To showcase San Francisco's revival, the fair needed a groundbreaking invention, explaining everyone's hurried movements. Baron Rothschild then asked the prince if he knew the true reason for this unusual haste, to which Yi Kang cautiously feigned ignorance. The Baron brought up the Panama Canal, a topic Governor Pardee had previously discussed with the prince. A flash of realization hit Yi Kang as the Baron questioned Pardee's motives, suggesting the discussion was not about investment but a favor requested by someone else. The Baron described this mysterious figure as a terrifying man known to the prince, one who would stop at nothing to bend the upcoming Federal Reserve Bank legislation to his will. The old Baron then made his offer, stating that if Prince Yi joined hands with him, they could stop this powerful adversary together. Yi Kang instantly saw through the lengthy preamble, understanding the Baron's entire conversation was a strategic build-up to the simple proposition, "Be on my side." He weighed his options carefully, knowing that siding with the Baron meant making an enemy of Morgan, and decided to remain neutral until he could determine the more profitable alliance. Prince Yi gave a non-committal reply, telling the Baron he would need more time to consider the matter. Just as the Baron declared, "Speak of the devil," he announced his sudden departure, but not before revealing that King Edward VII of Britain had personally requested a private meeting with the prince. As he walked away, the Baron left Prince Yi with a final remark, stating he would await a favorable answer to his proposal. Yi Kang was stunned by the boldness of the offer, which included a direct line to the British political world, realizing he now had a very serious decision to make. The sound of his name being called cut through his thoughts as J.P. Morgan himself appeared before him. Prince Yi sighed internally, lamenting that his post-engagement respite had devolved into a day of political scheming, before politely greeting Morgan and asking why he had come. A few days after the engagement ceremonies concluded, Prince Yi was on a train headed for San Francisco. Now referred to as Prince Ui, he remarked to his aide that the after-party felt less like a celebration and more like a war of schemes, a sentiment his aide fully agreed with. He recalled how Morgan, likely conscious of the Baron's presence, had laid on the flattery incredibly thick, all while the prince silently questioned his true motives. In the memory, Morgan slyly mentioned that he had caught a bit of the prince's conversation with the Baron. Morgan had then brought up the British king's request for a talk, framing it as the Baron relaying the royal family's concerns to the prince. When a younger Prince Ui asked what kind of concerns, Morgan had pointed to the Wright brothers' airplane and potential exports to rival European nations. The prince had confirmed the exports were true but questioned why it was a matter of concern. Morgan had then proposed that the British royal family, viewing the airplane as a threat, had used the Baron as a channel to pass a warning to Prince Ui. Back on the train, Prince Ui reflected that the Baron's tone hadn't felt like a warning at all, it had seemed more like a gesture of goodwill, making him question his initial interpretation. Recalling the Baron's exact words, he wondered why the man wouldn't have given him a heads-up if there was a hidden danger, beginning to suspect it was a trap. He then considered another possibility, that Morgan was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between him and the Rothschilds. He concluded that it was most likely Morgan's desperate attempt to manipulate and control him. His aide observed that everyone was approaching him because he was the key to the Federal Reserve Bank issue and asked if he had made a decision, to which the prince replied not yet. Prince Ui explained that it wasn't a decision to be made lightly, as he first needed to determine who would become the goose that lays the golden eggs. An attendant then announced their imminent arrival in San Francisco. Meanwhile, at the Korean Community Center, a man hurried his peers, announcing that the voting was about to close and they needed to move quickly for the ballot counting. A vote of confidence in the Hapsung Association's representative was in full swing, a novel democratic experience for citizens born under the Korean Empire's monarchy. Two men discussed the election, while one saw it as a formality, the other expressed a sense of pride in being able to choose their own representative. The ballot was simple, a choice between pro and con for the confidence vote in their current leader. One citizen explained the profound power of their vote, which could be used to judge a representative who does wrong and elect someone new in their place. The man proudly called the ballot a responsible choice gifted to them by the prince, a sign that the community was beginning to grasp the true meaning of democratic elections. The results were announced. With an overwhelming majority of over 81,000 votes in favor, Prince Ui was re-elected to serve another term as the Hapsung Association's representative. Amidst applause, Prince Ui was congratulated by his constituents, and he offered his thanks to them all. Addressing the association, the prince announced that due to his frequent business travel, he would appoint a chief vice representative to lead the community in his absence. With all eyes upon him, Prince Ui made his choice clear, appointing Yi Kang as the new chief vice representative. An announcer's voice boomed across the hall, declaring that with an overwhelming majority of favorable votes, His Highness Prince Ui would serve another term as the representative of the Hapsung Association. Amidst a storm of applause, a man congratulated the prince, who in turn offered his thanks to all his supporters. Addressing the crowd, Prince Ui announced that due to his frequent business travel, he would appoint Yi Kang as the chief vice representative to lead in his absence. A humbled Yi Kang thanked the prince for his trust and pledged his unwavering service, but the prince insisted it was he who was relying on them. Internally, Prince Ui reflected that the election had concluded perfectly, solidifying his standing and clearly showing the community the people who would carry out his vision. As they departed, the prince commended his aides for their hard work, but they humbly insisted that he had endured the most. An aide in a green suit observed the significant increase in security, which another confirmed was a necessary precaution following the incident at the engagement ceremony. The first aide nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it never hurts to be careful. Later, an agent identified as Lee Waijong of Ikmunsa quickly ushered the prince into a waiting vehicle. Inside, a man in a fedora questioned Lee Waijong's presence, who explained that he had to come in a hurry due to unusual movements from Japan. Lee Waijong elaborated that the word wedding was being frequently mentioned at the Japanese Prime Minister's residence, suggesting a plot against the prince, who was advised to prepare thoroughly. The man in the fedora then shifted topics, mentioning bothersome activities being detected in the Americas which caught the prince's attention. He revealed that a group of Korean youths, united in their will, were secretly plotting an assassination. Concerned that this could tarnish the Hapsung Association's image, the prince declared he must intervene and asked to meet the ringleader, a request the man in the fedora agreed to arrange. The narrative voice explained that just as opinions differed, the paths of anti-Japanese resistance among Koreans were diverse, from theories of self-strengthening to armed struggle. These ideologies also included seeking solidarity with foreign powers, and a more extreme theory advocating for the assassination of key Japanese figures and their collaborators. Within the zealous Korean Patriotic Corps, the idea of targeted assassinations held particularly strong sway among its members. At the Corps' meeting place, one man was surprised to find an acquaintance, Teacher Jang, already there. The man confirmed he had joined the Corps, admitting that while Prince Ui advised against extreme measures, he couldn't abandon his convictions. As the door creaked open, a new arrival was greeted as Representative Kim Chang-soo, the leader of the Korean Patriotic Corps. A whispered aside revealed Kim Chang-soo's legendary status as the man who had beaten to death the bastards involved in the Empress's assassination. As Kim Chang-soo called the meeting to order, a man in a hat was shocked to recognize Lee Waijong, Prince Ui's devoted aide, standing quietly behind the representative. Kim Chang-soo began by announcing that in just 30 days, their organization had garnered the support of over 500 people. He slammed his hand on the table, passionately declaring that the time had come to fulfill their supporters' long-cherished desire. When asked for clarification, another member stated their desire was simple, to punish those who acted outrageously in the current political climate. The plan was laid bare. Ito, the resident general of JOSEON, was planning a tour with a meager escort of only 20 men. This upcoming tour was identified as the perfect opportunity to assassinate him. Lee Jae-myung, a determined executive of the corps, immediately volunteered for the dangerous mission. He resolutely stated that he knew his life would be lost whether he succeeded or failed, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. The man with glasses, seeing his resolve, reluctantly agreed to entrust the execution of Ito to him. But just as the decision was made, a powerful voice commanded them to wait. An Young-un, another executive of the corps, stepped forward and boldly declared that he would be the one to execute Ito. A murmur went through the room as the famed general An Young-un was recognized, prompting a frustrated Lee Jae-myung to demand why he was being stopped. An Young-un softly asked for Lee Jae-myung's age, and the younger man replied that he was 22. The general argued that Lee Jae-myung was still young with a long future, and therefore this perilous mission should be left to an older, more experienced man like himself. Lee Jae-myung shot to his feet, refusing to back down and insisting his passion would compensate for his lack of experience. An Young-un acknowledged his patriotism but stressed the immense importance of the mission, warning that failure would endanger them all. An observer in an olive vest silently agreed, reasoning that an experienced hand was needed to ensure Ito's death. Lee Jae-myung finally relented on one condition, gripping his fist as he requested the right to be the one to execute the traitor Lee Won-yong. An image of his determined face, splattered with blood, flashed through his mind, cementing his solemn vow. The elderly man with glasses nodded, promising to reserve the task of eliminating Lee Won-yong for him, for which Lee Jae-myung gave his thanks. However, a man in a brown suit then stood up to question the representative about their plan. He pointedly reminded everyone that Prince Ui had explicitly requested they avoid assassinations and asked if His Highness had been informed of their operation. The man in the olive vest deflected, arguing the prince's warning only applied to Americans and Europeans, thus implying tacit approval for targeting Japanese and traders, and admitting he hadn't told him. Alarmed, the man in the brown suit insisted this was dangerous and that they absolutely had to receive the prince's permission first. He passionately challenged the others, asking what they would do if their reckless plan brought harm to the Korean community and how they would face the prince's inevitable wrath. Kim Chang-soo's confidence wavered as he realized the truth in the man's words: should the community suffer, they would become enemies of the very prince they admired. A heavy, uncertain silence descended upon the room as the members contemplated the potential consequences. Seizing the moment, Lee Wai-jong suggested they move to a more private location to continue their discussion. The members were led to a secret hideout, and as they were ushered inside, their apprehension turned to awe. Gasps of shock filled the air as the men of the patriotic corps took in the unbelievable sight before them. One member exclaimed that while he knew Lee Wai-jong's activities were well supported, he had never imagined a hideout so systematic and grand. Another simply expressed his sheer envy at the impressive and well-funded operation. They marveled at the incredibly detailed panoramic models of downtown Hanyang and Gaeseong laid out before them. The sound of approaching footsteps suddenly caused one man to freeze in sheer terror, his face paling as if he had just seen a ghost. He could only stammer one name in disbelief: His Highness Prince Ui. The plotters were stunned as the prince himself appeared, greeting them and explaining he had come to meet the foremost action faction in the Americas. Jang In-hwan desperately tried to get Kim Chang-soo to greet the prince, but the room was frozen in a tense, awkward silence. Prince Ui dryly observed their poor handling of the surprise, noting he had much to teach them before asking for introductions. Kim Chang-soo recovered first, humbly introducing himself and bowing deeply before His Highness. He formally expressed that it was a profound honor for them all to meet the prince in person. As the prince remained silent after the greeting, Kim Chang-soo grew nervous, until the prince suddenly called out the names of Jang In-hwan and John Myung-gun. A startled Jang In-hwan quickly affirmed his attention, asking the prince to speak his mind. The prince's gaze hardened as he questioned why the two were present, asking if they were deliberately defying his will after they had seemingly understood his orders. Jang In-hwan frantically claimed it was all a misunderstanding, insisting they were merely stopping the others from proceeding with an assassination plot, which caused Kim Chang-soo to realize they were caught. Prince Yui's attention sharpened at the mention of an assassination operation, and he demanded to know the full details of their plan. With cold authority, the prince commanded them to tell him everything. Jang In-hwan desperately tried to salvage the situation, claiming they were only there to stop the plotters in accordance with the prince's will, a flimsy excuse that made Kim Chang-soo realize they were cornered. Prince Yui's attention sharpened at the word assassination, and he leaned forward, demanding to know the full details of their operation. With cold authority, he commanded them to tell him everything. A heavy, uncertain silence descended upon the room as the plotters exchanged nervous glances. Prince Yui noted their hesitation and turned his gaze directly to Jang In-hwan and John Myung-gun, demanding they be the ones to speak. The two men hesitated, stammering under the weight of the prince's intense stare. Kim Chang-soo quickly deduced that silence would be seen as disloyalty and decided it was better to confess their plan and try to win His Highness's support. Stepping forward, Kim Chang-soo respectfully offered to be the one to speak, prompting the prince to ask for his name. He formally introduced himself as Kim Chang-soo, head of the Korean Patriotic Corps, revealing himself to be the man who would one day be known as the Great Patriot, Kim Gu. This was a man destined to burn with passion for his country's independence, a true leader who would one day become the first president of the provisional government. Prince Yui simply gestured for him to proceed, stating that he would listen. As Kim Chang-soo detailed their plan, the fierce resolve of the corps members was evident, a passion that, from Prince Yui's modern perspective, was admirable but short-sighted. He saw their method as a fiery, all-consuming plan that gave no thought to what would come after their one, desperate goal was achieved. The prince knew that telling these impassioned men to use a more roundabout strategy to gain international justification would be a mistake. He reasoned that such an approach would only make them lose faith in him, rendering them uncontrollable and potentially leading to even greater sacrifices. Resolved to persuade them with logic they could accept, Prince Yui looked at them intently and asked if the simple plan he just heard was truly all they had. When a confused patriot asked what he meant, the prince bluntly summarized their plan as simply ambushing Ito on a tour, with their best fighter, and Jong-un, as the triggerman. Prince Yui systematically dismantled their strategy, pointing out the short range of their handguns and forcing in Jong-un to admit that capture was not just a risk, but a planned surrender. The prince pressed on, asking what they planned to do after surrendering. And Jong-un solemnly declared that his duty would be fulfilled, with only a trial left to face. Prince Yui finished the thought for him, stating that he would be sentenced to death, a fate Jong-un stoically confirmed he was prepared for. But the prince warned that it wouldn't end there, as Japan would immediately begin hunting for the next person to blame, leaving the patriots confused. His gaze hardened as he prepared to reveal who Japan's true primary target was. "That is me," he declared, his words hanging in the tense air. The members of the corps gasped in collective shock at the prince's declaration. And Jong-un vehemently refuted the idea, insisting they would never betray His Highness, especially since the prince was not even involved in their plan. Prince Yui acknowledged their loyalty but explained that Japan would use the assassination as a pretext to arrest every compatriot with even the slightest connection to their cause. He painted a grim picture of their families and loved ones being rounded up in the aftermath. Japan would continue its ruthless crackdown, he explained, until he had no choice but to surrender himself. The weight of his words settled on the patriots as they realized he was right. Many of their comrades would be sacrificed in Japan's attempt to ensnare the prince, leaving them to ask what they should do. Seeing he had their attention, Prince Yui ordered an immediate halt to the assassination, branding their current plan a reckless operation with no fallback. He then reminded them all that to him, every single person of the Korean Empire was precious. He elaborated that his care extended not only to the community following him in America but also to patriots like them, who risked their lives in the shadows for their homeland's independence. The prince stated he could not simply stand by and allow his precious people to throw their lives away like a sheet of paper, his sincerity visibly moving Kim Chang-soo. He clarified that he wasn't stopping the assassination of Ito permanently, but asked them to wait until they had built up more strength. Kim Chang-soo voiced the crucial question, asking His Highness until when they must wait. The prince explained that Japan was currently weakened by a massive internal power struggle, a conflict that would cause the nation to rot from within and lose its influence abroad. Kim Chang-soo correctly surmised that the prince's strategy was to strike when Japan was at its weakest, a conclusion His Highness confirmed. Prince Yui stressed that while they waited for Japan to weaken, they must use that time to diligently build their own strength. Extending a hand in a gesture of partnership, he asked if they could trust him and wait for the right moment. United in their new purpose, the Korean Patriotic Corps pledged their unwavering loyalty, and just like that, Prince Yi Kang added another valuable asset to his growing command. Back at his San Francisco mansion, the pace of work was relentless. Prince Yi moved frantically, questioning an aide about the preparations for a performance, who assured him they were in the final stages of rehearsal. The source of all this urgency was his wedding to Ethel Rockefeller, now less than a month away and poised to be the ultimate networking event of the season. Because of this, the prince was personally and meticulously curating the wedding's guest list. Understanding that birds of a feather flock together, even in America, he knew that forging the right connections would cause his own value and influence to skyrocket. Prince Yi made a note to invite legal professionals, recalling his promise to the Patriotic Corps and recognizing that judicial connections were essential to elevating the standing of Koreans in the United States. His strategic mind also turned to the imminent creation of the FBI, realizing that planting his own people within the future agency would be an invaluable asset. His planning was abruptly interrupted as an aide burst into his study. The aide nervously stammered that Vice President Morgan was on the line. Prince Yi sighed with weary resignation, asking if Morgan was once again requesting a meeting, to which his aide could only confirm. Since the engagement ceremony, Morgan Jr. had been relentlessly pestering him, clearly under orders from his father to secure a friendship with the prince. Recognizing he couldn't ignore the son of J.P. Morgan forever, Prince Yi relented, agreeing to meet him that evening when his schedule was clear. Later that day, Morgan Jr. warmly greeted the prince, who returned the pleasantry, noting it was their first meeting since the engagement party. Morgan remarked on the prince's tired appearance, but Yi Kang's inner thought seethed with irritation at being pestered to play by the oblivious partygoer. The prince brushed off the concern, attributing his fatigue to stressful wedding preparations as he gestured for his guest to sit. Morgan made small talk about San Francisco, to which Prince Yi wryly replied that its only flaw was a distinct lack of parties. Taking the bait, Morgan excitedly suggested the prince should host a party himself, promising that many women would surely attend. Internally groaning at the man's obsession with revelry, Prince Yi politely but firmly declined, stating he would not be hosting any such events before his marriage. Morgan was completely baffled by this decision and asked why not. Prince Yi explained that on the verge of becoming a husband, he had no desire to give his future wife any reason to worry. He reminded Morgan of the promise he had made to Ethel at their engagement, to faithfully fulfill his duties as a husband and family member. Having given his word, he refused to do anything that might sadden his beloved before they were even wed, stressing it was a matter of trust. Morgan chuckled, genuinely impressed, remarking that for an arranged marriage, their relationship was surprisingly affectionate and wonderful to see. Cutting through the pleasantries, Prince Yi shrewdly guessed Morgan had a purpose beyond small talk, prompting the vice president to admit he was curious about a rumor. Morgan came to his point, noting that the number of security personnel assigned to the prince seemed excessively high, even considering the upcoming wedding. He then leaned in and asked directly if there was a threat to Prince Yi's personal safety, letting the grave question hang in the silent room. The scene shifts to the San Francisco North Pier on September 7, 1908, just 3 weeks before the prince's wedding. An officer's voice echoed across the docks, announcing that passengers could begin to disembark from the newly arrived ship. At the immigration checkpoint, a customs officer stamped the passport of a tourist from the UK and wished him a pleasant trip. The official then called for the next person in line, and a stern-looking Japanese man named Miura Matsujiro stepped up to the counter. Noting the man's point of origin, the official asked for his name for the record. The traveler looked the official dead in the eye and calmly stated, "I am Miura Matsujiro." The immigration official confirmed Miura Matsujiro's name and then asked for his purpose of entry. Miura calmly stated he was visiting relatives and going hunting, which prompted the official to ask what kind of prey he was after. As another official complained about the line backing up, Miura feigned compliance and rushed to move along. The officer stamped his passport, wishing him a pleasant trip to America, to which Miura offered a simple thank you. Just outside the checkpoint, a man named Tetsuya called out, and Miura recognized his associate immediately. While Tetsuya began with pleasantries, Miura cut straight to the point, asking if the preparations for Yi Kang's assassination were proceeding smoothly. In a hidden location, one of the assassins boasted beside a table laden with weapons that the hunting preparations were perfect. The man in the hat, leading the operation, gave a sinister smirk of approval for a job well done. He reported, however, that the prince's security had more than doubled right after the engagement ceremony, with advertisements out to recruit even more guards. The leader explained this was due to former Ambassador Takahara's appearance at the ceremony, where he and the prince had a heated argument before a private talk. Clenching his fist, he cursed the loach-like bastards, realizing that conversation was what led to the increased security. He fumed internally, recognizing it as a move by the Seionji faction to check Prime Minister Katsura, disgusted that fellow countrymen would sabotage one another. His superior, Miura Matsujiro, correctly identified it as a warning, while a nervous subordinate asked if they should suspend the assassination. Miura flatly refused, arguing that the false information they leaked at Yi Kang focused only on the wedding, creating a vulnerability they had to exploit. He paused, considering how best to strike this unforeseen gap. The field leader declared with a maniacal laugh that they would attack before the wedding, at a moment the prince could never anticipate. Meanwhile, back in his study, Morgan Jr. was aghast at the news, questioning if Japan was truly targeting the prince. He laughed in disbelief, finding it impossible that Japan would dare such an act on American soil, before his smile faded into doubt. His expression turned deathly serious as he asked Prince E if the threat was real. The prince retorted coolly, asking if he seemed like someone who would joke about such things and reminding Morgan of the incident with the Japanese official at their engagement. With Morgan recalling the event, Prince E revealed that his own intelligence suggested the most probable day for the attempt would be his wedding day. He stated it bluntly, the day chosen for his assassination. Morgan declared he couldn't just sit by and would help, prompting the prince to ask how he intended to do so. Morgan generously offered to add his own bodyguards to the wedding detail, confident the sheer numbers would be a deterrent, much to the prince's visual dismay. Prince E exclaimed that with that many men, it would look less like a wedding and more like a gathering of gangsters. However, he quickly conceded that against such unpredictable enemies, it was better to be thoroughly prepared. The prince gratefully accepted Morgan's goodwill, but Morgan corrected him, firmly stating it was an act of friendship. The following Sunday morning, Prince Yi Kang visited a church in San Francisco, intending to ask Pastor Paul Griezmann to officiate his wedding. He had chosen a church ceremony over a civil one, specifically selecting this parish because of its pastor's reputation. Pastor Griezmann, one of the few progressive pastors of the era who preached equality, greeted the prince warmly. The prince returned the greeting, and upon learning the pastor had already heard his good news, he moved to the purpose of his visit. Acknowledging his infrequent attendance, Yi Kang humbly asked the pastor if he would do him the honor of officiating his marriage. Instead of an immediate answer, the pastor presented the prince with a gift he had prepared as thanks for the prince's own generosity. The prince opened it to find a small Bible, thoughtfully prepared so he could read scripture even with his busy schedule. Deeply touched, Yi Kang thanked the pastor and promised to always carry the Bible with him and read it. The quiet moment was suddenly broken as voices called out the prince's name from the church entrance. William Rockefeller and Walter Rothschild strode in, apologizing for arriving an hour earlier than their scheduled lunch appointment. Morgan Jr., accompanying them, cheerfully suggested they could all pray together, proclaiming their faithfulness with a wide grin. Prince E acknowledged them with a polite smile, though he privately deduced that both men were quite anxious about his meeting with Morgan. He understood they had come to counterbalance Morgan's efforts to get close to him, their motives transparent. The prince's mind raced as he connected the dots. they were all vying for control of the Committee of Seven, each trying to sway the Federal Reserve's creation in their favor. A confident smirk played on his lips as he realized he was the key man, the one whose allegiance could tip the tight balance of power. Deciding to play hard to get for now, the prince simply invited them to worship first, to which they awkwardly agreed. After the service, Rockefeller asked about lunch, and the prince suggested a nearby steakhouse. Yi Kang told them he would give them the restaurant's name so they could all meet there, and the financiers readily concurred. But as they stepped outside, a sudden commotion brought the prince to an abrupt halt. He heard his Korean name, Yi Kang, called out, a name no one there should know, and he instantly realized the danger. His fear was confirmed as an assassin lunged, screaming, "Die! JOSEON scum!" only for his aide Mansik to throw himself in front of the prince. A curse escaped the prince's lips as he watched the horrifying scene unfold in slow motion. He cried out Mansik's name as his loyal aide collapsed from the attack. Rushing to Mansik's side, the prince desperately asked if he was okay, even as the shouts of pursuers echoed nearby. Mansik coughed up blood, weakly urging his prince to hurry and escape. He begged Yi Kang to save himself, but the prince refused to leave him until Mansik reminded him not to let personal feelings jeopardize their great cause. With his final words, Mansik pleaded for his sacrifice not to be in vain, and a tearful prince promised he would survive. Leaving his fallen friend, Yi Kang fled as assassins swarmed the area, shouting for the cowardly JOSEON scum to show himself. A desperate thought tore through the prince's mind as he realized just how relentlessly they were hunting him. One of his subordinates spotted him from a nearby building, shouting his title in a mix of panic and relief. The prince was shocked to find William, Morgan, and Walter safe, who in turn were relieved to see him unharmed. Morgan demanded to know if this brutality was truly the work of Japan, and the prince grimly confirmed it was. As Walter worried about holding out for help, another man insisted that their only option was to escape immediately. The prince declared that the assassins were targeting innocent civilians just to kill him, a revelation that horrified his companions. Stunned, Morgan asked if the prince was truly planning to leave alone and act as a lure. Yi Kang affirmed his plan, but Morgan immediately forbade it as too dangerous, while William insisted they would all go with him. The prince argued back, warning that their lives would be in mortal danger if they stayed by his side. Morgan stood firm, declaring he does not abandon a friend, while Walter added he could never face Ethel if he ran away now. Yi Kang was moved, realizing their bond, which he dismissed as one of profit, was something deeper. Relenting, he pointed towards an alley and instructed them to use the cars as cover while they made their escape. The group broke into a desperate sprint, their footsteps echoing through the narrow streets. One of the prince's guards spotted them and urgently pointed the way toward safety. Panting for breath, Yi Kang thought they had finally shaken their pursuers, allowing a sliver of hope that their escape might succeed. In an instant, that hope was utterly extinguished. A chillingly calm voice remarked on their impressive running ability, freezing them in their tracks. The prince looked up, his face splattered with blood and his eyes wide with utter shock. The leader of the assassins, the man in the hat, stood before them and declared that for Yi Kang, the end had just arrived. As a gunshot cracked through the air, one of the prince's guards desperately pointed the way forward, shouting that they just needed to get past the alley. One of Yi Kang's men spotted the chaos and started to call out, only to be immediately shushed into silence. A man in a suit realized with dawning horror that they hadn't been escaping, but had been deliberately herded into a trap that would become their grave. The shooter, the leader of the assassins, took aim and coldly declared that it was time for Yi Kang to die. A sickening thud echoed as a body was struck, and a shocked man screamed out a desperate "No." The wounded Prince Yi Kang collapsed to the cobblestones, coughing violently as his strength failed him. The unhurried, heavy footsteps of the assassin leader steadily approached his fallen target. The shooter calmly stated the old wisdom that one must make absolutely sure a tiger is dead to prevent any future troubles. As his vision blurred, Yi Kang's mind raged against his fate, wondering if this was truly how he was going to die. A cold, triumphant laugh echoed through the blood-soaked alley. Suddenly, an unseen force slammed into the laughing shooter, who cried out in agony as he was thrown aside. One of the prince's bodyguards charged into the fray, shouting for William to protect the prince at all costs. The bodyguard knelt beside Yi Kang, anxiously asking if he was all right. An enraged assassin turned his gun on the newcomers, warning them to move aside if they didn't want to die like pigs. Both the man in the green suit and the man in the brown suit could only watch in frozen horror. The assassin sneered as he cocked his pistol, promising to grant their apparent death wish. A single shot rang out, and the man who was shot stumbled backward, his final word a choked command to kill before he collapsed. The dying assassin's mind reeled in confusion, unable to comprehend why he had to be the one to die. He fell heavily to the ground, his last breath a repeated, fading plea to kill. In his final, fleeting moments of consciousness, his thoughts were only of the glory of the great Japanese Empire. As the chaos settled, Prince Yi Kang's mind cleared with a single, sharp thought, for now, he had survived. From a nearby balcony, a supporter cried out the prince's title, and Yi Kang realized there had to be a reason he was allowed to live. News spread that the brazen attempt to assassinate a Far Eastern prince on American soil had ended in failure, with 9 assassins dead and 7 more arrested. At a large hospital near San Francisco, it was considered a true stroke of luck that Japan's audacious assassination plot had been foiled. The unbelievable truth was soon revealed: the fatal bullet had been miraculously stopped by a Bible the prince carried. A bandaged but recovering Yi Kang wryly agreed that you could say that again. The prince mused that he owed the pastor a large donation out of gratitude, to which his aide replied that the pastor would be delighted. His aide expressed immense relief that the assassins were finally caught, though a heavy silence still lingered in the hospital room. Yi Kang, however, was tormented by the knowledge that many innocent people had been hurt or killed because of him, and he silently vowed to make their enemies pay for their sins. The aide began to apologize, but Yi Kang quickly reassured him that the wound was just a graze and that he shouldn't worry. The prince recognized his aide was trying to put his mind at ease, and after thanking him, he asked about the condition of William and Walter. His aide reported that both men were thankfully uninjured and had already departed, William to see Ethel, and Walter to send a telegram to the Baron. After expressing his relief, the aide leaned in and informed the prince about a rumor that was already spreading. A man holding 2 pistols revealed that the assassins had codenamed their operation Tiger Hunting, comparing the prince himself to the formidable beast. Yi Kang scoffed internally at their monumental miscalculation. Failing a fox hunt was one thing, but when a tiger hunt fails, it is the hunter who dies. William then reasoned that news of this international incident must have already reached Wall Street and even the White House. Walter added that no matter how pro-Japanese President Roosevelt was, he would be politically unable to sit still on this matter. Morgan staunchly declared that if the president hesitated under pressure, he himself would step forward to make the responsible parties pay the price. A confident smirk played on Yi Kang's lips as he agreed that since the tiger hunt had failed, it was now time for those bastards to pay. Now certain of his survival, the prince decided he should write a letter. When Walter asked who it was for, Yi Kang explained with a sly grin that it was a thank you letter for Foreign Minister Takahara, who had inadvertently helped him prepare. Morgan noted Takahara was likely back in his home country, prompting the prince to decide he would send it to the Japanese embassy instead, eager to see how Katsura Taro's underlings would react. The prince confidently declared his intention to reap the benefits from the very mess his enemies had created. Miles away in Japan, the man in the suit, Prime Minister Katsura Taro, erupted in fury, demanding his subordinate repeat the disastrous report. The trembling subordinate could only confirm that the telegram from America contained a single, damning word: failure. The Prime Minister stood in stunned silence, the word failure echoing in his mind with devastating finality. His shock curdled into pure rage as he screamed about the immense resources poured into the operation, cursing the name of the damn Yi Kang. Just then, an aide rushed in, announcing an urgent call from Resident General Ito. Katsura Taro furiously ordered his aide to say he was busy, but the aide insisted that Ito had anticipated this and demanded to speak with him immediately. Before he could respond, the aide burst in again with even more dire news, making the Prime Minister snap and demand to know what was happening now. The aide breathlessly reported that the American ambassador had just sent an official letter to the residents. Compounding the crisis, the British ambassador had also arrived, demanding an urgent audience about the day's events before anyone else. A cold dread washed over Katsura Taro as he connected the sudden diplomatic storm directly to the failed assassination of Yi Kang. Panic seized the Prime Minister as he realized things were spiraling out of control, and he desperately decided his only chance was to placate his British allies first. Composing his features into a mask of authority, Katsura Taro gave the order to escort Ambassador Roxanne inside. The Prime Minister feigned a calm welcome, remarking on the unusual urgency of a visit at such an early hour of the dawn. Ambassador Roxanne simply stood before him, his face an unreadable mask of cold silence. Breaking the tense quiet, the ambassador delivered his first words as a sharp rebuke, stating that Katsura had done something quite unreasonable. With a look of utter contempt, Ambassador Roxanne dropped all pretense and directly accused the stunned Prime Minister of being the mastermind behind the assassination of Prince Yi Kang. Faced with a direct accusation, Katsura Taro demanded to know what Ambassador Roxanne meant, but the ambassador simply reminded him of their alliance. Ambassador Roxanne calmly explained that if Japan could not be honest even with Britain, there was no way for him to help. The ambassador's question hung in the air, a silent ultimatum that cornered the Prime Minister. Internally, Katsura Taro seethed, realizing Roxanne knew everything but knowing he could not admit it without being completely at Britain's mercy. Roxanne warned that America would show no mercy due to their own citizens' deaths, a fact compounded by the presence of J.P. Morgan Jr. and a Rothschild heir. With a final threat of disappointment from Britain, Ambassador Roxanne forced Katsura Taro's hand, leaving him no room to maneuver. Trapped, Katsura Taro tried to argue that the attack was the independent action of Rogue Ronin, not an official directive from the Japanese Empire. Persuading Ambassador Roxanne was not easy, however, as he systematically shut down every proposal Katsura made to mitigate Japan's losses. The final compensation plan demanded the restoration of Yi Kang's title, the extradition of his mother's killers, the withdrawal of the Korean immigration ban, and the surrender of key resource rights. Ambassador Roxanne conceded that with these terms, the incident could be quietly resolved, and a defeated Katsura Taro could only ask him to handle the mediation. Just as relief seemed possible, Roxanne announced one last item, making Katsura question what more could possibly be given to Yi Kang. The ambassador revealed with a predatory grin that the final payment was for Britain's mediation, forcing a fuming Katsura Taro to politely ask for the price. Meanwhile, at the private residence of Seonji Kinmochi, the political fallout was just beginning to unfold. An aide presented Seonji with the details of the conversation, confirming Yi Kang's title restoration and the withdrawal of the immigration ban. The elderly Seonji Kinmochi erupted in rage, cursing Katsura Taro for creating a disaster he was incapable of managing. He immediately ordered his subordinate, Murata, to place a call to Resident General Ito Hirobumi in Korea. Reaching him by phone, Seonji was met with Ito's question about the reason for such an early morning disturbance. Seonji got straight to the point, informing Ito that the foolish Katsura Taro had caused a massive accident. He lamented that despite their efforts to stop him, Katsura had blundered and was now about to lose a port to Britain under the guise of mediation fees. Admitting the mess was too large for him to clean up alone, Seonji formally requested that Ito Hirobumi return to Japan. Ito hesitated, cryptically remarking that Seonji wouldn't be able to hold his position for much longer anyway, which left his colleague confused. The resident general explained that once word of the assassination attempt reached JOSEON, the ensuing public outrage would be impossible for Seonji to handle. He added that rumors were already spreading in Japan that he himself had leaked the assassination information to Yi Kang in advance. Seonji confirmed the prince had sent a thank you letter to their embassy, cleverly implicating the moderates, and cursed the cunning of the damn fox. In a flashback, Ito's associate was seen explaining to Prince Yi that the resident general couldn't leave immediately due to a scheduled tour. In that same memory, Prince Yi had graciously offered a 3-month grace period for Ito to finalize his affairs and return. The prince had assured him it was plenty of time, tasking Ito with managing the rumors about him in the homeland as well. Back in the present, on the day before Yi Kang's wedding, a man in a brown suit arrived, addressing the prince. The visitor was identified as Francis J. Henny, the very prosecutor from the San Francisco District Attorney's Office who had worked with Yi Kang to imprison Abe Luff. Prince Yi welcomed Prosecutor Henny, who presented a report on the assassination case, correctly assuming the prince would be eager for an update. When asked about the progress, Henny reported that out of 30 total perpetrators, 21 were either arrested or killed, including the mastermind who died at the scene. Yi Kang questioned why the remaining 9 hadn't been caught, and Henny explained that most suspects were committing suicide before or during capture, cutting off intelligence leads. Despite the setbacks, Henny assured the prince that all suspects had been identified and their capture was imminent, especially once a new special law passed to block their escape. After discussing the wedding security, Yi Kang gave Henny a piece of cryptic advice: if the federal government offered him a job, he should accept it. A puzzled Henny asked if something was happening, but the prince smoothly deflected the question. Yi Kang instead praised the prosecutor's excellent performance, suggesting a capable man like him was attracting attention from the central government and deserved a bigger stage. The prince's private thoughts revealed his true motive. With the recent opening of the FBI's precursor, the Bureau of Investigation, he saw a perfect opportunity to install an ally. He resolved to place his own man, Francis J. Henny, in the powerful position of the new agency's director, no matter what it took. At last, the wedding day arrived, and an announcer called for all guests to rise as Prince Yi made his entrance. Amid the sincere congratulations of everyone in attendance, the long-awaited wedding concluded as a grand and successful affair. During the reception, Walter Rothschild approached Prince Yi and his new bride, Ethel, who warmly asked if he was enjoying the celebration. Walter politely requested a moment to speak with the prince in private. When Yi Kang inquired about the topic, Walter revealed that the compensation plan for the assassination attempt had finally arrived. The prince immediately understood that Britain, Japan's ally, had overseen the mediation. Yi Kang apologized to Ethel for the interruption, but she graciously encouraged him to go and handle his business. In a private meeting, Yi Kang examined the document, confirming with Walter that it was indeed the proposal drafted by Britain. Internally, the prince noted how hollow the proposal seemed, suspecting Britain had siphoned off the meaningful rewards, and remarked aloud that it was less than he'd expected. A surprised Walter insisted it was a tremendous compensation plan from Japan, highlighting the official apology and the restoration of Yi Kang's title as Prince Ui. He continued, adding that the masterminds behind his mother's murder would all be extradited to America to face punishment. Yet, as Walter detailed what Japan considered its maximum offer, Yi Kang saw only a flashy but empty gesture, knowing he needed practical power, not hollow honor, for his homeland. The prince then directly challenged Walter, asking if he truly believed Japan's official story that the attack was merely the work of rogue Ronin. Yi Kang argued that the scale of manpower, weaponry, and intelligence clearly pointed to the direct involvement of the Japanese government, regardless of their denials. He declared that such a superficial apology was not reasonable compensation, but would instead be a poison to his cause. Before Walter could ask what he meant, the prince privately mused that a ruler's apology might seem grand to other rulers, but it was useless to him. He explained that accepting the deal would only ruin his reputation among Koreans, who might suspect he'd been bought by Japan, and therefore he would act as if he never saw the proposal. The prince's firm refusal to accept the terms left Walter utterly stunned and speechless. A flustered Walter finally stammered, asking what the prince wanted instead, which signaled to Yi Kang that the real negotiation was about to begin. Prince Yi calmly stated he wanted to get back what he originally had, clarifying that he wasn't referring to his title. When Walter pressed him to specify which rights he was talking about, the prince prepared his true demand. Yi Kang declared that he wanted the return of his mining rights, which had been taken from him upon his arrival in America. Having rejected Japan's hollow proposal, Prince Yi Kang declared his true demand to a stunned Walter Rothschild, the return of the mining rights confiscated from him upon his arrival in America. Walter's mind raced, recalling his orders to secure an agreement, but the prince's demand for mining rights was nowhere on the list of compensations. The prince explained that the rights, a gift from his father Emperor Gojong for his studies abroad, had been stolen by Japan 5 years ago through collusion and treachery. With unwavering resolve, Yi Kang asserted his intent to reclaim the rights that were rightfully his from the very beginning. Walter acknowledged the prince's stance, conceding that while reclaiming everything was impossible, they could negotiate the return of rights that had been transferred and then reclaimed. When Walter asked if this would be satisfactory, Prince Yi gave a short and definitive answer, no. The prince elaborated that it fell far short of compensating for Japan's transgressions, and furthermore, he could not use such a package for his own personal interests. Pressed to explain what more he wanted, Yi Kang revealed his larger ambition was to revise the unfair treaty clauses between JOSEON and the Japanese government. He specified his first target, the clause that forced his country to provide land for Japanese railways free of charge, demanding that Japan be made to pay a fair price to the landowners. As an additional condition, the prince insisted Walter convey a direct message to Britain, demanding they remove Gyeomundo and Jeju from any list of potential leased territories. The prince knew that Japan would inevitably clash with Britain, and any land foolishly ceded now would likely be lost forever in the aftermath. He delivered a firm ultimatum, vowing that if Britain coveted those lands, he would unequivocally reject its entire arbitration proposal. A coughing Walter Rothschild realized with a start that the prince wasn't merely testing the political waters, he was dead serious about his demands. Walter quickly composed himself, assuring the prince he would strongly convey his opinions to Downing Street. Prince Yi then offered a piece of advice, warning that a pro-Japan deal would fail to satisfy both himself and Washington, which prompted Walter to ask what terms would please everyone. Yi Kang cryptically alluded to a common interest that would satisfy all parties, a matter he was certain Britain was already discussing at length. Walter's mind whirred as he tried to decipher the prince's hint about a continuously discussed issue that could benefit everyone. The realization struck him, and he asked if the prince was referring to the complex railway negotiations currently underway between Britain, America, and Japan. The prince confirmed his guess was correct, adding with perfect timing that the very group they should be discussing this with was approaching at that moment. Representative Morgan arrived, offering his congratulations on the spectacular wedding reception. When Morgan casually asked what he and Walter were discussing, the prince offered to share a story he was sure the gathered gentlemen would find intriguing. However, before beginning his tale, Yi Kang stated he first needed an answer to determine if Morgan was a partner he could trust for the long run. The prince directly confronted the powerful financier, asking for the real reason the Morgan family was aggressively buying up Japanese national bonds. He laid out the situation plainly. Japan was dumping its bonds at a fraction of their cost to fund its war and consolidate its control over the Korean Empire. Internally, the prince viewed this as a crucial test, knowing that buying those bonds was an act of hostility, and Morgan's answer had to be chosen carefully. Morgan feigned confusion at the accusation, but Prince Yi immediately called him out for playing dumb. Yi Kang sarcastically questioned how so many bonds could be acquired without the Emperor of Wall Street knowing, unless it was the work of an outside party. Sensing an opportunity, the prince decided to needle Morgan's infamous pride to force a reaction. Morgan pretended to vaguely recall the matter, prompting his secretary, Henry, to feign ignorance about a report he deemed unimportant. Putting on a show, Morgan turned to his secretary and acted as if the prince's inquiry was related to that very report. Henry played his part perfectly, feigning a sudden moment of recollection about the Japanese national bonds. The secretary then claimed he had ordered the massive purchase based on his own independent judgment, a transparent lie that earned a private scoff from the prince. Henry explained his reasoning, claiming he saw high profit potential in the bonds being dumped amid rumors of Japan's bankruptcy, a logic the prince found highly suspect. When pressed further, Henry deflected, stating simply that the gentlemen present were extremely rational individuals. The prince understood their real gamble. They believed the world powers would prevent Japan from defaulting, making the cheap bonds a golden goose, with no regard for the fact that his homeland was one of the colonies they would exploit to ensure their profits. This confirmed Yi Kang's cynical assessment of Morgan. He was a man who would do anything for money, and the prince was just a pawn in his game. Yi Kang stated coldly that, despite the circumstances, he was glad to have finally seen Morgan's true intentions laid bare. The prince silently reflected that while he had planned to repay Morgan Jr.'s past assistance, he no longer felt any obligation to extend that favor to his father. Eager to move on, Morgan steered the conversation back to the interesting story the prince had promised to tell. Prince Yi pivoted smoothly, capturing their attention by asking how interested they were in the railway company operating across the Manchurian plains. He explained the critical flaw of the South Manchuria Railway. Built with Russia's broad gauge, it forced a cumbersome train transfer for anyone traveling from China. Meanwhile, the Qing dynasty, seeking to reclaim the line from Japan, had enlisted the US and Britain to build a parallel standard gauge railway to neutralize Japanese control. However, Japan's fierce opposition had stalled the project, forcing America and Britain to review a neutralization plan for the entire railway system. An associate of Morgan's noted that with Russia certain to resist, their only real concern was this neutralization theory. When Morgan asked how the prince intended to get involved, Yi Kang revealed his masterstroke. He would demand the rights to the South Manchuria Railway as part of his compensation from Japan. Morgan's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped the monetary implications. The prince could monopolize an incredibly lucrative construction project. Yi Kang proposed they focus on the lines ceded by Russia, suggesting they could collude to keep the immense profits among themselves. As Walter remarked that President Roosevelt would likely approve for the sake of American profit, a woman's voice cut through their hushed discussion. It was the prince's new bride, Ethel, who teasingly asked what fascinating stories they were discussing, bringing her husband's intense wedding day business to a close. 3 months later, at the JOSEON Residency General, an aide delivered grim news to a furious Resident General Ito. Righteous armies had raided the Pyongan province silver mines again. His subordinate reported that the rebels had blown up the mines and escaped with all the extracted silver ingots, leaving Ito seething. The Resident General fumed, realizing that ever since Prince Yi Kang had begun making a name for himself, the righteous armies had become bolder, threatening all of his plans for JOSEON. Just then, a palace official arrived, surprising Ito, as this man's duty was to keep the king emeritus, Gojong, under surveillance. The official reported that Gojong was openly defying them, swaying Emperor Sunjong and causing chaos among the ministers. Ito learned that Gojong, emboldened by his faith in Prince Yi Kang's activities in America, was now ignoring direct orders and attending court assemblies, infuriating the Resident General. The official suggested Ito's personal intervention was needed, and the Resident General grimly agreed that he could no longer let the matter slide. Declaring it was time to break Gojong's spirit once and for all, he commanded the official to lead the way. Resident General Ito announced he would pay a personal visit to Gojong's quarters at Changdeokgung Palace. Upon arriving, Ito offered a deeply menacing greeting to the two emperors. Emperor Gojong looked on with visible displeasure, demanding to know why the Resident General had appeared at such a late hour. Ito disrespectfully threw the question back, asking what matters they were discussing so late into the night. Gojong maintained his composure, stating he was merely advising Emperor Sunjong about his upcoming royal tour with the Resident General. Ito's voice dripped with condescension as he corrected Gojong, angrily demanding he address Sunjong as His Majesty the Emperor, and accusing him of denying the Japan-mandated abdication. The tense standoff continued as Resident General Ito furiously questioned if Gojong was denying the abdication by calling Sunjong the Crown Prince. A heavy silence fell between the two men, the unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Gojong feigned senility, claiming his mind simply wandered with age and asking for the Resident General's understanding. Regaining his composure, Gojong coolly repeated his question, asking what business brought Ito to the palace so late at night. Ito retorted that he knew Gojong had attended the morning assembly, sneering that it was a futile attempt to reclaim power after 3 years of the country's ruin under his own supposed guidance. Internally, Ito raged, seeing Gojong's actions as nothing more than an old man's greedy refusal to let go of power. Gojong calmly instructed his son, Chiak, to remember his earlier words, while Ito seethed, convinced the old emperor was merely bluffing because he believed in Yi Kang. The thought of simply killing Gojong to prevent further trouble crossed Ito's mind. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that the timing was poor and would only provoke Prime Minister Katsura, who was already on edge. Gojong then sarcastically asked the resident general to take good care of his son, suggesting they should both endure for now. Ito gave a venomous promise to engrave the King Emeritus's high opinion in his heart and return safely from the royal tour. As Ito departed, his advisors mocked him behind his back, wishing he would die on the trip and hoping his successor would have to deal with the meddlesome Gojong. During the royal tour, an official noticed Emperor Sunjong's somber expression and called out to him with concern. The pro-Japanese Prime Minister, Lee Won-yong, approached the emperor, asking why he had not smiled at all during their journey. In a memory from the night of Ito's visit, Gojong had instructed his son Chiak to never smile next to the resident general, lest the people believe Japan was helping JOSEON. Lee Won-yong fumed, realizing Gojong had ordered the emperor to be uncooperative and that Sunjong's stubbornness was an unbreakable command. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, noting the emperor's sorrow and blaming the Japanese and their collaborating traitors for his torment. Lee Won-yong knew this disastrous display was undermining the tour's purpose, but canceling it would only let the negative rumors spread further. An official urged the tired-looking emperor to go inside the train, but was confused when the resident general suddenly intervened. Ito declared they should stop for now, as pressing the emperor further was creating a bad impression, to which Sunjong quickly agreed. Ito privately resolved to persuade the emperor on the train, hoping to make him smile by their next destination. At Daegu Central Station, their arrival was met by a newsboy shouting, "Extra! Extra!" Ito wondered what papers were being scattered, and one of his men went to retrieve one. The aide returned with the flyer, handing it over to the resident general as others in the crowd grabbed copies. The paper proclaimed a heavenly judgment upon traitors when King Ui returned, causing officials who read it to curse in shock and anger. Ito furiously ordered the arrest of the person distributing the papers and everyone who picked one up, realizing Yi Kang was warning officials against cooperating with Japan. The resident general understood this was also a clear warning that Yi Kang would retaliate for the previous assassination attempt. Amidst the chaos, an official suggested they abandon the tour in this region, but Ito knew that if the flyers had spread, they would be unwelcome anywhere. The sheer audacity and effectiveness of Yi Kang's psychological warfare caused Ito to break into a fit of frustrated, almost maniacal laughter. He grimly accepted that the rest of the royal tour would not be a smooth journey. Later, in the northwest region of Gwanggi-do, the tour party was met with an unexpected crowd cheering for both the emperor and resident general Ito. Ito was immediately suspicious, questioning why he was being welcomed in a region known for its staunch supporters of Yi Kang. He knew this area was a hotbed of nationalist sentiment, a place where an assassin could easily emerge from the crowd. Finding the situation bizarre, Ito ordered his men to bring someone from the crowd so he could understand what was happening. An official brought a young local forward, demanding he repeat what he had been saying. The young man proclaimed that the people of Pyongyang were grateful to Ito, the benefactor who saved Prince Yi Kang, and urged him to return home and scold the bastard Katsura. Ito erupted in fury, unable to comprehend the absurd lie being peddled by the crowd. One of Ito's men commented on the surprising friendliness of the JOSEON subjects, recalling the Prime Minister's order to watch Ito closely. Ito cursed inwardly, realizing this was another of Yi Kang's brilliant schemes, designed to spread rumors in Japan that he was colluding with the prince against Prime Minister Katsura. He saw how this fabricated praise would earn him hostility from his own government, a hostility that would eventually strangle his career. Turning to his confused entourage, Resident General Ito bluntly told them they were all being foolish. One of his men, taken aback, asked what he meant by the insult. Ito pointed out the obvious pattern: in some places, he was threatened, and in others, he was praised with fabricated stories. He explained that it was a clear scheme by Yi Kang to drive a wedge between himself and Prime Minister Katsura. When his subordinate naively asked if Prince Yi Kang had some pact with Ito, the resident general sarcastically questioned if he looked like someone who would sell his name so cheaply. Frustrated that his men weren't grasping the danger, Ito decided to cut the fruitless tour short and return to Japan to deal with both Katsura and Yi Kang directly. Meanwhile, at Yi Kang's residence in San Francisco, events were moving at a much different pace. After the wedding, matters regarding his compensation from Japan proceeded swiftly, pushed by Morgan's eagerness to begin railway construction, with even Morgan's right-hand man, Henry Davison, overseeing the process. As Davison prepared to leave, he informed Yi Kang that Representative Morgan had one more item for him, a document from the White House. Yi Kang was intrigued to learn he had received a document from the American government. Unfolding the paper, he saw it detailed the mining rights compensated by Japan and told Davison to pass on his thanks. Overwhelmed by the complex data on mining volumes and reserves, Yi Kang knew he had just the person to call for help. A few days later, he met with the Gold King, Jack Milo, who was astonished to learn that all the listed resources were located within the Korean Empire. Yi Kang admitted he didn't understand the data and wanted advice, prompting an enthusiastic Jack Milo to promise he would point out the most lucrative opportunities. After a moment of study, Jack Milo pointed to two specific mines on the list, advising Yi Kang to focus on them. He explained they had the highest profitability, noting that one was the Unsan gold mine, where Yi Kang had already acquired a 5% stake by helping Jack 3 years prior. As Jack was explaining that the other mines paled in comparison, a knock at the door interrupted their meeting. Yi Kang was about to dismiss his aide, Choi Hyun-woo, but the man insisted the situation was urgent. The aide reported that Mr. Lee Wai-jong had suddenly arrived, causing Yi Kang to worry what could have happened to bring him here without any notice. Lee Wai-jong delivered stunning intelligence. Prime Minister Katsura's political situation in Japan was collapsing, and Ito was expected to return to the mainland ahead of schedule. Yi Kang felt a sense of dismay, having hoped Katsura and Ito would wear each other down, knowing the cunning Ito was a far more dangerous opponent. He realized that if Ito returned to Japan and seized real power, it would be detrimental to both the Korean Empire and his own plans. The new intelligence forced his hand. It was time to make a decisive move. Turning to Lee Wai-jong, Yi Kang gave a new order, declaring it was time to use his final and best method, and instructing him to take a trip to Mexico. Having unveiled his plan, Prince Yi Kang declared it was time to use his final and best method, ordering a surprised Lee Wai-jong to depart for Mexico. Yi Kang looked at his aide with grim determination, explaining that they needed them. Bowing deeply, Lee Wai-jong accepted the mission without hesitation, promising to finish his other tasks and leave for Tijuana at once, earning Yi Kang's expressed confidence. As his aide departed, Yi Kang privately wondered just how much the individuals he sought had grown. Far away, at a military academy in Mexico, gunshots echoed across the training grounds as the number of cadets, which began with only 10, swelled into the hundreds. Through rigorous drills and tireless practice, some of the cadets were honing their already outstanding skills to a razor's edge. Others, poring over newspapers sent by Yi Kang himself, found common cause and forged bonds of camaraderie. And then there were some who harbored growing impatience. A man looking out a window chuckled mirthlessly as he read a particularly infuriating newspaper article. Lee Jae-myung furiously pointed at a photograph, decrying Japan's manipulation of public opinion using the emperor and lamenting that they should have assassinated Ito when they had the chance. John Myung-gun calmly countered that had they proceeded with their original plan, it would most likely have ended in failure. When another man questioned this, John directed his attention to the very newspaper photo he held, pointing out that Ito never left the emperor's side for a single moment. A man with a beard concurred, noting the initial plan could have endangered the emperor himself, while a mustached patriot added that a trip to Pyongyang would have been fruitless. A man in a sweater vest sarcastically remarked that not everyone was a renowned sharpshooter like Generalin, before grudgingly admitting he understood the point. Letting out a heavy sigh, the man in the sweater vest voiced his frustration, asking how long they were to remain in training and wondering aloud if Prince Yi Kang had forgotten them. Though chided for his words, he clarified his anxiety stemmed from the lack of any news or missions from the prince. A man in a long coat voiced a more cynical fear, questioning if the prince's support was merely a way to placate them, with no real interest in JOSEON's independence. A thoughtful leader in a hat and suit considered their words, understanding that such doubts could fester since they hadn't witnessed the prince's exploits firsthand. He firmly believed, however, that if they truly knew Yi Kang's heart and his devotion to their motherland, they could never speak so doubtfully. As the man in uniform was meticulously planning movement and escape routes on a map, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. An aide entered the room, announcing that President Kim's guests had arrived. The uniformed leader turned in surprise, questioning who the unexpected visitors could be. Stepping into the room, Lee Wai-jong greeted the assembled patriots, remarking that it had been a while. A man with glasses gasped in shock, recognizing the prince's trusted aide. Realizing the implications of his presence, the man with glasses stammered about the prince, and Lee Wai-jong confirmed that His Highness was indeed summoning them. A few days later, the scene shifted to Yi Kang's secret hideout in San Francisco, where the chosen men had been brought to meet the prince. The two patriots bowed respectfully, formally greeting Prince Yi Kang. Yi Kang, dressed in a green suit, asked if they had been well, to which they confirmed that his support had allowed them to immerse themselves in their training. The prince expressed his relief and encouraged them to continue cultivating good agents, before signaling that the time for training was over. With a grave tone, Yi Kang announced that he was now going to give them an order. He revealed the mission they had been desperately longing for, the assassination of Ito Hirobumi. When asked for the location, Yi Kang specified it would be Harbin, one of Ito's upcoming destinations. He explained that Ito was traveling there to negotiate with Russia over the Manchurian railway rights, a situation Yi Kang himself had orchestrated to create this very opportunity. The man in the brown suit processed this information, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. Yi Kang then stated he had something to give them before they undertook this monumental task, piquing their curiosity. Explaining that he could not send them into peril while he remained safely behind, the prince presented a small, unassuming item. He told them it was a contingency in case the assassination failed and instructed them to take the offered notebook. The man with glasses and the man with the mustache looked down at the object in their hands, questioning what kind of notebook it could be. It was, in effect, a license to kill. The prince explained the notebook contained official documents declaring that the execution of Japanese occupiers was carried out under his direct command, ensuring he would take full responsibility. The man with the mustache was deeply moved, realizing Yi Kang viewed them not as consumables but as comrades, even risking his own safety for theirs. In his heart, he silently swore to uphold the prince's command, to cherish his life, and to secure an escape no matter the circumstances. The man with the mustache respectfully asked for permission to inquire about the numbers written inside the notebook. Yi Kang clarified that they were designation numbers for agents to be appointed in the future, noting that their own had not yet been decided. Offering them a choice, Yi Kang said he would change their designation if they had a specific number in mind, prompting the mustached man to consider. With grim purpose, the man with the mustache chose number 44, intending to bring death to all of the nation's enemies. Yi Kang marveled internally at the man's incredible resolve, recognizing it as the same unshakable firmness he had displayed in the original history. The man with glasses then spoke, choosing number 9 and explaining his reasoning was based on the rumor that a cat has 9 lives. He wished to survive to see the true independence of Daehan, a revelation that made Yi Kang realize this was the origin of the man's future name, Kim Gu. Yi Kang solemnly recorded their chosen numbers and their wills, wishing them fortune on their perilous journey ahead. Meanwhile, Ito Hirobumi, now the president of the Privy Council, was on a train bound for the Russo-Japanese negotiations in Harbin. An associate noted President Ito's emaciated appearance, to which the elderly statesman attributed his fatigue to the long journey. The associate knew better, thinking that Ito's exhaustion stemmed from the constant nightmares of Korean assassins that had plagued him since seeing the threatening flyer. Ito confessed his anxiety had peaked, making him easily startled, and he resolved to stay within the mainland for a long time after this trip was concluded. He checked with a subordinate in Korean attire, who confirmed that, with Russian cooperation, a full inspection of all foreigners at Harbin Station was complete. Still deeply paranoid, Ito commanded his men to double and triple check their security, focusing with absolute thoroughness on any Koreans in the vicinity. A short while later, the train pulled into the bustling Harbin Station. One of Ito's men observed the large crowd of onlookers, smugly concluding that even Yi Kang wouldn't dare cause an incident in such a public place. A guard prompted President Ito that it was time to disembark, and the statesman stepped out onto the platform. As Ito appeared in the train doorway, reporters shouted his name and cameras flashed, capturing his arrival. Suddenly, Ito's face contorted in horror as he spotted something in the crowd, a disbelieving question escaping his lips: an assassin? The sharp crack of a gunshot ripped through the air as Ito and his guard whirled around in a state of sheer panic. Amidst the flashing cameras and panicked screams of the crowd, President Ito and his guard recoiled as the air filled with the ghastly sound of a gunshot. In a blur of motion, the world seemed to warp around the fatal projectile. The scene rewinds to the tense moments before Ito Hirobumi's arrival at Harbin Station. A Japanese guard sternly announced that identity verification and passports were required for anyone wishing to enter the station. A man in a suit, his hands trembling slightly, nervously handed over their documents. The soldier examined the papers, reading the names Kim-gu and Thomason, and noting they were both American citizens. When the soldier inquired about their business at the station, the man posing as Thomason stated they were present for news coverage. He confidently presented their press passes, identifying them as reporters for the Daily San Francisco. A buzz went through the waiting crowd as someone noted Ito's train was arriving, prompting a rush to secure a good view. Seeing their chance, the reporter urged the soldier to let them pass so they too could find a spot, and the guard waved them through. Once clear, the man in the uniform expressed his awe, stating they would have been doomed if Prince Yi Kang hadn't provided them with such flawless forged identities. Elsewhere, another team of operatives confirmed Ito's train had arrived and, following the prince's precise instructions, decided to move to the rear of the train behind the escort officers. As Ito stepped onto the platform, he commanded the crowd to keep their distance while his officers directed the frenzied photographers. A low murmur of excitement and anticipation rippled through the onlookers packed onto the platform. The two reporters found their position, observing that it offered a clear line of sight and an overpass they could use for cover after the mission was complete. The man with the camera, Jung-gyeon, handed the device to his partner, explaining that he needed to take the real shot. His partner, Kim-gu, pointed out a fleeting gap that had opened between Ito and his personal escort. Jung-gyeon's eyes narrowed as he confirmed that he saw the perfect opportunity. A sense of inevitability hung in the air. The time for retribution would soon come. In the chaotic aftermath of the gunshots, a single figure stood starkly illuminated against the darkness. A man with a white beard cried out in disbelief, asking what had just happened. Fueled by righteous fury, another shooter from a different location screamed, questioning Ito's motives. The man identified Ito Hirobumi as a traitor to the great Japanese Empire and screamed for him to die. Blood sprayed into the air as Ito violently clutched his chest, a look of shock frozen on his face. The date was October 26, 1909, a day that would change the course of history. Several bullets had been fired towards Ito, but the one that fatally pierced his heart came from the rifle of General Jung-gyeon. Jung-gyeon, the man who had posed with the camera, calmly stated that it was over and urged his partner to leave while the station was still in chaos. This single shot became a monumental moment, allowing the Korean Empire to finally stand tall against the crushing weight of Japanese oppression. It was the signal flare that announced the beginning of the great and arduous task that lay ahead for the nation. In a private celebration, a smiling man raised his glass, toasting to their future. His voice rang out again, filled with hope and conviction, for our future. Back at their headquarters, an aide to the prince expressed his profound relief, stating that he was simply glad the two men had returned safely. Prince Yi Kang, the man with glasses, echoed the sentiment as one of the returned agents, overwhelmed with emotion, thanked His Highness. The prince calmly explained it was all thanks to his meticulous arrangements, and that the moment he spoke of had indeed arrived as predicted. In a flashback, Yi Kang was shown instructing his agents that a clear moment to snipe Ito would present itself, advising them to wait at the rear of the train. One of the men had questioned the strategy, wondering if the rear of the train was too far for an accurate shot. The prince had simply smiled, revealing that he had made one more crucial preparation to ensure their success. Yi Kang then introduced the agents to Wudong Li Hoyang, who had arrived with a special gift for their mission. Wudong Li Hoyang, a key figure in Yi Kang's weapons manufacturing, humbly dismissed the formal greetings, insisting they were all comrades united in the same cause. As Li Hoyang unveiled what he had brought, one of the agents recognized the object as a firearm. Li Hoyang confirmed it was a gun, but explained that it was a specially crafted one that looked different from any rifle they knew. He pointed out the attachments, identifying them as a suppressor and a scope built from the prince's own blueprints to muffle the sound and clarify distant targets. Li Hoyang elaborated that while not completely silent, the gunshot would be lost in the ensuing chaos, and he urged them not to miss their one chance. Returning to the present, one of the operatives expressed his awe at the flawless operation and asked the prince a question that had been on his mind. The agent asked how His Highness could have possibly foreseen that an opportunity to fire would arise in the first place. The man with brown hair and a side part explained that the opportunity itself had been orchestrated by the prince. He detailed how Yi Kang had used Ikmunsa agents to spread distorted information within Japan, turning internal suspicion against Ito into a violent conviction that guaranteed someone else would make an attempt on his life. The agent was left speechless, finding the depth of the prince's strategic brilliance truly incredible. Yi Kang, however, humbly insisted that no matter how thorough his plans were, the true success of the operation belonged to the courage of the men who executed it. Yi Kang also gave credit to all those who had helped them, despite the immense risks involved. The narrator reflected that in the original history, General Jungian had succeeded but was captured immediately because he used a close-range pistol, leading to his unjust execution. But in this altered timeline, Yi Kang watched Jungian smile, filled with the hope that because of his intervention, they could all finally achieve the true independence they so desperately craved. Jungian declared that this was only the beginning, reminding them that they could not afford to revel in victory while enemies still existed within their own nation. Their next task was clear: to purge the traitors who clung to Japan and preyed upon their own people. The assembled patriots swore to follow the great will of their prince, wherever it may lead. Later, Li Weizhong arrived and announced himself at the prince's door, and Yi Kang granted him entry. Yi Kang observed that for Li Weizhong to come straight from his mission, the matter must be important, which the subordinate confirmed. Li Weizhong presented a secret imperial decree from the king emeritus, but Yi Kang casually dismissed it as something not important to him at all. To Li Weizhong's utter shock, the prince gestured to a prepared letter, indicating he already had a response ready. A stunned Li Weizhong asked how the prince could have possibly known His Majesty's secret letter would arrive. Yi Kang mentally recounted his brother's uncooperative attitude on the recent tour, knowing such defiance could not have been his own decision. He recalled an advisor confirming that the brothers' actions were due to a strong request from their father, the king emeritus. Yi Kang then explained that since his father's plan had succeeded, the next logical step was for the old king to contact him seeking cooperation. Cynically, the prince knew the letter's contents were an obvious attempt to coax and use him, the same son he had cast aside in his lust for power. With cold determination, Yi Kang vowed his father would not be using him but would move exactly as he desired, then instructed Li Weizhong to arrange the delivery of his reply discreetly. Just as Yi Kang thought the day's exhausting schedule was finally over, his wife Ethel appeared with a smile, declaring that they needed to talk, much to his weary exasperation. The chapter concluded with a shot of a man, likely the storyteller himself, fast asleep at his desk next to a cup of coffee and a slice of cake. Just as Prince Yi Kang thought his exhausting day was over, his wife Ethel appeared with a bright smile, declaring that they needed to talk, much to his weary surprise. A wave of panic washed over Yi Kang as he wondered what he could have possibly done wrong, while Ethel gently asked if she had come to his room too late. The prince's mind raced with guilt, realizing he had been so busy with political matters that he had neglected his wife, leading him to a near mental breakdown. As Yi Kang sputtered in confusion, Ethel bypassed his panic and, with a thrilled expression, announced her congratulations on him becoming a father. A tense silence followed as Ethel anxiously watched her husband's face, a dreadful worry creeping in that he might not want children. The silence was shattered by Yi Kang's explosive joy as he swept Ethel into his arms, his voice trembling as he asked if it was truly real. He eagerly sought confirmation that she was pregnant, and Ethel affirmed that she was about 3 months along, finally letting the reality sink in for Yi Kang that he was going to be a father. The prince was shocked to learn it had already been 3 months, his delight quickly turning to concern as he realized this was a time she needed to rest the most. Yi Kang worried that his overjoyed reaction might have startled her, but Ethel lovingly reassured him that the baby would surely be happy to see its father so delighted. Overwhelmed with gratitude for the joyous news, Yi Kang held his wife close, and Ethel shared in his happiness, bringing a perfect end to a fantastic day. A few days later, during a farewell party for John Pierpont Morgan Jr., the news of the princess consort's pregnancy was already a topic of conversation. Yi Kang confirmed the news, apologizing for the modest farewell party by explaining that Ethel needed her rest, an excuse Morgan Jr. gracefully accepted. Morgan Jr. expressed his gratitude for being told the news exclusively, privately assuming that the prince was strategically trying to forge a bond between their families through a future marriage. While Morgan Jr. offered his sincerest congratulations, Yi Kang privately decided to let the man continue his misunderstanding, knowing there was still plenty to exploit from the powerful Morgan family. Shifting the topic, Yi Kang then asked Morgan Jr. if he could do him a favor before returning to the States. Morgan Jr. eagerly agreed to help with anything, acting exactly as the prince had anticipated. The prince detailed his ambition to expand his military academy in Tijuana into a full-fledged private military company, acknowledging he needed connections with high-ranking U.S. general officers. When Yi Kang asked if he had any contacts, Morgan Jr. enthusiastically promised to compile a list and connect him with almost anyone he wished. Casually swirling his drink, Yi Kang dropped a name off the top of his head, asking if Morgan Jr. happened to know a General Dewey. Morgan Jr.'s composure broke as he realized with a jolt that the prince was referring to the legendary George Dewey. The name belonged to the only admiral of the Navy in U.S. history, a celebrated hero who had served for nearly 50 years from the Civil War to the Spanish-American War. Though he was nearing retirement, George Dewey was an unparalleled heavyweight in the U.S. military, a 6-star admiral whose influence was second to none. Yi Kang knew that securing a connection with such a figure would be an invaluable asset for his future lobbying efforts. Morgan Jr. slyly admitted he knew Dewey only a little bit, having instantly caught the prince's subtle gasp and deduced his keen interest in the admiral. Playing the gracious host, Morgan Jr. promised to compile a comprehensive list of military contacts, including General Dewey, and send it over. Yi Kang silently hoped that the list would also include General Pershing from the army, before outwardly thanking Morgan Jr. and leaving the matter in his capable hands. The clinking of glasses sealed the new arrangement between the two powerful men. Later that night, Yi Kang found Ethel still awake in their bedroom, her expression lost in thought. When he asked what she was thinking about, Ethel questioned why he had asked Morgan Jr. for military contacts when her own family had considerable connections she could have offered. The prince immediately realized this was the reason for her gloomy expression earlier and sheepishly admitted his mistake in not thinking of it. Ethel explained that unlike the Morgans, whose influence was concentrated in the Navy, her family was well connected across all branches of the military. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kang asked if her family could introduce him to officers in the Ordnance Department, a request to which she immediately agreed. He expressed his sincere thanks to his wife, admitting that her help had lessened his worries considerably. Ethel then remarked that the prince had a way of surprising her every time he did something. She found it fascinating that a man in the early 20th century would ask his wife for a favor and express gratitude, a stark contrast to the era's norm of men simply issuing orders. Yi Kang reflected internally that even a confident and modern woman like Ethel was still bound by the pervasive currents of the time. Eager to show his genuine gratitude, the prince then asked his wife if there was anything she wanted or wished for. Ethel hesitated for a moment, admitting there was one thing she wanted, but she worried that he might not like her request. With a hopeful look, she finally revealed her wish. She wanted to raise a puppy, leaving Yi Kang momentarily stunned. The prince recalled that she used to have a pet dog, and Ethel confirmed she had raised one for a long time since she was a little girl. He then asked the simple question of why she hadn't brought her beloved pet with her when they married. Ethel quietly confessed that she had left her dog behind because she believed her new husband wouldn't like having it around. When Yi Kang asked for the reason, she explained that he had always seemed so disinterested in her puppy in the past, just staring at it blankly, which led her to assume he disliked animals. Yi Kang's heart sank as he realized that in his past life, he had failed to engage with this simple but important part of her world, a clear sign that their emotional exchange had been lacking. He gently explained that back then, he was so nervous just being in her presence that he couldn't even notice the puppy, then sealed his apology with a tender kiss. To Ethel's absolute delight, Yi Kang wholeheartedly agreed to get a dog, suggesting it would be wonderful to raise a puppy alongside their new child. Thrilled, Ethel immediately proposed they raise a dog native to the Korean Empire, asking what breed the imperial family considered their royal dog. The question stumped Yi Kang, who suddenly realized with a slight stumble that JOSEON's history contained no records of a specific royal dog. Ethel was shocked to learn there was no official royal dog, and the only example Yi Kang could muster was King Seokjong's pet cat from 150 years prior. Undeterred, Ethel presented a brilliant new idea: if there was no royal dog, then the prince should create one. She explained that if he, a prince of the empire, were to bring a native Korean dog into their home and raise it, that dog would, by definition, become the first royal dog. The grand title of the first imperial dog immediately ignited Yi Kang's ambition, appealing directly to his deep-seated desire for power and honor. The prince recognized it as a fantastic proposal, especially since he knew European royalty were fanatically fond of their dogs. He quickly calculated that gifting unique Korean royal dogs to monarchs like King Edward VII would be a low-cost, high-reward method for earning immense international favor. Yi Kang eagerly agreed to the plan, and a beaming Ethel promised to dispatch people the very next day to find native dogs suitable for the prestigious role. Ethel sincerely thanked her husband for granting her heartfelt request. She then added a profound hope that this small act could be the start of reclaiming all the lost things of their country, a statement that made Yi Kang pause and ask for clarification. Ethel explained that the absence of a royal dog might not be an oversight but a deliberate erasure, much like how countless native Korean plants had been stolen and renamed by Japanese scholars. The prince's mind reeled as he considered plants like the diamond bluebell and the Lungdo stonecrop, both uniquely Korean species now bearing the name of the Japanese taxonomist Nakai, a form of cultural theft he had never even considered before. Deeply moved by her insight, Yi Kang called Ethel his goddess of luck for awakening him to such a vital national issue, an honor she gracefully accepted. A few days later, after Yi Kang ordered a search for native dogs to be completed before his European tour, an assortment of adorable puppies was presented to a delighted Ethel. Her eyes immediately landed on one with a unique fur pattern, and an attendant identified the breed as a Nenenbeji. The attendant explained the name meant four-eyed, as its white spots resembled extra eyes, and that the breed was considered a sacred guardian against evil spirits, a meaning Ethel found lovely. With her mind made up, Ethel pointed to the small puppy and declared that this little one would be raised as their royal dog. And with that simple, heartfelt decision, the very first royal dog of the Korean Empire was officially born. The chapter concluded with a tantalizing preview of the next episode, hinting at the introduction of Goryeo red ginseng to the British royal family. Prince Yi Kang's upcoming European tour was fueled by relentless demand from across the continent, with nations from the United Kingdom to Russia eager to learn his secrets to success. While preparing for this tour and discussing the newly chosen royal dog with Ethel, a new ambition began to take shape. A powerful desire arose within Yi Kang to achieve something more during his new life, a goal that extended beyond the simple independence of the Korean Empire. The prince resolved to ensure his nation would never again be unjustly robbed or dragged into unfair disputes. He recalled from the original history how Japan had instigated constant diplomatic conflicts over the East Sea and Dokdo, and he was now determined to preemptively crush any such attempts. As his carriage stopped, an aide announced their arrival, signaling the first move in his new grand strategy. Yi Kang stepped out to greet his associates, declaring that the crucial groundwork for his new mission was about to begin. He informed the assembled men that he had summoned them to unveil two long-cherished projects to which he would dedicate his life. The gravity of a lifetime project gave one man pause, while another eagerly asked what it could be. Yi Kang revealed his first objective, to rectify the recent trend of maps mislabeling the East Sea as the Sea of Japan. Recognizing this as a Japanese tactic to erase Korea from the international stage, an aide exploded in fury at the unforgivable act. The prince issued his orders: they would protest every inaccuracy and inform foreign ministries of Japan's overreach until the names were corrected. He then introduced a second, similar diplomatic project to donate Korean plum blossom trees to Washington, D.C. to symbolize the friendship between their nations. Yi Kang knew that in the original timeline, Japan had successfully used a gift of cherry blossoms to build goodwill in America, an image he now intended to seize for Korea. As one of his associates recalled attending those very festivals, Yi Kang firmly declared his intent to steal that positive image for his own country. A man with glasses anxiously inquired about the cost, but the prince confirmed its necessity, noting how difficult it is to change things once they are established in America. A woman in white added that having their national flower as a symbol of friendship in the U.S. Capitol would be an invaluable asset in any future crisis. His men quickly agreed that such an image was worth more than gold, praising the prince's profound insight. Yi Kang formally entrusted both projects to the Hap Sung Association's representatives, charging them with their care while he was on his European tour. His journey began in the friendly Netherlands, where he was formally welcomed by Queen Wilhelmina, the country's longest-reigning monarch. After the Queen expressed her gratitude for the visit, Yi Kang politely returned the sentiment, hoping she had been well. The Queen's stark reply that she couldn't claim to be well even as a lie sent a chill through the room, startling Ethel. Yi Kang internally cursed the sudden, hostile atmosphere, realizing his business proposals were dead on arrival unless he could break the tension. Shifting topics, Queen Wilhelmina offered congratulations to the prince and Ethel upon hearing news of her pregnancy. Yi Kang confirmed the news and politely thanked the Queen for her well wishes as Ethel shifted beside him. The Queen then commented that their strong marital bond was also worthy of congratulations, a remark that made Yi Kang instantly understand the source of her bitterness. He already knew the relationship between the Queen and her husband, Duke Hendrik, was deeply troubled. The Queen's inability to produce an heir, coupled with Hendrik's philandering, made the sight of a happy, expecting couple a source of immense personal pain for her. Yi Kang quietly acknowledged the deep and dangerous predicament he had stumbled into. Suddenly, Ethel made a subtle move, catching Yi Kang's attention and breaking the tense silence. She whispered a plan to the prince, telling him to handle Duke Hendrik while she took care of the Queen, filling Yi Kang with a sense of profound reassurance. As Ethel confidently led the Queen away, Yi Kang put his complete trust in his wife's renowned social grace to salvage the situation. Left alone with the Duke, Yi Kang suggested they also move to another room, a proposal Hendrik reluctantly accepted. Once inside Hendrik's private office, however, the Duke stunned Yi Kang by suddenly exploding with an unexpected confession. The prince was left speechless as Hendrik furiously declared his intention to divorce the Queen. Despite Hendrik's firm resolve, Yi Kang's mind raced, calculating the potential collapse of his lucrative airplane and oil investment deals. Regaining his composure, Yi Kang asked for the reason, prompting Hendrik to bitterly recount how the Queen constantly humiliated him with glares and dismissive silence. The prince quickly deduced that the Queen's hostility was directly linked to the deeply serious issue of their failure to produce an heir. Hendrik confirmed this, admitting the topic of an heir was a source of profound anguish in their marriage. Yi Kang pressed further, asking why he would seek divorce over a problem that needed solving, only for Hendrik to cry out that it won't stand. The flustered Duke finally confessed that he became so nervous in the Queen's presence that he was unable to perform his husbandly duties, a revelation that clarified everything for Yi Kang. Realizing fate had dealt him a perfect hand, Yi Kang declared that the promotional gift he brought was, by sheer coincidence, something the Duke absolutely needed. When Hendrik asked what it was, Yi Kang revealed it was a special product of the Korean Empire. He presented his gift with a flourish, a box of Goryeo red ginseng. The prince began to explain its various efficacies, noting its ability to heat the body and its particular benefits for a man's vitality. Hendrik quickly finished the prince's sentence, grasping the ginseng's intended purpose with a single glance. Yi Kang offered it as a gift of friendship, prompting an overjoyed Hendrik to declare him a true friend. Eager to try the remedy, Hendrik hastily requested to be excused, a request Yi Kang graciously granted. Yi Kang mused that belief alone could sometimes yield unexpected results, before his thoughts turned to Ethel and her own delicate negotiations with the Queen. The following day, Queen Wilhelmina's demeanor had shifted completely, showing a warmth that was worlds away from the previous day's frostiness. She enthusiastically announced her government's intention to give its full and unconditional support to all of Prince Yi's business ventures in her country. Taken aback, Yi Kang carefully asked for the reason behind this sudden and complete reversal. The Queen advised him with a knowing look that he could thank his very wise wife for the change of heart. She confessed that she had not been fond of him initially, a fact Yi Kang admitted was understandable given his complicated history with Hendrik. The Queen explained that she had initially suspected him of approaching the Duke merely to exploit his royal status for personal gain. However, she now assured him that her opinion had changed completely, and that she recognized him as Hendrik's true friend. She further defined this as a friend who truly understood Hendrik's difficulties and actively helped him. Yi Kang realized the Queen saw him as a solution to her Hendrik problem, a foreign prince who could support the Duke's lifestyle through business, saving the Dutch crown from both financial burden and political embarrassment. His involvement had provided Hendrik with a lifeline, and in doing so, had relieved the Queen of a major, persistent headache. The prince assured her he would always be on his friend's side, and the Queen replied that the Netherlands was prepared to pay a handsome price for such friendship. Seeing his opening, Yi Kang swiftly suggested they formalize their new partnership with a contract, an idea the Queen immediately agreed to. An aide promptly presented their pre-prepared business contract, inviting the Queen's officials to review it for any necessary adjustments. But as a Dutch official began to read the document, his eyes widened in utter disbelief, his thoughts racing as he processed the contract's shocking terms.